Academy's predecessors endured hardship to rebuild it on the dead land. Shrek City has a dedicated Great Soul Arena, a virtual world preserved to allow soul masters to spar and improve their combat skills. As they talked, the others arrived. Y scans the group and takes charge. Let's go register. On the way, Y explains that the biggest source of income in the arena is betting, but contestants can only bet on themselves to prevent cheating. Xuanyu, curious, asks about the rules. Yinhui immediately explained the rules. Each victory earns corresponding points. But the next opponent will definitely be stronger. Consecutive wins yield more points and additional Duluo coins as prizes. The prerequisite for all of this is that we have to win. With that, Y casually changed the subject. Come on, you two. Let's think of a team name. He blurted out. How about Rare and Strange Team? Mengqin scoffed. How boring. But her objections were useless. The Odd Squad was officially registered. They weren't exactly flush with cash, frankly. They were a bit broke, and they'd bet 1,000 Duluo coins on their own victory. With 2-to-1 odds, a loss would be devastating. Winning only gets them the Duluo coins they bet, either plus or minus 1,000. After settling into the player's lounge, Xuanyu finally voices his concern. Do we have any other income? Huai understands, sharing that winning teams can earn an extra 10% on top of the total ticket profits, prompting Lu Feng to wonder if the academy would go bankrupt if a team kept winning. Hui is rooted to the spot. Lost in thought, we're only first years. If our win rate gets high enough, we could face upperclassmen with mecha suits. Hearing this, Xuanyu's gossipy nature emerges. Hui, how many consecutive wins did you have before? He doesn't hesitate to flex a little. I won 7 consecutive matches alone, before being defeated by a 4-ringed soul master with a 1-word battle armor. He continued his barrage of questions, asking if the maximum bet affected the strength of their opponents. Hui patiently explained that normally it didn't, but with extremely large bets, it could. Xuanyu eagerly asks how much a huge bet would be. As he makes a rough estimate, I don't know, maybe 100, 000 or a million. Menqin, annoyed by the whispers, couldn't help but ask, what was the point of asking such nonsense? Just go fight. Far from angry, Xuanyu winked conspiratorially, saying that with careful planning, they might achieve more in these 7 days than anyone imagined. Just then, an announcement cut through their conversation. The Odd Squad is ready. The Odd Squad is ready. The Strange Team, prepare to face the Prickly Ash and Pepper Team. Male versus male. Complete annihilation ends the match. Starting in 10 seconds. Counting down 10. Jill. Bah. As Xuanyu stepped out, he remarked, the arena is so quiet. Prickly Ash and Pepper Team. Both team names are quite something. But despite his good intentions, the opponent's toad bomb was quite malicious, saying, kids shouldn't be in the competition. Do you have too much money? Just surrender, and I'll buy you ice cream. We bet 100 extreme battle points on this. Yinhui, hot-blooded, planned to rush in, but Xuanyu stopped him, saying that he suspected the opponent's selection mechanism was related to their spirit rings. Everyone, try not to reveal too much of your strength. In the next round, we'll compare the opponent's power-ups to see if there's any manipulation. Then, Xuanyu ordered Lu Feng to lead the way, and Fengzi, and he would follow. Immediately, Chan Dan became excited. Thinking they were delivering themselves right to his doorstep, he calmly released a volley of ice arrows to test the waters, while the other side took the initiative to charge forward. Chan Dan unleashed a massive wave of energy towards Lu Feng, shouting, D. Undaunted. He maintains his approach, and when close enough for Lu Feng to unleash White Dragon's roar, imminent danger doesn't faze him. You can't hurt me, kid. But his teammate Huangdu wasn't so optimistic. Things weren't looking good. Lao Chan had fallen. The Huali Hu Jiao team quickly descended into chaos. The ice ray had formed a layer of ice under the ground. They had to quickly support him. The ground was too slippery to maintain balance. Lu Feng sensed his opportunity and pressed the attack, instantly decimating the Hoa Lai Ho Tu team's main force. The ensuing battle was a one-sided affair. with Lu Feng single-handedly using his incredible speed to dispatch all opponents in a matter of moments. Securing the victory for the odd squad. The easy start bolsters his confidence. Let's keep going. I think we can win 7 in a row. No problem, but Xuanyu isn't as happy as one might expect. He's serious. Hold on. This match was just a test. Don't continue like this. He looked at his opponent and laid out his plan. Lu Feng. Since it's your first time, you'll have a one-on-one solo match. Your first solo match will definitely be against Huang. Since you're also Huang, so you're guaranteed to win. Back in the strategy session, Meng Qin openly expressed her doubts, wondering if putting him on the field would even attract more viewers. She sarcastically says, "Oh, really?" And Hianwu seizes the opportunity to mock her, wondering how they can be so different despite sharing the same last name, urging Mongcam to broaden her perspective, causing her to jump up like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Blaming Hianwu, losing her patience, Tianqiu pulled him back, reminding him not to provoke Meng Qin any further. This attitude confuses her. When did he become so obedient? He shoots her a look, as if to ask if something's wrong. Back in the arena, Xuanyu directly gives instructions. Feng Zi, you're up next. If we win the 3rd round, Liao Feng will have won 3 rounds in a row. The team's pot has grown to 16. 0-0-0 late. But Lan Xuanyu stops there, switching himself to the 2nd round, leaving 1-0-0-0 late behind, and betting the remaining 15. 0-0-0 on the next round. Lan Xuanyu easily wins the 1st round, earning 30. 0-0-0 Lati coins. Then wins the 2nd, adding 60. 0-0-0 to his treasury. In the 3rd round, Lan Xuanyu leaves 10. 0-0-0 Dula coins and bets another 50. Ling ling ling. He's not going all in. Just in case. In this round, his opponent is a 4-ringed Soul Master, proving the AI of the Dula world is incredibly intelligent. At this point, he finally understood. The difficulty had indeed increased significantly, and the opponent selection was related to the betting pool. He remembered betting everything right from the start. Interesting. Little friend. Did he really think his twin martial souls would allow him to fight someone 2 ranks higher? Unfazed, Xuanyu politely accepts the challenge. Remembering his teacher's words, prolonged battles can unlock hidden potential. Senior, I can't possibly win. But please, allow me to last a little longer. Seeing his opponent's prudence, Han smiled. You're not much different from my younger brother. To participate in a soul duel, you must be strong. Hianwu continued to flatter. Thank you for the praise. Brother. Ru, he smiles, reminding him to be careful, before quickly drawing the 7-star sword. Sensing the danger, Xuanwu narrowly avoids the attack, using his hands to brace himself against the sword's energy. Despite his struggles, Hianwu is eager to learn, praising, Brother, you're amazing. How does your sword fly? Ruha is wary, relieved that his first attack caused no harm. But noting the boy's speed, seeing his opponent change tactics, Han maintained his distance. But before he could react, Xuanyu grabbed the 7-star sword with his bare hands. Inside, Ruha was panicking. He'd caught his sword, and he couldn't let him get any closer. So Han decided to release the sword for a ranged attack. But not only did Xuanyu evade, he even had time to unleash his self-created fusion skill, the Icefire 2-prong drill. The initial confidence on Ru, his face began to fade. He dodged that attack. 2. Is he trying to attack the ground? But the surprises Xuanyu has in store for Han are only just beginning. Ru, he braces for impact, silently praying that he can withstand the opposing forces of ice and fire. But in Xuanyu's hands, a new energy fruit is forming, and he's timing the activation of his martial soul fusion skill. Come forth. This power drains the color from Ru, his face. The answer comes in the form of Xuanyu's golden dragon howl. He held it with both hands after piercing Han's formidable defense. The result was as predicted when the announcement rang out, declaring Xuanyu the winner. And Yin Hui was naturally the most excited. The Duluo Beggar team's earnings have increased by another 110. Ling ling ling. In contrast to Yin, who maintains a calm expression. No one knows what he's planning. Previously, Xuanyu had proactively planned out each scenario. The server is very intelligent, and the opponents it chooses are getting stronger. If we continue to bet the same way, we're likely to lose everything. Menqin was a little curious, asking what to do next. He immediately shared his plan. Tianchu, you go next. And bet 10,000 this time. Dong Tianchu's opponent was also a rank 4, with similar strength, relying on her second soul skill, Ice Chiseling Control Field. Dong Tianchu gradually weakened her opponent, finally achieving a hard-fought victory. She wins over 12. Sado Dula coins. And while she's basking in the joy, Xuanyu suddenly speaks up. Menqin, you're up for a match. Use all 120,000 to bet on yourself. While she's still stunned, he continues to instruct her. But you have to be mentally prepared. Your opponent will definitely be a rank 5 soul elder. They won't be too strong. Though, even if the system picks a strong opponent for the money, it'll still be within limits. Menqin, a little unsure, asks, trust me. Xuanyu showed his faith by laying out a plan, predicting the server would choose a powerful, long-range attack type battle soul master, and advised her to use her self-created soul fusion skill for a one-hit win, saying their fortune depended on her. At this point, Menqin couldn't back down without losing face. I'll definitely win. When the battle began, she couldn't help but marvel at how accurate Xuanyu's prediction was. Menqin doesn't disappoint, unleashing her full combat intelligence and securing victory. Seeing their earnings soar to 240. Ling. Qianchu is ecstatic. Menqin is amazing. Taking this opportunity, Yinhui boldly suggests that 240,000 isn't a small amount, and they could try other things to earn money. But Xuanyu flatly refuses. He lowered his head in thought, then laid out his strategy. They would fight another 5-on-5 team battle. And Hui blurted out in shock. Again, as Hianvu's strange and bizarre team turned around, the stands gradually erupted in cheers of victory. He surveyed the packed arena, marveling that 80,000 people had filled every seat. While Yinhui worried that such a large audience meant their opponents were formidable, the house was really pulling out all the stops. Understanding, Xuanyu rallies his teammates, preparing them for a difficult battle. As their opponents, the Little Wu initial star team, emerge, bearing the shimmering gold nameplate of the Little Wu elementary star battle team, and Yinhui is visibly shaken by the sight of Wu Jie. Why her? Following the sound, she noticed his presence. Wuge then unleashed her sarcastic side, saying, "Oh, isn't that Yuan and Hui? Haven't had enough after our last encounter. How do you want to die later? I'll grant you your wish." And Hui angrily shouts, "Don't go too far. Vukach. If I had my battle armor, I'd take you down." Seeing the tension escalate, Hianvu steps forward to mediate. Hianvu hears that you're this year's champion, but only have 2 soul rings. The quality is quite low this year. And Hui is speechless with rage. While he remains calm, "That's right. We're so weak. Could senior show us some mercy? We're willing to pay a fee. You know how it is. New students don't have it easy. Can you sympathize with us? We've already bet 50. Ling. Wu feigns reluctance, saying, "I'd love to, but with Yuan Yinhui here, I can't. If Xuanyu lets us win, we'll exchange all femtio. 000 for badges. 5 white badges for you and your teammates. Just let us keep our original amount. What do you say?" She's rarely this patient, and they seem sincere, but she has a way to satisfy everyone. With wide, sparkling eyes, she signaled, "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Vu Kak revealed a secret in soul competitions. If both sides agree, the stakes can be raised. We can double the stakes for this round, and then the Tu Vu. So Tin Team won't need to use money, which won't hurt our morale. As for whether you can win against us, that remains to be seen. An Hui, hearing this, lost his temper. "Don't push it. Wuge doesn't even bother to save face, saying, "You're being too much. When your father looked down on my mother, why didn't you say it was too much? I'm just asking if you dare." His anger flaring. He's determined to make this a life or death match. Brother Xuanyu, agree to her terms. Even if I have to give my life, I must win against her. The first to set aside their grievances and side with An Hui was Nguoi Cam, followed by Hong Hash, who urged her to accept the challenge. Lu Fong nodded in agreement, and Thien Thu sealed the deal with, "I'm in." Hin Vu, respecting their decision, finalized the agreement. "We accept. The winning side gets double the prize money, paid by the losers." Vukach couldn't help but exclaim, "Deal." With the agreement sealed, both sides prepared to compete, even adding, "A promise is a promise." Once everything was settled, Hianvu leaned into An Hui and whispered, "Are you sure you're okay?" He grits out each word, clear as day. "No. We absolutely have to win." He looks straight into his opponent's eyes, declaring his support. "Okay." Cheers erupted from the stands as the match began. Xiao Wu's spirit battle team will win. Crush them. Xuanyu watched Wuge intently, calculating in his mind. 2 purple. 3 black. His spirit rings are even stronger than Hui Hui's. Even the Vukai beside him was an eye-opener. 4 purple. 1 black. And a Xuanwu shield. A top-tier defensive spirit. Vukach's left and right flanks were both masters, making their strength even more solid. Everyone's brimming with fighting spirit, showing off their abilities. With just a glance, Xuanyu could roughly gauge that they all possessed top-tier and rare martial souls. They truly might be the strongest team of the 2nd grade. Only now does Wuge reveal his true nature. This captain is only a 2-ring with 1 5-ring, 1 4-ring, 1 3-ring, and 2 2-rings. How dare a team like this fight them? After a shout from her, the little Wu. So Star Battle Team sets off together. Xuanyu calmly releases his blue-silver grass to fight, reminding his teammates to follow the strategy. Understanding the plan, Meng Qin releases a cloud of white smoke to obscure their opponent's vision, and from within that opaque screen, a familiar golden arrow shoots forth, but Yuga simply waves it away, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Next, she snapped her fingers, signaling her intentions. Was she planning to kite them? Lan Daoshi was ready, and immediately activated his divine rune. With his support, she was enveloped in a shimmering light, and Haka followed up with his own attack. He raised the crimson energy orb to eye level, and it transformed into vengeful spirits, fighting in Haka's stead. Each of them writhed and screamed like tormented spirits, and these minions barely took a step before being greeted by a barrage of arrows. They didn't expect the ambush within the clouds, and were easily defeated. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at how long this ragtag team had lasted. They thought they'd be wiped out instantly. Even Wuge couldn't help but grudgingly admit they were doing pretty well. She suddenly smiled knowingly and declared, "Warm-up's over. Finish them off." Sure enough, Xuanyu saw strange figures lurking in the mist, and this time, both Lin Dao and Haka joined forces. Despite their opposing auras, they reach for each other, planning to combine their strength and double their combat power. Though the process is difficult, they struggle to maintain this eruption of power as the crowd looks on, in anticipation, the soul fusion skill of the Soaring Star, Little Rain team. The point of contact between good and evil, light and darkness, is called Soul Fusion Skill Angel Judgment. Xuanyu's heart rings with alarm bells. 2 extremely violent soul fusions. Their power is not to be underestimated. Across from her, Yuga didn't dare relax either, knowing not to underestimate her opponents, for they surely had an ace up their sleeve. But whatever it was, it would be meaningless in the face of absolute power. She emerges with fierce determination, and I must show you all. Behind Wuge lies a surge of spiritual power, and in her heart, she urgently completes the sentence, what true difference means. As the Little Wu Star Battle Team launches a full-scale attack, a jarring sound pierces the fog, like a discordant note from a plucked string. Tang Wuge's mind is thrown into disarray as she suddenly sees strange things. Before her, a pair of enormous, terrifying eyes appear. She watched in stunned disbelief. Then, realizing what was happening, quickly turned and merged with the Angel of Judgment. At that moment, her teammates were frozen, and the Judgment Angel underwent a strange transformation. Having been scratched, before Wuga could react, the Judgment Angel began to dissolve. The cracking grew louder, and Wu Jie's face paled as she realized something was wrong. An immense power was about to be unleashed. Realizing the danger, Hien Vu quickly warns, "Careful, the Angel Judge is about to explode." The two brothers, Tu Kai, waste no time activating defense mode. Defend now. Instantly, a barrière à pierre, blocking the oncoming explosive force. As Wukok struggles to withstand the power, but then, an unsettling sound breaks the silence. The Angel Judge's explosion isn't stopping, its power is intensifying. A powerful pillar of light erupts on the battlefield. And before such terrifying power, Wuga has no choice but to retreat. Without hesitation, she retreated to the defense line of the Ziqi brothers. Wu Gang breathed heavily, having barely escaped, but her face suddenly pales as she sees something Huyen Vu's group is right in front of her. And as their opponents, Mongcam's team wouldn't pass up this opportunity. She swiftly plays a tune, signaling the start of the attack. And from it, an emerald green rock emerges. Wu Gyuk froze, while the brothers frantically cried out for him to switch to defense. But before they could react, an energy orb suddenly erupted. The brothers were blasted away by that power. And immediately, two arrows seized the opportunity and hurtled toward them. Before the two Kai brothers could react, they were struck by the full force of the attack. A moment later, as the smoke cleared, only Wuga remained standing in the arena. She stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As the crowd erupted in surprised chatter, wondering how things had gone so wrong. Was this an accident? Thinking she had the upper hand. "You lost 4 fighters." Meng Qin happily tells Xuanyu how lucky they were, and he nods in agreement. Then, Xuanyu excitedly voiced his thoughts. "They're really too strong. If the Angel Judge hadn't suddenly exploded, giving us an opportunity, we very likely would have lost. Our luck is truly good." Suddenly, Yin Hui interrupted. "Xuanyu," with a serious face, he solemnly announced, "Wuga is strong." Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately fell into thought. At the same time, the atmosphere around Wuga changed, and the rubble was being manipulated by some unknown energy. After a moment of silence, she finally speaks. Each word a declaration. "You will all die." Without hesitation, Yin Hui summons his bow, launching a preemptive strike, a torrential rain of arrows aimed at Wuga, but she calmly raises a hand, and a shield appears, deflecting Yin Hui's attack. Witnessing this, Xuanyu secretly worried, what exactly is her ability? Different elemental attacks, how can she nullify them all so easily? With an icy glare, Wu declares it's useless, unleashing a powerful counterattack that nullifies everything. A ring of 5-colored energy appears, forcing everyone on the field to back away, while Yin Hui staggers from the counterattack, and Xuanyu remains stunned by this strange power. This 5-elemental energy fusion is seamless, and Hu Hui's soul force seems to be weakening within it. Not to be outdone, Meng Qin plays her instrument to diffuse the situation with a powerful melody, which Wuga recognizes as the one who just saved him. Without hesitation, she immediately rushes forward. Meng Qin, not wanting to be outdone, quickly changes tactics, summoning the Snow Woman, while Lu Feng lends a hand with his Silver Moon spear. His spear hurtled towards Wu Jie, but as it neared, it dissolved, leaving Lu Feng to watch helplessly as she neutralized his attack. A strange energy now surrounds Wu Jie, and Xuanyu, astonished, wonders what her spirit is. Yin Hui didn't hesitate to explain the 5 elements Qilin. This is the great 5 elements divine light, formed by the fusion of 5 attributes, an energy that can destroy everything. Incredibly terrifying, though she can only maintain it for 2 minutes at most. Undaunted, Meng Qin shouts an order strike, and the Snow Maiden obeys, entering battle stance with her deep blue sword. But Woog remained eerily calm, blocking the attack with a single hand. Meng Qin's eyes widened in disbelief at how easily it was deflected. Suddenly, Wu Ge appeared silently before her, and Meng Qin was struck before she could react. But at that moment, a powerful ray of light suddenly appeared. Yet Wu Ge remained eerily calm, simply raising her hand and with a few graceful movements, dispelled it instantly. Without hesitation, Wu Kek intensified her attack as Qian Qiu could only scream. Hold on. Having defeated Meng Qin, Wu Ge leisurely strode toward Xuanyu's group. Her teeth clenched as she coldly declared, 20 seconds left. I'll kill you all. Enough. At that moment, Wu Jie's fist was aimed at Yuan and Hui, when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. After countless calculations, Xuanyu decides to risk it all, transferring the mysterious power into Yuan and Hui without hesitation. Shan Wu grits his teeth, betting everything on this final move, win or die. Two indescribably ancient powers surge into Yuan and Hui's body. He felt as if his very soul was being torn to shreds. As the power formed radiant orbs around Yuan and Hui, from his hands, strange purple rays of light began to form, a sight that filled you with dread. The light around Anhui shifted to a vibrant pink, coalescing into a pair of wings on his back. Observing from the sidelines, Hianvu realizes something is off. Hu Hu's body is undergoing a transformation. In an instant, Yun Hui changes into a form beyond his youthful appearance. The change didn't escape Wu Jie's notice. He's grown up. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept in, compelling her to act. Something felt wrong. Despite her uncertainty, Vu Catch decides to strike first, needing to take him down quickly. But unlike his initial panic, Anhui calmly raises his hand. Immediately, a surge of power erupts, sending the charging Wu Ge flying. As a bow materializes in Yinhui's hand, with a cold face, Anhui raises his bow, and facing the disadvantage, Wuj turns pale, unable to move. As he awakened a second time, before she could react, Anhui coldly released his grip. In the still air, it seemed he had missed. But then a massive explosion erupted where Wu Ge stood frozen. As the smoke clears, Anhui stands calmly in the arena. The audience erupts in disbelief, marveling at the unexpected victory of the enigmatic team in this extraordinary battle. Unbelievable, truly spectacular. With the battle over, everyone returns to their rooms to rest, and Xuanyu eagerly approaches, asking, Hui Hui, are you all right? But only silence answered him, and Yuan and Hui's presence grew even more distant. Then, to everyone's shock, he vanished completely. Xian Yu's eyes widened at this sudden turn of events. What was happening, Mengxian, beside him, was equally surprised. Out suddenly, a thought flashed through Xian Yu's mind. Could the martial soul fusion skill have caused Yuan and Hui to have problems in reality? Without waiting another second, he shouted, Get out. Get out now. Leave the simulation room. This prompted Xuanyu to immediately contact Xiao Kai and explain the situation. Xiao Kai responded with news from his end. I've just arrived at Yuan and Hui's location. He's unconscious in the simulation room. I've made arrangements for him. Don't panic. I'm coming to pick you up now. Everyone needs to understand what happened. Minutes later, a black car screeched to a halt in front of Lan Xuanyu's house, and he rushed out. As he got into the car, Xuanyu anxiously asked, Teacher, is Hui going to be okay? Xiao Kai immediately reassured his student. The academy has invited an inner court teacher to treat him. He should be fine. Tell me everything that happened, and then we'll go over there. Unless I ask, don't say anything. On the wide road, Xiao Kai's exclamation echoed. What did you say? You beat Tang Wulin's group. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and pressed for confirmation. Really? Xian Yu nodded firmly, but still concerned about Yin Hui. It's true, but that's not important. Teacher, will Hui be all right? Xiao Kai, having recovered from his shock, returned to his serious demeanor. With my experience, he'll be fine. I feel the possibility of a benign mutation is a bit higher. But just a second later, he was a true merchant, turning to them and saying, Give me the records of this match. I'll sell them. Take one share, and you guys split the rest. Xuanyu was shocked by this strange idea. Huh, is that okay? still fixated on the idea. Xiao Kai tried to persuade him, saying, "Let me sell it. I'm more convincing. And we can get a higher price." Helpless, he could only agree. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Later, at Yin Hui's house, Luo Hong sarcastically greeted Xuanyu as he entered with his teacher. "It's you again. Kid, you really like causing trouble. How many times has this been?" Meanwhile, the elder is healing Yin Hui. With everything settled, Feng Yu anxiously asked, "Elder, how is he?" The elder calmly reassured him. "He's fine. He's fine. The children will be fine after a few days of rest. His martial soul has awakened twice, leading to a second awakening of his bloodline, and his physique will evolve." With a calm expression, the elder explained, "This is a rare occurrence, and I'm curious to know what triggered it. This child's potential is limitless, a miniature god." Lan was astonished by this conclusion, and praised Yuanen's luck, filling Feng Yu with excitement. "Thank you, elder." Suddenly, the elder turned his gaze to Xuanyu, asking his name, to which he politely replied, "Xuanyu. Greetings, teacher." But before she could finish, Hianvu suddenly stopped, and then knelt down, shocking everyone. Confused by the situation, and without any expression, the elder asks, "Little Xuanyu, why are you kneeling?" He stammers, "I don't know." The elder smiles. "You called me teacher and knelt. So you want to be my disciple. Very well. I accept you." These words from the elder shocked Luo Hong, and she immediately tried to stop him, saying, "No." Immediately, Luo Hong pulled Xuanyu up, hastily explaining, "Xuanyu is a first-year student at the Outer Academy. You said before that we should at least wait until he graduates and chooses for himself." The elder couldn't help but chuckle at her exaggerated reaction, saying, "Why are you making such a fuss? This old man isn't deaf yet." Without another word, he suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Immediately, the elder presented the gift, stating that taking disciples wasn't urgent, since fate had brought them together. He had a gift for him. Stunned by the gift, Xuanyu received a head pat and instructions to keep it in his meditation room for later use. A warmth spread through him, comforting and pleasant. Suddenly, the old man vanished without a word, unseen by the furious Lan, who gnashed her teeth in anger. "Old Shu, you old codger, you're clearly trying to win people over. I have to go back and tell the teacher." Feng Yu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly came over to greet him. "Little friend, I'm Yuan Hui's father. You're the one who helped him with his immortal transformation. Can you tell me the specifics?" Standing anxiously to the side, she scrutinized Xuanyu from head to toe with discerning eyes. Realizing this boy was a flag-making martial soul fusion skill, "I must speak with that timid ghost. Giving him this child is a waste." After grasping the situation, Feng Wu quickly bid farewell, saying Yuan Hui is fine. "We'll be going now. Sorry for the trouble, Dean," and returned to the school grounds. As soon as Mengqin saw Xuanyu, she eagerly announced, "We won, and we beat 96, and Duleta Qianchu nodded in agreement. With only one thought in mind, money. Money. He joined their discussion, thinking that maybe they could share some of the ticket money. He wondered how much he could get. Xiaoyu then told everyone Xiao Kai's plan: he would sell their battle videos, taking half the earnings, and they would split the rest, no objections. And there were none. Soon after, they tallied their winnings, quickly arriving at the staggering sum of 1.2 million. This massive sum ignited everyone's excitement. 200,000 each. Amazing. And with the jade scepter given by Old Tree, Xuanyu entered a state of cultivation. After discovering how to cultivate his soul power through the power of his bloodline, and with an abundance of life energy, Xuanyu's cultivation progressed at an incredible rate. He was both focused on training and amazed by the power of this item. This jade ruyi is incredibly effective, not only attracting a massive amount of life energy, but also breaking it down for easier absorption. And so, he trained until late into the night. He felt the changes in his body, a mix of pain and fatigue, a sign that the life energy was too much. Just then, his watch beeped. He looked at the caller ID with some doubt. Qian Lei. The moment he answered, Qian Lei's frantic voice burst through. Langda. The teacher brought me to her place to cultivate. I've been kneeling for over a day. I'm going crazy. And I missed a huge opportunity to make money. Xuanyu quickly reassured him. No rush. No rush. There will be other opportunities. Just calm down. And we'll talk when we meet. And so, Xuanyu passed a peaceful night. And the next morning, Qianlei, full of energy, proudly showed off his progress. His spiritual power was over 100 points. If he could keep this up, he'd break through the spirit sea realm soon. Xuanyu hands over his badges, gently advising him to make the most of his training. As the first time is usually the most effective, he says, Here, use these badges for now, and when you return to the center, exchange them for resources. Go find the institute director first. Perhaps the teacher will give us a discount. Qianlei is grateful for his generosity. Boss, consider this a loan. He then turned to his friend, eager to uncover Xuanyu's secrets. Boss, is there another way to quickly earn Dula coins? He sighed, helpless at his friend's antics, but indulged him anyway. So many loopholes to exploit. I'll take a look later and see if there's anything I can do. Qianlei, relieved, immediately said goodbye. Then I'll head back first. See you in the Dulua world. Before leaving, Xuanyu reminded him to try and raise his soul power to level 30 and follow the teacher to learn about interstellar command. In the final 7 days, each of them earned over 200 white badges. Yuan woke up after sleeping for 3 days, then immediately secluded himself, allowing Xuanyu to finally complete the transformation of his accumulated soul power from the twin body lake. Overjoyed with his progress, Xuanyu exclaims that he's reached level 28. On a peaceful day at school, Qianlei approaches, inviting his friend Xuanyu to hang out after school, saying he's about to suffocate and needs to unwind. Xuanyu pauses, asking if he means going out to play, not waiting for an answer. Qianlei chimes in. Right. Fengzhu said she wouldn't go. She's no fun at all. Are you going? Xuanyu hesitates. But before he can refuse, Qianlei hits a nerve. The senior student spoke naturally, and Hianvu paused slightly, his eyes meeting Thienthu's figure in front of him. Her appearance sparked a sudden thought in Hianvu's mind. Undeterred, he invited her. Qianlei and I are heading out tonight to check out the auction at Zulai City. Wanna come? But Tianqiu and Mengqin coldly refused. No. I'm busy. Qianlei chimed in with sweet words of his own. Come on. The auction has tons of cool stuff. Ignoring him, Tianqiu turned to Xuanyu and asked, Aren't you cultivating today? He replied casually. One needs to rest sometimes. Hearing this, he turned to his best friend for her opinion. Though reluctant, Mengqin gritted her teeth and agreed to go. She didn't want to, but she couldn't trust her sister to go alone with them, fearing that the wicked kid, Xuanyu, would drag her away. So she would go with her. Tianqiu blushed at those words, quickly clarifying. He can be considered my junior. I see him as a younger brother. And we're still so young. Please don't say things like that. Taking the opportunity to tease Xuanyu, Mengqin says, Did you hear that Tianqiu only sees you as a younger brother? So don't get too close. But Xuanyu shamelessly replies, Can't a younger brother be close to his sister? Let's meet up after class this afternoon. Despite his outward demeanor, those words still lingered in Xuanyu's mind. A younger brother. Huh. As time passed and the group gathered, Mengqin spoke first. Let's go. Where to? Qianlei, as the initiator, and Xu Feng, as the guide, suggested they head to Food Street to grab a bite first. Arriving at the bustling street, everyone marveled at the variety. Truly a food paradise with so many choices. It's hard to pick. Qianlei, unsure of what to choose, turns to his leader for advice, asking which place is best. But at that moment, Xuanyu is lost in the thoughts of a young man, wondering why he feels a little strange today. They piled into a barbecue skewer joint, asking what the specialties were, and the owner eagerly introduced them. Our bird barbecue shop mainly sells all kinds of grilled chicken, stewed chicken, chicken hearts, chicken breasts, chicken feet, etc. Just hearing that made Qianlei's hunger rush in, and he hurriedly ordered, "Don't say any more. I can't take it, bring it on. Chugu Huiwers first. That's 5 for each of us." The boy's eyes lit up as soon as he tasted a bite. The group cheers with delight at the delicious food, exclaiming how good it is. They eagerly order more, and the generous owner happily obliges. After wandering around, Xuanyu's group arrived at the auction, and Jin Ben, as a member of the auction house, quickly introduced it, saying that at their auction, they could use Shrek badges to pay. Qianlei asked about the exchange rate between the badges and federal currency. He went on and on about their perks. A white badge is worth 10. 0 Federation credits. A gold badge is worth 200. Ling. And a purple badge is worth 2 million. Anything higher, I wouldn't know. Badges are our favorite, and the exchange rate is even higher. Later, in the auction hall, the Shrek Academy section, Xuanyu looked around for a seat when a voice called out, "What are you two doing here?" Just a glance away, he spotted an acquaintance, Tang Vuge. He offered a friendly, yet somewhat forced smile. "Senior, we're just here for the auction." Suddenly, Wuge asked about Enhui. "Where's Yuan Enhui? How is he? I heard he fell into a coma after that battle." "Is he awake now?" Xuanyu was a little surprised, but answered honestly. "He's awake and in secluded cultivation." But suspicion arose in his heart. She's worried about Enhui. But isn't she supposed to be hostile towards him? Woog just nodded in response. Her attitude sparked discussion among Xuanyu's friends, a bit carefree. But after all, she's our senior, and she seems to care about Enhui. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the stage, welcoming everyone to the Shrek auction. Every month, this grand auction welcomes all to bid. Lan Xuanyu looked towards the speaker, puzzled, thinking, "It's starting, but who is that?" But when he saw who it was, he blurted out, "Isn't she the proctor from the entrance exam? It's Ling Yi." With a professional demeanor, "Thank the guests. On behalf of the auction, I thank you for your patronage." But her gaze makes Xuanyu uneasy. "Please, no more looking at me." Ling Yi withdraws her gaze and quickly fulfills her role. Without further ado, let the auction begin. Please turn your attention to the big screen. The first item is 10-century-old Tianluo fruits, originating from the Shrek Academy's exclusive orchard, exceedingly high quality. Starting, bid 100. 000 alliance credits, with bids increasing in units of 10. Ling. Qianlei, bewildered, turned to Xuanyu. Heavenly Luo fruit, never heard of it. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "You don't even know what these treasures do, do you?" Like a ghost, Wuge appears without a sound, asking what they're doing here, her sudden presence freezing Xuanyu. Wondering when she sat down, ignoring their stunned faces, Wuge sincerely advises that if they have time, they could spend a white badge, go exchange it for a compendium of natural treasures. As for soul tools, Xuanyu didn't refuse the kindness and thanked her. At that moment, the voices of guests in the hall rang out, as the price of the item being auctioned rose. Guest number 398 bids, 170. 000. Guest number 124, bids 180. 000. Guest in VIP room number 7, on the second floor, bids 190. 000. Guest in VIP room number 7, on the second floor, bids 190. Ling. Once again, Yuga offers some helpful advice to Xuanyu. If you see something you like, bid on it immediately, especially if it's something from the Shrek Academy. Usually, there won't be too much competition. Xuanyu is a little surprised but remains polite, thanking her for the tip. Item after item went up for auction, leaving Xuanyu and his friends, who were attending for the first time, feeling overwhelmed. Then, the 7th item appeared, and Tang Woolen made his move. Raising her placard with an air of arrogance, Ling Yi quickly announced, "Number 36, from the Shrek Academy Special Zone, bids 180. Ling. At that moment, Ling Yi's voice echoed through the hall, 180. 000 once. 180. 000 twice. 180. 000 three times sold. Seeing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but worry. Although they were all good items and the prices were reasonable, he didn't recognize most of these treasures, and realized he needed to learn more in this area. Suddenly, Ling Yi's announcement pulled Xuanyu from his thoughts. The next item was quite special. She slowly introduced the upcoming item, explaining that its origins and function were unknown, but it was unique. Without a specific description, she simply said, "Please look at the screen. As you can see, this 9-colored gem is in pristine condition, and it's quite unique. No matter where it touches the body, it creates a clinging, swirling sensation. We call it the mystical 9-colored gem." Ling Yi's voice echoed evenly through the hall. "Due to its unique properties, we'll show the actual item before starting the auction." At that moment, a strange feeling stirred within Xuanyu. What was it? Why can I feel it so strongly? Even from this distance, he bit down, overwhelmed by his body's reaction. What's happening to me? Suddenly, a mysterious light appears in Xuanyu's mind, further intensifying his unease. What is going on? Why this feeling? This unprecedented desire? After much ado, Ling Yi finally enters the main event of the auction. All right, enough introductions. Let the bidding begin. The starting price is 20,000 federal credits, with minimum increments of 10. Ling ling ling. Meng Qin couldn't help but exclaim at the price. If it's just jewelry, Archer, 000 credits is far too much. Suddenly, the man beside her, Xuanyu, made an unexpected move. Ling Yi was shocked as her eyes met his, but Xuanyu calmly made his bid. Number 33. Archer, 000 Federation credits. His actions stunned Meng Qin. What was he planning, whether metal or gemstone? If it doesn't contain energy, it's just for decoration. Meng Qin, flüstert, asks Tianqi. Is he buying it for you? The girl's face turns red as she denies it. Don't say nonsense. Maybe he knows something about the gem. Meng Qin immediately retorts. Even the best probes couldn't detect anything. What could he possibly know? 20,000 federal credits. That's 20 white badges. Are you kidding me? Though denying it outwardly, a different thought crossed Tianchu's mind. I don't really like this color. I prefer white and blue. Should I tell him not to waste his money? But what if it's not for me? How embarrassing would that be? Suddenly, she felt something, and her body trembled slightly. At that moment, strange yet familiar images flashed through Tianchu's mind. Colors. A teardrop shape. She'd seen it before. Or so it seemed. Long ago. Her gaze then fell upon the figure beside her. Xuanyu. A sense of doubt begins to creep into Tianchu's subconscious. Who exactly is he? Suddenly, a voice cuts through her thoughts. 210. Ling ling ling. Hyunwoo is startled and turns to see who spoke. Number 43. Liang Baiyishi. 000 for the first time. He sees the figure of Hao Gi, his senior. He spoke calmly, like a gentleman. My friend likes this color, little brother. Please give it to me. But Hyunwoo refused outright. Sorry, senior. To be honest, my friend likes it too. Hearing that, Hauke mocked him. Little junior, we're classmates. Don't be like this. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the Vu family's disciple. No wonder you dare spend money like this. You must come from a big family. Without a word, Hyunwoo simply raised his sign. Number 33. Liang Baiyishi. Ling ling ling. Going once, and those around him couldn't help but speak up in his defense. Are you done yet? Shrek Academy is very united. Don't make things difficult for our own. Hao Ge calmly raises the bid to 300. Ling ling ling. And Hyunwoo's face darkens. He taunts. Junior, if you bid higher, I'll let you have it. I have to show off a little, or my friends won't be happy. But without a word, he stood up, unyielding. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. An immense pressure emanated from Hyunwoo's body, shocking everyone around him, even Hao Jae, who hadn't anticipated such powerful bloodline energy from his junior. But with a determined look, Hyunwoo shouted, "Samba Yishu." 000, Ling Yi announced. Number 33. Samba Yishu. Ling Ling Ling. Going once. Going twice. Then, the hammer fell. Going 3 times. Sold. Hyunwoo breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but grumble. All because of that guy, making me waste another 110. 000 alliance credits. I only have a few dozen white essence charms left. If I use them all, I'm really done for. Suddenly, Tianqi whispered, "Sister Meng Qin." Her frail body trembled as she spoke. "I have a slight headache. You all continue the auction. What's wrong? Is it because of that guy?" Xuanyu volunteered to go with her. "Then I'll go with you. I probably shouldn't bid anymore after spending so much money." Menqin agreed, telling Xuanyu to take good care of Qianqiu. Soon after, the two left the hall, and Xuanyu asked his friend if she was all right. Tianqiu didn't respond, her face deathly pale and lost in silence, her mind replaying the images that had just flashed before her eyes. After a month of silence, Tianqiu finally spoke. "Are you really named Lan Xuanyu?" Xuanyu was a bit doubtful at the question. If I'm not Lan Xuanyu, then what am I?" Tianqiu fell silent once more, the only sound the rustling of the wind. Suddenly, she spoke softly. "Not of the Tang clan." With a puzzled look, Xuanyu replied, "Surname. Why would I have a surname?" Qianqiu started to speak, but the words caught in her throat. She quickly changed the subject, saying it was nothing and that she was probably overthinking things. She urged him to hurry back, complaining of a headache. Xuanyu didn't press the issue and quietly followed behind. Lan Xuanyu escorted Tong Qianqiu back, then returned to his dorm, puzzled to find Liao Feng waiting at the door. "Fengzi, what are you doing here?" he simply replied. "Waiting for you." Lan Xuanyu brought Liao Feng back to his dorm room, and they began to talk. "I met Hui Hui. He's out of seclusion, which is why I need your help." Liao Feng cut to the chase. "I came to you because I want you to try dual support on me again, to see if I can develop a mutation like him." Xuanyu was worried, saying his body couldn't take it. But Liao Feng insisted on trying again and again. This was his only chance, and his determination swayed Xuanyu. "All right, let's try." Liao Feng immediately returned to his dorm, and the two entered the Duluo world, empowered by the 2 blue-silver grasses. Liao Feng managed to hold on for 3 seconds this time, then his body inflated like a balloon, finally exploding in a shower of blood. With each explosion and subsequent strengthening, Xuanyu realized he was growing stronger as well. Seeing Liao Feng's condition, Xuanyu warned him, "You're insane. You can't keep going." But he wanted to continue, to push further, and instantly, an explosion engulfed Liao Feng's entire body. Looking on, Xuanyu was deeply worried, but Liao Feng refused to give up. Despite his grievous injuries, he endured 2 explosions like that. Fearing for his friend, Xuanyu desperately hoped he would stop, lest his spirit shatter completely. He left without hesitation. As Xuanyu coldly told him to go, Liao Feng stared into the empty space. His eyes frozen, he stood in the silent forest, his whole body radiating sorrow. Liao Feng, dazed, regained consciousness and chose to leave, his pent-up tears finally flowing. Why? Liao Feng is unwilling to accept this outcome. Why did it turn out this way? I clearly worked so hard, risked so much. Why can't I keep up with them? The chains of fate bind Liao Feng, but he refuses to accept it, struggling against what he doesn't want. Liao Feng cried out his desire. As if to prove it to fate, he wanted to become stronger. But then he paused, struck by the thought, why? Why become stronger? He was happy with Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu. He wanted to stay with them forever, to grow alongside them. And he didn't want to be left behind. Only by becoming stronger can I be a true comrade, an asset to the Federation. And with that, Liao Feng breaks free from the simulation pod. Suddenly, a mysterious light emanates from his chest. What is this? From that sphere of light, Liao Feng's white dragon spear gradually appears. Before long, it transformed into a white orb. floating in the air, leaving Liao Feng utterly bewildered. He was now utterly bewildered, wondering what was happening to him. At that moment, the image of a dragon gradually appeared in Liao Feng's eyes. He stared at the image, wondering what it was, his eyes sweeping over the dragon's body with fervent determination. He stopped short, as if realizing something. A thought suddenly flashes through Liao Feng's mind. Isn't that me? Immediately, the dragon gently placed its claw on Liao Feng, and in an instant, his body was enveloped in power. Meanwhile, outside, Xuanyu was overjoyed to see Tianloi. Tianloi, you're back, where are you? The boy shouted. I'm at your door, open up. As Xuanyu emerged, Xianlei shoved an item into his hands, saying, I brought your stuff. Xuanyu politely replied, thanks, and happily took the box, asking, is this the gem you bid on? Xianlei then boasted, I'm telling you, I also bid on something. Fixing the roof. You've heard of it. Right, Xuanyu was skeptical. Fixing the roof. More like being greedy for small gains. Right. He then asked about her situation. Did you bid? Did Mengxin bid? The kid replied. She didn't. She laughed at me for spending money. What does she know? Long hair. Short brains. Let me tell you. I also bid on something. Take a look. Immediately, a glittering bronze object appeared from the box, a golden legend. Xuanyu looked at it with some doubt. This is what you bid on, it's just an ancient bronze coin. Seeing his blank expression, Qianlei gleefully explained, you don't understand this. Do you? My dad is a famous archaeologist who specializes in ancient currency. Judging from the patterns on the coin, this hard currency may have appeared 30,000 years ago. During the martial soul era, I suspect it's a soul tool from that era, regardless of its contents. Even if it's just an ordinary item, it's still incredibly valuable. A 30,000-year-old coin, can you imagine how much it's worth? We won't have to worry about cultivating our life cores anymore. Xuanyu disagreed, and quickly tried to dissuade him. Fatu, you won it at auction, it's yours. You don't need to share it with me. Qianlei immediately became agitated. Let me tell you. If you keep saying that, we're not brothers anymore, I'm serious. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Xuanyu couldn't refuse any longer. Okay. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize. At that moment, Qianlei suddenly changed his tone and said something very serious. Money is just an external thing. But Xuanyu, you already have Qianchu. You can't steal Mengqin from me. I've already claimed her. Hearing this, Xuanyu sighed at his friend's imagination. How old are you to be thinking about this? Are you thinking too much? Mengqin is a proud girl. And if you're not strong enough, I doubt she'd even look at you. But Qianlei still wouldn't give up, determined to conquer the beauty, saying, I'm a future summoning master. I can definitely catch up to her, enough of that. Let's open this ancient copper coin. Without hesitation, he pried open the ancient bronze coin. After a moment of anticipation, he succeeded, and Qianlei excitedly cheered. He then began to ramble about the value of the ancient bronze coin, saying that it was a soul-guiding artifact of the highest grade, worth far more than 1 million Federation credits, at least several million. Let's see what's inside. Within the pouch, a small monkey sleeps soundly. The sight shocks Qianlei. What is this, he asks, as Xuanyu is equally stunned. I don't know, he replies, stopping Qianlei from touching the book. Suddenly, Qianlei jumps back as if sensing something. Mommy Xuanyu is startled by the action. What are you doing then? Qianlei's terrified scream echoes throughout the house. Hot. Hot, it can't be alive. Can it? Hearing this, Hianvu immediately began to speculate. This animal could really be a rare exotic beast. I've never seen anything like it in any of the books I've read. Tianloi quickly added his thoughts. No. No. I meant the words money-attracting treasure on the bag. It can preserve a living thing for thousands of years. And it's even alive, another amazing treasure. At this point, Xuanyu couldn't help but praise. Bantu, I admire your economic mind. Let's have your teacher verify it tomorrow. Qianlei happily agreed. Yes. Yes. Yes, they set their plans for the next day, and then Xianlei returned to the dorm, holding the gem. Xuanyu muses that with the Sci-type gem delivered, it's time to study it. Meanwhile, in Mingxiang's room at the girls' dormitory, Thienthu sits in her room, focused on her training, trying to calm herself from the images surfacing in her mind. No, Tianqiu grits her teeth. But the images still swirl in her mind. No. Please. Mom. Dad. Suddenly, a strange pair of eyes appears, blocking out the visions. A shark-like soul beast appears, stabilizing Tianqiu's mind. As powerful streams of light envelop her body, and just like that, the shark spirit begins to merge with Tianqiu. Beads of sweat forming on her face, Tianqiu clutches herself, resisting the soul spirit's fusion. No. Please. I want to be human. I don't want to go back. My enemy is dead. I no longer have anyone to avenge. I don't want to live without purpose, wallowing in pain. Suddenly, a figure appears in Tianqiu's eyes. It's him, the one who helped me kill my enemies, giving me a chance to be reborn. I return to the mortal realm, seeking not hatred, but gratitude. Why does he resemble that person so much? Is he their descendant? Gradually, Xuanvu's image fades, and that power begins to envelop Thienthu, who focuses on sensing all the changes in her body. It's not just ice. A conclusion forms in Qianqiu's mind, a demon spirit. My memories are the reason I'm here. Has my martial soul finally awakened? At this moment, Qianqiu broke through the fourth ring and realized the meaning of her existence to repay a debt of gratitude. Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. Mingxiang's room. Hesitantly, Xuanyu retrieves the gem. And suddenly, a mysterious light appears. As if triggering a hidden mode, the gem underwent a transformation, and a beam of light shot straight into his head, flooding his mind with images of countless soul beasts. He was astonished as he stepped into a strange realm, an incredibly mysterious land unfolding before him. This is... The sky turns a deep crimson, and Xuanyu floats in the air, stunned by the sight. Where is this place before him? Thousands of dragons fall from the sky. Deafening sounds assaulted his ears, and Xuanyu frowned as he realized their condition. These dragons were all dead. His gaze then met the wide-open eyes of the dragon before him, and in an instant, something shifted, leaving Xuanyu utterly bewildered. Why, a sudden sadness weighed on his heart. The image of the motionless dragon god burned into his mind, as Xuanyu stared blankly at the scattered dragon corpses. After some thought, he concluded that this place seemed to be a dragon graveyard. Suddenly, a change occurred in the sky, and a huge, strangely shaped dragon was slowly falling from a hole above. The horrifying sight leaves Xuanyu speechless. What kind of dragon is this? So massive, radiating on eerie light, almost divine. Yet its head is severed. Then, a deafening boom echoed as the dragon crashed down, the shockwave instantly throwing Xuanyu into turmoil. And without warning, he was back in reality. Xuanyu was stunned by this anomaly. But the throbbing pain in his heart was like a warning. Was it all just a dream? Why does Bai's presence still linger after a moment? He realized his hand was empty. This strangeness shocks him. His treasure is gone. What is happening? And he feels different. A new energy in his chest. Wait. The bloodline movement in my body has disappeared too. Let's check with spiritual power. As Xuanyu looked inside, he couldn't help but be shocked at the bloodline vortex. The gold and silver twin-colored bloodlines were no longer clearly separated, and the two seemed to merge without any conflict. At the center of the vortex, the faint seven-colored light has expanded tenfold, and it's no longer 7 colors, but 9. Xuanyu can feel the changes in his body, wondering what kind of relationship his bloodline has with the dragon god. He suddenly opens his eyes, sensing a strange power gathering at his chest. A scale of mystical colors appears. He furrows his brow, a 9-colored scale, like the dragon god himself. Instantly, a surge of light enveloped him, triggering an unforeseen transformation within Xuanyu. Scales formed on parts of his body, and the dragon flame in his hand began to change, appearing in midair, radiating a brilliant, holy light. Xuanyu then gripped the spear and unleashed a devastating blow. Li Yan, cleaving the air with immense power as he gazed forward, his eyes serious, his appearance subtly matured. Astonished by the terrifying power of the Holy Lance, Lan Xuanyu wonders what other abilities this state holds. But a sudden, sharp pain forces him to recall the lance into his ring, back to his original form. He sits on the ground, panting. Xuanyu carefully senses the changes in his body. The two-colored vortex in his heart has completely disappeared, leaving only the core of light. Suddenly, he froze. Realizing something, Xuanyu stared at the gem around his neck. Puzzled. The dragon scale had returned to its original form. But why? He slowly recalls what happened. First sensing the 9-colored gemstone, then a dreamlike world, the dragon race's doomsday, and witnessing the death of the dragon god. Images of what just happened flashed through Xuanyu's mind. When he awoke from the dream, the bloodline vortexes in his chest no longer conflicted. The gem had also become a dragon scale. When his spiritual power entered it, this was the result. The holy angel assault could barely be used in that state. Its power truly overwhelming. Xuanyu pondered what to call that state, which could only be maintained for about 10 seconds, this transformation. Whether it's a bloodline mutation or a martial soul fusion skill, that 9-colored scale seems like the dragon god scale. This transformation, I'll call it... Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind. Dragon God Transformation. Great. No matter what. It seems I finally have a usable attack. But I'm still too weak. Just a little bit completely drained the vortex's energy. Hyunwoo collapsed to the floor, contemplating his next move. It seemed he had to train at Sea God Lake. I'll call you Dragon God Gem, he thought, hoping that with your help, my bloodline can transform into the Dragon God bloodline. But why can my blue silvergrass martial soul resonate with you after thinking all night? A third of my vortex bloodline's energy has recovered. Standing at the window, Hyunwoo muttered about his plans, lamenting that the life energy he'd absorbed was already depleted and only a third had been restored. It seemed a trip to Sea God Lake was truly necessary. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Qianlei, already there so early, filled with excitement and urging him on. Too impatient to wait any longer, he exclaimed, "Let's hurry and find my teacher." And so, the two of them head to Luo Hong's place, who is furious at being woken up. "Kid, you better have something important, or else, disturbing a beauty's sleep so early has serious consequences." But Qianlei cuts to the chase, confirming it's important. "Yesterday, we got something at the Shrek auction, and we need you to take a look." He then took out the item, and looking at it, Luo Hong's annoyance faded away. "Oh, this old bag is still usable. Interesting." The bag's contents are then revealed, shocking everyone. This is... Oh my god. Who's the loser who did this? This is living evergreen ivy. And there's so much of it, Xuanyu, seeing this, is suspicious, thinking this bag must be incredible. Judging by his teacher's reaction, Qianlei, puzzled by the bag's name, asked, "Teacher, what is a life-everlasting vine?" Luo Hong, ignoring the question, stared intently at the bag. "Little brat, I'm tempted to steal it from you now." Qianlei, hearing this, immediately began showering Luo Hong with compliments. Surely, teacher wouldn't do that. A super intelligent and beautiful woman like her, with unparalleled strength and beauty, wouldn't steal from her own close disciple. Luo Hong turned to the two and asked, "Have you seen what's inside the bag?" The boy answered without hesitation. "We saw it. There's a little star inside. And it's alive." Qianlei seemed to awaken. "Alive, I get it. They must be using the evergreen life vine as a bag." Ji looked at the sleeping creature inside and muttered, "Extravagant. Sous extravagant." Then, Hong concluded that it was likely an ancient creature, not a soul beast. Qianlei is disappointed. Is it worthless? After all, Lan Xuanyu snaps back, asking if all he cares about is money. But the kid still puts on a greedy face and asks for the final price, saying he wants to save money to buy cultivation resources. He asks his teacher how much the item could sell for. Without hesitation, Lan revealed that this soul-guiding device and its formations held immense research value, especially since the ancient bronze was so rare, worth at least 500,000 gold coins. Hearing that astronomical sum, both Hianvu were stunned. 500,000 gold coins. But suddenly, Lakong throws cold water on the idea, saying it was just a joke, and there's no way it's worth that much. Seeing his expression, Ruo immediately began to lecture him. What do you know? You little devil, this is a priceless treasure. Even a small piece of this evergreen vine is top-notch. This bag is more than 10 times its length. So how do you think we should value it? But Qianlei was still unsatisfied, without a price. It can't be exchanged for money. So what good is it? Xuanyu focuses on other things. Unlike this money grubber. Headmaster, what is the evergreen vine of life? Lan suddenly explained every detail with a serious expression, saying they were wrong to underestimate it. The evergreen vine originated in the Stoneheart region of the Great Forest during the Paleozoic era, where ferocious beasts lived around the pool of life, using the vine to survive tribulations, restore their life force, and extend their lifespan. It's said that a single segment grants 100 years of life. Humans can live 100 years with just a breath of it. How do you measure that value? Qianlei drooled at the prospect, realizing this vine is at least 30,000 years old. Xuanyu was equally impressed, but looking at the innocent faces of the two kids, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. However, Granny Yi warned seriously, "Don't be too happy yet. This pouch is a bit special, and I need to verify if it's really what I think it is." And so, the two waited together as time passed. A moment later, Tree Elder's voice echoed from the doorway. "You've been going out a lot these past few days. You little brats really don't give this old man any peace of mind." He happily entered, looking extremely pleased, while little Hong Hong refused to be outdone, retorting, "Tell me, if the entire outer academy is in such disarray, then I'll accept it." But deep down, she was bitter, thinking that if anyone else knew, she wouldn't have bothered with the old coot. No. I've improved. When will you come to the Sea God Lake to cultivate? This old man will personally protect you. Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately beamed. Really, I was just about to exchange for an hour today. At this moment, Elder Tree appeared generous and said, "Exchange for what? This old man will give you a special pass." Unable to contain himself any longer, Li spoke up. "Elder Tree, let's talk about the evergreen vine." The Elder Tree then turned to Qianlei and asked, "Did little fatty find it?" Li quickly boasted. "He's my disciple." After a few polite words of praise, the old tree spirit complimented her on taking in such a good disciple, though her pet still bluntly pointed out his flaws, saying he wasn't even at the 3rd level yet. After the encouragement, the old tree spirit got serious, saying that the evergreen life bag he found was of great benefit to their life studies faction. But don't get too excited. This isn't the everlasting green vine that extends life. Just a branch. Excellent for absorbing energy. I can tell you directly. That little monkey is alive, and it's from another dimension. In its infancy, with an extremely high life force. Hearing that fills Qianlei with joy. It's not dead. That's great. The old tree suddenly suggests that he could help awaken the creature. The boy then asked how strong it would become when it matured. And if that could be known, the elder calmly explained that it was still unknown. From infancy to adulthood, it must undergo several transformations, each time changing completely, and the specific direction is unpredictable. Its potential is limitless. Perhaps combat, perhaps healing and defense. The elder tree reaffirmed. Indeed, I can ensure it recognizes you as its master. Only then did he entrust it to the elder tree. Then I'll have to trouble you. Elder, the elder slowly warned about the awakening, saying, "No trouble, but it will cost 8 types of 10,000-year-old natural treasures. My time isn't cheap. A few black badges will do." Hearing the enormous number made Qianlei flinch. What if I don't awaken it? He slowly offered a solution. Simple. I'll offer it to the Federation for research. If they agree to awaken it, fine. If not, it's still a valuable specimen. Qianlei shuddered at the prospect. A specimen, suddenly. Old Tree spoke up. Of course. I want to awaken it. It's a little life. What do you think the old tree asked? The boy hesitated, voicing his concerns. But I don't have that many resources. The elder suddenly spoke up. Who said you didn't have it? Don't you have the evergreen vine life pod? Qianlei immediately turned to his friend for advice. Xuanyu. What should I do? Xuanyu wordlessly nodded in agreement, but inwardly screamed. No. Qianlei. My body is being controlled again. It's completely out of my control. He frantically tries to regain control of his body. Unable to move. But Qianlei misunderstands and quickly agrees. Okay. I've thought it through. I've made my decision. Having achieved his goal, the old tree disappears, saying, I'll go prepare. Come find me at the Eternal Sky City tomorrow. A split second later, Luo Hong's furious roar echoed. Are you stupid? Why did you agree, Qianlei? Teary-eyed. Didn't understand. You didn't stop me either, she snapped back. Nonsense, for the sake of the academy. I couldn't say anything. After breaking free. Xuanyu explained. Fatih. You've taken the bait. What he said means that bag can be exchanged for many good things. I couldn't control myself just now. So I nodded. The fact that he came here personally shows how important this is. Worried he'd saved Luo Hong. She panicked and left, yelling, Damn you. Don't let me see you again, Qianlei. Heartbroken. Could only cry and beg Xuanyu. Boss. I'm suffering. Save me, but he was helpless. Telling him to keep his snot and tears away, but he couldn't abandon him either. So he devised a plan: act pitiful tomorrow and demand some benefits. Teacher Shou will surely give in. Later, outside the school, after they had parted ways, as Xuanyu was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from afar. Xuanyu, big brother. Suddenly, Yinhui appeared and threw himself at him. Hinvu, big brother. One of his eyes had turned purple. Yinhui excitedly shared his joy with Xuanyu. Thank you. Xuanyu, my martial soul has evolved. Perhaps a double awakening, mainly in terms of bloodline. I don't have to be afraid of Tang Wulin anymore. I'm so happy, he nodded encouragingly. It's good that you're okay. But then, with a hint of worry, Xuanyu looked outside, wondering about Lu Feng and Qian Chu. Was Feng Zi all right? Why wasn't he back yet? Suddenly, Lu Feng walked in from the doorway. Apologizing, he was panting as if he'd just sprinted a marathon. I'm late. Xuanyu was utterly perplexed by the change in his body. Why was Lu Feng here? And why did his bloodline seem to be trembling with joy? Xiao didn't scold him, but gently said, Okay. Hurry and sit down. Let's start the class. Xuanyu worriedly asked. Fengzi, are you okay? Lu Feng didn't answer directly, but instead said, Look at this. He then held out his hand, and the changed arm shocked Xuanyu. He had succeeded, but doubt crept into his mind. He seemed to recognize these scales from his dream last night. The dragon is huge. It must be the Silver Dragon King. But the scales don't have the same disappearing effect. After class, Xuanyu tells Qianlei about Liu Feng. The kid immediately clamored. Boss, I want one too, a scene that sparked gossip among the girls behind them. Xuanyu tapped Qianlei's head and suggested, Want what? Let's talk after we've eaten. Just then, Xiao Kai called out to Lu Feng, who hesitated but followed him. A moment later, Qianlei's eager voice echoed outside the school. Boss, let's go back to the dorm. Hurry. I'm not afraid of hardship or suffering. Let's go into the simulation pod. Suddenly, Menqin appeared. Startling Xuanyu, she said. Have I told you about Tian Chu's situation? She didn't attend class today, and I can't reach her. I want to visit her. Will you come? Xuanyu agreed, suggesting they ask a teacher to help open her dorm, as she'd mentioned a headache yesterday, but seemed fine later. Menqin disagreed, citing academy rules against opening dorms without permission and the life detection alarm system, but we should still go check on her. Xuanyu didn't object, and Qianlei chimed in. Boss, I want to go with you guys too. A few minutes later, At Tianqiu's dorm, Meng Qin was using her flight ability to observe inside. Seeing her land safely, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked about the situation, while Qianlei's eyes were glued to Meng Qin, marveling at the flying soul skill. She frowned slightly. Recounting what she had seen, it wasn't very clear. Just flickering lights. Perhaps she was in deep meditation. Hearing this, Xuanyu calmly replied, "It's good that she's okay. Check on her again tonight." Meng Qin, seeing his attitude, immediately flared up. "Something's not right with you. Shouldn't you be worried right now?" Xuanyu remained unfazed, seeing such changes in cultivation as normal, especially since she had warned him not to get too close to her. She was speechless, then stormed off in embarrassment, calling him an idiot. With that little detail out of the way, Xuanyu strode back to the dorm, only to be shocked by what he saw: so many people in the room. Even the dean was there. Seeing them arrive, Luo Hong expressed her impatience. "Finally, you're back. We've been waiting." After Liao Feng recounted his double awakening, the teachers were immediately intrigued. While Lan Xuanyu and Liao Feng were taken to the director's office, Xiao Kai instructs his student, "Liao Feng, unleash your martial soul." Without hesitation, Liao Feng agrees. Immediately, his entire body is enveloped in immense power. Observing this, Xuanyu was shocked. A third soul ring, transformed into a 10,000-year soul ring. Kai calmly made a simple request, "Liao Feng, hit me." With a cold look, Liao Feng simply agreed. Yes, but he remained still, showing no sign of attacking. But just a second later, Liao Feng vanished in a puff of smoke, instantly appearing before Liao Kai without a sound. A powerful punch landed squarely, shocking Xiao Kai with its speed. Too fast. Observing from the sidelines, Xuanyu marveled at the velocity. Speed was Liao Feng's forte, and this upgrade had more than doubled it. Moreover, the scale seems to have the property of radiating light, making him seem to disappear suddenly. Xiao Kai was very pleased with this result, noting the significant improvement. After observing, Luo Hong asked, "Tell us about your two awakenings." Lan Xuanyu, elaborate. Everyone was shocked to hear about the awakenings. Two people were affected by Lan Xuanyu's awakenings. In everyone's eyes, Xuanyu has reached new heights. He truly is a national treasure. A moment later, in the simulation room, Luo Hong's stern voice rang out. "All right, let's try again. Qianlei, you go first." Everyone entered the simulation pods. Everyone enters the world of Duluo, preparing to re-examine Lan Xuanyu's abilities. Luo Hong reassures them, saying that if Qianlei is injured, he will be healed on the spot, and they will protect him, so there is no need to worry. Just do your best. Seeing that they were worried about him, the two obediently agreed. Yes, understood. But at that moment, he turned to signal his teammates. "All right, let's get ready to begin." Qianlei couldn't help but get excited. "Let's go. Let me immortalize." The four watched their two students in silence. Immediately, Xuanyu raised his hands, unleashing his technique, and the ice threads wrapped around his arms shot forth. Witnessing this, they immediately understood what was happening. The teacher's threads wrapped around him, and he focused on the energy within. Ready to go. Xuanyu tenses as the surrounding energy begins to converge, and before the teacher's eyes, Qianlei compresses all his power within himself. In an instant, energy surged around him, like he was about to explode. But then, it all vanished without a trace. The two of them fell into an awkward silence, waiting and waiting. Nothing happened, and they were both stuck, unsure how to react. He was stunned by what he saw, wondering what was going on. Confused, the boy asks his friend if he started, and the other replies that he has, asking if he feels anything, to which he responds that he doesn't. This isn't right. Before, the two energies amplified each other, and he couldn't take it. He was about to explode. Seeing his friend worried, the boy decided to try again, saying, "Let me try again," and immediately did so. Okay. And so, they quickly channeled their energy once more. "Here I come. Come on." But after a moment, the two fell into a silent void. With nothing miraculous happening, Qianlei was inwardly frustrated. Why can't I feel anything? Sensing something was off. But unable to explain it, Qianlei couldn't believe his powers had vanished. Suddenly, Xuanyu recalled the past dean. Yesterday, I bid on a colorful gemstone. I wore it to cultivate, and my bloodline changed. Could that be the reason they spent all morning examining him? Discovering that Lan Xuanyu's ability was truly gone. Why? Why did I miss it? In the Central Star District, the boy approached a familiar figure and respectfully greeted him. Zhenhua replied, "Do you know that what happened today is a good thing for you? If you now have the ability to make someone else's second wish come true, you will immediately be placed under the inner court's protection for special training. Once your ability is verified, the Federation will not allow you to be exploited by illegal elements. Of course, protecting you too much would rob you of your freedom, your most precious possession." He then slowly approached the other party and continued, "For the time being, please be humble, even if you make great progress, and don't show it off too much. If anything changes, tell me first." After hearing that, Xuanyu immediately understood. "Yes, teacher." Zhenhua gently stroked the boy's head and said with a firm attitude, "You must protect yourself." Immediately, Xuanvu's voice cried out in despair. No, that afternoon, Xuanvu truly understood the meaning of cruelty, leaving a haunting scar on his young mind. Meanwhile, Qianlei, blindfolded, was led to an unfamiliar place, where a familiar voice announced, "We're here. This is the eternal sky-frozen city." Seeing the strange and magical space, he couldn't help but be amazed. "Its life aura is so rich. Little one, you must take good care of it." Receiving praise, Qianlei felt a little embarrassed. Definitely, without waiting, he quickly began to cast his spell. "Let's begin. Sit in the center. Whatever happens next, you mustn't move," he said. Without hesitation, the boy obeyed. Yes. Suddenly, a pouch appeared before the elder tree, bursting open with a dazzling light, like a lamp, leaving Qianlei wide-eyed in astonishment. At that moment, Kim Ban appeared to be sleeping soundly, and the boy was surprised and confused. Without hesitation, the elder reached out, and beams of energy slowly fell upon Kim Ban as he watched intently. Without a word, moments later, an orb of light emanated from his hand and was sent towards Kim Ban. In an instant, the orb grew larger, absorbing all the light around it. He immediately condensed it into a tiny speck of light attached to his finger, a sight that clearly confused him, and then gently touched the child's forehead. In an instant, light erupted from within the golden plate's subconscious, and a great energy surged from the eternal tree. Having expended so much energy, the elder tree was weary, but he didn't forget to empower the other. "Little brat, bite your finger and press your blood onto its forehead. This old man is really losing out this time." Hearing this, Qianlei looked confused and scared. He had to bite his finger. Would it hurt? His hesitation draws a reprimand. "Listen to the old tree, you fool," and reluctantly, he complies. Aob Service quietly, analyzing the situation. That drop is the old tree's life essence. Only a few drops at full power. Yet he's willing to sacrifice his very essence. This little ape will be incredibly strong. Suddenly, a light emanates from Qianlei's finger, catching him off guard as it gets sucked in. The energy inadvertently causes his wound to throb with pain. Meanwhile, the golden disk's occupants slowly opened their eyes, and the two locked gazes, freezing Qianlei for 5 whole seconds. Qianlei felt a tremor in his body, immediately followed by a surge of intense soul power, as if an unseen force was driving it. The boy soars, locking eyes with his opponent. A silent standoff. Then, in a flash, the golden disc slams into his chest, unleashing a blinding surge of energy. An unusual change occurs within Qianlei, and despite the discomfort, he tenaciously perseveres, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy. Seeing the tense situation, Lan is quick to speak up, asking what Shulao will do, but Shulao's attitude remains calm and reassuring, saying it's all right. The original little fatty is ascending. Their life imprints are linked, harming The little fatty is harming itself, so nothing will happen. At the same time, a circular illusion appears around him, a dark gold spirit ring. Witnessing this, she realizes something: a heterochromatic soul ring. History has seen heterochromatic rings, but never one of dark gold. A 10,000-year beast plus the tree elder's essence of life. He truly found a treasure. Qianlei finally dares to open his eyes. Sensing the silence, he searches for the little creature. Where did that little star spirit go? What it fused with me? And an abyssal gold spirit ring appeared. Plus, I broke through to the third ring. This is incredible. Release my third spirit skill and see what happens. Just then, a circle of energy appeared before Qianlei, and Jinpeng suddenly appeared next to him. Seeing the little one's changed appearance confused him. How did it get so fat? It was tiny before. Now it's huge and chubby. Then, Jinpeng hugged and kissed the little one relentlessly, leaving him helpless. Suddenly, she suggests he retract the little one and see if his body has changed. Qianlei immediately complies. The little one was then collected and disappeared, and he noticed something was wrong. Teacher, it seems to be draining my life force. The old teacher slowly approached, explaining, its life core is very strong. Recovery requires a lot of energy. It needs to absorb life energy, which you can replenish with food, preferably from Sea God Lake. Otherwise, it will drain you dry until the next day. Now, the golden vortex in his chest excitedly devours the food on the table, oblivious to its owner's despair. As the little one showed signs of recovery, Xuanyu exclaimed, "It's alive again." Then, a familiar voice echoed throughout the academy. "Xuanyu, I'm done for. I'm suffering too much." Hearing this, he asks Han in confusion what's wrong, and Qian immediately screams in fear and helplessness, wondering why he's so unlucky. This fat thing has taken his third soul ring, is useless, and is draining his life force. Seeing his friend's despair, Xuanyu tries to reassure him. I think it might be special. Who knows? It might become stronger when it grows up. Just then, someone called out to him, and a familiar figure called out from afar. I called them here, including Fengzi and Hui, because I want everyone to help me think of a way. It turns out Mengchen and Tianqu were already waiting here, and seeing the boy, they were a little surprised, as if they didn't understand what was happening. Noticing the hidden look in her eyes as she gazed at him, Xuanyu is curious. Why does Dong Tianqu look at him with such complex emotions? She beckons him over, saying, "Come with me," and urges Mengqin to help her find a solution. Xuanyu, confused, asks what's wrong, as Tianqu slowly walks outside, seeking answers. What's your last name? Are your parents' last names the same? And how can you sense the sapphire ice? Sensing similarities, Xuanyu paused, then asked if he also felt its abnormality. The girl, still in the same pose, replied that she hadn't noticed at first, but sensed something later, especially when changes occurred in him. After a while, they walked in silence, until the boy finally spoke, explaining that his father's surname was this, and his mother's was that. Without a doubt, because of my dragon bloodline, I could sense the crystal's change. The dragon aura within me resonated with the crystal. The girl pondered for a long time, finally turning back with a sad look, as Feng Zi tried 2 kinds of silver bluegrass for support. A second awakening. A white dragon king's bloodline. Far stronger than before. It seems my own bloodline has awakened as well. Hearing this, Xuanyu realizes something is amiss. He missed class yesterday because of this, which explains his strange questions. Tianqu is a little surprised. You're really not a Tang, but your bloodline. Seeing the strangeness in her words, Xuanyu asks in confusion, "Why do you ask that? Why would I be a Tang?" She seemed to understand, saying, "It has to be. It must be. The aura, the resemblance, and that crystal, I've seen it before." Without missing a beat, Xuanyu exclaimed, "You called me out here to tell me this. You've awakened a second time. This is wonderful. Unfortunately, I can't help others, and Fatty is still suffering." At the same time, an image of Xuanyu appears in Qianqiu's eyes, filled with emotion. She looks at him, guessing something. Yes, He must be a descendant of that person, or at least have their bloodline. At that moment, Qianqiu felt a pang in her heart, fearing that person. Then, Xuanyu was about to lead her away, saying that perhaps the fat ape wasn't entirely useless, and they should go take a look. But then, moments later, Tianqiu suddenly took his hand, thinking, if I can never find it, then I'll owe that person forever. Surprising him, she said nothing, lost in thought, as if answering someone else. Though surprised, Xuanyu watched Tianqiu, speechless, as she smiled and led him along. It's too late for Qianlei to realize he's drawn the short straw. What should he do? Seeing his friend staring at him, Qianqiu blushes and lets go of Xuanyu's hand. Seeing his friend's embarrassment, the boy chuckled to himself. Then, he and Vu stepped forward to reassure him, saying, don't worry, losing a horse might be a blessing in disguise. I think the urgent task is to name it. Hearing this, Qianlei felt his abilities were doubled. Keep laughing at my pain. What should its name be? Everyone, help me think. A momoleti. Xuanyu began to analyze. We always call you Qian Banzi, and you like money the most. So let's call it Jin Banzi. The two combined make Jin Ban. That's right. Didn't Elder Shu say we could give it water from the sea god lake? How about we spend 3 gold soul coins to cultivate at the sea god lake? If it can drink more than 30 liters of sea god lake water, we'll be rich, Qianlei asked. Intrigued, but 30 liters, can it really drink that much? The quick-witted kid replied. Look how much it's eaten in such a short time. How can its stomach hold so much? You can't catch fish without risking your net. If it can evolve and gain the ability to help you, we'll profit even more. Fatty, you'd better drink your fill for me. The next day, Xuanyu addressed the class, saying that today, before class, they would assign tasks and begin making battle armor without delay. We need to start now. You have 3 days to choose a minor and prepare to create a one-word battle armor. Have you tried it yet? Qianlei confidently replied. I have. I chose design. My spiritual power is high, so I should be good at design. Lu Fang then made her choice, saying she'd inscribe core formations, as she was patient and found it interesting. They heard from the teacher that crafting required strength and patience, but most importantly, comprehension, and they felt he was capable. At that moment, the kid couldn't help but laugh in agreement, and Xuanyu reluctantly followed suit. Then choose for me. Meanwhile, aboard the silver-white spaceship soaring steadily through the sky, Wu Lin stared out, seemingly burdened by unspoken thoughts. Kan Ling approached him with a glass of wine, saying he was boring for only drinking water when he could be drinking fine wine. Why did you come to Mother Planet this time? Is it because Mother Planet has more officials and nobles, and do you know how much money you have right now? He asked. What does it matter if I know or not? Besides, money is useless to me. It's all yours anyway. And you manage it well, don't you? Kan Lin was speechless, gazing at him. A stirring in her heart. He always kept a certain distance. He really is the best to me. I can never stay mad when I look into his eyes and see his smile. Tang Wulin, Kan Lin said hesitantly. I have a question for you. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Hearing this, Wulin paused, thinking, girlfriend. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, a familiar presence flickering in his mind, leaving Wu Lin in surprise. For a moment, the image of Nguyen Na flickered in his eyes, and Vu Lan was immediately overwhelmed. Seeing his unusual expression, Qingling hurriedly asked Han what was wrong, but he reassured her, saying it was just an old ailment. He remembered something. He seemed to have a girlfriend. Intrigued, she asks where this girlfriend is, but all Wu Lin can recall is that he doesn't know. He can't remember. In the Latin Quarter, Wen Na stands silently, gazing out at the lake. She closes her eyes, quietly taking in the peaceful atmosphere. Years have passed, and Nana is still as beautiful as ever, her appearance unchanged. Every day is spent in peaceful repetition classes, walks, rarely going out. After standing for a long time, Nguyen Na thought uncomfortably, wondering how Hien Vu and Tien Thu were doing. It had been a while since she'd seen them. They were studying Vietnamese in Chuelaik. For some reason, My emotions always stir whenever I think of that name. Maybe I'll visit that place someday. Perhaps it will trigger a memory. Back at Qianlei's dorm, he's still interrogating his little star spirit golden compass. Can the two of us merge? The little one looks confused. And Qianlei sighs in resignation. It seems his spirit doesn't understand. Xuanyu quickly reassures his friend, telling Qianlei to just show it, as his spirit is very smart. Without hesitation, Xuanyu quickly summoned the dragon. It slowly approached the golden compass, and the little one respectfully sniffed its opponent. In moments, Jingbiao grew furious, unleashing a surge of bloodline power, causing the little one to tremble in fear. Unable to attack, Kim Pan relentlessly attacked, the little one biting and biting the dragon, with no magical power, yet enough to terrify the opponent into inaction. Seeing this, both were frozen in confusion, not understanding what was happening. What is this golden plate? Clearly has no soul force or innate abilities. Yet the little one keeps biting him. And the dragon, though larger, isn't moving at all. Qianlei wondered aloud why the dragon hair wasn't resisting the biting. After observing for a while, he realized the answer. It seems the little one can threaten the dragon race because of its bloodline. Qianlei controls Jinpangzi, merges with the dragon's hair, and transforms his body before approaching Xiao Jingjing, saying, "Get it now, let's try merging too." The little one seems to understand, but its expression makes Qianlei uncomfortable. "Hey, what's with that look? If you don't merge with me, no more good food for you." In that instant, Qianlei urged him on, and despite his reluctance, Jinpangzi had no choice but to comply. A flash of light, like the dawn, erupted between them. Witnessing this, Xuanyu was astonished. The golden-armored Tyrannosaurus and the little one had become a golden money Tyrannosaurus. Qianlei had finally merged with the little one, and its body had grown larger. Not bad. The fusion time seems much longer than with other spirit beasts, and the power seems greater too. Seeing this, Xuanyu decided to punch his friend to test it out. Instantly, their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that swept between them. Sensing the surge of power within, Qianlei was thrilled. His strength had indeed increased significantly. Intriguing. After observing for a while, Xuanyu wondered if there were any other changes. Qianlei calmly replied that after merging, he could understand its thoughts, and it told him that its food had run away, and it really wanted to eat the speed dragon from before. Xuanyu understood immediately. It seemed this creature was the bane of pseudo-dragons, perhaps a unique trait. A few seconds later, Qianlei, still excited, decided to test his newfound power. "Boss, I've made up my mind. I'm going to Sea God Lake to cultivate tonight. I need to take Gold Fatty out for a meal later." Meanwhile, Xuanyu also had plans for that time. "I have to check out the forging team this afternoon." Just as the two soul beasts offered to join, "I'm also a bit interested in forging. Let me come with you." The boy was a little surprised to hear this. And then the two of them headed to the forging team, walking in silence. Soon after, Xuanyu spoke first. "Why did you want to see the creation team? I thought you liked mechanics." Hearing this, the girl glanced over and replied, "I just wanted to see." "Is that not allowed? You don't want me to come along?" Seeing her annoyance, he quickly denies it, but she grabs his hand and says, "Then let's go." The celestial beast quickly leads her friend along, and the boy can't help but feel a flutter in his heart as she takes his hand. Her ears are so red. The two walk in silence. Arriving at their destination, the celestial beast suddenly stops. Suddenly, she speaks up. "Hien Vu. I'm sorry." The boy is confused. Why is she apologizing? At this, Tian Shou blushed. Remaining silent, she then awkwardly explained that when they first arrived at the academy, Ji Menchen was always teasing them. Feeling a bit awkward, "I don't like people talking about us, so I kept my distance. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Xuanyu froze for 5 seconds, then awkwardly replied that she had done nothing wrong. The bestial girl paused, then smiled at him. "You're right. I didn't do anything wrong." She quickly ran off. "Let's go," Shiyu hurriedly followed. "Hey, wait for me." A gust of wind suddenly blows through the cherry tree, Soon after, the two finally arrive, and Hyunwoo announces that the Sarai Clan Association is just ahead. Hearing this, Tianshou readily agreed. All right, I'm off then. The boy suddenly asked, weren't you going to watch with me? The girl turned her face away and retorted softly, who wants to see that? Such rough forging isn't for me. And I'd definitely break a sweat. With that, Tianju hastily flew away, leaving Xuanyu with unanswered questions. Don't run off. The boy watched silently as she left. The image of the girl flashing through his mind, she actually wanted to be with him. Which is why she came here. She even apologized for the distance between them earlier. In that moment, Xuanyu realized Tianshou's feelings. Suddenly, a voice calls out. The Surlake Crafting Association is this way. Come on in. He's then led to a room. If you want to learn crafting, try this room first. You can register after you've tried it out. These are some rare metals. Pick one you like and give it a try. Forging is nothing more than tempering. The boy looked around in surprise. So many. Which one should he choose? Xuanyu quietly approached, examining the materials up close. Fuel stones laid out for his observation. Reaching the last stone, Xuanyu stopped short, his eyes widening as he stared intently. Moments later, Xuanwu reached out and held it, a hidden feeling in his heart. It looked so ordinary. So why couldn't he take his eyes off it? So, Hyunwoo decides to choose that stone. Senior, I've made my choice. An Min looks at the stone and replies, heavy silver. Not a bad choice. Without pause, he immediately moves on to the next step, saying, bring it here. I'll show you how to use it. The boy obediently complies. Okay, Min explained, pointing to the tools and equipment. This is the forging platform. It has buttons and needs to be heated before forging. The furnace will heat the metal to the right temperature and lift it up, making it easier to shape. Then he can start trying. This is his forging hammer. Hold it tight. Amumolateur. Hyunwoo takes the forge and steps forward to try it himself. So let's see what you can do. At that moment, the boy closed his eyes, sensing the energy within. For it is said that forging requires focus. He used his mental strength to feel the metal changing during the forging process. The heavy silver was now soft. This was the moment to begin. In an instant, Xuanyu struck the forging table with force, leaving a dent in the heavy silver. But this rebounding force is astonishing. I watch him, offering encouragement. Not bad. Keep going. Immediately, Xuanyu puts all his strength into hammering the forging table. Lost in thought, I can start to feel some changes in it now. It's getting softer, and I can even feel the flow within its structure. Meanwhile, he silently observes, surprised by his strength. This kid may not have any technique, but each hammer blow is quite powerful. Not stopping there, the boy continued to strike the silver with all his might, each blow sending sparks flying. Hyunwoo didn't complain, instead focusing on striking the heavy silver. Seeing his persistence, he encouraged him, saying, that kid really has a knack for forging. Not bad. With the final strike, the heavy silver suddenly glowed, surprising the boy. A delighted they. The Hyunwoo turned to ask, Senior, the heavy silver is glowing. Does that mean my forging was effective? Min excitedly praised the boy. Excellent. That forging of yours was considered first-rate. How does it feel? Without much thought, Xuanwu immediately expressed, I feel like the metal is constantly changing during the forging process. Perhaps the impurities have lessened. A piece without impurities can be considered 100 refinements. Hence the name Pure 100 Refinements. Thank you. Senior, I understand. I really enjoy forging. It feels wonderful. He decided to make an offer, suggesting he join the Forging Association, which surprised the boy. Is it really that easy? Min quickly introduced himself, saying, Of course. My name is Yang An Min. And you're in. However, you'll need to find your own metals to use. And you'll also need to hire a teacher. I'm already an 8th level artificer. Enough to teach you. And my prices are reasonable. Hearing this, Xuanyu froze. Everything costs money. No wonder they let me join the association so easily. And with that, The boy made a hasty retreat. "Senior, I need more time to think. Goodbye." Seeing his customer slip away, he tried one last sales pitch. "Junior, I'll give you a discount. Take 3 trial lessons. Then decide. I'm about to reach 4th grade, and the price won't change after I rank up. So think carefully." Stunned, Xuanyu wandered outside, wondering if he needed lessons and deciding to ask his teacher for advice. Later, he sought Zhenhua's opinion, who suggested creation, agreeing with the senior student. "If you have a talent in this area, you can be self-sufficient after graduation, and even have a stable income. I support you." Hearing this, Xuanyu asked, "By the way, will you come with me to the sea god lake for cultivation later?" He awkwardly turns away, refusing to go with his student. He tells him to go alone, and to stay longer if no one's around. The boy complies, bidding his teacher farewell. The teacher left without another word, and Zhenhua shuddered as he recalled that moment. "I don't want to go. It still hurts where I was hit last time. But this kid absorbed a lot of life energy last time. Has he already digested it all? No wonder the life school said his life energy has a high affinity." The Xuanwu's desperate cries echoed, urging them to seize every second, reaching even Duang Win, who sighed in resignation while guarding the sea god lake. The rich life energy revitalized the boy, prompting a long sigh of contentment so comfortable. Qianlai relaxed, feeling the water's incredible healing power, as the life energy stolen by Jin Pang yesterday was rapidly replenished. "Come on, Jin Pang. Drink up. Drink as much as you can. This stuff is expensive." At first, Jin Pang acted picky, but after realizing it was the real deal, it immediately opened its mouth wide and took a big gulp. The delicious taste made the little one's eyes shine like headlights. Qianlei panicked when he saw Jin Pang diving into the water and disappearing, fearing he'd drown. "Let's see who can drink more." While they drink, Xuanyu quietly senses the changes in his bloodline. Unlike before, after being harmonized by the colored gem, his 2 bloodlines have merged into one, and this fusion prevents them from conflicting. As warmth floods his body, life energy converges like 100 rivers to the sea. Gathering into the vortex of his bloodline, Xuanyu emits a dazzling light, shimmering with the colors of precious jewels. As life energy swiftly transforms into the power of his own bloodline, every meridian and bone is nourished by this energy, filling his entire body with a refreshing sensation. Nearby, Qianlei and Jin Pang also radiate 2 streams of flickering power, like 2 flames dancing on the water. Qianlei's flames dissipate first, leaving only his daughter absorbing the excess energy into her body. While Qianlei savors the feeling of getting a great deal, 1 gold badge can be exchanged for up to 20 white badges. Lost in thought, the little mouse realized the gravity of the situation at 1 white badge per liter of the sea god's pit water. It would take 60 liters to start over, and the amount the golden compass drank was already more than 3 gold badges worth. Later, it drinks and I absorb. This feeling is amazing. Qianlei carefully senses the energy flowing through his body, enhancing his overall functions. Could it be that Goldie, when absorbing large amounts of life energy, can also supplement me? In other words, as long as I don't fight, Goldie doesn't seem to consume anything of mine. Could this be considered my destined summoned beast? With that thought, Qianlei grinned with anticipation. "Grow up quickly, gold fatty." Just then, Tang Yue's icy voice echoed with a hint of anger. Still trying to blend in. He watched Qianlei's blissful expression with fury, thinking, after all these years, you're the first? As the little fatty jumped, realizing he'd been caught, he quickly defended himself. "Teacher, this is my soul spirit. It's one with me." Hearing this, Tang Yue couldn't help but retort. "Do you think I'm stupid? A soul spirit is an energy body, but this is a physical entity. Do you really think I can't see that?" Xuanyu rushes to explain. "Teacher Tang, please don't be angry. Elder Tree already knows about the gold coin situation." Finally, he decided to cut them some slack, offering 3 more gold badges, or even to call it quits now. But Qianlei pushed his luck. He pleaded, "Teacher, ignorance is bliss. Can you let it slide? At least let us finish this cultivation session. Deng Yue could only sigh in silence. Fine. I'll let it go this time. But continue your training. I want to see just how much that little fatty can drink. Seeing this, Duang Nguyet felt a pang of regret. This little rascal can really drink over a dozen gulps already. And at this rate, 3 gold medals won't cover it. Meanwhile, the kid is still cheering on his teammate. Kim Bantu. Go for it, let's drain the sea god lake, he reluctantly advises. All right. That's enough. You can die from drinking too much. Amomalati, Qian Lei, with his round belly, lay flat on the grass, unable to drink any more. He was about to throw up. Xuanyu had the heart to help his companion. Teacher, I want to borrow a cart. But Teacher Tang had already decided to blacklist him. Little fatty, you're definitely going to be the least welcome person here. From anywhere in the border city of New Wulin, the towering eternal tree was visible, its massive silhouette blending with the mist and the magical starry sky. The round, golden moon peeked shyly from behind the clouds, as if hesitant in the presence of its neighbor, suspended in the night sky, witnessing the myriad forms unfolding in the world below. Upon a rooftop, hundreds of meters above the ground, a mysterious figure sits, shoulder to shoulder, with the magnificent moon. His exquisite eyes, filled with confusion, gazed down at the distant city. The persistent voice in his head stirred unease within him, constantly calling, "Miu, but why not anymore?" He yearned to see. And more importantly, he thought to himself, he's there too. Wu Lin's figure vanishes into the void, leaving behind shimmering streams of light swirling around the sacred, empty city. While inside a quiet room, Tianyu sits before a small, steel pond, surrounded by flashing bolts of lightning. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the void with a hint of vigilance, sensing an uninvited presence. At that moment, Wu Lin appeared silently before the building, and as he suspected, he peered through the window. Seeing a small figure inside, it was him. He's so much bigger now. He's grown so much. And he has power of his own. Little did Wu Lin know that his eyes were filled with an unusual tenderness. Why? When he saw this child, did he feel an unspeakable sense of comfort? A desire to pat his head, even embrace him. Suddenly, a low voice startled him, saying it's an honor to have a friend from afar. Turning, he saw Tianwu observing him, adding that uninvited guests are impolite. Now, the figure before him became clear, stunning him for a moment. Could a man truly be this beautiful? Wu Lin cautiously introduced himself. Hello. I mean no harm. I just came to take a look. Tianyu, still wary, gave a signal. But this newcomer was far too unpredictable. If you mean no harm, follow me. Without waiting for a response, he turned and leaped onto a beetle. Meanwhile, a clamor arose near the eternal tree. Oh my God. Am I seeing things? He's back. He's still alive. Does that mean she's alive too? Yes. It's him. His appearance and aura have changed a bit. But I knew they wouldn't die so easily. The elder tree sternly demands order. Saying the eternal tree is calling, he calmly stands before the eternal tree, receiving the transmitted decree. The tree elder closed his eyes, nodding in understanding. I see. He then turned and spoke to the unseen voices. Return. The eternal tree says it cannot recognize him now. Awakening him could lead to disaster. A surprised voice cried out. Why isn't he back? The response was vague. The eternal tree forbids us from acknowledging him. There must be a reason. We must obey. It protested, but to no avail. Why? Why is this happening? Meanwhile, at the eternal tree, the two individuals finally meet. Wu Lin speaks first, but Tianyu repeats the name with utter unfamiliarity. Dang Li. I am Wang Tianyu, chief of the Sea God Pavilion. Shrek Academy. What brings you to Shrek Academy? He answered honestly, showing his goodwill. I just came to see a little friend I know. I have no other intentions. Tianwu pressed further. So, you know him. What is your relationship with him? Even Yulin couldn't answer that question with certainty. Consider us old friends. But Tianyu needed to know the truth. I can be considered a pop star. I met him while singing once. and I felt a connection. He explained that he was performing on Mother Planet and came to see him, not expecting to cause trouble, and that he only wanted to see him and leave. Tianwu hesitated, scrutinizing the man's appearance, a god-level pop star. While I have no interest in this, his appearance and demeanor are acceptable. However, this answer doesn't dispel his suspicions. A god-ranked powerhouse working as a singer in the Federation, with no ulterior motive. Thinking this, Tianyu tensed up. Who would believe that he decisively declared war? Since we're here, I'm itching for a fight. Tang Xuanyu, how about a little sparring? Wu Lin frowned, not expecting such a challenge. There's no need for that. His answer is a fist wrapped in lightning. And now that he's at Shrek Academy, he'll abide by its rules. This forces Wu Lin to retaliate, and their fists collide, creating a deafening explosion in the arena. With a mere flick of the wrist, he sends Tianyu flying hundreds of meters. Wu Lin recognizes the technique, the power of annihilation, as Tianyu struggles to regain his footing. His expression turned grave. What is he that strong? Could it be that he's even stronger than me? A small circle of light appears over Tianyu's shoulder, along with a voice stopping them. Enough. The sudden appearance of the white-haired elder startles him, and he cries out, "Elder Tree." Wu Lin floats in the air, facing two figures of unknown allegiance. As the ancient tree relays its prediction, this person is not an enemy. So says the eternal tree. These words shocked Tianyu, who turned to confirm. The eternal tree knows him. Understanding his surprise, the old tree didn't reveal much more. I don't know. The eternal tree only told me that this person is not an enemy. Whether he stays or leaves, he poses no threat to the Academy's safety. Let him do as he pleases, and pay him no mind. The next day, he turned to greet him warmly, welcoming him to Shrek Academy, saying he was free to roam the grounds without interference. A prospect that pleased Wu Lin greatly. Without delay, he returned to the small house where Tianyu was training. The next day in the forging room, An Min was lost in thought by the window when he heard a voice. "Senior." He turned and asked, "Little brother, are you ready? Is today the day we officially begin?" Hianwu smiled and greeted him. "Senior, can I learn on my own? I see there are books about forging here, and I want to explore and see if I can do it." Ming smiled approvingly. "You have potential, Junior." He then led him to the forging room. He gives him a basic forging book and tells him to study it, advising him not to buy precious metals just yet, but to practice with ordinary iron until he's as tough as diamond. Then start using precious metals for forging. After a few words, Min left Hianwu to his privacy, telling him to let him know if anything came up. The boy shyly agreed. Thanking him, Hianwu muttered to himself as he searched for information, lamenting that he could only use ordinary iron to practice. Sensing energy changes with ordinary iron is definitely not as strong as sensing them with precious metals. It's a lot of work for little reward. A sudden voice says, startling him, "But perhaps a true craftsman can forge divine weapons from ordinary iron." Curious, the boy turned to see who was speaking, and a tall figure, with a gentle smile, greeted him, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle Lan Xuanyu abandoned his studies and quickly ran towards the man. The boy eagerly looked up and asked, "Uncle Luo, what are you doing here?" Wu Lin leaned down slightly to explain. "I sensed your presence during a performance on Mother Star, so I came to visit. This academy is excellent." "Right. Uncle Lu, what did you mean by saying you could turn ordinary iron into a divine weapon? And that's what a true divine craftsman is. Also, do you know about the forge?" Wu Lin asked, lifting the hammer with some confusion. "I don't know if I know about the forge or not. I just said what I felt." The hammer's sharp emotion sends a jolt through him. This feeling. Wu Lan turns and softly asks, "Can I try?" Hianwu nods eagerly. "Of course." He decisively strikes the iron block, instantly turning it a fiery orange, and a blinding pillar of light shoots skyward. Xuanyu stares in shock at the earth-shattering scene, sensing the metal, and in an instant, the iron block has shrunk so much. Meanwhile, Wu Lin stood motionless, as if pondering something, then summoned the iron ore back to his hand. Xuanyu watched his fluid movements, almost unable to believe his eyes as the iron flew into his hand, appearing incredibly soft. He noticed Yu Lin's eyes turn golden as the iron in his hand was struck by a massive lightning bolt. The lightning dissipates, leaving a golden halo around the iron. Xuanyu stared in disbelief. It shrunk again. And what was that flash of light? The room's atmosphere returned to normal as the iron ingot slowly descended, now unexpectedly encircled by the spectral image of a small dragon. Wu Lin closes his eyes, sensing the unique state within his own mind. While Xuanyu gasps at the small iron's complete transformation. Is this even the same piece of iron? It's completely different. The boy marveled in disbelief, finding it hard to accept this miracle created by Uncle Yue. Is this all I can do for now? Xuanyu couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle Yue, you're amazing. The boy stared intently at the composed figure before him, thinking, no wonder he could destroy a battleship in space with his bare hands. With such strength, he must be exceptional in other areas as well. Uncle Li. Xuanyu looked at him expectantly. Uncle, can you teach me? I want to learn forging. Wu Lin smiled kindly and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll teach you. When you arrive here, I'll come find you. A wave of joyful anticipation washes over Xuanyu. Thank you. That's wonderful. He begins to teach the child the trade, starting with the basics. To be a good blacksmith, one must at least be familiar with his father's forging hammer and master the basics. The hammering technique being the most important. I'll teach you a forging technique first, one that will help you unleash your own power. The iron hammer swung diagonally with precision as he demonstrated, striking the anvil and saying, Watch. Wu Lin turned to see Xuan putting on a serious face, as if he had memorized everything. The boy turned halfway and swung the hammer, mimicking Luo Shu's movements. Zhe Xuanyu noticed the support coming from his legs, a warm sensation beneath his feet. Uncle Luo was controlling the flow of his power. The heavy blue silver grass in the boy's hand struck the iron ball accurately, causing Wu Lin to raise his eyebrows in admiration, thinking what a clever child he was. The afternoon passed with the clang of hammer blows, until a reminder echoed from the forging room that it was getting late. Go eat, and come back tomorrow. Xuanyu's tired eyes widened with excitement. Uncle Luo, you have to come tomorrow. Sensing the anticipation in the boy's voice, Wu Lin couldn't help but pat his head. I'll be there. I'm on break right now. At the same time, he warmly offered, then come live with me. This made Xuanyu's life feel much more vibrant. Classes in the morning, and 2 hours in the afternoon at Tang Zhenhua's, learning precise mech control. Then he rushed to the Forging Association. Soon, Tang Yue would surely appear, while Min eagerly awaited his arrival, wondering why his junior apprentice hadn't come to see him yet. 2 weeks had already passed. Meanwhile, in Eternal Sky City, someone was roaring with frustration. Tang Le, if you don't come back, I quit. Who disappears for 3 days to unwind, and then doesn't return for 2 weeks. Do you know how many notices I've sent you? Or how much the compensation is? I'll take it. I can't help you. I quit. Faced with this tirade, Wu Lin reluctantly compromises. Okay. Don't make a fuss. I'll be right back. Back in the training room where Xuanyu had spent countless days, the boy rushed in, calling out for Uncle Luo as usual. Xuanyu suddenly noticed a neatly folded piece of paper on the table. Instinctively, he picked it up and began to read. Xuanyu, I have to leave. When I have time, I'll come visit you. See you again. Tang Lei. As soon as he received the message, Tang Le vanished from the city without a trace. In the dazzling, treasure-filled city of Model Star, a figure looms in the room of a luxurious building. Qingling gazes into the distance, lost in thought, wondering why that man has been gone for 2 weeks straight. Could he really have someone else? Does that mean everything I've done has been for nothing? Her soul lost. She floats back into the house, completely drained. She collapses onto the sofa, motionless. Moments later, Qingling thrashes about in frustration, not even in the mood for candy. Her favorite thing. Dummit. All men are hateful bastards. Suddenly, Wu Lin's helpless voice came through. Am I not good enough? His sudden appearance froze Conlin in her tracks. Then she spun around and stormed out, complaining about how she was working herself to death for him. You go off gallivanting for 2 weeks straight. Fine. I quit. Go hire someone else. Damn you. You didn't even try to stop me. Dang Li. Do you have someone else? Did you want to get rid of me all along? Yu Lin suddenly reached out to touch Qingling's forehead. Why are you so hot? Are you crazy? He didn't push it, casually suggesting they disband. If she quits, he will too. He'd pay the contract termination fee. He probably has enough money. But that made her jump. How could he say that she's not quitting? What was he doing for the last 2 weeks? A tenderness crossed Wu Lin's face. An expression rarely seen. Remember that child we met on Tianluo Star? He got into Shrek Academy. I taught him forging for a few days. It wasn't enough time, so I extended my stay a bit. Conling asked, dumbfounded, if he knew about training and how he went to Shrek Academy without being chased out. He glossed over some minor conflicts, saying that the people at Shrek were easy to talk to and let him stay for a few days, and that he seemed to know a little about training. Asking if she was all right, Conling's anger fades, replaced by a bright smile. I'm fine. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Next time you teach that child, tell me. I'll help you arrange things. And we can visit Shrek City together in the future. Back at Shrek Academy, Xuanyu and the others have reaped the rewards from the center. And combined with their previous gains, their team has accumulated quite a bit. Now everyone is training extremely hard. And in class, other students have even begun to try refining headgear. In Mingxiang's room, Xuanyu focused on absorbing the remaining energy in his body, but felt blocked by something. Unable to break through his soul power, this feeling made him as uncomfortable as having phlegm stuck in his throat. His meridians were clearly at their limit, but he couldn't break through, and now even his life energy couldn't be converted into soul power. Continuing like this is a vicious cycle. No soul power. No bloodline power. Wait. Bloodline power. The dragon god transformation consumes all bloodline power. So could it aid my cultivation? Even help me break through? With that in mind, Xuanyu decided to take a gamble. Since he couldn't break through anyway, the gem on his chest glowed in response to his will, so he might as well give it a try. In an instant, light bloomed brilliantly from the dragon god jewel, and Xuanyu felt power coursing through his veins. The surrounding life energy is being frantically absorbed and converted into dragon god transformation, merging the power of blood, wisdom, and soul within his body. This indescribable feeling is unbearable, and the sensation of his soul power being suppressed grows stronger. The time is ripe for Xuanyu. Deep within the bud now, he looks to the sky and cries out, "Break for me." A beam of immense energy shoots skyward as, back in his room, Xuanyu exhales a misty breath after the storm. Violet energy swirls around him as he leaps with joy. A breakthrough. A mutation. Something within him is awakening. His third soul ring is indeed violet. Just as he foresaw, this is the third soul ring I wanted. I have such high expectations. What will my third soul ring ultimately be? Soon. Xuanyu mastered the new energy. Next, let's quickly try what the third soul ring brings. The boy excitedly held up a pale golden orb in his hand, wondering what it would be. In his vision, tiny specks of light gathered in his palm. A new element, abundant in the air. They gather into a small whirlwind, gently blowing through the room where the boy stands. Xuanyu deeply senses the formation of the new element, emitting a pleasant and free aura. His feet slowly lift off the ground, his body growing lighter. Xuanyu stares blankly at the new power swirling around him. Is this the wind element? Next, Xuanyu discovers that his first two soul rings have also improved in quality, along with his new third soul ring, reaching the 1,000-year level. And even his spiritual power has increased significantly. The boy now realizes that although his cultivation is slower than normal, once he breaks through, the improvement is far greater. So why should he break through 4 more soul rings? His 4 soul rings will all become 10,000-year level. Xuanyu jumped for joy, filled with excitement, eager for what's to come. For the next month, he and the others trained hard, each making significant progress in their respective fields. But their cultivation and even their lives were hampered by a lack of funds. And Lan Xuanyu felt that this couldn't continue. So he wanted to find a way to make money. At an auction at Shrek Academy, the guest seats below gradually filled up, and Wuga had been seated for a long time. She frowned, lost in thought, recalling her defeat against Lan Xuanyu, which had been a blow to their third-year class. Moreover, their victory had been pure luck, which made it all the more infuriating. I could have won, if not for Yuan and Hui's interference. Speak of the devil. Yuan and Hui just brought Xuanyu right behind Wuga. Captain, let's sit here. She turned back with a sharp look, secretly scoffing. It's them again. Treasures were then presented to the guests for their viewing pleasure. Feeling utterly defeated by his empty pockets, Du whined. I want to buy it so bad, but I don't have any money. But Xuanyu quickly doused his friend with a bucket of cold water. Don't even think about it. We can't even afford living expenses right now. Yin Hui laments their empty wallets. A single coin defeats a mighty hero. Qianyu, hearing this, playfully pats his shoulder, teasing that he's no longer a hero, but a wilting rose. Needless to say, this successfully awakened the beast within Yin Hui. The sounds of chairs scraping echoed as he yelled, Get lost, you hit me, Tang Wulin. Control your sister veins popping on her forehead. Yuga finally couldn't help but yell. Are you guys that desperate for money, Qianyu? Bruised and battered. Muttered. Isn't that a rhetorical question? Seizing the chance to avenge her previous defeat, she offers them another opportunity to bet again, another battle in the Dulua world. Wakering, golden emblems. The offer hits the poor kids where it hurts 2 million in gold badges. Qianlei urges his teammates. Captain, let's do it. Fortunately, Xuanyu was rational enough to negotiate, but they don't have much to bet. And besides, they don't have battle armor. Yuga seemed generous and unconcerned, saying it was fine. We still won't use battle armor. And as for the bet, you can choose debt, with a 1-year term to pay it back. The boy, not rushing to grab the money, seriously questioned why the senior wanted to compete against them. Taking a deep breath, she gave them a clear answer. We're giving you a chance to earn money, and ourselves a chance to prove ourselves. In the auction house's vast space, the Xuanwu group's informal negotiations went largely unnoticed. The senior student seems eager for this match, and Yuga provokes them, asking if they're afraid. But the boy isn't easily fooled, shaking his head, saying it's not worth the risk for just 10 gold emblems, especially since they've already won once. She inwardly fumed, wondering if he was really only a teenager, as his ability to pressure people was truly formidable. Wuga reluctantly relinquished the initiative, asking what he wanted. Now, Xuanyu reveals his small ambition, wagering 2 mystic gold badges. If they lose, they'll only pay 10, and the senior apprentice is forbidden from using battle armor. Qianlei perks up at this, agreeing with Lan Xuanyu, wondering if he can come along this time. But the others immediately vote against it, while Wuga silently calculates, adding himself to the equation. Just then, he added a condition. The 2 gold emblems weren't a problem, but they had to add Fatty and make it a 6-on-6 match. He secretly weighed the odds, thinking their chances of winning were probably higher. Qianlei, hearing his name, grinned. Boss, Xuanyu had no further objections, finalizing the bet very well. 1 week from today, we'll have another battle in the Dulua world, with the 10,000-year tree as witness. Though the confrontation was only in the scheduling stage, Xuanyu's group was already planning how to spend the money. 2 gold emblems split 6 ways. Each person gets 3. That's enough to last 2 weeks if we're careful. I've wanted to buy a 1,000-year-old purple leaf fruit for ages. Enough for 1 trip to Sea God Lake. Even Lu Feng and Qian Chu are no exception. Bidding for a few drops of dragon blood should be enough. And I want to buy Millennium Mystic Ice Herb. Seeing their unwavering confidence, Menqin couldn't help but grumble. Aren't you worried about losing? Why are you already dividing the spoils? But she was met with nothing but blind faith from Ziluo and Qianchu. That's right. Under his leadership, we've never lost. What's wrong with that? We have faith in Xuanyu. Mengqin's thinking is becoming like theirs. I guess it's true. After a while, Mengqin came up with an idea she thought was foolproof. Okay, If we lose, then let's give the reward to her. This suggestion caused an uproar. Why her? She's your sister. You can sweet-talk her. Get lost. The next day, news of the competition spread throughout Shrek Academy, and details of the battle were compiled into a list. A white soul coin could buy the time, place, and conditions of the competition between the two sides. This news made HK scoff. These top-ranked kids won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. They're dying for money. Furthermore, the headline reads, "Third rank challenges, first rank," which is infuriating. After his rant, he finally heard a word from Wu Kei. "I want to find him. We can't lose." Before he could react, she turned and left decisively, saying she'd go alone. As soon as Wu Kei entered the classroom, she headed straight for the solitary figure sitting in the middle of the room. Knowing he wouldn't speak first, she walked right up to him, then solemnly declared that as a third year, she needed him to protect their honor. Ma Xian looked up at Wu Kei, and after a moment, agreed. Okay. To accommodate more viewers, the school chose a huge arena for them in the Duluo world and started promoting it externally. So half of the match's revenue must be given to the school. Xuanyu could only lament the academy's money-making schemes. They were squeezing every last drop. Even from this, the tickets sold out in 4 days, totaling 10 million Duluo coins, an insane amount, equivalent to 200 gold badges. If they win, they could each get a purple badge. Tianlei shared the same helplessness, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of the situation. But what worried Xuanyu more was something else. A purple badge, if used sparingly, could provide the materials to craft a one-word battle armor, which they would need later. They're definitely going to be short on funds, and everyone will have to temporarily abandon their training and prioritize crafting battle armor. So, will Jin Pongzi wake up? Tianlei confidently assures him that it's not a problem, and he might even wake up in the next day or two. Once it wakes up, I'll definitely become much stronger, and with your Emerald Demon Bird and summon support, we'll definitely surprise them. Besides, I think Jin Pongzi is a different dimensional dragon-eating beast, and could be incredibly powerful. The boy couldn't help but feel helpless at his friend's incredible confidence, telling him not to only think of the good things. Liao Feng joined the chaotic discussion, saying he didn't see much use in him, and suggested replacing him with Bing Tianliang, causing Qianlei to go crazy and demand a fight, saying he'd fight Fengzi to the death. Xuanyu steps in to mediate, telling them to stop teasing him, and that even though their last win was mostly luck, they've improved a lot, so their chances aren't bad. And even if they lose, it's not the end of the world. Right. This truth was met with enthusiasm by both of them. Yes. Let's work hard together. Yes. Let's make money together. The day before the competition, Xuanyu received a call from his foster mother. The mother on the other end of the line sobbed. "Son, you're about to compete. Aren't you just a freshman? How can you compete with the upperclassmen? Is there someone with the same name as you? Don't scare me." "Son," the boy curiously asked. "Mom, how did you know?" She didn't hide anything. The Soul Guidance television of the Federation broadcasted it. Such a big deal. My colleagues are all talking about it, and they all came to ask me. Hearing this, Xuanyu's eyes widened in shock. The Soul Guidance television station of the Federation. Before hanging up, the young couple earnestly encouraged him. "Son, do your best. Dad believes in you, son. Be careful during the exam. Don't worry, your mother." Nam Xiao's warning leaves Xuanyu speechless. Losing means getting spanked. "Honey, I was wrong. It's not like I was just gossiping with colleagues." After his parents finished talking, the boy wore a thoughtful, yet disgruntled expression. Broadcasting the school's news must fetch a fortune. So why weren't we told? That's just too much. With lightning speed, Xuanyu found a solution. Tell Wu Ge they should drop out of the competition. The Academy sold the broadcast rights to the Continental Soulmaster Federation, and they'll broadcast the entire competition. She's stunned. "Drop out. Are you crazy?" But his next words make her do a 180. "Do you know how much money this could make?" Seconds later, her grinding voice a hoot. "We're meeting at the main building to find the headmaster." Soon after, the two were in Luo Hong's office. but only received a perfunctory explanation. Go back and prepare for the competition. The broadcast rights are not something you need to worry about. Despite her anger, Wuge held back, while Xuanyu questioned. Headmaster, this concerns us. Shouldn't we receive a share of the broadcast revenue? The Academy is violating principles of fairness. How can we compete with peace of mind? She didn't even glance at them, simply issuing a refusal to communicate. This has nothing to do with you. No need to say more. Leave. Both Vukash and Hianvu resolutely stated their position. Then we won't compete. That's right. We won't. Only when her interests were threatened did she finally look over. You dare threaten me. They were in the right. So they had no fear. We're just asking for fairness. Little did they know, she didn't care about their threats. After all, the publicity was only for the third-year and first-year matches. If you two don't fight, I'll just find replacements. This attitude made Wuge jump up in anger. How can you do this, Xuanyu? However, didn't bother trying to salvage anything. If that's how it is, then so be it. Let's go. Senior. The woman looked back in confusion, surprised at the quick surrender. The boy calmly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses in an orderly manner. It's fine if the dean finds someone else. But without us, the first years are sure to suffer a crushing defeat. So, Xuanyu humbly declined to call himself talented, saying that while he didn't represent anything, their battle represented the honor of Shrek Academy, an academy that always advocated fair competition. But what about this time? First, there was the unfair exchange. And then the broadcast rights revenue had nothing to do with them. The #1 academy in the Federation can't even manage basic fairness. I'm truly disappointed. I'm withdrawing from this competition. The boy's resolute attitude made the dean grit her teeth. You two, get back here right now. Xuanyu paused, pulling Wuge to a stop as well. Does the dean have any instructions? Frustrated, she offers a deal. Asking what he wants, he rattles off a prepared speech, demanding 2 merit badges each for the winners and 1 for each of the losers. All remaining income belongs to the academy, and we won't ask for it back. After all, both sides will give it our all. This way, through the competition, the academy can give us, the students who love Beast the most, resources to become stronger and contribute more to the academy. Without violating the principle of fairness, isn't that a win-win situation? Without a word or change in expression, she suddenly stood up and quickly approached Xuanyu. This sudden action frightens him, and he stammers. Director, you wouldn't use force against a student, would you? My teacher would be furious, but he still ends up with a painful knock on the head. Her current demeanor was comparable to a Shura hell, where no one dared to interfere. Tang Zhenhua. That scoundrel. I discipline him all the time. You two, get out. This is the only time. No exceptions. And keep it a secret. Xuanyu quickly rushed out, not forgetting to leave a few compliments. Yes. Thank you. Headmaster, you're awesome, and the most beautiful. He was met with the headmaster's fiery shout. Get out. And so, they couldn't see Luo Hong's satisfied smile. That brat was smart and knew how to communicate. And he was very hard-working, truly having the air of a leader. Compared to him, Tang Woolen was much simpler, and Year 3 might not necessarily win this competition. Thinking of this, she turned on her device to contact someone. What are the odds now? She asked. The report came back, Dean. The odds for the third years are 1-to-1. And for the first years, 1-to-3. Lou. The numbers stunned her. Why are they so different? Didn't the first years win last time? He explained the reasons clearly, saying the first year's previous win was a fluke, and the third years have added a 6th member, Sima Xian. Hearing that name stunned her. Sima Xian. The Golden Marrow King, Sima Xian. Wasn't he incompatible with Tang Woolen? Tang Woolen convinced him. So the strength of the two sides is vastly different. Leading to this situation, the betting situation is becoming complex. And it seems I need to seriously compare the 6th person. No matter how you look at it, victory seems to be leaning heavily towards the third years. They ask for her opinion. Dean, which side should we bet on this time? She decides to trust her own judgment. Put 50 badges on the third years. Let's make some pocket money. Meanwhile, Xuanyu is talking to Ensi through the communicator. Ensi, what's up? He excitedly shares the new information he's learned. Xuanyu, guess what? At the activity center, betting on both sides has already begun, the boy repeats. Puzzled. Activity center. Hearing the doubt in his voice, his companions quickly explained. It's one of Shrek City's entertainment options, but the Shrek City Activity Center only accepts Shrek Academy badges for betting. Xuanyu became interested. If there's a chance, how does it work? In a sun-drenched dorm room, Xuanyu and his friends gather to discuss the odds. 1. 19 to 1, if the third years win, and 3. 9 to 1 if they win, indicating someone has bet heavily on the third years. Fengzi's mutated spirit is awakening. His strength will increase greatly, and Qianxu has entered the fourth ring. His spirit has also awakened twice. Dianlei scratched his head and replied, Not yet. Soon, Xuanyu solemnly reminded him. How confident are you? This is no laughing matter. In short, our overall strength has greatly increased. With a proud look, Xuanyu shares the good news. Winning this fight will earn us 2 purple badges, and even losing will get us 1. Hearing of the generous reward, everyone's spirits soared. Even losing brings great benefits. So why lose? We must win this time. Yes, we must win. We can't lose to her. But what Xuanyu wants is more than just the outcome. Simply winning or losing isn't enough, especially if the payout ratio is 1 to 4. I think this is going to be a tough fight, and he clearly has a detailed plan. I absolutely have to get that purple emblem, and I want us to go all out. The choice is yours. But whatever you decide, I hope we're all prepared to fight like our lives depend on it. Liao Feng didn't hesitate to join Xuanyu on the front lines, knowing that without retreat, their power would be even greater. Tian Luo excitedly chimed in. I'm in a 60% return. What are we waiting for? Give me Dongwug, and I'll definitely beat her. Qianxu and Menchen quickly took a stand. We're in. So they decided to go together. Seeing his friend's solidarity, Xuanyu happily called out, If we lose, we'll just pretend it never happened. If we win, no one will be able to compare to us. Our slogan is, they smiled at each other and shouted in unison. Go big or go home. The boy clenched his fist, showing his strong fighting spirit. Then bring all 6 purple emblems and the 12 gold emblems we earned from selling information. This time to bet on us. Sell everything to bet. Then he turned to ask. Hui hui. 6 purple badges. Guaranteed by honor. Okay, Enhui affirmed with certainty. My family can do it. I'll have my dad handle it. No one knew that these young teenagers had such courage. 1 to 4. That was the payout ratio they bet on at the last minute. 2 days later, Lan Xuanyu and the others took leave to seize every moment to cultivate, while Nanba and Tang Wuge trained with their friends, all eagerly awaiting this day. Time slipped away, and Sunday, the day of the match, arrived. Lam Tu reluctantly tried to dissuade the overly excited woman. It's still early. What are you looking at? Nam Trung couldn't hide her anticipation from early in the morning. I'm going to look at the analysis first. I heard they don't think our son is good. There's even a professional analysis before the match. I feel like our son can win. My son is the best. He analyzed the situation rationally, admitting their chances of winning weren't great, which angered her. Lan Xiao, are you even a father? Why aren't you supporting our son? She scolded. Go cook 4 dishes and a soup. Don't skimp. His response was a familiar sigh. You win. On Heaven Dew Star. Ruona dusts off her rarely used TV and logs onto the network, a smile gracing her lips as she wonders, Xuanyu must be a little bigger now. Meanwhile, back on Tianlu Star, Qingling rushed in, urging, Dang Li, are you crazy? You're performing tonight, and you're at home watching TV. The interview's already set for this morning, and there's so much to do. But he just stares at the big screen. I want to watch the competition. He's in it. I want to see. Hearing this piqued her interest as well. And just then, the match began. Greetings, esteemed viewers. Now, broadcasting live to everyone, and in a burst of good spirits, Yulin proposes pushing back the interview, saying he'll sing an extra song for everyone tonight. As a new gift for the media who had already scheduled it, Qingling rushed out the door, her joyful voice echoing. Great. This news should be enough. The fans will be thrilled. I'll go make arrangements, and then come back to watch with you. I want to see what this kid is like. The one who's caught your attention. The match was about to begin when the Academy's exchange center unexpectedly received a student with a strange request. I want to publish an exchange mission news. The headline reads, "The secret you don't know Nam Not's trump card challenges beyond his level." One white badge to read it once. Lemon suddenly stood up and called out, "Student, are you sure your information is accurate?" Tianliang confidently confirms the scoop. "No scam. Announce it quickly. The odds for Team 1 are 1 to 5 now. There's still time. My entire fortune is riding on Team 1. As he left the center, Bing Liang admired his opponent's trickery, earning at least a dozen gold badges. Lan Xuanyu really knew how to make money. With only a minute left until the competition, he sat in his office, watching the news he had traded for, his face turning grim. What? These kids have a new trump card. Why didn't they say so sooner? Quickly bet another 10 purple badges on Lan Xuanyu's team to hedge against risk. At the colossal arena, packed with spectators, the announcement of the first match ignited a frenzy. Qianlei looked around, astonished by the grand spectacle, noting that there wasn't an empty space to be found. At the same time, the heavenly voice announced the entry of the third competitor, and Wu Kei's team made their grand entrance. Xuanyu smiled slyly, taunting, "Senior, are you going to throw the match for us and make a fortune?" Wu Kei retorts with a challenge, claiming such petty tricks are useless against him, and that Lan Xuanyu's team is destined to lose. The boy's eyes flash with a cold, determined light, vowing to give it their all and secure victory. The starting bell rings, both sides are ready, and the countdown begins 3, 2, 1. Under the eager eyes of countless spectators, the competition officially begins. As the starting signal echoed, Xuanyu swiftly unleashed several blue-silver grass strands, urging them forward, while Tianchu and Liao Feng quickly leaped into action. Meanwhile, Yinhui raised his bow, imbued with faint purple spirit rings, and unleashes a barrage of arrows with his spirit skill. Vast spirit tide, aimed directly at the enemy. Undaunted, Ma Tian blocked the arrows with a single strike, enveloping himself in soul force for defense. Observing this, Xuanyu inwardly praised his formidable defense. At that moment, Tianchu showed no fear, quickly closing in on him. Their speeds were evenly matched, each sizing up the other's abilities. Ma Xian's axe swung so fast it created after-images, but Tianchu nimbly dodged the blow. Just then, a thick white fog rapidly spread across the battlefield, engulfing Ma Tian. "You've underestimated him. Sima Qian isn't so easily dealt with." Qianlei, seeing the mist ineffective, retaliatis. "Go." Thousand-layered armored dragon. As ordered, the Bei Long roared and charged to block Sima Qian's path. The appearance of the soul beast didn't faze Sima Qian, who was even amused by it. With one swing of his axe, the massive beast was sent flying, and with a brief pause, he unleashed a blinding arc of light. In an instant, the armored dragon's neck is severed, blood spraying everywhere, and Qianlei's hair stands on end at the sight of such power. Terrified, he turned to Xuanyu for help, but Xuanyu just smiled knowingly. "Accept this grand gift. Lan Xuanyu, he's the prize we three brothers prepared just for you." Qianlei screamed, "Frantic," but Xuanyu remained still, as if contemplating something. Meanwhile, another part of the arena was also a scene of fierce fighting, and the combination of soul power arrows and ice fog made Shu Qi furrow her brow in tension. They surround themselves with a layer of soul power like a protective shield to resist the barrage of arrows. As Yuga realizes the situation isn't optimistic, his pupils turning a deep crimson, suddenly, her entire body blazed with crimson soul fire, the ultimate fire of the 5 elements, incinerating the detestable ice storm. On a battlefield divided by ice and snow, the towering figure of Sima Qian charged ferociously toward Xuanyu. This scene has everyone on edge. Sima Qian is getting closer and closer, and Xuanyu is in danger. Despite the cries urging him to take cover, Xuanyu stands his ground, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Xuanyu's unexpected move stunned his classmates. What was he planning? He was charging straight toward Ma Tian, a powerful rank Pianch Soul Master. Ignoring the frantic shouts, Xuanyu rushes headlong toward his opponent, and soon, he's face to face with Sima Xian. But as his opponent brings down his axe, the boy swiftly moves in. Xuanyu's hand transformed into sharp claws, striking towards his face, the 5 razor-like fingernails slashing across Ma Tian's chest. Startled by the wounds inflicted by a mere freshman, he inadvertently gives Xuanyu the opening he needs. As the boy summons a dragon head with a deafening roar, freezing Ma Tian in place, he finally came to his senses. But it was too late. Xuanyu had already pressed 2 crimson flames into his chest, and the culprit had vanished into the icy mist. The 2 soul fires on his chest swirled faster and faster, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that sent Ma Tian flying. The stunned audience murmured in disbelief. Was that a 3-ringed Xuanyu fighting a 5-ringed Sima Xian? And Sima Xian lost. The loudspeaker blared, announcing the reversal. Sima Xian had been blown away by a first-year student. Back at the hotel, Qingling watches the broadcast, startled by a commotion behind her. His spirit rings. Why are they gold? It turns out, Wu Lin's spirit rings had suddenly erupted. She's confused and doesn't understand. And there are 8 of them. Why did he suddenly release his spirit rings? Even Wu Lin is equally bewildered. I don't know either, but his abilities seem very similar to mine. Qingling expresses her suspicion, noting that it's not just their abilities that are similar. The 2 are nearly identical. Could he be your long-lost son? Wu Lin wasn't amused by the joke. She'd known him for years. And the kid was so young. Qingling laughed it off, saying it was nothing serious. But she couldn't understand why. Sima Xian, a power attacker. Hadzuch strong defense. He has a different take on the one digging in from the sneak attack. He's not necessarily a battle spirit master of the assault system. Back on the arena floor, Wu Ge is right behind, struggling with the annoying mist. She carries her teammates and a blazing crimson flame as she rushes toward Ma Xiao. Wu Ge pauses, shouting a warning. Sima Xian. He firmly grips his axe, activating his ultimate skill, the 10,000-year soul ring. This attack unleashes a terrifying aura, engulfing a vast area. The 5 first years within range are lifted into the air. Xuanyu, concerned, analyzes Ma Xian's abilities besides the resistance. The recovery is also greatly reduced. This is obvious. From another galaxy, Qingling voices the same deduction, a control skill. Wu Lin had already recognized the essence of the junior's ability, yes. His touch was a form of control. Otherwise, the ironback dragon would have been blasted away, not levitated. Taking advantage of Xuanyu's group's temporary immobility, Wu Ge leaps out of the vicinity. She seizes the opportunity as the mist clears, deploying her forces to see how they deal with this disadvantage. Very good. Seize the opportunity and charge with all your might. The trio attacks with all their might, holding them back. The ever-shifting situation leaves the audience bewildered. Could it be, are the first years already cornered? Is this so-called cross-level battle about to end like this? Just then, a pair of icy eyes flashed with a ghastly blue light from below the arena, causing Wu Ge's red flames to falter. In an instant, Shu Tianchu's blue soul fire spread wide, unleashing the 10,000-person soul skill deep blue gaze. Wu Ge felt a familiar, spine-chilling power. How could it be? Isn't that her fusion skill with Lan Xuanyu? The unbelievable truth unfolds before her eyes. It can be unleashed independently. Due to Sima Xian's control-type soul skill, the effects of deep blue gaze are greatly reduced, with the stun effect only lasting about a second. It was during that brief stun that Yuan and Hui cast his spell, the Spirit Origin King's Bloodline. The awakening also unlocked his ultimate trump card, the Eye of Reincarnation, making Yuanin the center of attention. The Valkyries grew anxious, as the tide seemed to turn against them. When did Yuan and Hui learn to use a mental shock skill? An unknown figure suddenly approached one of the Valkyries. Xuanyu notices the changing situation and orders, "Everyone, now is the time to turn the tables." Liao Feng confronts his enemy head-on, his relentless attacks forcing the dancer to retreat. Seizing the advantage, Liao Feng is determined to finish off his opponent, activating his second awakened martial soul skill, Silver Dragon Leap Triple Strike. Landing a direct hit on the martial artist, the audience is stunned. Liao Feng has defeated the strongest member of the opposing team, though not causing actual damage. He has indeed restrained Tang Wook. Qianlei, spurred on by the boiling atmosphere, can't let him have all the glory. Come on, Fatty Jin. Let's show them what happens when someone sleeps for too long. He leaps up, throwing a punch of brilliant golden soul power at Ximing. Someone familiar with him analyzes his skills, saying he can fight evenly with Li Siji. The opponent's spirit is the Xuanyu shield. From afar, Luohong prizes Qianlei, impressed by his use of the summoning gate and the emerald demon bird to control 3 of their spirit masters. Menqin refuses to be outdone, summoning her companions to charge forward. They must stop the light and dark soul masters from controlling the battlefield and attack Thibaut. The battle takes another unexpected turn, exciting the audience even more. I told you, the male lead is different this time. Unbelievable. The tables have turned. Go. Main character, this is getting intense. And Vukash is starting to sweat. How annoying they were in a dominant position. But their opponents broke through. We can't let this continue. At this rate, Lan Xuanyu and the others will gradually break us down. If we defeat Lan Xuanyu, they'll be like a headless snake, and victory will be ours. Thinking this, Wu Ge is forced to change tactics. Li Siqi, Li Siming, Sima Xian, gather and work together to kill Lan Xuanyu. Yin Hui, hearing this, cries out in alarm. No, Xuanyu Gege. At the same time, the Spirit King bloodline skill, Soul Detonation, is activated instantly. I won't let you have your way. Meanwhile, Siqi frantically called for backup, as Qianlei's attack chipped away at Siming's defenses. This Fatso is proving to be quite a handful. Wu Jie doesn't take Yin Hui's impending attack too seriously, saying it's useless and won't break their defense. Yin Hui then conjures a massive spirit war drum and slams it down on the brothers' shield. Ximing and Siqi struggle to withstand the immense pressure raining down upon them. Ximing feels himself faltering. Overwhelmed by the power, has his martial soul truly become this strong after its second awakening? Meanwhile, Wu Ge joins the fray, and Sima Xian cuts off Lan Xuanyu's escape route. He's trapped. Xuanyu must face 2 opponents alone, and a hint of tension crosses his face. Wu Ge sees his next move and advises against it, saying, "You want to escape with elemental displacement. You can't break the Xuanyu shield. Lamb, you're done for." Seeing his imminent defeat, Qingling wonders why they're targeting him so relentlessly. Is this the end? Yu realizes the situation isn't as dire as it seems. Something's not right. Lan Xuanyu seems to be luring his opponents in. She can't believe it, a 3-ring facing 3 5-rings, Lian speaks up, reminding her to take a closer look. Lan's trump card is finally here, a brilliant, multicolored light erupting from his chest. Vukach's eyes widened at the bizarre scene unfolding before her, a shiver running down her spine as she wondered what light could inspire such fear, knowing she couldn't let him complete his awakening. Yu Ge, despite her fear, decided to unleash the divine 5 elements light. But a brilliant blue light flashed, stopping her in her tracks. A vortex suddenly appears from nothingness. A dark purple halo surrounds Xuanyu, easily swallowing her attack. Vukach was terrified, drenched in sweat. What kind of attack was that? That devoured my great 5 elements divine light. And the Lai brothers, the 2 of them were frozen in terror. What is this? In a shocking turn of events, the 2 brothers' bodies disintegrated into soul fire, scattering with the wind, leaving Wu Ge paralyzed with fear. Unable to believe what she'd just witnessed, sensing Hyun Woo's overwhelming aura, she can't believe her own prediction. This was originally the boy, heedless of his opponent's turmoil, charges straight ahead, frozen in fear. Wu Ge couldn't move an inch, unable to believe what she was seeing as Xuanyu, with the force of a tsunami, charged towards Ma Xian, who desperately tried to parry the blow. In that instant, Xuanyu's purple afterimage slashed across his shoulder, turning Ma Xian into spirit energy that vanished from the arena. At the same time, The raging flames in his hand suddenly grew tenfold, and he arrogantly pointed them towards the ground. Everything happened so fast. The crowd was in shock. What just happened? Wasn't Lan Xuanyu supposed to be in dire straits? How did he suddenly turn the tables? Xuanyu stood tall, each breath saturated with immense soul power. But as the energy faded, his small body began to waver. Qianlei quickly caught his teammate. Xuanyu. In a shocking turn, Xuanyu instantly killed the 4 strongest members of Class 5-3, severely injured the remaining 2, and secured a complete victory. Not only were the spectators in the arena astonished, but the same emotions were felt at Mother Star, as a 3rd-level Soul Master defeated 4 5th-level Soul Masters in the blink of an eye, completely defying expectations. Meanwhile, Wu Lin was stunned, wondering if it was a divine weapon. He seemed to have seen it before. But what was it called? An orb of energy flickered in his hand, and the dazzling golden dragon spear instantly appeared. Encrusted with jewels, Yulin stared intently at the golden dragon spear, muttering in confusion. "This is..." While Yue Ling was dumbfounded, thinking, "What is this now? You're becoming less and less like the Tang Lei I know." In the Academy's arena, the entire stadium was deathly silent. Stunned by the unexpected outcome, the most excited Dian Lei picked up the boy and shouted, "We won! Xuanyu! We won!" Xuanyu looked at his companions' smiling faces, brighter than flowers, and his heart was filled with happiness. "That's great. Our strategy worked. We overcame the limitations of the Dragon God transformation's short duration and limited attack range. Our close coordination secured our victory." As Chunchu basked in the afterglow, she sensed something was amiss. Meanwhile, Menqin, bursting with excitement, grabbed his friend, exclaiming, "We're rich. 6 purple badges each. This is amazing." Tian Shou is speechless, and Meng Qin asks if he's been blessed by the god of wealth, suddenly becoming so obsessed with money. In the dean's office, Lan Shu stares at the screen in shock, wondering what that is. A divine artifact. Just who is this? Lan Xuanyu. Meanwhile, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she'd switched her bet at the last moment. Otherwise, all 50 purple badges would have been lost. The phone rings, and Lan is quick to adjust her expression. "Teacher," a thunderous voice booms from the other end. "I just saw the competition. That Lan Xuanyu has unlimited potential. You must focus on nurturing him, and don't investigate him too much, or neglect his training." She obediently agreed. "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, she bitterly remembers something. She was the first to recognize this child's potential, only for that Tang Zhenhua to steal him away. If not, this should have been her disciple. She angrily calls the old man, "Tang Zhenhua." A unique screech jolted him awake. "Get out here now." Zhenhua was bewildered. What was wrong with her? It seemed the 0-class competition was today. Could something strange have happened? Did I drink too much last night and fall asleep? I'll just watch the competition replay. Meanwhile, back at Xuanyu's familiar dorm, there's a scene of unbridled joy. The Lan Xuanyu team is dividing their spoils, each receiving 6 purple emblems and 10 gold emblems, an unprecedented exchange at the mission center. Meanwhile, the outer court of Shrek Academy is buzzing, as Lan Xuanyu proves his strength to all the outer court students, instantly defeating a 3rd-year 5-ring powerhouse. There's no doubt about it, Lan Xuanyu and his 6 companions have become famous overnight. That night, Lan Xuanyu and his team of 6 quietly left Shrek Academy. Tianlei couldn't help but suggest they go all out, saying tonight's a day off, so let's have a great meal. Then hit the auction and see if there's anything good for cultivation we can buy. Let's party. Lan Xuanyu felt a sense of fulfillment. After these battles, their team had truly come together. Their teamwork and mutual support would allow them to grow even faster with enough resources. The group decided to celebrate at Celestial Cuisine, a luxurious restaurant with equally luxurious prices. Ka Hong greeted the distinguished guests personally. "Greetings, geniuses of Shrek Academy. I am Ka Hong, the owner of Celestial Cuisine, and it's an honor to have you celebrate here. All right. Today, everything you eat and buy is on the house, and I'm giving each of you a card for 30% off future meals." Xuanyu declined, thanking him but saying they don't take handouts. But he insisted on contributing. It's no problem at all. You've brought glory to Shrek Academy. And your future is limitless. You must give me a chance to treat you well. Since you insist, Mr. Key. Let's not be shy. And you're paying for everything. Ka Hong was generous. Of course. And they ate their fill. Once they had some privacy, Liu Feng spoke up, reminding Qian Lei to look at Jin Pengzi, who was also eating the earth dragon tendons. Could he be eating dragon beasts? He always felt Jin Pengzi was hostile towards him. Xuanyu suggests they ask Old Tree about this later, as he is knowledgeable, and that since dragon blood and bones will be auctioned, Qian Lei should consider buying some. Although Qian Lei has money now, his thrifty nature remains, and dragon-related items are expensive. Mengqin scoffed, calling him stingy, and asked if he was stupid, since its growth was equivalent to his own. After eating their fill, the six of them laughed and talked as they left. Heavenly delicacies. The youngsters took the opportunity to wander around the Shrek auction house, drawing attention as the ones who defeated the strongest third-year team. Zhen Enhui notices something, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and gestures to the seats beside him. Noting that Tang Wuge always comes alone, Xuanyu watched his friend, a thoughtful look on his face, then rose and walked toward the other boy. Wuge didn't even turn to look at him. Here to laugh at me, Xuanyu smiled at her like a dear friend. You lost because you didn't understand us. Startled, Wuge suddenly expresses her gratitude, leaving Xusi completely bewildered. Thank me. The auction hasn't officially begun, so everyone is relaxed and waiting. As Vukach realizes the meaning behind that, thank you, of course she should thank him. If he hadn't said those things to the dean, we're the losers. How could we ever get a purple badge? Is your class under a lot of pressure? I gave up before the class leader? Someone had to take responsibility. Wu Jie's face was completely relaxed, without a trace of unwillingness. I'm fine. It's more comfortable without a mission. I have more time to cultivate. But I must remind you, the tallest tree catches the most wind. She warns him that their prominence makes them a target, and too much pressure could break the team apart. Hyunwoo senses something is wrong and asks what happened to her team. Wuge deliberately avoided his probing gaze, saying she didn't command well enough and lacked intelligence. So she left the team. Xuanyu cautiously inquired if her team had tried to keep her. With a lonely expression, she recounted, They wanted me to stay, but I knew they were disappointed in me. My strategies didn't allow them to reach their full potential. The first loss was due to a lack of understanding, but the second was clearly my fault. Hearing her frankly acknowledge her failures, Xuanyu admired this senior, even in defeat. She wouldn't lose like them. So, what will you do? This third year doesn't seem happy. Who? She smiled, analyzing her upcoming plans. Nothing to be sad about. I'm still me. Still the strongest in the class. Or perhaps I'm a soul master, only suited to represent myself. Now I have more time to cultivate. And when my cultivation reaches the 6th ring, I can create a 2-word battle armor. This positive attitude inadvertently encourages Lan Xuanyu, and I will work harder in the future. Their conversation ends as the boy rejoins his teammates. Enhui asks what they talked about, and Xuanyu recounts the conversation, causing Yi to glance over at her. With that, the auction officially begins. And the next item up for bid is incredibly special and extremely rare. Mid-grade treasure of heaven and earth, a 10,000-year-old ice god lotus, grown in the northernmost Lake Ban Shen on the Tai Mu star, Ivanradir. This ice god lotus is a twin lotus. If 2 ice attribute soul masters use it simultaneously, a miraculous link will be created. Bidding starts at 30 million TE, with increments of 1 million TE. Without hesitation, the first bid is placed number 60, 30 million. Qian Lei tries to stop his companion. That's 30 million. Have you thought this through? I didn't know you had so much money. Mengqin found him incredibly annoying. I want it. So what? Leave me alone. Qian Lei couldn't stop her. And sighed. A spendthrift. That's what you are. Mengqin was about to scold him. Annoyed. You. Just then, a handful of purple badges flew from Noctat's hand toward her. Mengqin instinctively caught the thrown objects. Hey, what are you doing? When she finally saw what was in her hand, she was stunned. This, Qianlei had been generous for once, showing off, telling her to take it if she wanted to buy it. Meng Qin felt like the other person was glowing, and even Lu Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Qianlei is so stingy. Has he gone mad just then? Someone raised the bidding paddle. Ling Yi raised her voice, announcing number 56 at 31 million. Meng Qin nervously considers her options, at a 1 million increment. The next bid would be 32 million. Sitting next to him, Xuanyu blankly watched the strange actions of the person across the aisle. Don't. Wujia. What is he trying to do? Ignoring everyone's reactions, she calmly made her own decision. Shrek Academy withdraws from the auction. Wu Jie's request is immediately approved, selling for 30 million. And the Shrek Academy successfully ends the auction. Meng Qin returns the valuable badges to their original owner, saying, "Here's your purple badge. Are you an idiot? If Tianqiu and I combine our purple badges, it'll be enough to buy it. Keep the extra money for emergencies. I'll just be frugal." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng finally said what he'd been holding back. "Since when have you been so generous?" Qianlei retorted, jumping up. "Generous? When was I ever generous?" On stage, Ling Yi presents the next eye-catching item, today's next auction item. Not as valuable as the godly lotus, but with a wide range of uses, it's the fruit of life, which appears very rarely, only once every 10 years. This is a 1,000-year fruit of life, and it has only one effect. It prolongs life. 30 years for ordinary people, up to 100 for soul masters. Starting bid, 30 million. The allure of extended life ignites a frenzy. 40 million, 60 million, 90 million, 3 billion. From the upper level, Duona decisively raised the price to an astronomical figure, 5 billion. Ling Yi smiled and continued to invite bids. Anyone else sold congratulations to the person in room number 6 for purchasing the fruit of life for 5 billion. This astronomical price petrifies the group. 5 billion. We're still too poor. Ling Yi teases, stirring the curiosity of everyone present. Now, for the final auction item of the day. Everyone pay attention. This treasure has a starting price of 100 billion. Xuanyu's eyes were opened to a new world. Was this an auction or a bonfire of cash? Finally, a treasure worth its weight in gold is presented. The most expensive item we've auctioned in the last 10 years. The moment the silver dragon spear appeared, it captivated the entire room. Ling Yi's powerful voice echoed through every corner of the auction house, announcing that this spear was also a staff. The weapon of the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon Spear. Once a divine artifact ranked 6th among all modified artifacts, has a starting price of 10 billion. If there are no bids within 1 minute, the auction will end. An Hui and Hien Vu were both speechless. 10 billion wasn't expensive for a divine weapon like this. Did the other races really think no one could afford it? But no matter what, we can't buy it. As the countdown begins, Wu. The boy picks up on a familiar point in the name. Silver Dragon Spear. Only one word different from Lu Feng's White Dragon Spear. Each number pounds like a hammer. S. San. R. But Lu Feng just hangs his head. Oh. Great. Ling Yi finalized the last number. 1. Time's up. No bids. The auction is over. Then, Xuanyu's group left, only to unexpectedly encounter Yuga, who told Xuanyu to quickly level up his cultivation. She vaguely declared war, though she doesn't know for how long. "I want to fight you with all my strength." The boy thought to himself, "Our soul power is so different. How can we compete?" With that, Wu left, not forgetting to sniff Yin Hui's shoulder in passing. He quietly glanced back at her lonely figure, a complex emotion welling up within him. Wasn't she the class monitor? It seems she's no longer like the other non-boss students. It's getting late, so the kids head back. Let's go train. But first, we should tell the teacher. I have an idea we can absorb the energy from the sea god lake, as it's perfect for rare treasures like this. Mengqin and Tianqiu lamented the cost. 3 gold emblems for a single session was far too expensive. Qianlei, ever resourceful, offered his contribution. suggesting they use his funds first. The girls quickly conferred. What do you think? Let's ask the teacher first. Qianlei then anxiously asked Xuanyu. Boss, they probably don't really want our money. Right. Cultivating at Sea God Lake is a private matter. The boy sighed, lamenting his friend's extravagance, pointing out that only the wealthy could spend so freely. But, Fatty, if you truly like Meng Qin, you must value her above all else. Hearing this, Liao Feng and Yin Hui suddenly understood the joke, so that's what it was. I wondered why he'd changed so much. But you're too fat. Meng Qin won't like you. Tianlei even led them to protect themselves. So what if I'm fat? Fat is love, shade in the summer, warmth in the winter. In times of danger, I can protect her with my great strength. But my friends don't seem to notice. Talk to me when you win. Goodbye. Xuanyu's group arrives at Sea God Lake and brings shocking news to Tang Yue, what the ice god Lotus. And it's a 10,000-year grade. These young people really have a lot of money these days. Never mind. I'll trust you, and go ask for some. Set the limit at 30 gold soul coins and absorb it all. The boy happily nodded obediently. Thanking his teacher, Xuanyu seizes the opportunity to inquire, Teacher, does today's auction have life fruits from that year? They're worth hundreds of millions. Are they also produced here? Tang Yue thinks to herself. Here it comes. But still feigns ignorance. What is it? Do you want to eat one? The boy shyly stroked it, but didn't refuse, saying he was too young to need to extend his life. Knowing Xuanyu's expression all too well, he took out a life fruit from the pond and said, Look at this. Tang Yue asks with a smile. Is this what you're looking for? The boy can't take his eyes off the fruit. Teacher, you have one too. He simply bit into the divine fruit, offering it as an explanation, leaving Xuanyu stunned as he watched it being devoured. In mere moments, Duong and Guiyet devoured the Millennium Life Fruit, and the two petrified onlookers simply commented that the flavor wasn't bad. Each disciple of the Life School receives one fruit per month, but they can only eat it themselves, not sell it. Anything else? The two bid farewell with mixed emotions. That's all. Teacher, I'm going back to cultivate. All right. See you next time. Farewell. Tang Yue thinks she's right. But not quite. Only those above level 9 can receive one fruit per month. And the old tree storage is impressive. Then, the silver dragon spear continues to be auctioned, but the starting price has risen to 100,000 purple coins to absorb the ice god cleansing lotus. A new semester begins in a flurry of activity, and Xuanyu greets senior brother Ming as usual. The senior brother sighs. That penniless devil is here again, and he won't even lend me a copper. But faced with the boy's question, Senior, did our forging association acquire a rare metal? Senior Ming remained supportive, asking, Why? Do you want to use it? Xuanyu humbly states his request. He wants to buy deep silver. Each piece cut into 100 slices. The senior is shocked buying deep silver. He must be joking. He quickly quotes the price, at least 30 gold emblem coins. Is he sure? The boy humbly affirmed. I'm sure. Sorry to trouble you. Senior, I'll need your guidance again this time. And so, every month, Lan Xuanyu came here to forge dark silver, also considering it a check on what he had learned in the past 5 months. All right, let's begin with what you've got. This Lan Xuanyu has been learning on his own for so long since joining the forging program. He's been coming for 4 or 5 months, never asking for my guidance. Just reading books. What a waste of time. Practice outweighs theory. He observes the fruits of self-study before offering advice. The result of his focus is a glowing, red-hot piece of deep silver, successfully forged. He closes his eyes, sensing the lingering energy from the hammer around the sunstone. Xuanyu grips the hammer with a familiar, skillful motion. No one could do this without instruction, hammer and man as one. Could it be? He actually taught himself, and that last strike, if I'm not mistaken. It was. Surprised, Anmin blurts out the legendary name Tang Sect. He could feel the unmistakable familiarity of the most powerful forging technique to remove metal impurities in legends. When did he learn this? And the heavy silver is shrinking to 1/3 of its original size, its color growing brighter. Could those 12 hammer strikes have completed the 100 refinements? He's at least a level 2 forging master. In just 5 months. He's improved this much. Min couldn't help but feel ashamed. He'd offered to teach him, but his skill was clearly on par with A. Xuanyu didn't hear those mutterings, or how he had learned to forge like that, because he was lost in his own ironworking. The easy words of Wu Lin echoed in Xuanyu's ears, forging. In a nutshell, it's a process of creating life. And following that advice, the boy poured his soul into the piece of deep silver, which instantly glowed with a brilliant golden light. And Min's eyes widened in astonishment. He succeeded. Is this real? It's more than a foot high. Not bad. Not bad. And the transparency is much better. This kid is amazing. But to his surprise, Vu was not only unsatisfied but also deeply disappointed. Only a foot high, then it's a failure. He helped the silver essence regain its honor. But as the carvings indicated, Uncle Luo said it had to be 3 meters tall to be considered a success. And this is only 1 meter. Ming was stunned and asked to confirm the name he'd just heard. Did you just say Uncle Luo is your teacher? Admiration and respect filled Xuanyu's eyes as he said, I suppose so. He taught me forging. He then realized something and happily congratulated him. I knew you could do it. No wonder you learned so quickly. A level 3 forging master, impressive. The boy returns the compliment, thanking him for the introduction. Then, he asks if this can be considered forging, and if it has any value. Ming pats his chest, assuring him it does. This piece of heavenly metal is worth 5 white badges. And with that, the money-loving side of Xuanyu resurfaces. 1 piece for 5 white badges. 100 pieces would be 500 white badges, equivalent to over 30 gold badges. A 10-fold profit, not bad at all. Mintrat Vang's voice echoed. Junior, you want to sell this heaven-tier heavy silver? Right, the boy nodded. And Mintrat Vang eagerly negotiated. I'll buy it. Can you sell it cheaper? Xuanyu smiled, saying that the senior was too kind, and offered it as a gift, as he would have been lost without his guidance. But Ming resolutely refused, saying that as his senior, he had to maintain appearances. 4 pieces it is. This price is already a steal for me. And this is the only time. How strange. This piece of heavenly metal is quite remarkable. The energy levels are fine. So why isn't the activity higher? I must go study this. You get back to your own affairs. Junior. With a wave goodbye from Xuanyu, curiosity stirred within him, to perceive the changes within metal with mere sight. This senior is no simple man. After the senior left, Xuanyu tried to forge the dark silver again, feeling much more familiar with it after his previous experience. Xiang continues to forge, pushing his body to its limit. This is the 4th time. No more for today. Tomorrow will have to do. As the final exam is the day after, suddenly, Min's familiar, frantic voice snapped him back to reality. Junior, he cried, grabbing him in an excited embrace. Perfect. Just perfect. You're my lucky star. Min's excited voice echoed through the forging room. I did it. I did it. I finally did it. Xuanyu was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Min was ecstatic. I decided to try that piece of sunken silver you gave me. And I actually completed my first ever spirit forging. The success rate of spirit refinement is too low, and it consumes a lot of resources. Could you let go of me? Senior A. Spirit refinement to possess one's own spirituality can be said to be a complete transformation. And a successful spirit refinement means I'm a level 5 spirit refiner. Min grabbed Xuanyu's hand, full of gratitude. Junior, it's all thanks to you. The top spot in the outer court is ours. We have the first 5th grade artificer. The boy congratulated him. Congratulations, Senior, with your first success. It'll only get easier. Immediately, Ming excitedly ran off, eager to brag to his class. Leaving Xuanyu in confusion. Is becoming a 5th grade soul engineer and creating a soul core really that difficult? I wonder when I'll be able to do it. The boy suddenly recalled Xiao Kai's instructions. Today was Saturday. Tomorrow, a day off. And the day after, the final exam. Even teacher Zhenhua had seriously reminded him that the first semester's final exam was crucial. The results of this exam will lay the foundation for our future at the academy, and access to its resources. So every academy is holding its breath, hoping to surpass us by giving it their all. Determination flickers in Xuanyu's eyes. He must prepare well. Just then, his communicator beeps with an announcement: assemble tomorrow. Outside, the golden rays of sunset painted the sky as the sun prepared to dip below the mountains. Just then, Xuanyu rushed to meet his companions. Meng Qin smiles wryly, telling the captain he's late, but he simply turns to Qianchu, telling her to go. Have you the eyes? Like galaxies. Now held only Xuanyu's image, until Meng Qin coldly interrupted this display of affection, asking if they could spare everyone the love-struck gazes. Qianlei seizes the chance to promote himself, saying his eyes are sincere, but Meng Qin coldly retorts that his face fat is covering his eyes, so no one can see what's in them. Since acquiring the golden tortoise, Qianlei's defense has skyrocketed, making him the team's champion. As such, his confidence has grown immensely, though he's fat. He's an agile one. Meanwhile, Liao Feng has fully grasped the changes in his martial soul, drawing ever closer to level 40. While Lan Minchen, the team's second strongest soul master at level 49, with a twin martial soul, is the one issuing the challenge. All right. Agile fatu. When are we going to duel? How can I do that? Qianlei awkwardly refuses. I don't hit girls. And if it weren't for Yuan and Huihui's unique existence, she would be the strongest male in this class. Joking and laughing, they arrive at their destination. Menqin scoffed. If you're scared, just say so. Don't hide behind I don't hit girls. As if anyone could beat me. Xuanyu ignored his playful companions, focusing on the purple sweet potato in his hand. Disgruntled. Why is there only one? Where's mine? After a pointless argument, he asks why she's eating it when she said she didn't like it last time. She replies that she likes it now, so he offers to buy her one. As Tianshu watches his friend walk away, he can't help but agree with. Xuanyu girls are hard to understand. She gave him an ice cream cone, feigning annoyance, saying something about being good sisters. Tianshu offered a spoonful to Xuanyu, and the air between them thickened with budding affection. In his eyes, the girl before him was radiant and beautiful. As he mindlessly chewed on his food, it was only a moment later that the boy realized what he'd done, his face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. As Tianshu playfully kicked his shin, the boy was utterly bewildered. Why was she kicking him? Only to become even angrier. The group ate and drank along the way, finally making their way through the food stalls and auction hall to their true destination. The 6 of them gathered 12 purple emblems, intending to buy consumable items for the final exam. After several rounds of bidding, Xuanyu raised his hand twice, purchasing 2 types of restorative spirit fruits, and also greeted Wuge, calling her senior sister. On stage, Lingyi introduces the next item, the 11th auction piece. A storage bracelet. This storage bracelet is a rare masterpiece among soul tools. With an internal storage space of 5 cubic meters, the starting price is 5 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 50,000 federal credits. Let the bidding begin. Qianlei urged. Take it. Boss, this is useful. A real bargain. Xuanyu decisively raised his sign and bid 10 million. In the end, Lan Xuanyu spent 14 million federal credits to purchase the storage bracelet. They didn't stay to watch any longer, and left the hall. Then, Lan Xuanyu solemnly handed it to his companion. Oui, saying, You're the strongest. You wear it. It's safest. His confident actions moved him deeply. Xuanyu Hehe is so good to me. The boy then turned to everyone and suggested, while there's still time, let's go somewhere. Meng Chen asked in confusion. Go where? Xuanyu smiled, explaining that they were going to pick up the goods for their storage bracelet, saying that its value wasn't just what they saw here. The morning sun bathed the Shrek Academy buildings, bringing a bright and fresh atmosphere. In class, Xiao Kai solemnly informs the students that the first semester final exam for the first year is relatively simple, but still very dangerous. First, you will be taken to a planet with an extremely harsh environment. You must retrieve the mission item and bring it back to base within the allotted time. Completing the mission only earns a pass. Exceeding the mission earns extra credit, and the mission details will be released upon arrival. Xiao Kai clearly laid out the rules of the competition. Teams with different numbers of people will receive different missions. And the more people, the harder it will be. Now, let's register the teams. Lan Xuanyu. Start with you. Xuanyu stands up and announces, Teacher Xiao. Our team has 6 people. Me. Yuan and Hui. Lan Mengjin. Tong Tianchu. Liu Feng. And Qian Lei. After the registration, Xiao Kai continues calling names. Okay. Who's next? Scattered voices echo. Teacher. We have a team of 3. And we have a team of 2. After registering all the groups, he dismissed the students, telling them to prepare. In 1 hour, they would depart from the teaching building gate. Lan Xuanyu. Bring your team to my office. Though confused, the boy responded loudly. Yes? A moment later, a surprised shout came from the group of kids in the office. Xiao Kai acted as if he didn't notice Xuanyu's dazed expression, saying, No need for introductions. Tang Wulin, and you all have similar special circumstances. The Academy has decided that Tang Wulin will lead a 7-person team, including you 6, to participate in the final exam. Hearing Xiao Kai's firm instructions, he explains that while her addition will increase the difficulty they face, it's also a test for them. The boy furrows his brow, muttering that Tang Wuga is the top of class 5 to 3. So her joining will greatly increase the difficulty. This is going to be troublesome. What is the Academy's purpose? At that moment, An Hui excitedly shouted, Teacher, I don't agree. We don't need a captain who doesn't understand us. But Xiao Kai flatly rejected his objection. This is the Academy's decision. Not something you can change on the battlefield. Temporary teams can always happen. Can you really never cooperate with others? This is decided. You can go prepare now. Departure time is the same as the other teams. An Hui was about to try to persuade him, but Lan Xuanyu quickly agreed. We understand and accept it. Teacher, Senior, we're counting on you. Tang Wulin was surprised by the boy's quick acceptance. Then, she uttered a sentence that shocked everyone. You're still the captain. I'll follow your lead. Originally wanting to see how they would reconcile to complete the mission, he didn't expect everything to be done before it even started, and they even reached an agreement with Tang Wulin, the strongest of them all, who wields the one-word battle armor. Her individual combat power is far beyond what Lan Xuanyu and the others can match. Yet she agreed to let Lan Xuanyu command. This was truly unexpected by the Academy. Xuanyu actively expressed his gratitude, thanking her for her trust, promising not to let her down, and welcoming her to the team. Wuga smiled and promised, I will be a model teammate. Under everyone's gaze, the two clasped hands, marking a giant leap in their friendship. Soon, the appointed time arrived, and Xiao Kai announced, Time's up. Let's go. The male students boarded a large soul-guided vehicle, where Yujie's presence intimidated them. She was their senior. Shrek Academy's Aerospace Center had its own spacecraft, which was an eye-opener for the youngsters. Shrek Academy even had its own spacecraft. They were truly rich. Before the competition, Xiao Kai gave the students a final reminder. I've already told you the content of the exam, but now I'll emphasize a few points to note. This time, the assessment will be in the real world, not a virtual one. Unlike the final entrance exam before, the spaceship used in that exam was all simulated. These words confirmed Xuanyu's suspicions that exam had indeed been simulated. He listened intently. But this time, it was different. They would face reality. What I want to tell you is that all future tests will be conducted in the real world. Only through the experience of blood and fire can you truly improve yourselves. If you think the Academy's exam is too dangerous, you can withdraw at any time. The spaceship gently disengages, leaving Earth and heading straight into the void. As the ship ascended, Xuanyu didn't experience the nausea and dizziness he had during the previous comprehensive exam. He entered a meditative state, sensing the changes around him. Only the dense life force is gradually decreasing. Suddenly, Hianvu is stunned to see countless specks of light surrounding him. These are elements. How can elements exist in this vacuum? Space elements. Is this a spatial temporal rift? Is that why there are so many space elements? His bloodline vortex suddenly accelerates, revealing a faint layer of silver. The dragon god scale is reacting. This silver light can replenish my bloodline power. It's like a new door has opened. I understand now. As long as the elements are concentrated enough, my bloodline power will be effectively replenished. Countless faint blue dots, like stars, converge into a swirling cluster of light in the sky. The ship's announcement rings out, "Attention. Students, the spaceship will arrive at its destination in 1 hour. We're leaving the time warp." It's then that Xuanyu awakens and gradually understands his abilities. He peers out at the cosmic scenery, realizing that planet is their destination. As the loudspeaker announces, "Students, please prepare yourselves." Xuanyu glanced at the ship's network, his eyes widening at the sight of a magical universe. Marveling at the sheer size of the vortex from above, realizing the planet's environment was harsh, the ship suddenly lurches violently, followed by a warning alarm: "Prepare for impact. Ensure your safety harnesses are secured." Xuanyu, seated in the hold, feels the immense pressure. They've entered the planet's atmosphere, and the ship feels like it's about to break apart. Finally, the spacecraft successfully pierced the atmosphere and slowly touched down safely. The scene outside the window made Qianlei shudder. The environment was terrible, but they had arrived. Ahead lay the Federation's outpost, and the ship was about to land. The base doors slowly open, and guided by the ground crew, the ship descends, landing at its destination. Preparing to stop, Xiao Kai leads the Giza students. Greeted by a waiting team, the officer salutes sharply. "Greetings, Instructor Xiao. Welcome to Resource Planet 4. Everything is prepared. Please follow me." Xuanyu, standing in the back, he watches the soldiers in their pristine uniforms. The sergeant led them to a large room and solemnly announced, "Welcome to Resource Planet 4. You are about to undertake a mission to find and collect at least 1 kilogram of rare metals from different areas. Each of you must acquire at least 2 types of rare metals to pass the exam. Bringing back more, or a greater variety, will improve your score." Xiao Kai added, "Teams of 2 to 3 must obtain at least 3 types of rare metals. Teams of 4 to 5 must obtain 4 types, and teams of 6 or more must obtain 5. You will now receive your standard military uniforms to complete the mission. The oxygen in the masks can last for 5 days. Now, come and get your supplies. The exam is about to begin." He coldly warned the naive students. "The map is already in your soul communicator. Remember it well. You only have 5 days. If the cleanup crew finds you, you're all disqualified." "Understood," the students shouted in unison. Yes. Small groups left the base, stepping out to face a trial filled with unknown dangers, and led by Xuanyu, the team began their new journey. Outside, the wind howls, threatening to sweep away everything in its path. As Xuanyu leads his companions along their planned route, where the gravity is twice that of their home planet, the wind howls, the temperature plummets, and the double gravity makes them dizzy. But Mengqin confidently declares that she and Qianchu can withstand the ice and snow, and such an environment only makes them stronger. Xuanyu calculated their required route: 4 distinct zones around the base, each producing a rare metal, plus an arc-shaped mountain range, seemingly the key to a 5th metal. There's no room for complaint. It's a bit of a cheat. The boy wasn't surprised, as this outcome was expected. With 7 of us, the difficulty will definitely increase, especially with the senior sister joining. Even more so. Do you have any objections? Senior sister Yu trusts Xuanyu's judgment completely. "No. You're the captain, we'll listen to you." Hearing this, he decisively grabbed the command flag. "All right. Let's get the 4 rare metals in the central area. Then head out. That mountain ravine is definitely dangerous, and the environment outside will be even harsher. Let's go. I'll take the lead. Mengqin and Tianchu on either side. Senior, please heal from the rear. And the rest of you in the middle, let's move out." With burning resolve, Xuanyu leads his companions toward the center, but he subtly notices a few figures drawing ever closer. Xuanyu halted, suspiciously questioning. "By Tianyang? By Xiong? What are you doing, having been discovered?" The man had no choice but to reveal himself. "Nothing. Just lacking someone to break the wind." We only need to complete the requirements of this mission. The rest is yours. Okay, let's go. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, the boy agreed. We'll take 85%. You get 15%. And you'll have to accompany us to the outer region of Crescent Mountain. No, retreating. Understood. Minutes later, an agreement is reached. And Xuanyu quickly divides the team Brother Bang. Stay here and prepare to provide support at any time. Yu Tian, you follow me to open the road ahead. Lin Donghui, you and Brother Bang stay in the middle. And so, the team split up to begin their difficult pursuit. Back at the base, Xiao Kai was intently watching their progress when he heard a voice, Teacher Xiao. The 5 rare metals. While locking onto their position, he hesitated. Comparing it to Xuanyu's difficult task, was the difficulty too high? He feared time was running out. But he held the opposite view. Difficult experiences stimulate potential, even though he still felt a little uneasy, hoping he was right. But there was real danger. After the change in Lan Xuanyu's bloodline due to the appearance of the dragon god scale, all elements became gentler and more harmonious when they approached him. Lan Xuanyu feels like a child of the wind, being protected and aided by the wind element, making this his stage. Through the communicator, he constantly informs the person on the other end. Senior, can you sense the existence of rare metals? I can sense them within a certain range, but I need more time. But sensing something, his face grew tense as he shouted, Wait! Everyone be careful, seeing them all blown away. Xuanyu grew even more anxious. Everyone, hold on tight to my blue-silver grass. He managed to pull them back just in time. Seeing the terrifying tornado before him, Xuanyu tried to calm his teammates. Don't panic. Gather your soul power and protect yourselves. Hold on to my blue-silver grass. And rely on each other. They were all sent spinning by the storm in the hollow. He held them tight with his blue-silver grass, urging them on. Don't conserve your soul power. Protect our uniforms without them. We can't complete our mission. Even Qianlei cries out under the pressure. Damn it! I'm so dizzy. How long will this storm last? The gale grows ever stronger, threatening to throw him away. Amidst this insane chaos, Qianlei became dizzy and nauseous, immediately vomiting, a sight that stirred something within Lu Feng. Qianlei would never live this down. And the nausea only intensified. He couldn't throw up. Absolutely not. As for Qianlei, he was even more miserable thinking about what just happened. He threw up his mask right in front of the girl he likes. How embarrassing. Just as he was about to fall, a hand grabbed him tight. Meng Qin, shouting with all her might. Fatso, a look of surprise flashed in Qianlei's eyes as Meng Qin quickly pulled him back. Seeing his weakness, Mongcam even revealed a hint of arrogance, saying how disgusting he was. Just then, Hianvu cautiously reminded everyone to be careful, as they were about to be thrown out, already hundreds of meters in the air. And on a planet with twice the gravity, I'll activate the wind elemental barrier. Everyone, protect your armor. In an instant, the ground was shaken. As the dust settles, many figures appear, everyone lying exhausted on the ground. Daitlai speaks with relief. Thank goodness. We're still alive. Xuanyu finally couldn't help but remind him. Don't say any more. Go wash up quickly. Meng Qin even began to shun him as she hid behind Qianchu, complaining about the stench. Looking at the distant, raging tornado, Xuanyu couldn't hide his unease. Recalling the windstorms they had overcome, it must not have been a big one. Otherwise, we would have been torn apart. How can we survive in this harsh environment? The two girls clasp hands, their bodies enveloped in a blinding light. The abundance of ice elements here allows them to amplify their power. And they're about to demonstrate. Soon, a colossal dome materializes from thin air. The spectacle amazes Qianlei, a condensed ice barrier. Meng Qin kindly explains that they can instantly deploy the barrier to protect everyone if things get dicey. Because of this, Xuanyu felt some of the pressure lift very well. Then the biggest problem now is how to smoothly extract the rare metals. Wuge suddenly spoke up. I think this problem can be solved. I just sensed it. This planet is rich in metallic elements. The surface itself is ore, meaning rare metal ore is right beneath our feet. But he said rare metals, not ore. So we need to figure out how to refine this ore. And with that, silence fell. Then, he volunteered himself, saying he could melt the ore to refine the metal and lighten everyone's load. Refinement is my chosen profession, so I can refine it faster. Let me dig it up. Then, I'll take care of transporting it. Okay, let's try it right here. After the ore was mined, Lin Donghui refined it, making it easier for Lan Xuanyu to extract the essence, and Tang Wulin to condense the metal elements. Whether smelting or forging, the process became much easier. Finally, Tang Wulin turned the metal into a cube, and Yuan Enhuihui put it into his storage bracelet. Xuanyu couldn't hide his excitement. All right, let's rest first. Then we'll go to the next place. His teammates cheered with joy, celebrating how quickly they'd gathered so many rare metals following their class. Monitor truly paid off. After their soul power had recovered somewhat, they started from the second area, slowly moving forward under the protection of the ice screen, and were finally no longer caught in the rotation. After 36 hours on the resource planet, they've collected 5 kinds of rare metals, and the total of 4 of these rare metals is just enough to fill the remaining space in the storage ring. Just then, another member couldn't help but call out. Captain, unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, "Are we going straight out and around Mount Gong?" Cao Xuan Yuqing paused, then denied it. "No, we're going back to base." Meng Qin was momentarily stunned. Back to base, seeming to sense his teammates' feelings. He quickly explained, "Teacher Xiao didn't say we couldn't turn back along the way." "Right, let's go back and hand in the rare metals. Then rest for a bit. Bangsuan, we can turn in the mission now, so you don't need to work with us anymore." Hearing this, Tian Liang excitedly said, "What are you talking about? We said we'd go together. I've realized now that following you will bring endless surprises, even if it costs your team's 5 substitute slots." "We agree." That resolute attitude leaves Wanvu speechless, such determination, but inwardly, he's confident, thinking, anyone would benefit from following Hianvu. Those around him can not only earn medals, but even awaken their martial souls twice. Before long, everyone returned swiftly. Looking at the gathered resources, Zuo Huang was stunned in just over 30 hours. They'd mined 4 rare metals. Chen was sent back to base to rest, and their students were so capable, they were almost keeping up with the base's pace. However, Xiao Kai looked displeased. These little brats. He should have made more rules. At Resource Planet, number 4. The Federation base enjoys a satisfying meal. Qian Lei scarfs down his food, marveling at how delicious it is. But as he spotted a familiar figure, he cried out in surprise, immediately drawing Xuanvu's attention. "Hello, Instructeur Tu." Seeing his students, Tu Kai sternly warned, "You're 2 separate teams. Yet you're acting together. You're not 7. You're 10. Do you realize this is cheating? You need to find 6 rare metals to pass the exam, or your achievements will be insufficient, and all the rare metals will be confiscated." The brat was scared witless by this, crying foul. "That's not fair." Teacher Xiao Kai could only sigh helplessly. "You little devils. I don't believe I can't handle you." Xuanyu quickly interrupted. "Teacher, wait," only to be met with a displeased look. "What is it now?" He points to the pile of finished products behind him with a knowing smile. "Sir, could you please find us a warehouse? We need to store the rare metals we've collected." Seeing his students' achievements, Xiao Kai is once again shocked, thinking, "Harvest. Why didn't I have this ability when I was a student?" 8 hours later, everyone rested, and the target was set. The group left the base once more. Zuo Huang continued to praise Yang. He's skilled in both arts and war. If he ever considers joining the military, he can come to us. Xiao Kai retorted coldly, "Don't even think about it. Too many people care about this kid. I'm sure he'll be kept at the school." Toa Hong paused for a moment. Kept at the school, even inner court students might not be able to stay. But that didn't faze him. This kid's cultivation isn't high yet, but he's already showing such promise. As his homeroom teacher, I'm looking forward to that day. What's the point of showing off in front of me, class monitor? When did you complete the AA grade assessment? 3rd year. Second semester, or fourth year. These words suddenly enraged Suo Huang. Shut up, or I'll kill you. The group quickly moved forward, heading into the distance, where they could see the arc-shaped mountain range connecting. Cheers erupt all around as they take a half-hour break at the foot of the mountain. Hui hui. Get the Sea God Lake water from the storage items, so everyone can replenish their strength. Wu Tian is stunned by the treasure being brought out. You carry Sea God Lake water with you. You guys are too extravagant. Hearing that, Anhai winked mischievously. You call that extravagant? You haven't seen anything yet. And he even brought soul tools. A faint smile graces Xuanyu's lips. For everyone's safety, the Academy never forbade the use of soul tools. If it's not forbidden, it's allowed. Right. Wuga. Another classmate eagerly asks. Xuanyu, do you need us to prepare anything else for you? Unseen by the others. Tian Liang was stunned into silence, a spirit energy shield. Something meant for mechs. Used in one go, even I couldn't bring myself to buy one. A half-hour break. But without the wind, it seems we're heading back. Just then, Wuga cried out in alarm, warning of violent earth elemental fluctuations nearby, and strange spikes began to emerge from the ground. As rocks rained down, Xuanyu urgently pulled his teammates away, shouting, Tianchu, be careful, Wuga cried out in alarm. There's a violent earth elemental surge inside the mountain, and it seems to be targeting us. As Xuanyu used his blue-silver grass to bind the group together, he urgently warned them to be careful and maintain formation, holding onto the grass to avoid being separated. Under Xuanyu's command, they cautiously evaded the earth and stone attacks, inching closer to the summit. Fengzi, scout ahead and find out what's causing those spikes. He calmly directed the team, and the scout acknowledged. Roger that. Liao Feng nimbly dodges through the gaps, his movements fluid as he evades the attacks, then leaps high into the air, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Before him, Liao Feng was horrified by a group of stone giants, stone golems. He carefully reported the situation, Captain. I've discovered a group of stone golems on the summit. The earth spikes must be their quills. I'll draw them away to cover your ascent. Thanks to his agility, the stone giants collided with each other. Much to Liao Feng's relief, their intelligence seemed incredibly low, acting only on instinct. A clumsy bunch. Below, Xuanyu hesitantly turned to Wuga and asked, Senior, what's going on? His eyes were locked on what was happening before him. This seems to be an earth spirit. He added, and why do you always call me by my full name? In an instant, confusion washed over Xuanyu's face. What is an earth spirit? The other girl patiently explained. It's the spirit of the earth element. When the energy reaches its limit, it can give birth to sentience. Normally, these elemental spirits only have the most basic consciousness. We're outsiders invading their territory. So naturally, we'll be attacked. I'll see if I can connect with them. Seeing Wuga safe before the stone giant, Xuanyu was even more surprised. Strange. Could it be that the stone giant wasn't chasing Wuga away because of her martial soul? Unable to hide his excitement, he cheered. The stone giant stopped. Senior is amazing. You can actually communicate with it. Withdrawing her words, Yujie's attitude revealed a serious tone. Xuanyu, the situation isn't good. The core of this planet is hostile to us. The earth spirits are manageable, but the metal element is sharp and will attack. These words gave Xuanyu pause, and she slowly continued to explain that this planet's core was composed of earth and metal elements. Perhaps the Federation's exploitation of this planet has made the elemental spirits hostile, and in a sense, we could be considered invaders. The other students hastily interjected, wondering why they were overthinking it. The planet's exploitation was clearly connected to the Academy. Even Yin Hui couldn't resist chiming in, pointing out that since the Academy agreed to the Federation's exploitation, it certainly wouldn't lead to destruction. Some people really have a problem. Not only is Wu Kei not angry, but she coldly glares at them, saying, Don't worry, I'll take care of you when we get back. Faced with that look, Yin Hui becomes flustered. Oh, Xuanyu quickly diffused the situation, telling everyone to calm down and ask the teacher when they returned. They should continue mining, and he asked Wu Qi to use Earth Element to protect them. Contrary to his unease, Wu Qi decisively stated. To his surprise, on the contrary, I have a way to bring us even more benefits. If you give me some time, I might be able to break through to level 60, at which point I'll gain a special soul skill that will greatly help our exploration. This piqued Xuanyu's interest, and he asked if they could switch to an encrypted channel. After hearing what she had to say, his eyes widened in shock. Are you saying, how long will it take you to break through? Faced with this question, the Soul Envoy confidently stated that it wouldn't take more than 10 hours, and he immediately agreed without hesitation, saying, okay, if that's the case, let's start now. Immediately, the Soul Envoy began to cultivate and level up. Yin Hui was stunned by her appearance. She wants to break through level 60, and I just broke through 56. Xu Lian lamented his slow progress, only to be met with, don't even talk to me. I'm only level 30. Seeing everyone's impatience, Xuanyu calmly reminded them. Everyone, stay calm and watch Wu Kei's breakthrough carefully. This is a precious opportunity for us to observe. 5 hours gradually passed, and Wu Kei finally slowly woke up. She stretched, and the atmosphere around her changed. Her teammates were even more excited. Cheering her on, she broke through. After absorbing the soul ring, she's a soul emperor, and she's only 15. Only Xuanyu enthusiastically asked, how do you feel? Do you need to rest and consolidate your realm, contrary to everyone's worries? She calmly replied, let's go. I can consolidate on the way back. They excitedly reminded each other to retract the ice barrier and continue onward. But at that moment, UK sensed something was wrong. Watching the earth begin to shift, they panicked. What was happening? Was the earth spirit attacking again? It was a metal-based explosion defense. Even Wu Qi couldn't maintain her composure. Yelling, Mao, reinforced the ice chamber's defense. This is completely different from the previous tornado, but all she received in return was the others' panic. It was too late. The ice chamber had already begun to shatter. Faced with the crisis, Xuanyu urgently turned to Yin Hui and ordered, the ice chamber is about to break. Hui Hui. Ling Kang, provide a shield. He immediately waved his hand to comply. Got it. In an instant, the sky outside turned blood red. The horrific scene sent everyone into a panic, a whirlwind of metal shards. This is truly hell. All eyes are on what's unfolding. What are we going to do? Growing anxious, Xuanyu asked. Wu Kei, how long will this storm shelter last? The other replied with uncertainty. I can't say, especially with Jinling's attacks mixed in. Tension was evident on his face. But after a moment of thought, he firmly ordered, let's begin. We'll start digging here. Vuker quickly casts his 6th soul skill, the 5 elements escape technique. Hold on. Everyone. 6th soul skill, 5 elements escape technique, but the scene around them still causes a stir. Ling's shield can't hold on anymore. Switch to another one. Okay. Everyone, listen to me. Vuker will dig a hole in the ground for everyone to hide in. With all the composure he could muster, Xuanyu sternly commanded. Wait. The girls go down first. Then those with weaker defenses. Grab my blue silvergrass to keep those above from being blown away. But Meng Qin suddenly interrupted. What about the girls? Don't underestimate them. This only made him more resolute. This is an order. Follow it. That stern look immediately startled her. But she understood. With unwavering resolve, Xuanyu continued to command. Everyone, take off your armor and put it in the hole. With the armor and helmets safe, and the second shield failing, they used the last one. The group quickly placed their armor and helmets into the newly dug cave, and Lan Mengqin and Dong Tianchu entered the cave one after another. Under the protection of the last Spirit Gang shield, Donghui and Lin Feng dove into the cave. Xuanvu constantly reminded his teammates, there's still room for one more. Wu Thien, get down here. But he was interrupted. My skin is thick. Let Hu Hu go down first. Even Thien Luong chimed in. Hin Vu, you go down first. Then use your blue silvergrass to pull us down. But he immediately retorted. Obey orders. No resistance. In an instant, the spirit rhinoceros shield shattered. Wu Thien struck the storm with all his might, but only bought them a moment. Xuanyu then kicks him down into the cave, using all his soul force to protect him, while reassuring himself not to be blown away as everyone is caught in the storm. The blinding light quickly obscured Anhui's vision, but as soon as he felt familiar arms around him, he stared in shock. Xuanyu, Gege, seeing the cuts tearing into his flesh, and Hui was even more terrified. This storm was too terrible, even Xuanyu's scales couldn't defend against it. In the chaotic void, shouts echoed across the sky as Xuanyu struggled to save his teammates with blue-silver grass. "Wee, get down." Then, anxiously looking towards the front, he shouted, "Fatih, get down." The injured child stubbornly argued, "Boss, no. I'm taking up too much space." Xuanyu turned to Tianliang and ordered, "Bing Hui, get down," but the other refused. "You go first. I can hold on for a while longer." Despite his friend's pleas, Xuanyu remained steadfast, shouting, "Non sangsi. I have a trump card. You go first." But as he spoke, a blue-silver grass snapped. Tianchu is visibly alarmed. One of the blue-silver grass vines has snapped, and they're about to lose their grip. Just then, Yin Hui urgently shouts, "Sis, hurry." The sudden shout snaps you back to reality, and she seizes the opportunity to rush in and help. Lan Xuanyu forcefully uses celestial judgment to enter the cave, and the storm intensifies. Just as the blue-silver grass completely breaks, Xuanyu can no longer hide his pain and has no choice but to use the dragon god transformation. The pain forces him to unleash the abyss, relying on it to endure. Amidst the fury, Lan Xuanyu, still worried about his teammates, But Tianlei, unwilling, questioned him, "What about you, boss?" To their shock, Xuanyu declared that the dragon god transformation was about to end, and he wouldn't make it. Tianlei was deeply moved by the scene, and Xuanyu felt relieved by their obedience. "That's great. Everyone's down. It seems his transformation is about to end. He really won't make it in time." Summoning his last reserves, Xuanyu unleashes a fatal blow, a bond of life and death, but a hand suddenly grabs him. Confused by his teammates' actions, he asks, "What are you doing?" Faced with the relentless assault, the group stood united, and Yin Hui erupted with a mighty roar. Everyone combines their attacks, tearing a huge hole in the storm. Seeing them stand shoulder to shoulder, Xuanyu is shaken. Why are they saving him? Two hands clasped together suddenly block his path. As Mengxin and Qianchu stand tall, unleashing their skills, a tornado begins to form, growing stronger and stronger, fiercely protecting everyone inside. Ruo Dingyu seizes this precious final moment, and with enough space inside the cave, they urge each other onward. "Hurry down. The whirlwind is about to dissipate." Everyone, one by one, enters the cave for shelter, barely escaping with their lives. And Xuanyu and the others gasp for breath. Tianlei even cracks a smile, relieved that they made it. And Yin Hui, hiding nearby, also looks relieved. It's over, though they just faced death. Mengqian remained optimistic, finding it all quite amusing, and her attitude made them laugh. In a corner of the cave, Wuge struggled to catch his breath. Seeing their camaraderie, she was moved, realizing how different this was from her old group. Dying together creates true comrades, and in that moment, they were like family. Hyunwoo quickly turned to Whisperwind, telling him to share the spirit fruit with everyone to replenish their strength. And even Wuge enthusiastically suggested that they rest there for a while, as she could use earth magic to search the area. "Once we find the minerals, I'll dig a tunnel for everyone to pass through, while you all rest and wait for Wuge." Along the way, Qianchu's voice suddenly echoed, "I opened a private chat. Does it hurt?" Xuanyu immediately shook his head. "I'm fine. My recovery is good. Don't worry." But recalling the earlier events, he couldn't help but wonder, who offered to save me back then? I even heard live and die together. I really want to thank them. She unwittingly revealed a sly grin. "Oh, and how do you plan to thank them?" This made Xuanyu hesitate. "I don't know." A little loot, seemingly unsatisfied, Qianchu suddenly becomes angry, saying she doesn't want his spoils. a reaction that stuns Xuanyu. In an instant, embarrassment washes over Qianqiu's face, claiming it was just a spur-of-the-moment rescue. Xuanyu unexpectedly declares with a clear voice that no thanks are necessary then. A faint smile graces Xuanyu's face as he slowly reaches out, realizing that he was saved. His life now belongs to the other, meaning he is now theirs. So there's no need for thanks. From now on, I'm relying on you, there's no turning back. Though Qianqiu resists slightly, their hands remain clasped. Seeing Tianqiu's shyness, Xuanyu becomes even more proactive. Don't avoid me. We're classmates who've lived and died together. So holding hands is fine. Why are you so complicated? But as soon as he said that, a sharp pain shot through his hand. Just when it seemed silence would fall, Tianqiu finally spoke, asking if he had been afraid. Recalling the event, he was overcome with emotion, admitting he was scared and didn't want to die. But he was incredibly touched that everyone had saved him. We really feel like a team now. I'm so lucky to have met you all. Hearing this, Tianqiu smiled in agreement, affirming with satisfaction. We all feel the same. After Tang Wulin returns, he brings news of a rare metal mine nearby, containing mithril and adamantite of exceptional quality. And the mining begins immediately. Hui anxiously asks Xuanyu what to do, as their storage is full and they'll have to return, leaving behind valuable minerals. From seemingly nowhere, Yuga produced a ring, explaining that there was still room within the mecha's space. Tang Wulin then retrieved the mecha from his own storage, allowing them to transport even more minerals. Working together, they each take on a task. With their previous experience, the group braves the dangers and returns to base within the allotted time. As Xuanyu's group returned, excitement rippled through the crowd. Look, the class president is back. I wonder what they've gathered. Even Zihan was drawn in by the commotion. Envy was evident in their eyes. He was determined to take first place this time and prove he was not inferior. Xiaokai, standing in the center, quickly interrupted. All right, everyone's here. With the exception of Lan Xuanyu and Bang Tianliang's teams, the other squads began tallying their scores, and Ding Zhehan was quick to present his. The others couldn't hide their surprise. Recognizing Ding Zhehan's team, that's way too much. Over 500 kilos. Wow. That's at least double the other teams. Hearing the admiration, Zefan smugly glanced at Xuanyu. As Zhao Kai announced, measurements complete. Congratulations on finishing the test. We return to the academy in 2 hours. This unexpected turn of events shocks Track Fam, who quickly interrupts. Wait. Teacher Xiao. Why isn't Lan Xuanyu's team reporting their results? Faced with this question, Xiao Kai remains silent, stating that their assessment task was different from theirs, and therefore, a joint evaluation would be unfair. Their results would be tallied separately. But this only made Zhelhan more impatient. Teacher, why isn't it the same? This is unfair to us. The other team members chimed in agreement. That's right. I think so too. At that moment, Toa Hoang issued a stern warning. Sualai Kak is always fair. The difference in treatment is due to their different assessment. Everyone should understand this. Instead of giving up, Trackham grew even more frustrated, believing that if they could do it, so could they. But the academy simply wasn't giving them the same opportunity. Faced with his students' stubbornness, Xiaokai signals. Very well. If that's how it is, the dangers you face, they face as well. See for yourselves the situation they encountered when they harvested the 2 metals. The screen replays the battle of Xuanyu's team, as Jahan watches intently, a hint of disdain in his eyes, wondering what makes them so different. The camera quickly zoomed in on the events that unfolded. From the moment Xuanyu used the blue-silver grass to save his teammates to when they were relentlessly attacked, it was a fatal blow that left viewers speechless. Armored with anti-riot metal, witnessing the combat power against such overwhelming oppression, Jahan couldn't help but marvel. Wasn't that a mech shield? Is this something a human can withstand? On screen, the moment Xuanvu uses Liat Yen to defend is not missed. Witnessing such tenacity, Jahan was stunned, wondering if he could ever achieve such a feat. The scene shifts to his teammates underground. Desperate about Xuanyu's fate, The students watched with bated breath as the camera moved into the cave. At this critical moment, Xuanyu couldn't hold back his tears. No, it couldn't end like this. We can't abandon him, please. Everyone, let's save him together. We're a team, we have to. In the face of his peril, she rallies the others with unwavering resolve, vowing to live or die together. That moment sent shockwaves through both Chukham and Hyunwoo, as tears fell like crystals, igniting a light within him. In secret, Xuanyu grows stronger, and before everyone's eyes, a cataclysmic explosion erupts. Jia Han and the others were stunned, and he couldn't even hold back his tears. Then, he approached Hyunwoo, and in front of all his friends, Trakham showed his respect. Xuanyu, I didn't respect you before, but now, show me what it takes to be a leader. You deserve to be the best in the first year. I yield. You should be class president from now on. At that, Xuanwu silently parted, and the two affectionately grasped each other's hands. He reassured his teammate with a pat on the shoulder, promising they'd work together to make their class the best in the first year. A scene that moved everyone deeply. Jaehan even enthusiastically suggests that Xuanyu be class president from now on. Forever our leader. Another person slurred in agreement, and a chorus of support echoed through the room. Excellent. Class president forever, we're the best. First years are the best. Number one male lead. Go, seeing their unity. Lan Xuanyu felt a warmth in his heart. It was different. Truly different. Soon, everyone returned to the yacht, and Suo Huang voiced his suspicions. Mr. Xiao, you could have checked Lan Xuanyu's gains. So why did you choose to project the images? Xiao Kai smiled faintly and explained modestly. Because I didn't want the other students to be too discouraged. This only deepened Suo Huang's suspicions. Then why did you emphasize that Lan Xuanyu didn't need to report his achievements? Were you doing it on purpose? To these questions, Xiao Kai cryptically replies, you guess. Back at the academy, the team divides their spoils, with Bing Tianyang's trio getting 5% each, and the others, 5%, a welcome change from the battlefield's tension. Excitedly, Xuanyu suggests using the rare metal to make everyone's battle armor, leaving his teammates speechless. Before their shocked eyes, he smiled confidently. We have 2 tons of semi-mystic silver ore. I can refine 300 kilograms of mystic silver. Tian Liang was thunderstruck, his face frozen. What? The others were thrilled with Xuanyu, declaring him their leader. But Tian Liang kicked them away to claim him for himself, insisting that he was the big brother first. Looking at these immature kids, Meng Qin and Tianchu are helpless. Is this really what you three are like? The others, on the other hand, are still excited. Well then, boss, we'll go first. Xuanyu, what's the success rate of your killing squad? A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. About 80%. The others were immediately alarmed. What's wrong? Even Meng Qin is excited. We have over 4 tons of rare metals. Qianlei is so shocked he collapses to the ground. We're rich. Xuanyu smiles confidently, promising to take care of them all. And they cheer in response, as his first semester at Shrek Academy comes to an end. At the Starflight Center of Shrek City, upon seeing his family, Xuanyu heard them call out, Mom, Dad, I'm here. Nan Chang rushed over, overjoyed. San Tianchu politely greeted. Hello, Aunt and Uncle. Nam Chong praised Tianqia's beauty while teasing her son, saying she was becoming more and more beautiful, and then hurriedly asked if Xuanyu had been bullying her. The girl eagerly chimed in. He bullies me all the time. Nam Truong, upon hearing this, declared fiercely, Let me beat him up for you. This made Hyunwoo retort helplessly. Mom, why are you helping an outsider? She casually advises her son, saying she's helping him realize that a girl as good as Qianqiu is hard to find. Qianqiu blushes. But just then, a voice from behind stuns Xuanyu. Not far away, Yuena and Beiyu approached, instantly captivating everyone's attention. 2 stars with undeniable charisma. Only he stared in stunned disbelief at the familiar figure Nana. Beneath the cap, Nana's eyes betrayed a hint of indifference, but Xuanyu was too excited to notice. Nana. Both he and Qianqiu couldn't hide their joy as they ran over. Nana. We missed you so much. Xuanyu cautiously eyed the person accompanying Nana. Nana. Who's this? Yuena glanced back and explained. This is a friend who brought me here. Seeing everyone's gaze, Ambeichi politely responded. Hello everyone. I'm Ambeichi, Nana's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Our Mother Star's vehicle is here. Since it's here, how about we all ride together? And Beiju was? Of course. Not Nana's friend. She was a Federation agent, assigned to accompany Nana, with the real job of monitoring her. Before long, everyone excitedly looked around, announcing their arrival, while Yue Na and Boy Su both harbored their own feelings, sensing a strange familiarity from the moment they arrived, but she couldn't remember anything. Shrek. She almost passed the exam that year. Everyone settled in the Shrek guest house. Xuanyu excitedly introduces the place, saying this is his dorm, and Yue Na marvels at the spacious interior. Asking if he lives here alone, she turned and whispered, Xuanyu, take her to your meditation room. You've broken through the third ring. I'll check your condition. He quickly nodded. Okay. Qianqiu, standing in the corner, shyly spoke up. What about me? Miss Yue Na replied without hesitation. Come to my place tonight, and I'll take a look. This delighted the little girl. And Boyku, who had been silent until now, quietly asked, May I watch? I'll be quiet and won't disturb anyone. But Yue Na coldly replied, No. You wait outside. As the room fell silent, she gestured to Xuanyu. Begin your meditation. He closed his eyes obediently, replying, Yes. As she witnessed the light emanating from Xuanyu's body, Yue Na was taken aback, wondering what it was. Her hand on his back instantly absorbed all the surrounding vitality. Both teacher and student were lost in a world of illusion, when suddenly, Xuanyu's chest began to glow. Yue Na quickly removed his uniform, and her eyes widened in shock. Upon his tender chest, a 5-colored gem emitted a flickering light, causing her to pause. No wonder his bloodline, power, and soul power merged to such an extent. Her hand unconsciously touched it, yet she wondered if this was the cause. Turning around with a start, a blinding light engulfs her vision, and she stares in stunned disbelief. When she realized it, she had fallen into another space, a scene that made Yuena shudder in pain. This place is, in the murky atmosphere, a faint shadow flits by. Xuanyu asks curiously, Nana, what's wrong? She clutches her head in pain, filled with apprehension, as she probes, Where did you get the thing on your chest? He looks into her eyes with trust, recounting, I got this from the Shrek auction, and thanks to it, my bloodline seems to have evolved. I was dreaming at the time, driven by curiosity. He presses further, Nana, is there really a dragon god? But her unease only deepens. Dragon god? I don't know. But I feel the presence of a dragon god. Hearing this piqued Xuanyu's curiosity even more. Have you ever encountered a situation like mine? Nguyen Na immediately affirmed with certainty. I don't remember, but I'm sure I have. Having this item means you've been blessed by the dragon race. When your two bloodlines finally merge into one, yours will become the true dragon god bloodline. Though he doesn't seem to understand yet. Dragon god's bloodline. Hien Vu couldn't hide his curiosity. Nana, why was it so difficult for me to break through level 13? Even having to borrow the power of the heavenly sacred schism halberd, Nguyen Na was stunned by this. The heavenly sacred schism halberd. He quickly presented the ring on his hand, which soon transformed into the heavenly sacred abyss halberd. The moment she touched it, a flood of unforgettable emotions surged through Nana. Along with a very familiar name, Xuanyu noticed her pensive expression. Nana, what's wrong? After a long while, old memories resurfaced, causing Wen Na to pause. I remember now. Heavenly Saint, Li Yuan, ignoring defenses, inflicting true damage, and destroying all. What could this mean? It's no ordinary artifact. It's powerful. But Nana smiles with affection, explaining that it would do him more harm than good right now. Many will try to steal it once you leave the academy. So don't use it until you're strong enough. That obedience pleases Nana even more, and she says she'll help him hone his abilities over the next few days, asking him to explain his situation. After an hour of talking, Xuanyu can only chuckle, saying that's everything they've been through. The more she listened, the more pleased Nana became. You've done well, but you haven't truly mastered your abilities. I'll teach you how to combine them. You need to improve your foundation and real strength. Her dedication excited him. I understand. Thank you, Nana. The two held hands, and she tenderly followed Xuanyu's lead. All right, let's go out. Your parents are probably waiting. The day passed quickly, and that night, Lan Xuanyu happily went to bed with his parents. For the next 5 days, Nana taught Lan Xuanyu, and they both reveled in each other's company. Xuanyu's admiration grew as he reflected on their time together. He wished Nana could always be his teacher, perhaps even at Shrek Academy. She also wants to stay with them, wondering if Shrek still needs teachers. When a voice suddenly cuts in, "No," Boji appears, reminding her that she belongs to the Federation system. While Shrek is independent, she can go to other academies, but not Shrek. But all he received was a confirming glare. The killing intent made Boyku fall silent, speechless. "Oh, that's not what I meant. But your situation is unique. As you know," sensing the tension, Xuanyu tugs on Ruona's sleeve. "Nana, please don't be upset." She quickly regains her composure, looking at him with concern. "I'm always happy when I'm with you." That's why Xuanyu was even more excited, suggesting, "Then, can we go to the auction tonight?" Nguyen Na glanced at Boyku as a warning, but her tone remained incredibly gentle. "Okay, I'll go with you." That veiled threat made Boju's expression twitch, and he stammered, I need to make a call. A moment laté?" He sheepishly returned. "Nana, could you come outside? We need to talk privately." Once they were alone, Boji reminded her gravely, "We respect your choices, but the Federation revived you. We can't just hand you over to Shrek. Let's negotiate a compromise. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is also a very powerful academy. When you teach there, it's only a 2-hour flight to the Shrek Academy, so you can visit the children whenever you like. You could even have them come here for classes. We guarantee they'll be sent to the God of War domain for training as soon as they graduate. What do you think?" Though it was as they wished, Yuena refused outright. "I think we should stop here. I won't interfere with the children's choices. And besides, I'm not one of you. Go make arrangements. I'll go to that school. But I won't teach." The other party's coldness made Boyku sigh helplessly, wondering when he had to do this. At the Sualai Kak auction, Nam Trung couldn't hide his admiration, thinking Sualai Kak was different, with so many treasures, regretting his lack of talent and failing the exam. Hearing this, Boyku just chuckled. "You have such an outstanding son. Aren't you happy? He's the top student in the outer court." "You flatter me," Nam Trung said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise. "You flatter me too much." From the podium, the MC's voice echoed. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Shrek auction house. Today, we have prepared many treasures for you, especially our inner court director, who has personally brought a divine artifact. Let us witness its magnificence." Unable to contain his excitement, Xuanyu turns to Yue Na. "You know, that divine weapon is the silver dragon spear." She stares blankly, a fierce longing rising within her. It feels so familiar, and Beiju was eager to see, staring intently at the stage. Ranked 6th on the Divine Weapon Compendium. I must take a good look today. But the appearance of someone beside him surprised him. Wait, that's her. Why is she here? It's in Beiju, the heavenly demon war god from the War God Hall. Behind the scenes, Ling Yi looked anxious, understanding that the War God Hall might make a move. While Elder Shu was uneasy, it's hard to say. The War God Hall alone wouldn't be enough, but the Federation backs them. Well, they're about to be disappointed. Adjust the price to 10 billion. His heart grew more anxious. Acquiring a divine weapon wouldn't be so easy. On the auction floor, Yang Nan continued to play his role perfectly. The next item is a 3-kilogram piece of Yungxiao spirit ore. crafted by a level 6 spirit ore master. It's perfect for making battle armor and starts at 500,000 alliance credits, with minimum bids of 20. Ling ling ling. Let the bidding begin. That price startled Xuanyu, revealing his shock. 500,000 Federation credits. The price of spirit alloy was that high. No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of bids resounded, quickly reaching 1 million. Yi. 2 million. Yi. 5 million. Even Qianqiu was surprised, saying, "Are spirit metals really that valuable?" He added that Lan Xuanyu had some, but he didn't know. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu interrupted, saying that very few people were in the forging profession, and high-level rare metals were always in short supply on the market. How could such a large piece of spirit metal not be fought over at the auction? In an instant, Xuanyu solemnly turned to his classmates. "See, the price will definitely exceed 2 million. His mind raced, realizing his plan to improve his finances through forging was definitely viable. Finally, this vein iron sold for a staggering 26 million alliance credits. Yunan's voice code. Next is today's final auction item. Please welcome Vice President Hai Shen of our Shrek Academy, the founder and leader of the Life Science Department. Tree Old, who will bring the divine weapon everyone wants to see. Stepping into the spotlight, Elder Tree greeted the crowd warmly, welcoming everyone to the competition on behalf of Shrek Academy. Ah! A look of admiration appears on Xuanyu's face as the divine weapon emerges, the silver dragon spear, wielded by Xu Lao. On stage, he continues, "The silver dragon spear is, in a sense, not for sale. So today, we're adjusting the price to 10 billion, a single sentence that makes the entire auditorium erupt in unison. What Elder Shu immediately transports everyone to a mysterious space. White silver dragon spear materializing in his hand, its former owner deeply connected to our Shrek Academy. This divine artifact has been kept hidden within the Academy, and after today, it will be returned. Please, everyone, looking at its brilliance and power, Xuanyu is filled with even more admiration. Around the silver spear, countless elements are intertwined. Is this truly a divine artifact? But he suddenly froze as the atmosphere shifted. Even Tree Elder was alarmed. Out of nowhere, a figure in black appeared, startling him as he looked back. What? With a snap of his fingers, the crowd is swept into a vortex of chaos. Can't anyone else see this? When did that person appear? Am I seeing things? Even Tree Elder is suppressed. Is he a god-level powerhouse? They're being sucked in. Help! Someone dares to attack in Lake City. Seeing the school invaded, Tree Elder snorts coldly, then waves his hand, and many vines quickly shoot out from him. Seeing it grab them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved, but the man in black smirked. The Eternal Tree, in an instant, ended another innocent life. He quickly made a welcoming gesture, a scene that stirred the so-called heavenly demon war god, An Bai Yu, as everyone panicked and screamed. What happened? The silver dragon spear has been stolen. Tree Elder is in pursuit, and Boji is secretly terrified, unable to move a muscle. Those two must be top-tier god-level powerhouses of this era. But what startled her was Xuanyu's panicked cry. Nana was gone, leaving Beiju utterly bewildered. What? Shrek City. Besides the concealing barrier that can hide one's aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape the Eternal Tree's blockade. We must leave the mother planet quickly. But another's arrival gave him pause. Yuan Na stood there, coldly threatening. Give me the silver dragon spear. As eyes widened in disbelief, the silver dragon spear. How did she find him? How was this possible? When Na coldly glared at him, demanding the return of the white silver dragon spear, which seemed to possess a will of its own. Flying from his grasp in an instant. Was even more horrified. How could this be? It quickly returned to Yuan Na's hand, and as soon as the object returned to its rightful owner, a massive amount of energy gathered. Faced with such power, expression grew increasingly frantic. No, it can't be. All the world's essence. She's absorbed it all. Nguyen stares intently at Bok Nagan, sensing the fury of all the latent arena. But then, with a fierce gaze toward the outsider, I felt the distinct pressure and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. At that moment, Nguyen Na, exuding menace, spoke bluntly. "Get out." Her demeanor shocked him once again, level elf. But in the blink of an eye, the only thing left in the space was a resounding, painful scream. Inside the school, Xuanyu frantically searched everywhere for Nana. He asked everyone he met, "Where's Nana?" Anbei despaired, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he'd known, he never would have accepted this mission. He'd been hoping to learn from a god-level powerhouse. In the nick of time, a voice cut through the tension. "She's here." Xuanyu cried out in joy. "Nana," the other woman calmly explained. "I was just transported over there." Even Beiju breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was here, everything would be all right. It would have been a disaster if Nana had stolen the artifact and run. Ling Yi arrives with a serious expression, blocking her path. "Heavenly demon, god of war. Bayu, I don't know what your purpose is in coming to Shrek Academy, but it seems you need to come with us." Hearing this, Hianwu panics, while Boiku tries to remain calm, stating, "I will cooperate." The two girls' voices echo through the corridor as one asks, "Can I contact headquarters? This is serious. We have to make contact. The masters are arriving soon." The sea god's cackling. "My head is killing me. I wouldn't have come if I knew." "What about our things?" "Stay a while. We have to register." Tianyu was increasingly annoyed by the group, while Yue Na remained calm. Boiku, on the other hand, looked pained and groaned. "My head hurts so much." Seeing a familiar face, Tianyu immediately demands, "Can you take off your mask?" But Yue Na calmly replies, "Why should I frustrated?" He asks, "Why can't you?" She simply states, "Because I don't want to." Boju can only sigh in exasperation. "I'm so scared." Why is Nana suddenly confronting the Thunder God head-on? Tianyu is filled with doubt. It's Lan Xuanyu again. Last time, there was a god-level Mingxing, and now another god-level being, who feels even stronger. And as a woman, his attempt to probe with his divine sense is instantly obliterated, unable to even retreat. Why are such powerful beings drawn to Lan Xuanyu? Is he a magnet? The door suddenly bursts open, and Boiku calls out in surprise, "Come in." The Grim Reaper quickly enters, astonishing everyone. Someone in the audience is caught off guard. It's a woman. Tianyu surprisingly and respectfully says, "Chief." That title silenced Beiku, who quietly observed, "Sea God Pavilion, Master is a woman, no way." Even the Federation didn't know this. And furthermore, in this room, a chill ran down his spine as Yue Na and the Death God stood silently. They faced each other with coldness. But Nguyen Na paused when she saw the other's eyes. The Grim Reaper slowly lowered her hood, and with Nguyen Na looking stunned, she coldly asked, "Who do you think I am?" With caution, Yue Na asks, "I don't remember the past. Did we know each other? Who am I?" Death can't hide her shock. "It's her. She's not dead." Before their stunned gazes, Yue Na lowers her mask. The god of death was shaken to his core. "It's her. She's not dead." However, the Grim Reaper coldly interrupted. Silence. Seeing their reactions, Nguyen Na grew confused. Did everyone know her? The god of death closed his eyes wearily. He then stared intently at her, asking coldly if she truly remembered nothing. Before Nguyen Na could speak, Boiku interrupted unexpectedly. "Chief, this is a federal secret." Her words struck a nerve, and the god of death flared with rage. "I don't care about your Federation's secrets. Get out. Tell your war god Temple Master to come here himself, and find all the information about this person for me. Otherwise, I will attack the war god temple," she commanded with suppressed anger. "Everyone else, get out. Xiao Shou and Tian Wei. Guard the outside, and don't let anyone in." Even the long-lived Shou Lao had to show deference. Yes. Once they were alone, she hesitantly asked if Yuana truly remembered nothing. Then she honestly answers that they found her in an icy lake, and she'd lost her memories from before. Hearing this, the god of death still looks displeased. asking if she was alone, and if they only saved her, but Yuna remained calm. Just me, was there someone else? Who am I? Anyway, hearing this, the Grim Reaper reluctantly conceded. I can't say right now. I need to ask the Eternal Tree. Your identity is shrouded in mystery. How much longer will you remain in Shrek? Her tone becoming more gentle. She explained that she wanted to stay and teach Xuanyu. But the God of War Hall said she couldn't stay in Shrek. They wanted her to teach at the Sun Moon Royal Soulmaster Academy and visit Xuanyu occasionally. The name stunned the God of Death for a moment, before Zijian quickly explained that it was the first-year child who was said to be very intelligent, reflecting on everything. Yue Na couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Were we friends before enemies, however? The only response she received from the God of Death was a shake of the head. Not exactly. Seeing the other party constantly hiding things, she gradually lost patience. You're not going to tell me about the past. I can sense your resolve. But you say we're not enemies, I don't understand. The God of Death simply smiled, pulled up her hood, and left without hesitation, saying, in a way, it's not wrong to say we are enemies. Zizen quickly turned and followed. Watching their retreating figures, Yue Na couldn't help but feel worried, wondering who she really was and how that person knew her. The White Silver Dragon's repeated thefts shook the gang, and people began to doubt Shrek Academy's true abilities. Tuchan then wondered aloud why they didn't tell her, since she was no longer their enemy, and if that person was indeed. But before he could finish, the sea god coldly interrupted, saying, enough. It seems they've all forgotten the past. Then let them have a new life. Perhaps our separation is for the best. Seeing the melancholy in the person before her, Zijian boldly probes. Are you missing that person? Immediately, she receives a scolding in response. Impudent. Is that how you speak to a teacher? Or perhaps it's because I've lived too long. My mentality has become too twisted. I've been in the position of Sea God Pavilion Master for too long. I'm tired. You can take over from now on. I don't want it. Being by your side is enough. No matter the identity. I know I can't compare to that person, but I'm willing. You idiot. You're such an idiot. That absolute stubbornness leaves Zijian helpless, but to follow along, I don't care. Anywhere is fine. I'll go with you. If I don't have you, the Federation won't attack the Eternal Tree. Either. On the contrary, the sea god is discouraged and sighs. Forget it. Like you said. I'm used to it. Go take care of everything, he said. Surprising Zijian a warning shot. Very well. The holiday ended, and Nana began teaching at the Royal Soul Academy. Much to Xuanyu's delight, Nana will stay on the resource planet and visit you all every month. Wonderful. Soon, a new semester begins. In a certain starfield, the Red Skull, one of the top 3 pirate fleets of the Federation, advances towards its chosen location. Inside the Red Skull pirate fleet's control room, Red Skull pirate leader Hong Huzi listens to his subordinate's report. Boss, we're about 7 hours from the target. He scowls. Idiot. How many times have I told you? Call me General Boss. Bosses, it sounds so uncouth. Listen up. The Resource Star's defense fleet is changing shifts. So we have a short window. No need to risk our lives. Grab the resources and run. What's going on? Who's flying ahead? Huzi gritted his teeth in frustration, wondering which fool was tired of living. The crew quickly reported that it was a robot, and not one of theirs. Hong Huzi panicked, yelling to be called General, not Boss, and to destroy it immediately, as the robot threatened the Red Skull pirates, who had been around for 26 years. For 26 years, they've committed 618 robberies, never taking prisoners. Their heinous crimes cannot be forgiven. It's time to pay for what they've done. Seeing the enemy's destructive power, he panicked. A single robot had annihilated an entire pirate fleet in moments. The accusations continued. Hong Huzi, you dared to steal the Silver Dragon Spear. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, the Red Skull pirates will meet their end. Cornered, Hong Huzi brazenly gives the order, claiming they can always fabricate a reason, especially with Dihan still inside. His subordinate trembles, reminding him that they'd be attacking their own people on warship. Number 7. In an instant, A tremor crossed his face. Who? Who are they? With cold detachment, the enemy delivered their verdict. Shrek Academy. Acting on behalf of the heavens. This shocking event made its way onto Nolly's news broadcast. Breaking news. Breaking news. The infamous Red Skull pirates, en route from Origin Star, were attacked and suffered total annihilation. Here's what we know. A source reports that the Silver Dragon Spear has been found and will keep you updated. After seeing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but admire them. To destroy an entire fleet. Was this the work of Shrek Academy? The power of a mech can destroy an entire fleet. Can one person really be that strong? So strong that a fleet can't even react. What's the point of learning tactical command? He anxiously reported the news to Zhenhua. Teacher, have you seen the news? He couldn't hide his emotions as soon as the reply came. What can one person really do? Or is the fleet too weak? Zhenhua quickly replied. Come see me. The clock ticked on, and after a long silence, Xuanyu spoke softly. Teacher, Zhenhua sighed wearily. The academy truly doesn't care for the Star Command Department. We only have a few stragglers here. Who would dare come to our department? He probed with a deep gaze. Are you thinking that someone as strong as you doesn't need the fine command department? He could only bow his head deeply and say, yes. Zhenhua's eyes remained fixed on the window, his gaze probing relentlessly. Let me ask you this, if you were the leader of the Red Skull, what would your first order be? This surprised Xuanyu. Who? Perhaps you'd order the fleet to scatter and run, since total annihilation leaves no chance for a comeback. But he scoffs. Wrong. The order should be all ships. Focus, fire. Seeing his stunned expression, Zhenhua continued, explaining that the explosion's energy could disrupt space, preventing the enemy from penetrating the fleet and buying them time. After pushing the enemy back, he would order everyone to accelerate, fully executing a space jump. Because of their construction, robots can't attack during a space jump, which greatly increases the chance of escaping the enemy's assault. Do you know how powerful that expert was today? In the entire Federation, among all of humanity, that person is one of the top 3 strongest fighters. If I'm not mistaken, they're probably a level 11. Hearing this, Xuanyu was shocked. Level 11. A true god, meaning soul power exceeding level 100. A human being that powerful could truly become a god. But a person and an entire fleet are worlds apart. Tianhua pondered, realizing that while building a space fleet takes only a decade, that powerhouse has cultivated for over 1,000 years. Those words fueled Xuanyu's resolve. Don't worry, teacher. I will study hard, and I won't give up on the space command system. And so, brimming with resolve, Zhenhua declared, indeed, I've always believed that if a person can reach a god-level mecha, they can reach god-level themselves. If a warship could reach god-level, imagine how terrifying it would be. Seeing his teacher's ambition, Xuanyu immediately sobered up. Then how much god-level metal would be needed? Would the entire legion's worth of god-level mecha be enough? Think it through. Teacher. Little did he know his teacher was an idealist. Good luck. Teacher. I hope you succeed soon. Before his student left, Zhenhua added, once you've completed your one-word battle armor, you'll study with me. This is a crucial part of the interstellar command curriculum. And despite his unease, he complies. 3 months pass, and Xuanyu is soon summoned by his teacher again. Teacher Xiao. I'm here. Xiao Kai kindly asks Han about his progress. Clearly pleased, he asks, how has your forging been lately? The heavenly alloy is stable. Han replies, and I aim to reach first grade within the next 2 months. Seeing his student's progress, Xiao Kai felt relieved, saying, you'll be a resource-type talent. I might even need your help someday. Oh, right. I have an announcement. On the Soul Beast planet, a powerful soul beast is undergoing its final tribulation, and the Federation has invited some experts to witness it. Our academy will also have some participants, but they weren't invited. They have to fight for it. Hearing this, Xuanyu was astonished, hardly believing his ears. A soul beast tribulation. Was it a 10? 5-star soul beast, Xiao Kai explained seriously that if it were only level 10, woo, it wouldn't cause such a stir. These positions are hard-earned, but witnessing a soul beast's tribulation greatly enhances one's comprehension. How do we get one? Lan Xuanyu wondered. He slowly urged, "Come on, let's talk inside." In the classroom, Xiaokai explained that the outer court had 6 positions, theoretically 1 for each grade, obtainable through combat, but you can challenge higher-level students to steal their spots. For each year higher, the number of challengers decreases by 1. Wei Yue raises his hand. "Mr. Xiao, can the older students use battle armor?" He immediately confirms. Of course they can. The number of challengers is reduced, and battle armor is their skill. Hearing this, Xuanyu looked slightly dejected. "This isn't fun," Xiaokai continued to explain. "If a lower grade loses to a higher grade, striving to get a position is also considered encouragement for challenging higher grades. You can form your own teams. 3 people per team." Queerham glanced at Anhui confidently. Certain that the class monitor and Hui were an unbeatable team, no one could compare. He crossed his arms before his broad chest, a hint of arrogance in his cool tone. "Not bad." Xuanyu rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought. Taking a spot for the first years wouldn't be difficult at all. What about the upperclassmen? This required research. To challenge those above your level, you must first know your opponents. Investigation is key. After class, the sky is clear, and the sun shines brightly. Xie Yu receives an unexpected call. His expression surprised. "You gay. Why are you calling me?" She remains silent, then finally speaks. "I'm calling about the viewing platform positions. When you challenge the 3rd years, I hope you'll choose a 3-on-1 match. In the 3rd year, only 1 opponent is needed, giving me a chance to compete. Otherwise, I'd have no chance at all." She continued, her tone a bit melancholic. "In the 3rd year, I became isolated," leaving Xuanyu puzzled. "Is it still like that?" Wu Ge admitted thoughtfully that Sima Xian's organizational skills were stronger than she had imagined, and Xuanyu agreed. "I understand. If we get to that point, I'll choose the 3-on-1 method," she quickly replied. "Okay. Then it's settled." He smiled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, eager to battle his senior again. As Wu Ge sincerely echoed his anticipation, the call ended, and Xuanyu sighed, walking away, while Chen Gang pondered the next, even more daunting problem. All his classmates trust him, but if he wins too many spots, how will he choose? Give them all to his team, what would his classmates think? Clutching his head, he paced back and forth, his face contorted in thought, unable to come up with an answer. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xuanyu's mind. "Ask the teacher." Zhenhua confidently suggests. "Isn't it simple? I'll request that if you win all 5 matches, the entire class goes. Lose 1, and no one goes. Don't focus too much on positions. As class monitor, your priority is to unite the class." Hearing this, Xuanyu's eyes lit up, changing his view of the teacher, and he blurted out in surprise. "What do you mean? Didn't you think I was amazing before?" he then asked with some concern. "But, will the Academy agree?" Zhenhua stood up sternly and said, "What the Shrek Academy hopes to see most is you turning the impossible into the possible. This is how monsters are cultivated. The greatest joy of teachers. Don't worry. Just ask. The Academy will definitely agree, because they don't think you can succeed." Xuanyu left the office, thanking his teacher, saying he understood, believing everyone was wondering who would go if they won. Just him. Later, Xuanyu informed the class. "This is something I didn't want to see. After asking the teacher, I suddenly realized this is a great opportunity. And I have a plan. I want to request that if our entire class can win the combat challenge against all the upperclassmen, then the Academy should allow us all to attend the spirit ceremony. If we lose even 1 match, we lose this chance. There are no second chances. We either all go, or no one goes. If anyone disagrees, we can discuss it. I don't want to take this spot for myself." The class was stunned, but Xiaokai smiled with satisfaction. Moments later, A resounding cheer filled the classroom. All right, all or nothing. So what if it's a challenge from the higher grades? We accept. Someone gave a thumbs up, their eyes sparkling. Tianlei, Menqian, Tianchu, and Tianliang happily agreed, the whole class erupting in unison. Either we all go, or none of us do. Nam Il is the best. Xuanyu politely turned to Teacher Xiao Kai. Teacher, this is our list. Could you please pass it on to the dean? He raised an eyebrow, saying that discontent fuels progress, and that young people are impulsive at critical moments, but then clenched his fist in encouragement. Nan Yi, go for it. His words added fuel to the fire, and the whole class shouted in unison, Nan Yi, go for it. Outside, dusk was settling as Xuanyu's voice rang out. Let's begin our strategy meeting. He considered the tactics and preparations to come, and everyone agreed. In the Outer Academy director's office, a voice grumbled, those kids really dare to dream. Xiao Kai clasped his hands behind his back, acknowledging, this is a good thing. The more I see of Xuanvu, the more I like him. A hint of pride crossed his face. I'm so happy to teach this class, he thought, his eyes calm and unwavering. Don't celebrate too soon. This is just the beginning. The second-year graduation is one hurdle, and the fourth-year graduation is another. Don't worry. I'll do my best to teach them well, she gently advised. Actually, you should be thinking about how to comfort them after they fail. He turned abruptly. Displeasure, evident. Why assume they'll fail? I believe in my students. They can turn the impossible into possible. He smiles meaningfully. Very well. I'll wait and see them create a miracle. Left alone, La couldn't help but sigh, opening his phone to review records from the 6th grade. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, sneering. I never imagined another first year would appear. The outer courtyard is bustling once more. Usually, the students cultivate on their own, but lately, they've all been focused on this cross-rank elimination battle, and at this very moment, unbeknownst to them, Lan Xuanyu is at the Blacksmiths Association, sweating buckets. His hand gripped the hammer, raised high, and slammed down with explosive force, sending sparks flying. From afar, Yuan Xing observed, acknowledging the boy's talent, a promising forging seed. Ming clenched his fist, silently cheering him on. Lam Hin Fu. Keep going. Sparks erupt in a dazzling display, and the observer marvels at his speed. Each swing of the hammer seems to shake the very air, a testament to his power, especially when he focuses his spirit on forging. Not bad. Not bad. His eyes never left him, counting and watching 38. 39. 40. Hianvu's arm relentlessly rose and fell on the glowing red iron, and the original form's eyes shone brightly. 41. Both were astonished, their breaths catching, infusing the power of their bloodline into the forging, pouring their spiritual senses into each hammer blow, creating a spiritual weapon. A first-grade spiritual weapon. Xuanyu scratched his head, embarrassed. Thank you for the praise, Chairman. Yuan Xing approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, praising him. You're definitely more than a level 4 craftsman. So I agree. The association will approve it quickly. Xuanyu cheered with joy. That's great. Thank you, Chairman. He tilted his head, eyes scrutinizing. But what do you need so much of it for? He quickly replied. Senior, I'm a Space Command student. In the future, I don't just want a mech for myself, but also a soul-guided fighter. Even a warship. Looking at the shining items, he asked if he could buy the 2 first-grade heavenly refined secret silvers, to which Xuanyu casually replied that the chairman could just take them without any payment. Outside, the sun was high, and the prototype's voice echoed. The academy requires payment. I'll head out first and call you when I have the money. Xuanyu simply replied. Goodbye, Chairman. Ming sighed, lamenting how people truly can't be compared. He'd been forging for 10 years. Yet Lan Xuanyu had almost caught up in less than one. He grabbed Lan Xuanyu's hands, exclaiming that he needed to remind him that he was betting too much. And with such a large amount of badges, if he lost, Lan Xuanyu smiled confidently, telling him to rest assured. I only have the confidence to do this because I know I'll win. I advise you to bet before I do, or the odds will drop after I place my bet. Hearing this, Anmin's eyes lit up, and he said, Okay, I'll make some extra money thanks to you. Hin Fu replied readily. Just wait and get rich. Senior. He turned and waved goodbye, reminding him to be careful and to win. Xuanyu thought to himself, I hope this betting ratio will increase when I challenge the higher levels. Otherwise it won't be worth it. At the school's arena, Xuanyu's voice echoes with a reminder, stick to our tactics, and victory will be ours. Mengqin. Never underestimate the amplification of a one-word battle armor, Soul Master. Give every match your all. With no carelessness. Mengqin rolls her eyes. Annoyed. Okay. Enough already. The challenge match is about to begin. Both sides. Step forward. Xuanyu nervously watches, knowing they must win, or they'll lose everything. Meanwhile, Mengqin crosses her arms, remarking on how large the arena is. Suddenly, an energy-filled foot stomps the ground, unleashing a wave of power. His opponent is none other than Yan Yi, the top student of the second year. With the Earthstorm Bear, Martial Soul, and level 48 Soul Power, he's a rare, triple attribute Soul Master, specializing in strength, agility, and control. Yan Yi, the top student of the second year, strides confidently into the arena. His eyes are piercing. He's identified as a rare, triple type Soul Master, combining power, agility, and control, a truly complete individual. Much like you. Lao Bing. He tilted his head, adding that he was stronger, definitely faster, daring Tai Liang to argue. He's no match for me without a battle puppet. If I had one too, the outcome would be uncertain. He looked at the two beautiful girls and chuckled confidently. Even though he's strong, I've already bet on two others. He shouted enthusiastically. Go. Goddesses, Tai Liang agreed. Me too, so they both cheered. Go. Goddesses. VMD approached with a confident smile, assuring the girls that he would do his best to protect them while fighting. The loudspeaker then announced the start of the match, and the teams took their positions. The referee decisively signals, and the match begins. Yan Ye dashes forward, his opponent observing intently. Noting his incredible speed, Mengqin unleashes her soul force, her arm glowing as she casts the fourth ring snowfall. Yan Di clenches his fist, blue lightning erupting around him. His eyes burning with determination, she gently raises her hand, gathering all her energy into a fierce vortex that hurtles toward her opponent. The violent swirl rushes in, but Yan Ye stands firm, delivering a powerful punch straight into the snowstorm. A shocking explosion of energy shook the earth, illuminating everything. Xia Han and Qian Liang cried out in surprise. So strong, Mengqin simply snorted in anger. Instantly, colossal shards of ice and snow erupted, engulfing the space, and a sudden resistance seized Yan Di, his eyes widening in shock as he inwardly exclaimed, What? How can this be? The snow mist is dissolving the electrolysis. A blizzard gathers, its swirling vortex suffocating. Yan Ye frowned, his mind racing. Xuanyu watched and analyzed. Yan Ye's greatest strength lies in his speed and instantaneous explosive power, which is effective against physical powerhouses. Use a range control skill to keep him from rushing in, weakening his speed so he can't find a target. He must have thought he'd be facing me, and Yuan and Hui Hui, so he's unprepared for anyone else. But this isn't a simulation. Injuries will affect the next match. Exactly what I want. The male teacher from Purple Underworld berates them, asking who came up with this dirty trick. Xiao Kai forces a smile, trying to defend himself. What cheap trick? My class's desperation isn't a joke, he angrily retorts. I'll die if I'm lying. Yan Ye decisively clenches his fist, knowing he can't keep this up. If he waits for the blizzard to engulf the entire arena and trap him, he might not get another chance. He decides to abandon defense, forcefully stomping his foot on the ground and leaping high into the air. Yan Ye, actively throws himself into the heart of the raging vortex for a head-on confrontation. Xiao Kai rested his chin on his hand, a sly smile forming all according to plan. That Lan Xuanyu is quite cunning. Ziming is too complacent. Luckily, that kid isn't too dumb. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, looking towards Xuanyu. He thought to himself, Lan Xuanyu, I've researched you to become the leader of the first year with the weakest cultivation. I heard you were made permanent class monitor. Resourceful, eloquent, and I've heard Luo Yinghong express admiration more than once. Even the inner circle is paying attention to you, but he's still too young to show it. In the whirlwind, Yan Yi's power erupts, creating a massive, frigid energy pillar that shoots straight into the sky. Everyone watched in stunned amazement, marveling at Yan Yi's power. Surely a breakthrough of his limits. The surging energy seemed to reach its peak, but moments later, amidst the freezing blizzard, that energy began to dissipate. Everyone clamored. Look, on the field, Yan Di collapses to his knees. The Empress in disbelief. How could this be? I clearly gave it my all. Reached my peak. But in the next second, I couldn't control my electricity. How terrifying. Just ahead, the silhouette of a pair of eyes appears. A deep blue gaze. Those eyes. They're truly terrifying. Ziming was stunned. How could this be? Dong Qianqiu needs Lan Xuanyu's help to use her martial soul fusion skill. But it turns out that little girl can also use those deep blue eyes. After the snowstorm, Wang Lin's announcement confirmed the outcome. The two girls' perfect teamwork with their twin swords led Class 1 to a successful challenge. Ziming hung his head in shame. If Lan Mengqin and Tong Tianqiu hadn't spared their classmate, Yan Shi might not have survived that blizzard. Meanwhile, Xuanyu clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This investment paid off. And with 25 purple badges left, he could finally afford a flag armor. News of the first year's successful challenge spread quickly through the academy. But it didn't cause too much of a stir. After all, they only beat the second years, so it wasn't exactly earth-shattering news. At the logistics center, the sun was at its peak, and Xuanyu's eyes widened. Reflecting the light, he stared intently at the box. A total of 70 purple badges. As he walked out, Xuanyu calculated in his head, never expecting that investing everything in this match would increase his chances of winning over Wu Ji. He was startled by Yuge's voice. I knew I'd find you here. Xuanyu scratched his head. Senior, that's not cool. You almost scared me half to death. She hesitated, then asked, Xuanyu, I have a question. If I choose to drop a grade, would your team want me? He exclaimed in surprise, wondering if she was out of her mind. She calmly analyzed. I've heard about your situation, it's all or nothing. But I can tell you this for sure. Without me, you might have a slim chance against Class 4. But against Class 5 or 6, you'd have no chance at all. Xuanyu raised an eyebrow. Puzled. Why are you so sure of our abilities? Hui Hui is about to reach the peak of the 5th ring. With her arms crossed, Wu slowly explained. The 4th-year seniors have truly overcome many hardships to achieve their current success. Even if your entire class charged at them, you wouldn't necessarily beat even one of their top students. This isn't an impulsive decision. It's one I've made after careful consideration. Training in a happy environment is far more effective than training in an unhappy one. I'd like to be a member of your team. Hearing this, Xuanyu hesitated. What about you and Hui Hui? With conviction, Wuge assures him. I can guarantee I won't actively attack him. After that dangerous encounter, he finally called me sister. So I no longer resent him. He split his hand and said, Okay. As long as you can do this. Xuanyu smiled kindly. Welcome to the first year. We're on the same team now. Tears welled in Wu Jie's eyes as she gratefully said, Thank you. He quickly added, Also, if that's the case, could you wait a few days before announcing you're joining our freshman class? As for challenging the 3rd and 4th years, we'll talk about that later. She nodded in agreement. At the academy dormitory, Mengqin asked anxiously, Change people. Are you sure? Xuanyu bluntly replied. I've made my decision, don't ask why. You'll understand later. We're changing our fighter this time. I. Oui. And Bang Tianyang will be going. He then immediately took out his phone to make a call. Xuanyu firmly announced that the third-year representative would definitely not be Tang Wulin, because among all the third years, Tang Wulin was the only one he wasn't sure he could beat. Meanwhile, at the logistics center, a mysterious student wearing a mask stood at the counter, placing a bet of 75 purple badges, all on the first years. Za could immediately recognize him. Why the mask? You think that'll fool me? How naive. He urged. Hurry up and help me with this. I've made up my mind. Hurry up. He could only reply with a bitter smile. All right. Young people these days. From afar, Yuan Xing stood silently, observing everything with profound eyes. Quietly pondering in his heart, in Eternal Sky City, a voice echoes. What did you say? Yuan Xing immediately reports. Go on. I'm a little nervous for him. Tianyu gives you a contemptuous look. What a greedy guy. Yi Ping calmly replies. Let's wait for the results. This person's character is more important than talent. This kid is already the center of attention. I hope he doesn't disappoint. Outside, beneath the clear blue sky, golden sunlight bathed the academy. Xiao Kai anxiously asks if they're confident about winning this afternoon's match. Tianyu scratches his head, chuckling, and replies that winning against Year 3 is no problem. But facing Year 5 and 6 will be a real challenge. I thought you'd confidently tell us you'd win for sure. Oh, right. There are two things I need to tell you first. The Academy has approved your request. If we can't get past this hurdle, then the ultimate goal is to defeat Year 6. Right. We can all go to the Spirit Star now. Secondly, this ceremony is more important than we thought. Before them stands the true overlord of the spirit beasts on Spirit Star. Among the top 10 ferocious beasts, the first-generation beast god, leader of the spirit beasts, Golden-eyed Dark Dragon King. Di Tian. Xuanyu's eyes widened in shock. Di Tian has over 80,000 years of cultivation. In other words, if spirit beasts could become gods, Di Tian would have ascended long ago. Xiao Kai is speechless. Regretting it already, he laughs optimistically. How could that be? If we win, the whole class can go. Teacher, how much would it cost to buy out the 5th and 6th year seniors? He sternly corrected. What are you trying to do? This isn't about medals. It's about honor. Every grade represents the honor and pride of that grade. Xuanyu bowed his head in apology, promising to try harder. But in his heart, he was already plotting to buy his way out with enough medals, or at least try. The arena roared with cheers. Class monitor. Go, Nam Yi is invincible, Lin Han smirked, muttering. These little juniors sure are confident. Do you think Nam Yi can win today? If his opponent wasn't Tang Wulin, he probably could. Nam Yi's Yuan and Hui, martial soul, has mutated twice, so he'll be very strong in the future. Long Jiang immediately retorted. Never mind that. I heard that the beast god Di Tian wants to undergo tribulation. If he succeeds, he could become a divine beast. But it's said the chance of his demise is also great. If he chooses to become a soul spirit, we'll have the chance to be chosen by him, obtaining a soul spirit like the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Becoming a god is certain. Don't you want to bring a good friend? I can give you a slight advantage during the competition. Lin Han's eyes widened in surprise. Long Jiang makes a deal, a black badge. Overjoyed, he agrees, promising to gather them. But in his heart, he doubts. The great beast god is too proud to become a human soul spirit. Meanwhile, inside the arena, both sides have entered the field, and Yin Hui looks ahead. Puzzled. What's going on? Facing them was Ma Xian, his eyes sharp and cold. While Yi gaped in surprise, Hyunwoo calmly explained that Tang Wuji's situation in Year 3 wasn't very good. This was their class's decision, and at least for us, it's a good thing. Yin Hui grits his teeth in anger. It should be her. She's the strongest of the third years. He questioned Lan, asking if he wanted to fight Tang Wulin or if he was dissatisfied with her. Only then did Yi pause, calmly replying, I don't know. The outer court sparring competition, round 2 of the cross-rank challenge. Begins now. As the signal sounds, Ma Xian erupts with soul power. Axa in Hand. Charging forward with a fierce attack, his eyes narrowed as he vowed to defeat Lan Xuanyu first. For only then could they win. Tian Liang and Yin Hui immediately rushed forward to coordinate their attack. Ma Xian parried and calculated. If he won, the third year would be greatly honored. But if he lost, it would be a blow to the third year, and he would lose all face as class monitor. His eyes turned to Xuanwu. Resolute. He must win. Xuanwu, on the other hand, smiled confidently. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanates from Xuanwu's hand, shocking Ma Tian as he recognizes the weapon, the very spear that defeated Duangwu Koch and the two great Xuanwu shields. Using such a powerful attack will drain him quickly. He can only keep it up for a short time. So why use it now? I just need to stay out of his range. Suddenly, Xuanyu stops, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Ma Xian frowned, wondering what he was up to, as Xuanyu soared into the sky, glowing brightly before diving down. The power surged straight down, and the ground churned violently as Ma Xian activated his one-word battle armor, his figure firm and unwavering against the attack. Xuanyu raised an eyebrow, admitting that his defense was strong. As Ma Xian swung his axe in a sweeping arc, Xuanyu's eyes widened in shock, his gaze fixed on the terrifying attack before him, and he leaned back, narrowly dodging the blow. Ma Xian wondered how he instantly teleported. Did his battle armor grant him that ability? Or does he possess a spirit bone with such a skill? Meanwhile, Xuanyu's eyes narrowed, and spirit power gathered in his palm. He soars into the air, meeting Ma Xian's colossal attack head-on as the latter unleashes dark gold hell, a violent shockwave erupting and sending him hurtling through the blinding golden light. Tianliang arrives just in time to catch him, a hint of tension flashing across Ma Xian's face as Yin Hui finishes gathering power, activating his fifth soul skill, 9 Record Furnace Spirit. Lightning spirals around the arrow, carrying destructive power as it hurtles towards the horse immortal. While Han's figure shrinks and falters, Xuanyu watched silently, wondering. His spirit power hadn't increased significantly, so how could his defense be so strong? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Was this his trump card? In that instant, a cold blue light flashed in Han's eyes, and a dark, shadowy figure slowly emerged behind him. Xuanyu realized that Han had split his martial soul from within his body, effectively creating another Sima Shan. Xuanyu's gaze was filled with resentment as he pondered. Shrek Academy truly is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Sima Xian had separated a part of the dark gold Dreadclaw Bear King, making it equivalent to having 2 of him in battle. He issued the order and quickly moved forward, seizing the opportunity to fire at Sima Xian's main body. Old Bing, cooperate with me. Sima Xian assessed the situation and anticipated the enemy's next move. An active confrontation meant they were aiming for that one move. Han tensed, watching his opponent's move just as he expected. Xuanyu channeled energy into the axe, unleashing immense power. Sima Xian is aiming, trying to find a way to counterattack, still aiming to end the battle with one final, powerful blow. But you've moved first. Leaping up to strike, unwilling to yield. Han maintains his composure, steeling his spirit. I'm curious to see how long your soul force can withstand this weapon. As long as I keep my distance, you'll never touch me. Ma Xian quickly jumps out of range, heading straight for Tianliang. He recoils in shock, teleporting away just in time. Xuanyu seizes the moment, throwing something important forward. Old Bing, catch. Tianliang lunges to grab the weapon, but something stops him. His subconscious is in turmoil as he sees the enemy has caught it. What is this? This weapon, with its unparalleled defense, will amplify my strength. I'll test its power with a bold strike. The teachers should intervene. Why aren't they moving? They should control the intensity a bit, so he doesn't get hurt. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes Tianliang. He can't believe what he's seeing. It's been fired. This spear isn't even as powerful as my dark gold battle axe. Not even close. In a flash, he was struck numb, and a figure rushed in to help, shouting, "Stop!" Ma Xian was stunned. What? What's going on? Two identical spears. Don't tell me. It's fake. The halberd in my hand is a fake. Xuanyu proudly grips the weapon in his hand. Confident in his craftsmanship, he realizes the ruse. His face burning with shame. Despicable, I was worried about hurting you. And it was all an act. You're too underhanded. He feigns innocence. But how can he say such a thing? Senior Sima. This is called all warfare, is deception. Intellect is also part of strength. An annoyed student runs over. Teacher Xiao. Your student is too despicable. Xiao Kai shrugs it off as if nothing happened. So what if the male lead used a little trickery against the third male lead? It's not my fault. Your student fell for it. It was a misjudgment on his part. After he picked up that weapon, shouldn't he have realized it wasn't a divine artifact? Thinking too rigidly is a flaw. Qian Lei couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, you were absolutely amazing." Look at Sima Xian's face, while Xuanyu modestly smiled. Be humble. Be humble. Understand. Later, I'll give everyone a sacred abyss halberd as a souvenir. Leaving the arena, Xuanyu quickly bid farewell to his companions and ran to the Academy's logistics center. Longjiang emerged with a radiant smile, congratulating him on his victory today. With over 100 purple badges now, plus the previous 75. He truly had a fortune. Suddenly, a figure approached from afar, causing him to pause. The person greeted him with a polite, formal tone. With a face full of intrigue, Longjiang emerges with a radiant smile, congratulating him on his victory today. As he slowly approaches, Hinvu, unable to contain his curiosity, asks abruptly if he's an academy teacher, inwardly annoyed. He wondered if he looked so fake. But Longjiang politely replied, "I have a proposition for you. The Hunger Center has a special area, open only to those with 30 purple badges, containing items that can help you grow stronger." He turns and waves goodbye, telling him to come and see for himself, and that he looks forward to their performance in the next match. Xuanyu pondered, watching the figure disappear. Who was that? And what's this special exchange area? He was fired up, ready for anything. It couldn't hurt to investigate. Back in the bustling school grounds, Xuanyu approached the reception desk with his questions. Sam Yi. Answer every detail. Little brother. You need certification to enter the special exchange area. Confused, he asks again, and she confirms the information. Yes. You must first obtain a certificate of eligibility from the academy, which takes 7 days to approve. Xuanyu is visibly worried. 7 days. Won't the sparring match be over by then? Suddenly, Longjiang intervenes, saying he can lend him a certificate. For a gold badge, he was increasingly annoyed, especially by that guy. But Xuanyu still politely questioned him. A teacher making money off his students. Doesn't your conscience bother you? He could only watch helplessly as Xuanyu left. Longjiang approached the reception desk, complaining that these elementary schoolers were so stingy, while Samgi bluntly pointed out his mistake, saying he shouldn't be trying to profit off of them. Longjiang laments his pain, saying that he'll never make friends acting like that, and that his efforts to earn money are all for Sam, who wonders if he's faking it. Meanwhile, after leaving the exchange center, Xuanyu immediately calls Zhenhua, knowing he'll help, while Zhenhua is drunk, musing on Xuanyu's investment and clever mind. He laughs along, agreeing that investing isn't bad, and they can't do anything if he doesn't pay them back. Seeing this, Xuanyu is overcome with fear, saying, "Teacher, these days are so good." Zhenhua asks impatiently where he is, and he quickly replies that he's at the entrance of the exchange center, his voice full of urgency, and Zhenhua says he's on his way. Looking into the void, Xuanyu pondered, sensing a surge in his teacher's emotions, only for Longjiang to arrive, his cold demeanor instantly dropping the mood. He silently leaves, seeing the boy's unease, saying, "Fair trade. We'll meet again. Next time. I don't think you'll refuse me." The scene shifts to an empty classroom as Zhenhua urges, "Let's go." Xuanyu politely complies, thinking to himself, he really reeks of alcohol. He casually approached the locked door and swiped his card. If you want good stuff, you have to come here. Even if the price is high, it's worth it. Zhenhua turned and asked, "How much money do you have? Tell me." He replied nervously, "50 purple emblems." He slowly muttered, "Woosher, woosher." But before long, Zhenhua was furious. 50. How could it be so much? My annual salary is only 10. How much rare metal do you have? Xuanyu scratched his head, replying vaguely, "No. They mainly value my first-grade heavenly origin ability." Zhenhua was stunned. "First grade, heavenly talent qualification. You've only been studying for a few days," the boy tentatively suggested. "What if I said I was naturally gifted? Would you believe me?" he dejectedly replied. "I do." With Zhenhua's recommendation, Xuanyu quickly obtained certification. "A few history instructors will lead the way." "This way, please." She gently moved forward, and the two followed immediately. Soon, they stood before a massive doorway, and upon entering, Xuanyu gazed in awe at the scene before him. This was the special exchange area. Zhenhua slowly led him around, and Xuanyu was astonished by the rare artifacts before him: core elixirs, elemental springs, and soul-guided artifacts of this level. He casually explains every aspect of spiritual energy, saying not to mind the price. It's all good stuff, even including color mechs. Hearing this, he asks, "Teacher, when will I get to make my own mech?" Zhenhua immediately shut down any such ideas, saying it was too early. Before the weekly practical combat class began, Mir explained in a gentle tone that the junior should be happy about it. "Tang Zhenhua is quite the authority on mecha at our academy." He moves on, deeper inside. "Now then, let's continue watching." Tang Zhenhua turned this place into a classroom, constantly lecturing Lan Xuanyu on the development of knowledge. He offered accurate information in a caring tone, saying that when it comes to soul bones, one must have a long-term vision. Perhaps later, with enough funds, he could directly use this type of item. Supporters believe it's a key soul tool in development, a perfect combination of the human body and soul tool technology. Before him was a container holding the 10,000-year Earth Serpent's body bone, worth 215 purple emblems. As Xuanyu gazed at the sealed item, he couldn't help but feel his own emblems were insignificant. He continued on, and something else caught his eye. Xuanyu immediately called Zhenhua over for an explanation. "Teacher, what is this?" Zhenhua gazed at the immortal spirit plant in its glass case, excitedly explaining, "Of course, this is a treasure. Its main effect is to consolidate the source, strengthen the meridians, and double cultivation speed for a year." Xuanyu stared at the object, hesitant. If it only strengthens the meridians, this thing is too expensive. The price tag showed a staggering number: 30 purple badges. Mi quickly steps forward to correct him, explaining that the immortal azure spirit fungus strengthens the meridians, allowing them to withstand powerful soul force attacks, and preventing soul masters below the god level from suffering a chi deviation. Zhenhua chuckled, presenting concrete data. "Actually, after you cultivate to the title Duluo level, the fortitude of your meridians will be no different than consuming it." He continued to explain the item's use. In other words, it allows a soul master to achieve the meridian fortitude level of a title Duluo. She affirmed the possibility. "Yes, that's exactly how it works." Xuanyu happily pointed to the item behind him. "Senior, I'll buy this 100,000-year-old immortal violet reishi." The other two were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. "Really, you took the mission to get it?" "No, I didn't buy it. It was my teacher who bought it. I think he deserves it." Zhenhua felt a pang of heartache, thinking it was too extravagant. Xuanyu smiled warmly. "Teacher, your health is more important. What if you don't have enough medals?" He could lend his shoulder, which pleased the teacher, seeing his student's filial piety, so he agreed to buy it. Mir, seeing their close bond, was excited. "Great. Teacher Tang. Junior. Wait a moment." She rushes off, determined not to miss the opportunity, saying she'll take care of the formalities, while Zhenhua waits, feeling troubled, wondering what the kid is thinking, and recalling, telling him not to spend too much. Xuanyu seriously presents a plausible theory. "No. Think about it. Teacher, the price is too high for others, but it's different for me. He seems enlightened. Thinking, that's right. This kid's life energy is compatible. If he could go to Sea God Lake, imagine how much life energy he could bring back equivalent to the body of a titled Duluo. The total amount of energy it could withstand. The two teachers gave a thumbs up in agreement. Well done. Suddenly, Xuanyu remembered something important and asked, oh right. Teacher, what kind of discount do you get? Zhenhua frankly answers his question. 15%. He looks confused. That's all annoyed. He complains. You brat. Do you think everything here is cheap as dirt? Hyunwoo rushes ahead. Determined. Then wait for me. Teacher, I'll pick out a few more things. Seeing this, Zhenhua happily thought to himself that the kid was actually thinking things through. But then, he was shocked. Was he running a fever? So much. The paper detailed the amount to be paid, a total of 72 purple badges. He held the item in his hand. Stunned. Could he really use all of this? Xuanyu feigned innocence, assuring him he wouldn't overspend. Leaving Zhenhua to watch him go with a helpless look, he smirks, contemplating the changing of the guard. A knack for unconventional tactics and a penchant for risk-taking. This kid is one of a kind in the outer court. The two then headed off, deciding to leave this place behind. And as they stepped out into the warm sky, Xuanyu couldn't hide his excitement. Seeing this, Zhenhua sternly warned him. Kid, you've been having it too easy lately. I think you need to experience a setback. He moved forward with a smug look. Just wait for my mecha, he thought, imagining Xuanyu's emotional breakdown. Xuanyu pondered. No way. Meanwhile, back at the logistics center, he stared intently at the data board. Number 1. To. Number 4. Ling. Wu. A ratio of 1 to 0. 5. Looks like people aren't taking us seriously. Unexpectedly, a call comes in, and Xuanyu quickly answers. Senior. Yuga responds in a calm voice. You guys beat him, although I feel bad for number 3. I'm still relieved. Thank you. Even the teacher values him. His strength has been increasing lately. She calmly makes her suggestion in the next match against number 4. Do you need me to step in? Hyunwoo immediately explains. No need. I plan to have you fight against the 5th male lead. Wuga warned somberly. Don't underestimate the 4th male lead. He found her words puzzling. I've heard that said by many. Why does everyone make such a big deal about male number 4? She softly replies. Male number 4 marks the beginning of age 16. That means he's an adult. And starting with character number 4, they have to accept mandatory missions arranged by the school. Missions that can be truly dangerous. The strongest of the 4th years are forged in the fires of training. Yuga asked anxiously. Are you sure you don't need my help? Xuanyu said seriously. We don't need it. I think we can handle it. She just left. Defeated. Okay. Then let's leave it at that. He thought about everything. If Tang Woolen goes out now, there won't be any surprises when we get to the 5th grade. I still want to go further. It's 3 p.m. at Lan Xuanyu's dorm, and he welcomes everyone with gifts, a 10,000-year lava fruit for Qianlei, which can greatly enhance their combat power in a short time. It's good for you and Jin Pongzi. Qianlei eagerly takes it, asking how much it cost. But Xuanyu says it's a gift worth 4 purple badges. Meng Qin, fearing the worst, asks if he robbed the exchange center, which he denies. Xuanyu turned to Qianlei and asked if he wanted one, and the boy immediately flattered him. Yes. Yes. I love you so much. Boss. He raised his hand to block his friend. Get out of here. Qianlei tried to get closer. No. I'm not leaving. With the issue resolved, Xuanyu presents another item. Fengti. Use this as soon as you get back. It's a sky blue vine. He explains warmly. It will strengthen your body. Fengzi hesitates. Xuanyu. This is too precious. Mengqin suddenly asks how he has so many badges, but Xuanyu brushes it off, urging Fengzi to take his gift, saying he'll explain later. He paused in silence, lost in thought. Unsure of what to do, he decided to approach. placing a hand on Fengzi's shoulder to offer encouragement. Xuanyu then happily hands over a precious item to the person next to him, saying this 10,000-year seeing through autumn water dew is for her. She happily accepts it, thanking Xuanyu, who explains its use without hesitation. It can greatly enhance your eyesight and probably help you increase your soul power by 1 level. Xuanyu brushes it off and presents another treasure, telling Mengqin that this complete 10,000-year-old golden sunflower will enhance her spiritual power and stabilize her spiritual sea. She stared in astonishment at the item presented. He went on to explain the key features of the golden sunflower, noting that it, too, absorbed energy from the sea god lake. Mengqin held the item in her hand, wondering if such a precious gift could really be for her. Suddenly, Xuanyu coughed, drawing Xuanyu's attention back to herself. She whispered, giving him a suggestive look, warning him to be careful if it was inferior to theirs. Leaving Xuanyu flustered. With confidence, he produces a vial, declaring, "Eternal Ice Marrow, drink this tonight. We'll need your strength tomorrow." Hearing this, Qianqiu humorously recalls the precious creatures said to have once lived within the Eternal Ice Marrow, like the legendary Laziite silk form, living only to eat and sleep, yet cultivating for 1,000,000 years. This seems to be the highest level ice attribute treasure still in existence, Eternal Glacial Marrow. Can it really still exist? Mengqin speaks up with a hint of childishness. "I want to compete." Xuanyu awkwardly smooths things over. "The quantity is limited. I'll buy it for you next time I see it. When I have money, I'll buy it for you." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah. Right." Xuanyu then brought out the remaining items and divided them evenly. "Everyone, let's split up the remaining bottles. Tonight, everyone except Fatty will go to the Sea God Lake to absorb energy." Everyone places their hands together, chanting with determination for victory. The story shifts elsewhere. As Ma Xian's arm is severed from his body, Bao Chuan's eyes filled with despair. He struggled to soothe the other's wounded heart, trading an arm for a life worth it. He was desperate and helpless in the face of the cruel reality, unwilling to accept it. Breaking free from the memories of the past, Bao Chuan obsessively ponders. Hearing that a 10,000-year soul essence could potentially restore lost limbs, I must secure a spot for him at the Spirit Star ceremony. Sorry, everyone. This match is drawing far more attention than the previous two, with even 5th and 6th year students coming to watch. Longjiang leisurely enjoys the atmosphere, wondering if the male lead has a chance to win today, while Dao Xia calmly assesses the situation, finding it difficult. Knowing what the 4th male is like, there's a chilling tone in Longjiang's voice, saying that if they aren't crushed in the first minute, they might have a chance. But this Lam Tianvu kid is quick-witted, so he might just turn things around. Lam Tianvu and his teammates are now making their final preparations as the host ignites the arena and quickly announces the battle. The time has come for both sides to enter the arena. The contestants confidently step forward, but the opposing team sends out only one fighter. The entire stadium fell silent as Lan Xuanyu warily eyed his opponent Lu Baochuan, a 6-ring, one-word battle armor master, stepped forward menacingly. Longjiang points out the key detail: none of these 4 are Yuan and Huihui. Dao too assesses the situation, noting the absence of their strongest member. Meanwhile, Tianyu remained calm, determined to perform well. He gritted his teeth and boldly declared that if they won, he'd treat the whole class to a feast, enthusiastically issuing the challenge, telling the class monitor to watch closely. Longjiang observes the tense arena and ponders. What is Nam not trying to do? It's not win on Huihui, but rather a student who has never fought before. He unconsciously speaks his mind. Interesting. Senra also has his own ideas. Zom Y asks annoyingly, "Why are you always talking nonsense? What ideas do you have?" Longjiang offers his assessment. Not the strongest, but definitely has tricks up his sleeve. "I know this Lu Baochuan. He's fierce. I wonder if Namnots Jr. can handle him. How could you go around listening to other guys' business? I'll challenge him when we get back." "Get out of the way." Down in the cold arena, Xuanyu cheerfully greeted. "Hello, Senior. I hope you'll show mercy to Lu Qing later." Bao Xuan remained indifferent. The referee's voice boomed, announcing the start. as he donned his armor. Ready for battle. The crowd buzzed with speculation. He hadn't even begun fighting. Yet he'd already unleashed his one-word battle armor and an unexpectedly fierce aura. This upperclassman was not to be underestimated. Bao Xuan assesses the situation, wondering what they ate to suddenly become so powerful. As the referee announces the start of the match, he immediately attacks. But before Bao Xuan can make his first move, Xuanyu signals, and Qianqiu activates her power, her body glowing blue. His body froze mid-air. Bao Xuan thought furiously. You think you can stop me with this? How naive. Bao Xuan breaks free from the ice. But a strange light appears, filling him with unease. What is this? Bao Xuan wondered. Then struck the strange object, thinking, why bother? After all, your spirit skills can't hurt me in my battle armor. It's absorbed all my blade force. His spirit rang an alarm as it enveloped him. This is bad. What spirit skill is this that can restrain my movements? From afar, Longjiang assesses that Lu Baoxuan is doomed, his problem being a lack of understanding of his opponent. An instant of absolute control directly interrupts Lu Baoxuan's second attack. This kid Lan Xuanyu really has something up his sleeve. Suddenly, he stops, his keen mind perceiving the truth. This is Ding Zhehan's fourth soul skill. Evading it is harmless, but attacking or touching it risks absolute control. Xuanwu quickly gives the order Crazy Wind. It's your turn. He immediately shoots forward, replying, got it. Lu Feng rushes ahead at incredible speed. He unleashes the Silver Dragon Roar, enveloping the control barrier as Lu Baoxuan cries out, unleashing the 7 treasure daggers point. Ignoring his restraints, when the attack landed, the 7 treasure dagger unleashed its blades, clashing with the silver dragon spear. He was confused. Struggling to understand, he had to release the dagger's blades, preventing any further control. What they're not pursuing. This junior disciple has a strong fighting spirit. Lu Feng launches a fatal blow, sending Bao Xuan flying backward. Seizing the moment, Hin Wu strikes, shattering Bao Xuan's blade as he stands tall with a piercing gaze, while Lam Tuang scolds his friend. If I hadn't pulled you back, your body would have been cleaved in two, like your Dao. The referee excitedly announces that the first-year student has successfully challenged the fourth-year student. The entire stadium was deathly silent as Dao He cheerfully approached from behind, asking if the match had started yet. Longjiang coldly stated that it had already begun and ended. He frantically asked if it was over already, and who had won. Annoyed, he turns away to warn him. Right now, I feel like you're not 100% sure either that you can beat Namnot, or that there's even a chance. If you lose, avoid me in the future. It'll be too embarrassing. Dao, he's bewildered. No way. Lu Baichun lost, that was fast. How could he lose? If he challenges me, I'll have to prepare myself. Long Jiang contemplates. This year's champion is truly skilled. He's already won 3 matches. Actually, they've already won. Let's go. Buddy, you lost that purple badge. I'll make it up to you. The stands erupt as a fan cheers wildly. The champion won an impossible victory, made real. It's a miracle. He actually won 5-4. Xuanyu rushes over, worried. Fengzi, how's your injury? Lu Feng smiles, reassuring his friend. I'm fine. The heavenly azure vine is truly amazing. It's made my body stronger and more resilient. Hearing this, Lahao anxiously asks if he consumed the heavenly azure vine, meaning he no longer needs treatment, just for the external wounds. How do kids have so much money these days? From bloodburst fruit to heavenly azure vine. It makes people jealous. Xuanyu excitedly put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Fengzi, we won. A voice echoed from afar. We won. The reserve team cheered even louder. We won. The whole team rushed towards Xuanyu, tossing him and Lu Feng into the air with overflowing joy. They had defeated Lu Baichuan, the number 1 in the South Continent. Xiao Kai, who had been watching from afar, secretly rejoiced. These kids are really beyond my expectations. And returned to the logistics center. Qi Huang irritably handed over the item he needed. You won 80 purple badges. You've become an unwelcome guest here. What are you betting on next round? Xuanyu scratched his head, replying happily, "No, I'm not betting big anymore. It's not good. I'll wait until I'm absolutely sure." Someone grumbled. "Don't get carried away. Are you turning us into your personal ATM?" He quickly made his escape, saying, "I'm off." The scene shifts to Eternal Sky City. As Xuanyu turns to complain, "What, that kid won so much? Is the Academy's money not money? Next time, tell them to investigate carefully and lower the odds." Yuan Xing calmly steers the conversation. "Teacher, the next match is 5-on-5. You don't think they still have a chance, do you?" Yi helplessly sighs. "Right. That kid's got me all flustered." He expressed his anticipation, saying that Lan Xuanyu was indeed outstanding, and that he admired him a little now. Xuanyu didn't dwell on it, saying that momentary glory doesn't mean anything, and that the road ahead was still long. Meanwhile, Xuanyu went to the forging room to pay off his debts. Back in his dorm, Xuanyu meditated, deep in thought. Although today's victory was swift, they'd used up all their tricks, and the next match is against 5-5, who possess a 2-word battle armor. Even if he uses Duangvu to block, the odds of winning are still slim. Hianvu frowned, realizing he needed to prepare even more for the next match. He decided to call his teacher. "Teacher, we won 5-4, Chanhua calmly replied. "Not bad." And Xuanyu happily acknowledged, "It's all thanks to your teaching." Annoyed, Shanhua retorted, "Stop flattering me. Just say what you want." And he began to lay out his strategy. "I bought you some liquor. A 50-year-old whiskey. Only 200 bottles exist." Chanhua is taken by surprise. "What's the big deal?" he panics. "Is it called whiskey medicine?" Xuanyu quickly confirmed. "Yes, I think so." Zhanhua excitedly threw out all the bottles and jars. Where are you?" Xuanyu happily offered. "At my place? I'll bring it to you." "Oh, and if you have time, come with me to the Special Exchange Center." He sensed something was off and questioned. "You bought more. Where did you get the money? You're investing in yourself." Chanhua realized the issue, unable to contain his anger, and demanded, "You bet on extreme wins. You were sure you'd win. And you didn't call me Xuan." Yu's voice was full of regret. "Teacher, I was wrong." Math building 5-3. Yuga slowly exits the room, cautiously looking around for the police before her, when a sorrowful voice suddenly calls out, "Stay." Ma Xian slowly approaches from afar. Vukach immediately preempts him, saying if he wants to mock him, this is his last chance. Ma Thian states frankly that he will be excluded because he is too strong. "You lead everyone in your direction, without asking if that's what they wanted. That's why the failure back then was so devastating. You're strong, but your inner state seems unstable. As class president, your emotions affect the whole class. But they don't want you to leave. They just hope you can find a more balanced and harmonious state. If you can do that, the position of class president is still yours." A figure from afar chimed in. "That's right." From their heartfelt pleas to stay, and their newfound trust. Is it possible they want him to remain as their leader? He gently explained that they had never blamed him, only hoped he could overcome his emotional instability. He clarified that they needed a class leader who could connect with and guide everyone. After pouring out their hearts and revealing the truth, they apologized to their captain, acknowledging his pain and the need for growth. He was stunned, hardly believing what he was hearing. They were helping him grow. Do-hyun sadly confesses that the teacher told them to do it, shocking the others. "Do-hyun, you need to explain everything. How could I not know about your problems? If you truly understand your problem, stay and continue to lead Namba well." Wu Jie lowered her head, deeply troubled. "That's right. I should have thought of that sooner." He calmly tries to persuade her. "Vukash, although I don't fully understand the cause of your emotional instability, this failure should be a stepping stone to further growth. Don't you realize your own problem now?" She shakes her head, denying everything with remorse. "No, teacher. I know I was wrong, especially after working with Nam Not, to help her understand what kind of leader she can become, and to be a qualified team member. Moreover, she wants to face Nam Il, the person who most influences her emotions, Head on, Vu catch bows deeply, expressing her heartfelt feelings. Thank you for keeping me here. But I've made my decision. I want to go to Namnat. I'm sorry for disappointing you. And with that, she runs off, tears streaming down her face. Ma Xian asks his superior if they should go after her. But Du Ren, with his eyes closed, says it's not necessary, as he was the one who was wrong, underestimating her resilience and mistaking her need for comfort. If she's made her choice, then let her go. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo ponders his next move, realizing he needs more than just the tea. He needs the best possible strategy. An idea sparked in his mind. Call Nana. He dialed, and when Na answered, bewildered. What is it? Xuanyu. He made his request. He needed her help. She quickly agreed to come right away, leaving him utterly perplexed. Dunyan possesses a strange, subtle energy as when Na appears with an otherworldly grace, surprising him. Nana. The other woman's ability stuns him. She's so fast. Wasn't she just in Mingo? She turns with a serious look, asking if he's all right. Confused, Hyunwoo asks how she arrived so quickly, and Nana explains she opened a spatial pathway from Mingo. She conjures a small energy circle, saying that he could do it too when he's stronger, which makes him wonder, how much stronger is stronger? He then recounts the challenge match to Nana, who confirms that she understands. He looked at her expectantly, asking if she thought they had a chance of winning. Xuanyu nervously interjects. That's not good. She smiles kindly, explaining, based on your strength alone, the odds aren't great. The two-word battle armor gap is too large. You can't break through their defenses. Moreover, a 7-ring soul master has a soul core, so their recovery ability far exceeds yours. Discouraged, Xuanyu desperately searches for a possibility. So does that mean there's no chance at all? He seriously considers a plan, asking, what if I use the Holy Flame Dragon Spear? But Wen Na bluntly points out the flaw. Since he's always used the Holy Flame Dragon Spear's healing power, their opponent will only focus on defense. Xianyu is easily tempted. So there's no chance at all. She clearly confirms the problem. But that's not right. There's still a chance to defeat them. The first year's 3 consecutive wins have caused a huge stir in the outer court, and the 5-year challenge is about to begin. Hyunwoo's teammates encouraged each other, worried, telling each other not to put too much pressure on themselves, that they'd done well enough already. But with a determined look, he rallied their spirits, declaring that they would definitely win. All we need is a fleeting chance to shine. As long as my heavenly saint burning heavens doesn't strike, the 5th-year senior will always be threatened. Everyone, let's work together. They looked at each other, their bond growing even stronger. After leaving class 5-3 that day, Wu Ge was summoned by Xuanyu, receiving the same benefits as her teammates. No trial period, just a simple acceptance. At that moment, Tang Wuge knew she had become part of the team. As the sunlight filtered through the leaves, and Enhui gazed intently at the person beside him, his heart filled with a hint of joy. In her eyes, a light of determination never seen before flickered. The audience is in disbelief. Is that really Tang Wulin? She joined the first years and is fighting for them. Lin Han steps forward, surprised that the academy agreed to her joining the first-year team. Is that even allowed? Waving as he approaches, he greets. Hello, classmates. Tang Wulin. Why are you with Class 1 now? Representing Class 3. Along with Lin Han, Wu Ge coldly retorted. Back to the cultivation furnace. Is that not allowed? Hearing this, Lin Han began to mock him. Of course, it is. The more the merrier. Some senior students haven't left, wanting to stay in the outer court for 2 more years. This Xuanyu is quite capable, though I don't like his fighting style. Gentlemanly on the surface, but he does bad things. A bit like someone I know. Junior brothers and sisters, rest assured, I won't hurt anyone in this match. I wish you all the best in entering the inner sanctum. This teacher is just stirring things up instead of focusing on the fight. Xuanyu is a little confused. Senior, are you just talking nonsense? Hearing this, Lin Han was stunned and annoyed, reaching out to cover the other's mouth. What, you dare say I'm talking nonsense? Do you have any respect for your elders? But before he could do anything, Ling Yi brushed his hand away. leaving him bewildered. Lin Han's increasing loudness provokes Ling Yi, who subtly tells him to return to his spot. Ling Yi quietly observes, then promises rewards to those who defeat Lin Han, urging them to strike hard. Hearing this, Hian Vu immediately signaled his understanding, saying, "Don't worry, we won't go easy on him." Meanwhile, on the opposing team, two members placed their unwavering faith in their teammate of 5 years. "Do you think Hua Lin Han will win? If he loses, I'll eat my words. I'd bet 10 medals on him." Later, Sam, consumed by jealousy, warned her boyfriend, "I'm telling you, hang out with him less, or you'll catch his womanizing ways." Despite his pain, Long Jian could only try to reassure her. "It won't happen. You're the only one in my heart. Everyone else is just people." Wu Kei is ready to strategize, knowing Hua Lin Han's martial soul is formidable. Combining control, attack, and solar eclipse, I'll block him head-on. A few seconds later, Ling Yi signals, "Begin." As the referee's voice rang out, he began to distract his opponent with a cheap trick. Monken, seeing everything, exclaimed in anger, "What is he doing? How naive." Maintaining his focus, Wu Xuan fearlessly continues to fight. Refusing to be distracted, the tag battle has begun. At that moment, a black circle appears in the sky, and enormous, fiery flowers emerge. He's already guessed his opponent's technique. Sure enough, it's the 7 rings. Xuan Wu focuses on his opponent's power. When he notices something strange, the black flowers sprout sharp teeth and lunge toward them. She bravely rushes forward, determined to fight to the end, attempting to sever the flowers with her blade. But Wu Kei's attacks are nothing compared to her opponent, and she can't easily cut them in two. But she was immediately struck back. Not to be outdone, Meng Qin attacked while her opponent was distracted, using her deep blue gaze. Little did she know, Lin Han had already noticed her, a smirk playing on his lips as he launched a counterattack, deflecting her strike with ease. Seeing this, the two hesitated, unsure of what to do. Knowing their intentions, Lin Han smiled with amusement, thinking, these junior brothers are quite cunning, wanting to force close combat and create an opportunity for Lan Xuanyu to attack. We'll see if you can even get here. Their plan foiled. They can only defend against the incoming attacks. For now, 4 flowers already. How many does this guy have? And they can attack from a distance too. Seeing the situation worsen, he quickly throws the explosive fruit to the other side, right into the middle of the flowers. In moments, the flowers explode, and he can't help but panic at the sight. Baobao fruits are an extraterrestrial fruit with great explosive power. Upon detonation, the seeds scatter and absorb surrounding life force to rapidly grow. Triggering a secondary explosion, the tide begins to turn, and Ling Yi can't help but stand up, cheering on his teammates. Well done, that was satisfying, blow him up. Tianqi quickly throws explosive fruits at the enemy, and at that moment, Yin Hui's side decides to follow suit. The flowers are bombarded with explosive fruits, creating a series of rapid detonations. Lin Han's teammates watch from afar, a little surprised. Each of those fruits costs a gold emblem. What a spendthrift! As if Hua Lin Han could be defeated so easily, he would have been killed by countless enemies long ago. Despite the relentless attacks, he remains unconcerned and simply sighs. Lin Han raises an eyebrow, looking at his opponent and warning, "You don't have to do this. They're expensive." In an instant, the flowers suddenly grow larger and begin their finishing move, the flames bursting even stronger than before. Seeing the situation become unstable, he immediately informed his teammates. As the surrounding temperature rapidly increased, burning the pollen on the flowers, without giving his opponent time to prepare, he immediately commanded the flowers to spew hot flames. The massive flames hurtled toward Xuan Vu, leaving him frozen in place, and the bomb fruit strategy was instantly shattered. Was this vast difference in power the reason for the terrifying, prolonged heat? In an instant, a massive ice bird appears behind them, the ice phoenix Chivu, as the three unite to fight as one, a thunderous war drum. Suddenly, the two opposing forces collided, as Wuga swiftly intervened, blocking the explosive sparks from reaching his teammates. creating a massive explosion and a powerful gust of wind, while the Ice Phoenix carried them away, not stopping there. She fearlessly charges toward the enemy, as the other two seize the opportunity to assist her. Witnessing this, the audience was stunned. They actually blocked Lin Han's attack. Unbelievable. They do have some strength. Huh. Hanlin hesitated. My carnivorous flower has thorns. You know. Hearing this, they fearlessly launch an attack, and Thien Thu immediately retaliates, while Hianvu rushes in, focusing on countering the opponent's attack. In an instant, he reached the flower, but before he could act, it vanished, leaving Lin Han bewildered as his skill was interrupted. Taking advantage of the enemy's inattention, Yin Hui quickly unleashed a counterattack, the Everlasting Wisdom Eye, while Yuga appeared before Han. Soon after, the two coordinated an attack, unleashing the Grand Five Elements Wisdom Light, relentlessly striking back as Lin Han struggled to defend himself with his two-word battle armor. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupts between them, sending them flying. Han digs his heels into the ground, struggling against the force. Lin Han, exhausted, scanned his surroundings, but a dark figure appeared above Han, and a sharp sound echoed. Both fighters were exhausted, yet they struggled to continue, astonishing the other students with the appearance of the Naja annular blade. It turns out that even though Xuanyu appeared suddenly, his attack was blocked in time. Han gritted his teeth in anger and immediately flew away. Landing, Lin Han gasped, regaining composure to continue the fight, even forcing himself to use his battle armor. He was almost knocked out. If things continued like this, it would be disadvantageous later. Han didn't hesitate to use his strongest move. I'm not playing with you anymore, and unleashed his true spirit form. His teammates above felt uneasy. Clad in two-word battle armor and unleashing his true spirit form, was he trying to eliminate them all? Now, the flowers bloomed even more profusely, and Lin Han's power grew greater than in any previous match. Long Jiang, observing from above, grew concerned for the opposing team. He's mastered the solar cannon. It really should be over. Then, a familiar voice called out, Xuanyu. What do we do now? The match intensifies, and Wuga pauses to consider their options. Then, a plan forms in her mind, and a light flashes in her eyes. Her power explodes in an instant, and Sam Ui realizes what's happening. She's burning her battle armor. He doesn't need that battle armor anymore. It can't be. This is just a sparring match. He's burning his one-word battle armor. Can he really be that decisive? Hui, realizing his teammate's dangerous plan, begins to tear up, unwilling to let her sacrifice herself, and quickly decides to support her. From Tin Nin's evolution, an unexpected energy vortex appears, and Vukash understands. Rushing forward, the two collide. Lam Han is stunned, unable to believe what's happening before his eyes. Something's not right. The two surging energies collided, passing through each other in an instant. Witnessing this, Lin Han stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. What Tang Wulin's energy was absorbed by that sword. That sword seems to possess some kind of power governed by a certain law. Without hesitation, he unleashes even more power, but says this is as far as they'll go. The students in the stands worry for the opposing team, commenting on the terrifying energy and how dangerous Namnat is. Each strike unleashed a deafening explosion, and Xuanyu pressed forward, determined to defeat his opponent. A green slash cuts through the air, followed by a flash of light, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the ground. The other students are stunned, wondering if this is truly the power of the outer court disciples. The arena fills with smoke, as a river of water carves a path across the battlefield, and the boy gathers the scattered green energy back into his hands. Exhausted, Hien Vu collapses to the ground, quietly observing his teammates, marveling at their combined strength, a fusion skill created in their first collaboration, giving him a chance to make the final move. Lingyi rushes forward, declaring Namnat the victor, a result the defeated opponent refuses to accept. Wondering what just happened, Lin Han demanded to know why they had won, saying he couldn't lose. But she simply replied that if she hadn't intervened, he would have been crushed. Evenzo, He was not convinced, arguing that he would have only been severely injured, not killed, and that he could have fought back. Ling Yi cheerfully replied that as a referee, she had to consider the safety of both sides. I believe saving you was the right choice. And if you disagree, you can file a complaint. Hearing this, Lin Han was furious but had to accept the outcome. Though exhausted, she was overjoyed that her team had finally won. They had won. At the same time, she remembered her teacher's guidance from the day before, and under her instruction, I managed to land the final blow. Thank goodness. Nana, my eyes are finally starting to open. Seeing their joy and concern, they asked, Wuga, you're awake. Knowing their team won brought her some peace. Hui hurriedly asked after his sister, how are you though exhausted? Wu Ge reassured him, I'm okay. Just tired. Hearing that, Wai could only sit there anxiously waiting, seemingly unable to let go just yet. They all gathered together, preparing to leave the arena. Hi. Take Wuga home. Everyone has eaten the Holy Spirit fruit, so go back and absorb it carefully. At that moment, Xuanyu still couldn't believe the victory before his eyes. We actually won. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar. I knew it. It turned out these two had watched the entire match between Lian Meng and An Meng. Boss, you're amazing. We're definitely going to win. Amazing. I can't believe it. Just one more match to go. Boss, you have to try your best. Everyone's gone back to rest. But the boy is out for a walk. Lost in thought and worry, he still needs to reach the 4th ring quickly. Only then can I use the violet immortal spirit fungus to strengthen my body, and then the bloodburst fruit to increase my cultivation speed. After walking for a while, Xuanyu suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Longjiang cheerfully greeting him from afar. Wait up. Hello. It's you. Xuanyu. The boy looked disappointed and asked coldly, why is it you? He shrugged and replied, Junior, that's no way to act. I'm trying to help you. Xuanyu immediately sensed something amiss in the other's words. Junior, you're not a teacher. What do you want, without beating around the bush? Longjiang cut to the chase. Of course, it's about your competition. I can help you create a chance to win the 5-on-6. Hearing this, the boy was skeptical but patiently waited for an answer. Let's hear it. He replied frankly, I know who your 5th and 6th opponents are. But to be fair, I can't tell you. I'm close to him. I can arrange a chance for you to win. Now curious. Xuanyu asks how. Hearing this, Longjiang replied frankly, I can persuade your opponents to make an agreement before the match, giving you juniors a chance out of respect. If you can last 3 minutes without losing, you win. The boy immediately sensed something was off, but Xuanyu innocently asked, We're not sure we can last 3 minutes. To which the man feigned helplessness. While I can persuade him to yield, I still have to discuss it with my classmates and teachers. If it's 2 minutes, the price you pay will be higher 20 purple badges. Seeing no other option, the boy resigned himself to his fate. But then, Xuanyu had another idea. How about this 1 minute? And I'll give him 30 purple badges. Hearing this, Longjiang chuckled and asked, 30 badges? Really? The boy nodded and continued to negotiate. But I have a condition. It must be kept secret until both sides enter the arena. And furthermore, we'll pay after the competition. He agrees, but is hesitant about the deal. The timing of the announcement isn't a problem. But if we pay later, what if you don't pay up? Hearing this, Hianvu placed his hand on his chest and replied firmly, I guarantee it with my integrity. Longjiang mocked him, saying, during the competition, you can use your body's qi to drag people you're not inferior to and fix them in your body. I thought you were a teacher, but you're so impatient, and your schemes are so great. Sensing the sarcasm in his words, Longjiang retorted uncomfortably, Kid, are you mocking me? Hyunwoo quickly denied it. No. It's just that if you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. Let's make a deal. We'll sign an agreement at the logistics center. The boy froze, speechless, as he saw something before him. The information panel displays a notification odds of 1 to 3. So if we win, and given the current situation, it's entirely possible. After weighing the pros and cons, Hianvu places 50 purple crests on extreme, still having 33 left to cover the agreement. While Yinhui, overhearing everything, exclaims in shock, 1 minute, if only we can hold out for 1 minute. His teammates grew anxious, wondering how he pulled it off. Meanwhile, he quickly devised a plan, keeping it secret and urging them to strategize. At that moment, they both heard a familiar voice. It was Nana, gradually appearing before them. If your goal is to stall for time, she said, I'm afraid you won't even last a minute. Upon seeing their teacher, the two hurried to greet her. Ms. Nana, the three on the other side watched her with wide eyes, marveling. This is Ms. Nana, she's so beautiful. Without waiting, Xuanyu introduced Nana to the group, explaining that she was his and Tianchu's teacher, invited to provide guidance outside the match. Nana slowly sat down and responded, Do you think you've already won? To which the boy quickly replied, Unless they break the agreement, surely they wouldn't. Hearing their response, she bluntly replies, No. What I mean is, before absolute power, time is meaningless. It's almost impossible for you to last even a minute. As tensions rise, Xuanyu wonders, Nana, do you know how strong our opponents are? Hearing this, Nana calmly replied that, judging from the difference in strength, their opponent might even be an 8-ring soul master, powerful enough to kill any of them in an instant. The boy then realized something was wrong, wondering if he had been deceived by that guy. Nana, what should we do then? We can't let our students suffer. She then laid out a plan, saying their only chance was to unite and face the challenge together, so she could better understand their abilities. To facilitate the arrangement of tactics, Nana asked in detail about each person's abilities. A moment later, Qianlei summoned his dragon beast. Come on out. Golden Disc. The little one fearfully hugged his head. Hey, Golden Disc. What are you doing? Upon seeing Kim Ban, Nguyen Na suddenly realized something. You are the divine beast, Hao Ing. A prehistoric relic. Tianloi was confused. Ko Nana. What are you saying? She recounts the little sprite's origins, revealing it to be an ancient beast of the dragon clan, a golden behemoth of the royal Bifan Colossus lineage. If that's the case, there's still a chance to win. The other 5 can also coordinate with each other. Hearing this, the group was shocked into silence. The next day arrived. Seeing their teacher, they rushed over, asking anxiously, Mr. Xiao, do you think we can win against class 5 to 6? Xiao Kai calmly replied, The odds aren't good. Their strongest member was fast-tracked to the inner courtyard from class 5 to 3. But he remains in the outer courtyard for some reason. Even Hualin Hang wouldn't last a few minutes against him. Astonished, he wonders if they're that strong as everyone gathers at the arena, ready for battle, determined to win. The referee's voice echoed, Both teams, prepare. Seeing a familiar figure, Xuanyu was shocked, hardly believing his eyes. His opponent's voice echoed from afar. Hey there. Nice to meet you. The boy immediately recognized who he was up against. Seeing his opponent, Xuanyu suddenly remembered their agreement, so it was him representing class 5-6. No wonder he sought them out to negotiate. The boy couldn't help but worry. Senior, is this really okay? It seemed he was truly confident he could win within a minute. Seeing his opponent's apprehension, Longjiang reassured him. Hey, don't worry. I'm a man of my word. I'll stick to the rules. By the way, I'm Cheng Longjiang, from the outer sect 5 to 6. It's a shame. Little one, if I lose, I'll have a hard time facing my classmates. I'm just giving you a friendly warning. Lasting a minute won't be easy. The boy's sarcasm stung, and he retorted, Hey, I'm not that fake. I'm only an 8-year-old flower. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Longjiang Zeng. Longjiang, stop putting on airs. It was none other than the dean, who warned him with a touch of annoyance. Fight seriously, or don't blame me for holding back. He immediately defended himself. Dean, I don't like you saying that. How am I being pretentious? People call me Zheng Longjiang. To prove his sincerity, Long Jiang immediately interrupts, telling him to shut up, as he's the least trustworthy person in the entire academy. Though his pride is wounded, he calmly replies, "It's hard to be a good person, Dean. I've decided to let my juniors have this one. If they can withstand my attacks for a minute, they win. I'll even give you a handicap and not use my battle armor. Or else you wouldn't last 5 seconds. It's free to boast. But no one believes the truth. Being a good person is hard. Isn't it?" Headmaster without delay. Long Jiang unleashes his nascent martial skill. The boy finally recognizes his opponent's technique battle armor. At the same time, his power grows stronger and stronger, with flashes of light all around, leaving Luo Hong in shock. What? Circles slowly appear around the arena, making her increasingly disbelieve what's happening before her eyes. A Duluo domain. The three of them freeze, horrified by their opponent's power. A 3-word battle armor. Can someone from the outer court really do that? How many medals did this get her? 8 soul rings. A sol Duluo. A red. Ibai. 000 year soul ring. Xuanyu's eyes remained fixed on his opponent. No wonder he easily agreed to my 1 minute. The gap between our strengths is so vast. At that moment, Long Jiang pointed to the stands and declared, "Today, my 3-word battle armor is complete. I'll name it Loving Zam Yi. If one day it becomes 4 words, it will be only Loving Zam Yi. And if it becomes 6, then it will be a pair of only Loving Zam Yi." Zam Yi sat there, giggling to herself, lost in thought. Then, to everyone's surprise, she spoke up with a smile. Even though he can be annoying, he's still very loyal. Seeing things escalate, she angrily warned, "Enough, get down to the preparation area. The match is starting, and the clock is ticking." The moment the referee spoke, he calmly replied, "Junior, even if I give you tree dive seconds, you still won't stand a chance." Instantly, the boy retaliates with his own attack, while Mangcam, determined to win, prepares her counter, summoning the Snow Woman. In an instant, an icy illusion appears behind Mangcam, and Vu Catch seizes the opportunity to coordinate with his teammate, unleashing the Great 5 Elements light, the element of water. Without hesitation, she immediately rushes toward the distant figure, as both Yukach and the arrow are launched into the air. At the same time, Yun Hui swiftly fires another arrow from below, speeding towards their opponent. Combining their strength, the arrow grew ever more powerful, and was soon grasped by the rock. Long Wu saw through their plan, a weapon. Without hesitation, she focused all her power. From afar, Luo Hong observes the battle, noting the rising momentum, the combined strength of 5. Moments later, he delivers a direct blow to his opponent. Meanwhile, Meng Qin fires a volley of arrows. Duren is shocked to see their combined strength. They had this card up their sleeve. Lak Hong quickly realizes they've combined the power of 5 people, a tactic Xiao Qian researched to help them. Suddenly, he turns, his expression blank, wondering where the strategist and Xiao Banzi are, and what they're doing in the back. Meanwhile, Qianlei focuses his inner energy, drawing a 6-pointed star, as red as blood. As soon as it's complete, he pours his life force into it. Lak Hong is shocked by Qianlei's bold move, thinking he's gone mad, draining his life force. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his ear, telling him to let Qianlei proceed, that there will be no danger. As soon as the words were spoken, Lak Hong froze who was speaking, and why couldn't he move? Meanwhile, Qianlei was nearing his limit. An intense pain washes over him, causing him to cough up blood that splatters onto the star, instantly activating it and unleashing a powerful surge of energy. On the other side, the two collide, creating a violent tremor. The friction of their spiritual power creates an ear-splitting sound, and the entire space seems to hold its breath, awaiting the outcome. Long Jiang thinks to himself in despair. She blocked it again, while Qian Chu continues to attack relentlessly, silently preparing for her next strike. A moment later, Tianqiu gripped her ice spear and charged like a storm. He quickly realized that beneath her feet, a domain had appeared. Long Jiang seizes the opportunity and rushes forward. As ice gathers around her in this crucial moment, The spirit behind him immediately wrapped icy tendrils around Tianqiu's waist for support, yanking him back, giving him time to resummon his ice spear. Her eyes burned with determination as Tianqiu spun, unleashing a chaotic flurry of strikes, encasing the space in ice, surprising both Luo Hong and Longjiang. Having recovered so quickly, this group really has something, but only 7 seconds remain. Still, he decides to attack again. But it's no use. The commentator's voice echoes. Losing all composure, Longjiang clenches his fist, delivering a second blow to Tianqiu, sending her flying. He releases her and turns to Wu Gei, delivering a third. The agonizing pain makes her scream in despair, as An Hui quickly supports her with a yin seal and a spirit pull. But before he could act, Longjiang struck first. The commentator's voice boomed. Yuan Yin lost his stance. Tang Wu lost his stance. 11 seconds. Having dealt with one threat, he rushed towards Xuanyu, who was frozen in place with tension. In that critical moment, Qianlei arrived just in time, throwing Xuanyu aside before retaliating against Longjiang with a charged fist. The clash of their powers created a massive tremor, and under the immense pressure, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. He was caught off guard. Longjiang was already preparing his next move, but Qianlei's roar stopped him dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in shock. He could suppress his own bloodline. Meanwhile, Qianlei unleashed a flurry of punches towards Longjiang. Tianqiu couldn't stand still, continuously adding chaotic strikes, and the entire battlefield was immediately engulfed in smoke and fire. The audience erupts in shock. These guys actually managed to fight Longjiang for so long. Du Ren is speechless, unable to believe it. With only 20 seconds left, Longjiang focuses all his power, unleashing his true martial soul form. Longjiang's eyes now filled with murderous intent. Tianqiu was unfortunately in his sights, and with a lightning strike, Dong Tianqiu was eliminated. Not stopping there, he continues to attack Qianlei, infuriating him. Qianlei roars and ascends to another level of immortal transformation. The Golden Holy Dragon's new form is so terrifying that even Longjiang is wary. But Yue Na is still worried. Qianlei's spiritual power is ultimately too weak. Still unable to fully control the golden body, he's unleashing his own bloodline power. And he won't last long. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Unable to withstand the pressure, Qianlei reverts to human form, eliminated for his inability to continue fighting. As the dust settles, a massive crater is revealed in the arena floor, and Longjiang rises unscathed. He nonchalantly asks, "Junior, how long has it been? Will you concede?" But Xuanyu, unfazed, "Retour. 24 seconds. Don't think you've won yet." Hearing this, Longjiang sighed in resignation, then charged forward like a whirlwind, saying, "Then I won't hold back either." He calmly summons a blue spirit to open the gateway to his divine weapon, catching Longjiang completely by surprise. With the silver staff in Xuanvu's hand, he loses control of his body, carefully experiencing the feeling of being completely controlled by energy, as another blue spirit flies past Longjiang's face while he admires the artifact. Xuanyu, sensing the moment, adds another golden spirit, and the two energies combine to form another gate. With a mere flick of his wrist, Xuanyu unleashed bolts of purple light at blinding speed, so fast that Longjiang only realized the danger a moment too late. Luckily, he dodged at the last second, only suffering a graze to the cheek, or so he thought. Longjiang was stunned by the mystical scene before him. What sorcery was this that could injure him so easily? The two streams of spiritual energy combine once more, creating another portal, and a rain of purple light fills the sky, giving him pause. But Longjiang couldn't just stand there, so he threw a punch in response, only to have it backfire spectacularly. The recent explosion has left him injured, but Xuanyu has no intention of stopping. He unleashes another barrage of purple light, giving Longjiang no time to breathe. As Xuanyu continues to summon portals, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, Longjiang desperately tries to evade the attacks. But he's already tiring. If only he could use his battle armor. He quickly noticed his opponent's hesitation, What was going on? The audience began to buzz. Realizing that Xuanyu had suppressed Zheng Longjang, unwilling to accept defeat, he unleashes his magic, activating his 10th and 5th soul rings, adding the 2nd dimension, and his 8th soul skill, Vacuum Singularity. A miniature black hole appears on the battlefield, its gravitational pull threatening to devour space itself. As Xuanyu calmly draws back his silver staff, stretching his spirit power before surging forward, the spirit energy aims straight for the black hole's center. An unbelievable sight as he uses elemental power to stop its pull, but it's still not enough for Longjang. Single-handedly, he pushes the black hole toward the enemy. Buying time, I have no choice but to intervene. His classmate can't believe what he's seeing: spatial teleportation. He's too powerful. Yet, Xuanyu remains unfazed, calmly transforming his silver staff and immediately summoning the azure silver flame, deciding to show off his power with his new divine weapon. Longjiang was immediately shaken by the pressure, leaving him no choice but to flee for his life. Just before the azure annihilation flame touched the black hole, it stopped abruptly. Then, to the astonishment of the audience, the black hole gradually shrank until it disappeared completely, absorbed by the great scarlet halberd. The Than Neat Yen, its task complete, rushes to find Longjiang, who barely dodges in time as it explodes behind him. Longjiang fearfully looks back to see a gaping hole in the wall. From the smoke, the divine weapon returns to Xuanyu's hand, who wordlessly checks the time. Then, he announced, "Senior, time's up." Longjiang was stunned, and the audience fell into a terrifying silence. The audience below was equally stunned, not daring to utter a single word. As the death god suddenly appeared, was it really okay for her to interfere in the students' competition like that? Ignoring the clash, Yuena retorts that she was merely guiding him, and that the match was unfair to begin with. Why should her disciple lose left with no choice? The death god reluctantly concedes, stating that, at least they know the silver dragon spear has been reclaimed by Shrek. Lan slowly descended to the battlefield, questioning Longjiang. "Does the 1-minute promise still stand?" He nodded profusely. "Yes, it does." It was then that she confidently announced, "Very well. I declare that the challenger has won and achieved total victory." The news sends Zhao Kei into a frenzy, tears welling up in her eyes. As her classmates erupt in cheers, everyone rushes to the arena floor to celebrate with Xuanyu, who can finally smile with satisfaction. The crowd cheers for Xuanvu, who sees Vu Cash, and in Hui's tears of joy, he's never seen her so happy before. Longjiang stands aside, letting Xuanyu bask in the glory. This is the true power of the 3-star warriors. He sighs, comforting himself that it's no longer necessary. Luckily, he still earned 30 purple badges. Not a loss, but still a bucket of cold water. Wait. Public property was damaged during the match. Each of you will compensate 25 purple badges. Longjiang is instantly furious. What? Headmaster, you can't do that. Repairing the barrier doesn't cost that many badges, and you'll discourage the outer disciples. But he still stubbornly refuses. You don't see us as outer court students anymore, so stop trying to get close to me. Suddenly, a delicate hand reached out, and Sam nestled into Longjiang's arms, offering comfort. "Based on how well you smashed that battle armor, I'll treat you better today. Get out of my sight. You two." Only then did Xuanyu realize the bad news. But it was too late. What? To pay 25 purple badges as compensation? The dean is too cruel. Xiao Kai steps in to help, asking if he offended the dean, and that he heard the dean asking how much he earned. Xuanyu scratched his head and confessed that he had only earned a few purple badges before, and had already exchanged them for food for everyone. What did he exchange them for? He honestly confessed everything. Bloodburst fruit, burst fruit, lava fruit, 10,000-year-old azure vine, myriad treasure dark ice marrow, and more. Before he could finish, he was shut down with a cold shoulder. "Shut up and pay the fine." Xuanyu could only call out helplessly, "Teacher, you can't abandon me." Just as he was despairing, Qianlei's voice rang out, "Boss, don't cry. I'll pay. Boss, help me exchange this. Just take the fine from here. I can't go on. I'm too sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Xuanyu held the paper in his hand, wondering about the voucher, his face filled with shock. As the paper revealed they'd won 150 times their initial investment, Xuanyu couldn't believe it. This kid bet on the first year's winning it all, with only one purple emblem. He pictured Qianlei gleefully swimming in a mountain of 150 purple emblems. They've really struck it rich this time. That kid is something else. Later, at the logistics center, Qi Huang, having received the news early in the morning, was furious. A total of 351 tokens, what? From then on, Xuanyu became the most unwelcome person at the exchange center. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Xiao Kai announced some shocking news. Shrek Academy was keeping its word. And in half a month, the entire first grade would be heading to the Spirit Star. The students immediately cheered in celebration. Yes, Class 1 is the best. Meanwhile, at Sky Eternal City, Tianyu stood by the window, gazing into the distance. I understand the situation. It's not purely his strength. But no matter. It'll work out well. He glanced at Luo Hong, adding, it's time to increase the numbers for Xuanyu and his teammates. What she immediately retorted. Isn't it too early? Tianwu nodded in agreement. Early? That depends on who we're talking about. Do you know how many medals that kid has gotten from the exchange center? His next word stunned Luo Hong. Almost 500 purple medals already. How much? 500. Yet, Tianwu couldn't help but feel incredibly proud. This is Zhulai Academy. Only we can nurture such little monsters. The more monstrous and talented they are, the more likely they are to achieve great things in the future. The scene shifts to another location, where a series of explosions erupt, engulfing the space in a sea of fire. A mech combat training exercise. Stand still. One more time. As the mech's hatch opened, Tianyu surrendered. Hands up, begging for a break. His pathetic state was on full display. He was truly at his limit and needed rest. But his opponent refused to yield, demanding he rise and fight again. Tianyu had reached his breaking point, but with no other choice, he was granted a brief respite, only to face it all again tomorrow. It was a while before Tianyu could finally collapse onto the floor, wondering when he could go to the spirit planet. Half a month later, it was time to depart. Let's go. Everyone get in the car. Finally, as it happened, Yinhui, walking behind, caught Yugei's sly expression. A moment later, as the car began to roll, Yinhui couldn't resist asking, do you really want to go? And Yuga spoke her mind. I just want to see what's there. What makes the Spirit Star so special? The scattered life force. The freedom. But she immediately retorted. Is freedom just the absence of responsibility? Her words made Yinhui extremely uncomfortable. If you don't agree, just be quiet. Their spat affected Xuanwu, who was told, I forced you to talk to me. How unreasonable. Then, he suggested, hui, switch places with Lu Feng. And so, the close-knit duo was temporarily separated, bringing a sense of calm to the atmosphere. Then, Wuge softly asked, do you also think I'm being unreasonable? Liao Feng, wise beyond his years, replied, I'm not in a position to judge you, but I think it's good to not take your anger out on others. Her mind reeling, and realizing she'd taken her anger out on others, he quickly clarified, just be yourself. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Kei pressed on. Are you trying to be yourself? Liao Feng answered honestly. My talent isn't high, so I can only try harder than others. Only by constantly working hard can I stay here. What I want to do now is be with everyone. And you? Do you have a goal? Hearing such sincerity, she suddenly fell into contemplation, prompting him to kindly suggest that if she lacked a goal, she should set one, like becoming a god. However, Wu Ge didn't agree with this idea. Becoming a god is too difficult, requiring not only strength but also opportunity and luck. Opportunity and luck favor the prepared, and if it weren't difficult, it wouldn't be a goal. You see it more clearly than I do, so I'll give it a try. Soon, they arrived at the Space Center, which was quite different. Tianyu gathered everyone in the hall and announced, we're about to depart for the Spirit Star. And before we do, there are a few things I want to tell you all. I am Lan Xuanyu, vice leader of the Sea God Pavilion, and I'm in charge of leading this team. The main purpose of this ceremony is, of course, Emperor Tian, the beast god's tribulation, which will determine whether he can break through and become a god. For each of you, this is an incredible opportunity to fully experience the changes of the laws of nature. If he fails to transcend, he may transform into a soul spirit. And if the beast god chooses you, you can certainly cultivate into a god. Hearing this, Xuanyu is suddenly filled with hope. Nirvana quickly added that the celebration will also select soul beasts nearing the end of their lives. For those unwilling to be chosen by humans, voluntarily transforming into soul spirits is a rare opportunity. Suddenly, Xuanyu raised his hand and asked, "Masters, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead." He stood up and immediately voiced his question. "You said that if one gains Ditian's approval, they will surely be able to cultivate into a god. But even he hasn't been able to cultivate into a god." Xuanyu explains that the beast god was suppressed by the laws, preventing his breakthrough. Having endured 8 tribulations, his strength has long surpassed the god level, and becoming a soul spirit would greatly benefit the partnered soul master. This knowledge seemed like a whole new world to him. He thanked the others. Soon, they gathered at the airlock as announcements echoed. "Return to your seats. Prepare for takeoff." The engines roared, signaling the ship's imminent departure. And Xuanyu couldn't help but feel excited. A soul spirit. Could he truly possess one of his own? Spirit Planet is the furthest planet from the mother star, requiring 15 days of travel. Lan Xuanyu spent the journey in meditation. Suddenly, an announcement awakens him, urging everyone to end their meditation as they prepare to land. As the ship enters the Spirit Star's atmosphere, a kind voice reiterates, "We have arrived." Xuanyu was stunned by the sight before him, a world of green. The Spirit Star, with an incredibly dense aura of life. The spacecraft landed at the Spirit Star Aerospace Center. As they disembarked, a crowd awaited them. Tianyu stepped forward. "Greetings, Your Majesty. We are sorry to trouble you to personally welcome us." The Queen immediately responded with hospitality. "Shrek Academy is a place I've always admired. Since the sect master has come personally, of course I must welcome you. You must all be tired from your journey." The moment Yin Hui saw her, he squealed with excitement. "Grandma," they embraced, overjoyed to be reunited. "My Hui Hui's here. Let Grandma get a good look at you." Yai's face lit up with joy. "I've really missed you, Grandma." The Myriad Demons King quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Greetings, Head Wang. We meet again." Tian Wu politely replied, "It's been a while." "Van Yu Vuong," he quickly added. "The beast god is making final preparations and couldn't come personally, so he sends his apologies through me." Of course, Tianyu doesn't dwell on such trivialities. Wan Yao Wang is too polite. Without further ado, the Queen directly calls out, "Guild leader Wang, and all our friends from afar." She gestures towards the entrance of the Elf Star. "Please, follow me, and come to the Elf Star." Amidst the mystical realm, an ancient kingdom silently reflects, as the Elf Queen leads Hui back to the Elven lands, and the Shrek Academy students follow the Myriad Demon King, riding atop a colossal soul beast, while Thienvu's group slowly follows. Stepping onto a palanquin, he was amazed by the scene before him. It was truly like a paradise. And Meng Qin was equally astonished, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Tian Wu quietly observed each area. Remembering that the Federation was initially unwilling to destroy this place, Xiao Kai smiled gently, explaining that the spirit beasts live here because they love the environment. Each side has its own area, governed autonomously, and the Federation only intervenes as an arbitrator in the event of conflict. Turning to question, he asks, "Protection. Could planet Tindin have enemies?" A shadow of sadness crosses his eyes. The universe is vast, with countless life forms. Interstellar colonization is no simple matter. The reason criminal planets exist is because they're backed by powerful forces. He can't even believe his own eyes. He never imagined the Federation had enemies in the vastness of space. It seems anything is possible in this boundless universe. Xiao Kai fell into a pensive mood. The Federation fleet and its powerhouses have always protected us, and countless heroes have sacrificed themselves. You don't need to know too much right now. You'll understand when you're in your 4th year. Rows of small houses stood side by side. A familiar, rural scene. Xuanyu stepped out and looked around, noting the large human population. Realizing this must be the guest area, Ming reminds him that people from major powers are here, and warns everyone to avoid unnecessary trouble. He arranges for the 3 girls to share a room, a thoughtful gesture that moves Tang Wulin. Meanwhile, he strolled along, marveling at everything he saw. The environment here was truly exceptional. Liu Feng smiled, pointing inside, and said he'd head to the restroom first. Xuanyu stretched languidly outside, remarking on how comfortable it was. But then he noticed something. Xuanyu turns to see what creature it is. It's the butterfly, the tiger king of the spirit race. The 2 lock eyes, and he speaks first. That's a big white tiger. Xuanyu still has that menacing look as he asks, "Who are you?" It stares at him, questioning its very existence. "Who are you? You can speak." As the nonsensical conversation continued, he realized it could speak. What a cute little round head. He couldn't resist touching it. The feeling was so good. This provoked the butterfly, who couldn't believe he dared to pinch her noble face, seething inside. She vows he's a dead man. As Liao Feng emerges from the restroom, asking what's going on, but Xuanyu remains unfazed, saying it's nothing. Butterfly tries to intimidate him, asking if he's afraid, but she's met with stubborn resistance. "Why should I be afraid? If you hurt us, the law will deal with you." She's lost all interest. "But this guy's no fun at all," he chuckles, watching Butterfly's antics, wondering what would make him happy. She immediately gave an order. "Or perhaps, you'll groom me. If I didn't sense your friendly aura, who do you think would be worthy of grooming this king?" Xuanyu was speechless, only sighing. In the end, he still listened to Hu Dai, happy and not at all forced. Xuanyu gazes at her, thinking how adorable the white tiger is, and how much he wants a pet like it. Soon, the white tiger falls asleep, and his companion asks him worriedly if they should tell their teacher. Xuanyu didn't want to wake Hu Dai. For now, it's best not to. This soul beast probably isn't allowed here, and if discovered, there could be consequences. Surely it doesn't mean any harm. He quickly steered his teammates. "Let's go to meditation." Liu Feng had no choice but to agree. The forest echoed with hurried sounds as Kai Luke rushed to inform the Wanyao Lord Wanyao King. "What is it? Why are you so panicked?" His face paled as he frantically questioned him. "What? The Tiger King is missing. How could this be? Wasn't he under the school's watch? Where did he disappear?" Wanyao grew increasingly enraged. "Incompetent. At such a crucial time, the Tiger King must be present. The Grand Assembly is approaching. How can we proceed without him? Don't tell the boss about this for now. He needs to be in top condition. Go and tell Bichko and the others to search for him." Kai Luke urgently obeys the order. The next day, a beautiful dawn and gentle sunlight spread to every corner as Xuanyu stood gazing at the magnificent scenery. Truly a fine morning. Feeling a bit hungry. "I'll eat a life fruit to stave off the hunger." Xuanyu turns to explain, telling her it's a specialty fruit from Duluo Star. Butterfly looks down for a moment, then opens her mouth to eat. But that wasn't going to happen. He snatched it back before she could touch it. "Not angry," Hudi pouted. "Human. Why are you so stingy? I wouldn't even mind your saliva." Xuanyu suddenly becomes arrogant, saying this is expensive. Why give it away so easily? He asks what she'll trade. And Hu Dai conjures something up. The white potato quickly transforms into a beautiful berry. A celestial fruit, how about that? It's the first time Xuanyu has seen such a rare item, so he's a bit dazed, wondering what it is. Like a grape, giving her a chance to show off her vast knowledge. "Humans know nothing," she says. "This is a celestial fruit. Eat it and you'll live forever." Her impassioned sales pitch leaves him stunned. "Don't be so dense. She's a natural. Like a consultant advising a client. I could talk after eating it. And I'll live forever." Xuanyu was gradually swayed by Hu Di's words, wondering if such miracles were true. and asked to see it. This fruit was indeed extraordinary. His mental power couldn't even probe inside it. She thought she had him convinced one fruit for another, but she's met her match in someone who likes to play games. No deal. The fruit's effects are unknown. And what if it's poisonous? Butterfly is furious. Close to tears. He doesn't recognize a good thing when he sees it. This is a celestial fruit, used by the elves to purify their bloodline. Xuanyu feigns reluctance, suggesting it might be valuable. But he doesn't know her, and can't simply take her word for it. He proposes trading a perfect fruit for her entire insect. How about that? Her eyes shone brighter than car headlights. She had to give him this box. It was so beautiful. The box. I want this box. It's so pretty. What is this emerald? He slowly explained that this was a life crystal. Surely they had them here too. Before Xuanyu could rethink, Hu Dai quickly exchanged the item with him, saying they had them, but not like this, and that she would trade him a celestial fruit. In addition to the life gems we have. How about it? He was astonished by the generous spoils of the day. And it seemed the white tiger's status here was extraordinary. Okay, I'll trade with you. But I have to say, with this exchange, we're good friends. Brothers. And you can't regret it later. She quickly agrees. Okay. Okay. I got it. Xuanyu happily bumps fists with Hu Dai, sealing the deal. She's overjoyed with the box in her hands. And besides, I'm not your good brother. I'm a girl. He looked at Butterfly and shook his head slightly. Butterfly. Who not bad. I'll consider you my little sister from now on. You can come to Shrek Academy in Duluo Continent to find me. My name is Lan Xuanyu. What about you? She then confided her troubles, saying they all called her Tiger King, which she found awful. She asked if he thought the butterfly pattern on her head was pretty, saying she made it herself. I named myself Lan Hudi. Does it sound good? Hudi quickly seized the upper hand. We both share the Lan surname, so we're family now. I'm definitely older than you. I'm the older sister. Xuanyu hardly accepts that definition, arguing that beast souls can't measure age like humans. And he's definitely younger. She reluctantly agrees to be his sister, though a bit disgruntled, saying, Fine. Sister, it is. So, we're definitely set then. I don't know how long it's been, but the sunlight is about to reach the top of my head. Butterfly was happy with today's experience, but she had to return, or they would come looking for her. Her voice echoed in the distance. Goodbye, brother. He watched until Butterfly's figure faded into the distance. As Tian Yu quickly informed the students of a change of plans, they would now be visiting the Spirit Beast Retirement Home, also known as the Spirit Beast's Paradise. Before the eyes of hundreds, he remained steadfast, declaring this was where the dying soul beasts lived, where they could choose their partners, so they must be on their best behavior. Tianyu leads the group to a new area, the Soul Beast's Paradise. He surveys the quiet surroundings and instructs the students to bow, obeying Tianyu. Everyone bowed their heads, as a graceful figure slowly approached. Bai Ko, exuding grace and nobility, says, Welcome, Pavilion Master. I'm honored to have you at the sanctuary. Please wait a moment. He quickly greets her. You're too kind, Senior Bai Ko. He was surprised to hear the esteemed name of Senior Bai Ji, the Zither Master, who provided Tianyu with information and was once ranked 4th among the 10 great heroes. She observed for a moment, then murmured, This time there are more students. So many young people. Tianyu wanted to burst with pride but had to restrain himself. The entire class 1 of grade 5 had come, because, under their class leader's guidance, they had challenged opponents far above their level. He ultimately defeated all the senior students, including those from classes 5 and 6, a challenge that surprised even Bai Ji. According to Yi, Tianyu called out the best among them, a student named Xuanyu. Xuanyu steps forward respectfully, greeting her, and Wei quickly introduces him as the class monitor of class 5-1. Though his cultivation isn't high, his twin martial souls are a rare gift. Bai Ji is stunned by his appearance, thinking he's quite handsome. Suddenly, a strange man appears with an overbearing tone, calling him Old Wang, and saying he's no good. Yang Huisners. Questioning whether they've already recommended their students before they even arrived. Yang Hui, the top-ranked war god of the War God Hall. She smiled and nodded, greeting General Yang. Despite his arrogance, he remained respectful to his senior. Greeting Senior BG. Tianyu wasn't surprised by Yang Hui's attitude. Long time no see. Itching for a fight or what? He boldly challenges, wanting to fight the strongest again, and to settle the score sometime. Ahiro emerges kid. Planning to join the military after graduation, our War God Hall is a shortcut to the military. Yang Hui's intentions were quickly thwarted by Yi, who said they had enough people already. He noticed the unusual behavior from the vice president of the inner courtyard, and old Wang really seemed to value this kid, making him worth paying attention to. Another young man arrived, and Yang Hui wondered why he had provoked old Wang. So this is Tang Miao, the vice hall master of the battle hall. It seems we share a common enemy. Meng Qin was a bit overwhelmed by all the important figures. Is that a member of the legendary Tang Sect? Tian Chu beside him was ecstatic sea god Tang San, the founder of the Tang Sect. Yang Hui tried to steer him in another direction. Tang Miao, aren't you ashamed? Every graduation ceremony, you poach so many people. Why don't you consider the Spirit Transfer Academy? Ling Shuang overheard their conversation, realizing the Spirit Transfer Pagoda could offer things the God of War Palace couldn't. The Spirit Transfer Pagoda, by Ling Shuang. Tianwu looked around, noticing the Martial Soul Palace, Tang Sect, and Spirit Transfer Pagoda factions from all sides had arrived, making things even more interesting. Bai Ji doesn't keep everyone waiting long, announcing that since everyone has arrived, they can begin. She invites the young people to quickly enter An Le Yuan, after finding their companions, and sign a contract with them. And Lac Vian is the sanctuary of our Soul Beast clan, and fighting is forbidden. Violators will be banned from Lac Vian forever. If there are no further questions, you may enter. Tianyu sternly reminds the students to restrain themselves from fighting. But competition is allowed. Once inside, they should release their aura to attract soul beasts. The crowd responds with a resounding yes. Don't cross the border if you want to avoid danger. You only have 1 day. So return quickly. The group moves to their destination, and their adventure begins. Tianliang trusts him implicitly. But with the team scattered, what's their next move? But gathering together is different. When we encounter spirit beasts, we can let them choose us, increasing our chances of being selected. Lam Hianvu's suggestion was met with everyone's approval. They almost completely trusted him. And so they set off. Lan Xuanyu orders the team to spread out, like casting a wide net, increasing the chances of discovering soul beasts. Xuanyu's plan is effective. They've discovered a soul beast. Everyone head over here. Everyone marveled at the feat. Such a huge snake. But he stood there, slowly observing. The tree snake's strength was its advantage, and this one's cultivation had exceeded 5 in 5 years. It seems Fong Tu has piqued this senior's interest, and Hianvu suggests he try his martial soul. Lu Fong quickly summons the silver dragon, and it works. As predicted, the ancient serpent has taken a liking to him. It's up to him to decide. This spirit beast is truly exceptional, but Lu Feng has much to consider. Unbelievably, he refused, saying, I'm sorry, I can't choose you. Lu Feng explained to Shusha that his strength was speed, while Shusha's was power, making them incompatible. Everyone around them felt a pang of regret he refused. Such a great opportunity. Xuanyu suggested that the elder wait a moment and consider the others, while Yutian seized the chance, asking if the elder would consider him. My specialty is strength, he said, immediately showing off his skills, a painful display. Wu Tian looked at him without hesitation. A beast man face to face. Full of determination, he leaps, aiming for the treant's head, but is instantly thrown back by its power. The defense is too strong. The treant acknowledges Wu Tian's effort with a slight nod. He wouldn't let this ultra-rare soul spirit slip away. Thank you, Senior, for agreeing. Rest assured, no matter how difficult the road ahead, I will overcome every obstacle. With newfound confidence, Wu Tian leads the way forward. I'll head back first. You guys keep going. The crowd watched in admiration. That was a soul beast with over 50,000 years of cultivation. So imbiable. Able to bring at least 210,000 year soul rings. Let's continue on our journey. Lan Xuanyu's method is truly effective. 3 soul beasts have chosen them in succession. Someone's making a move. Look, there's a soul beast up ahead. And it looks like Hyunwoo is negotiating with someone. That's a spike dragon. An extremely rare and powerful pseudo-dragon with about 30,000 years of cultivation. It excels in attack, speed, and spatial abilities, making it perfect for Fengzi. He's trying to find his friend a suitable soul beast. And it seems the other party is showing off their abilities. Xuanyu urges him on, telling him to go, and Liao Feng steps forward with a surge of energy, saying, "Okay." Hai was extremely displeased with that attitude. "Little classmate, do you understand the order of things? Wait until I'm done." But he didn't care at all. In An Le Yuan, everyone competes fairly. Junior Liao Feng, White Dragon Spear, Martial Soul, Level 2 Bloodline, specializing in speed. The arrogant Swiftfoot demands proof of worth, leaving Liao Feng confused and turning to Xuanyu for guidance. He immediately instructed him to show the growth rate of his bloodline. In truth, Xuanyu had already caught his eye. Teleportation. Liao Feng was also caught off guard, wondering what was happening. Incredibly, Jingzhou then lay down and licked his leg, calling him master. Master. His gentle actions only surprised Xuanyu more, begging him to accept him. The 2 onlookers were stunned, wondering what was happening. But Xuanwu was the most embarrassed of all. "Senior, please stand up. Jingzhou only seems to want me." "Master, I'm strong. Really strong. I've been waiting for you." To further persuade him, he hastily added, "Watch me power." The indescribable power of Swiftfoot opened his eyes, using its tail to create a spatial rift that it could enter. Appearing high above, it created a purple orb in the clear sky, drawing in thousands of crystals. Xuanyu thought this guy was too good. Indeed. Rare space power with terrifying attacks. Jingzhou cheerfully returned to where he stood, saying that after he evolved, he could open his own space battlefield, and in the future, there would be a Jingzhou space domain. If Xuanyu would accept him, Xuanyu firmly refused. "Sorry, I don't think I need a soul spirit. You can probably sense my bloodline situation." It realized, that's right. Why would the Golden Dragon King need a soul spirit? All Jingzhou wants now is to be by his side. "But master, I really want to follow you. I'll even be your servant." Xuanyu thinks he's great, but he's sorry. The only way to leave is after transforming into a soul spirit, but I have no way of obtaining one. But for this brother, whose bloodline I helped awaken, I can still help him purify it. King Kwok turns to Hyunwoo, asking, "Master, will your friend always be by your side?" He immediately answers his question. "At least for 10 years. We won't be separated." "That's right. I have a top-tier fruit called the Celestial Fruit. Would it be useful if Fengzi or I ate it?" Hearing about that supreme fruit, Jingzhou was surprised. "Oh my god. A celestial fruit. It'll be a great help. Give it to him. I'm willing to be his companion. Just give him the 3 heavenly emperor fruits." Qin Kwok Long then laid out 2 conditions for Lu Feng consume 3 celestial fruits, and follow Hyunwoo for at least 10 years. And so, the 2 finally reached an understanding. He scratched his head, a little puzzled. "Senior, you and Fengzi go back first." With a beaming face, he declared he wanted to accompany his master. Formalities weren't needed, and he had to report to the beast god. He informed Xuanyu, saying he'd return after a while, and Xuanyu rejoiced for his friend, figuring nothing could go wrong, and congratulated him. Liao Feng shared the same sentiment as Xuanyu, feeling that brothers don't need to say thank you. Those around them were excited to hear the news, congratulating Feng Zai. Monkeen also wants a taste of the good life. Don't discriminate. Xuanyu, we want powerful soul spirits too. He furrows his brow. It all depends on luck and location. It's hard to find ice and snow-type soul beasts here. Only someone as carefree as you would say that I don't need a soul spirit. Xuanyu urges them on. Let's keep going. After searching for 4 hours, another soul beast acknowledges them. Tianliang assesses the situation. It seems it won't be easy to find a suitable soul beast in this peaceful area. It really comes down to luck. And it'll probably be tough for an electric type like me. You agree with him? Yeah. I bet in the end, not even half of us will be acknowledged by spirit beasts. Wu Jie, what kind of soul spirit do you need right now? With your current strength, there's no point in looking. I already have 5 artificial soul spirits, and I can't break the balance of the 5 elements, so I don't really need one. Meng Qin seizes the chance to vaguely describe her desires, saying she needs one badly, and it doesn't have to be ice-attributed. A jade phoenix would be great, or even a phoenix of some kind. Xuanyu yoket. There's no phoenix in this world. You're thinking too much. How about a chicken? She's furious. He thinks she needs a chicken for a soul spirit. The commotion draws everyone's attention. The entire forest echoes with a single, terrifying sound. He silently observes the situation, wondering what's happening. The ground trembles as a massive number of soul beasts approach. Vu's eyes widen in shock. A soul beast riot. Hien Vu immediately orders everyone to evacuate. Knowing they can't defend, he tells them to quickly take cover in the trees. He calmly surveys his surroundings, sensing a powerful presence sweeping over him. Just then, the thorn dragon returns. Master, I'm back, and I've brought a surprise. Xuanyu tensely eyed Qianqiu. Sensing the return of the thorny dragon, he had to investigate. But who was that figure swinging down on a rope? What was going on? But he wasn't really there. It was just a trap to lure him out. The extremely ferocious monsters were waiting for the moment to pounce on Xuanyu. He couldn't have foreseen this danger over 100 powerful soul beasts, all with cultivation levels exceeding 1,000,000 years. But instead of backing down, Xuanyu immediately enters battle mode. He unleashed a powerful surge of energy that shot straight into the sky, leaving the soul beasts in awe of his terrifying power. Xuanyu barely flexed his power, yet it was enough to make them submit, prostrating themselves in fear of the young man. It was a rare sight indeed. The massive soul beasts showing such reverence to the tiny human. Seeing them prostrate on the ground, Xuanyu was surprised. Had the dragon god bloodline really had such an effect? Quickly, tell them to stand up before my classmates see this. Master. Lord. He sighed in exasperation. First, make all the soul beasts stand up. Then, composing himself, he said, and the soul beast immediately obeyed. Yes. As the soul beasts rose one by one, King Kook explained that they were ordered by the beast god to bring unsold beasts for his friend to choose. A revelation that surprised Hien Vu. Still flustered, Kin Kuk added that the beast god must have sensed his presence and wanted to know if he had any requests. The beast god couldn't come because he was about to undergo tribulation, but he might speak with you before then. He hesitated slightly, finding it hard to believe, but sensing no malice from the arriving spirit beasts. He said, "Everyone, come down. It's all right." Meng Chen, who had just arrived, was wide-eyed with surprise as she explained that they seemed to like her, and the soul beasts in the Elysian garden had come to meet them for easy selection. Meng Qin found this unexpected stroke of good fortune hard to believe. Then, Jingji turned to him and asked, "Master, I have a question. How long will these companions of yours stay with you?" Xianwu calmly replies that they'll be together for at least 5 years, wondering if that will be enough time. The soul beasts, which had calmed, suddenly surged with power, overwhelming the students and leaving everyone trembling in fear. He found the beasts troublesome, focusing all the essence of heaven and earth. A faint, emerald light shimmered in his hair, making him even more majestic. He unleashed his bloodline aura, and in an instant, the beasts calmed down, leaving everyone around him in disbelief. What's going on? They all seem afraid of Xuanyu. Is he the beast god? Seeing his friend's shock, Xuanyu sighs helplessly. Quiet down, and go in order. Han quickly agreed. Yes, in order. Everyone will follow the rules. Xuanyu slowly guided them all. Everyone, line up and release your martial souls. The soul beasts will come one by one. The soul beasts begin to approach, and they're all a bit fawning. Like the barbed dragon before. They seem eager to pair up with the students here. And the first agreement is quickly made, but Qianqiu still hasn't chosen a soul beast. Aren't you going to pick one? She smiles softly at him, saying she's not suited for soul fusion. What about him? Why hasn't he chosen one? Meanwhile, Yuge is still trying, but they don't seem interested in her. She flies straight into the air, unleashing the great five elements' divine light. Xuanyu asks what kind of bird it is, with its peculiar black and white colors, wondering what kind of soul beast it could be. Wuge replies that she doesn't know, but they can feel their mutual compatibility. The Chaos Oriole speaks, "Greetings, honored master. You may call me Yin Yang. I am of the Yin Yang Chaos Oriole lineage, of ancient blood. My ancestors once followed you, and I have followed them, or rather, followed your predecessor. To follow you again is my greatest honor." Yuge says it calls itself Yin Yang Chaotic Diao. She realizes, that's right. Yin Yang and the five elements complement and enhance each other, and the five elements can be divided into Yin Yang. With it, my martial soul can evolve again. I never expected such a magical encounter. Xuanyu is overjoyed, congratulating him as his classmates find spirit beasts that suit them. Only Lan Mengquin hasn't found one. There are no sea spirit beasts here, and Jiayu's martial soul summons creatures from the sea, plus Lan Xuanyu and Tong Tianqiu. That makes 4 who haven't found suitable partners. Amidst the awkwardness, Jingji slowly spoke. Master, your companions, except for those who truly couldn't find a suitable soul beast, have all chosen their partners. See. Before he could finish, Lan Xuanyu interrupted, wondering why they were so far away. Like avoiding a plague. His harsh tone made them anxious. We wouldn't dare. We little beasts aren't worthy to be your companions. Seeing Jingqi's fearful expression, he could only cry silently in his heart. Was he destined to be without a soul beast? But that melancholy sparked an unexpected idea in Xuanyu's mind, and unable to contain his curiosity, he hurriedly spoke to them. I once acquired a golden monkey in the virtual world, but as time passed, it seems to be disappearing. You're all soul beasts. Is there any way to help it? Limited by his knowledge, Kinku cried out for help, summoning those with deeper understanding. Yin Yang immediately appeared, gently explaining, Master, its soul foundation lacks a corresponding life foundation, so it cannot last long. Because your life level is high, it has managed to hold on until now, he said, making Xuanyu despondent. Is there any way to help it? The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a scream from the forest. Drawing on some unknown power, Vienti dashed forward like a man chasing a deadline, shouting, No one takes this from me. It's mine. Ignoring Xuanyu's horrified expression, he opened his mouth and sucked the golden demon into himself. This causes him to shout in alarm. What are you doing? Why are you eating it? But Vienti smiles, explaining to defuse the situation. My lord, you misunderstand. I'm not eating this kind of spirit. I'm helping you save it. Vienti's golden demonic spirit is in a unique situation. If its consciousness is to survive, it must be absorbed by a life form of a similar species. Sincere words that leave Xuanyu embarrassed. Though ordinary life forms would never agree to such a thing, though I face the risk of a power struggle with the new spirit, I've taken it into my sea of consciousness to fulfill my master's wish, so it can continue to exist. Unsure how to react, Xuanyu awkwardly coughed, quickly turning away, saying he had blamed the wrong person. But something felt off, and Yu Yang couldn't resist butting in. Of course, there was more to it. This one is Wanding Nian. With 90,000 years of cultivation, the spirit of the Golden Silk Demon Viant has no effect on it. And more importantly, the Golden Silk Demon Viant has signed a contract with you. The contract has been transferred to it through fusion. And now it has become your summoned beast. How shameless. Exposed. Viant laughs without a hint of shame, saying it's only because they're fools. He was the first to think of this. and his bloodline offers the best protection for its spirit. Master, I belong to you now. But Xuanyu Buddha Dragon wasn't disgusted. He was actually a little happy, especially since it has 90,000 years of cultivation. It must be very powerful. Realizing something, he asks how he can summon Vient, prompting a careful explanation. Once you awaken your spatial abilities, you can easily summon me. But for now, Thorn can temporarily summon me, suddenly saddled with a ridiculous nickname. The Thorny One explodes in anger, vowing death. But Vient ignores him, focusing on piquing Xuanyu's curiosity, adding that some of his abilities can be used by him. You can try activating the contract. He couldn't help but focus and control his mind to give it a try. As Lan Xuanyu received the simple instructions, his golden brain power caused his hand to emit an unexpected energy, pure power, erupting forth. It doesn't feel like the golden dragon power, but more like the effect of a bloodburst fruit, which can be planted. After that, power faded. Xuanyu sighed wearily. I guess it can be used. Turning to his teammates, he announced that they were heading back for the day, only to be met with their utterly bewildered expressions. They had all heard the others call him Lord. Flustered. Xuanyu could only laugh, telling his teammates, I don't know why either. Do you believe me? No. Do you still want spirit souls? Yes. Then, do you know what to do? Without a hint of threat, Tianliang eagerly replied on behalf of everyone. Jaw clenched. That's right. Anyone who spills the secret is dead. Absolute secrecy. Mandatory secrecy. We didn't hear a thing. With that confirmation, Xuanyu turned and left with a smile. Let's go home. Later, as the group returned to where they started, the scene before them shocked Tianyu's teachers. This is clearly cheating. One person with one is too much. Are you saying our academy's students can't have high talent? Even Ling Yang questioned it. But BG replied with a cryptic answer, the three of you don't need to think too much. It's all fate. But that very statement silenced Yang Hui, who was about to start a fight, wondering why they didn't have such good fortune. Seeing the happiness overflowing, Tianyu spoke gently before realizing something was wrong. All right. Let's rest first and prepare for the soul fusion ceremony. He rushed in front of Tianyu and asked directly, I don't have one, only to receive an incredibly detailed answer, yes. You're a dreamweaver. Neither Dong Tianxu nor Jia Yu were recognized by any of the spirit beast seniors. And Tianyu muttered in disbelief. How could this be? Seizing the moment, Lan Xuanyu and Yang Hui waste no time exposing Lan Xuanyu's predicament. He couldn't find a suitable soul beast. Really, the student Elder Long values most. Guess he's not all that special after all. But those unpleasant words reached Xiao Kai's ears, amidst the blunt voices of the crowd. So envious. He sighed inwardly with despair. I'm the one who wasn't chosen. The pathetic one who uses artificial soul spirits. Looking at the spirit beasts behind Tianliang, he was dumbfounded. A complete joke, a terrifying extreme ice dragon, a violet thunder bear, and spirit beasts he'd never even seen before. The commotion even drew Wu Gei in to watch. Could they be any more extravagant? Xuanyu enjoyed the cheerful scene until Meng Qin called out, Lord, please find me a soul spirit, a request that left him utterly exasperated. Don't call me that, it's embarrassing. There's no spirit beast suitable for you. And I'm out of ideas. Then, she let her blood essence soar, giving him goosebumps. You're the master. You'll figure it out. Or I'll call you that every day. After a while, he told King Kick the story, leaving him racking his brains. We really don't have any ice attribute soul beasts. King Kuke turns his head, and Hien Vu unconsciously follows his gaze, thinking it might be a phoenix. Then, the image of Biko's back suddenly appears in his mind. An awkwardness rises, causing Xuanyu to chuckle nervously. No way, he says, unsure of the implications. But King Kuke's firm voice cuts through his doubt. That's exactly what I mean. Senior Biko has over 600,000 years of cultivation and isn't known for combat. But she's long been our 12th leader. She has saved countless lives. But she also faces a major problem. Recalling some old stories, his emotions overwhelmed, his reason only under the protection of the beast, God could Biko survive the tribulation and cultivate to this point, but if she fails this tribulation, the next one could be fatal. So perhaps she might choose to become a spirit fox. Her cultivation has surpassed 600,000 years. And that golden soul ring, I absolutely love it. King Cook agreed, saying it was truly fitting. As the ancestors of flying creatures all possessed a certain phoenix bloodline, and he was certain of it in Baiko's bloodline. This excites Meng Qin even more. As she's closest to the phoenix bloodline, nothing else matters. The conversation draws Bai Xiu in. But will Senior Baiji agree? Given her status, Yang's nosiness, along with King Cook's, is somewhat satisfied. But there are two prerequisites. 1. The beast god's tribulation must fail. And 2. The Lord must obtain the beast god's permission. Those words made Xuanyu sigh wearily. This couldn't be rushed. As soon as he finished speaking, the young talents of the various factions returned. Before they could even catch their breath, they were stunned by the sight before them what they were plundering the paradise garden. One beast each. What soul beasts are those? I've never seen them before. And none of them seem to be at their peak. Even though he's exhausted, Uncle Ni is still fighting for his team's rights. Senor Biki. This isn't fair. They're just outer sect disciples. How could their success rate be so high? Contrary to her expectations, she cryptically answered like the heavens. I don't know what happened, but everyone has the same chance. Even I, like the beast god, have no power over the Garden of Peace. However, as Aunt Ni turned to leave, Baiji couldn't hide her surprise. Even though she said that, she didn't expect it herself. Especially the appearance of the yin-yang chaos. The spirit beast world has always had only one, crucial for balancing yin and yang. And it might actually be able to leave this place. But that train of thought is interrupted by Tianyu, asking if Senior Baiji can begin preparing the dual cultivation. She cleared her throat to get everyone's attention, then spoke slowly, making the space eerily silent. Please wait a moment. Because we're selecting a large number of spirit beasts from the Garden of Peace this time, I need to discuss it with a few elders. Bi releases her swan wings, signaling to everyone present, but assures them that they will abide by the rules. In a flash, she vanishes, leaving everyone in awe. Meng Qin's cheers made Xuanyu blush, while others like Yang Hui grew impatient at Biji's departure. Lu Wang. What have you done? Do you have some kind of agreement with the soul beasts? Even the usually silent Tang Miao couldn't help but speak up about this strange situation. Lu Wang. We're all on the same side here. No need to hide anything. Their dissatisfaction clearly rattled Xuanyu. Dang Hui. I truly don't know what happened. Senior BG already said that even the beast god can't do anything to paradise. His sincerity caught him off guard. Lu Wang, always upright, genuinely didn't know, and even humbled himself to prevent things from escalating. He considered calling them to ask, but finally, someone among the lower ranks spoke up, prompting him to sigh and summon Xuanyu. He rushed over to them, looking bewildered and confused. Headmaster Wang. Seeing the student before him, Tianyu cut straight to the chase. Tell me, what happened? Why did so many spirit beasts choose you? Everyone turned to Xuanyu, awaiting his answer. Meanwhile, he feigned innocence, saying they met soul beasts, who then chose them, and then they returned. Sensing his teacher's suspicion, he probed further, but no soul beast chose him. Under the teacher's watchful eyes, Xuanyu could only sigh and reply, That's right. Soul beasts came, but they didn't even look at me. Masters, this isn't fair. Can you talk to the spirit beast seniors so we can be recognized too? This masterful performance left Tianyu no choice but to close his eyes and sigh. All right. The teacher just wants to know why you were chosen by so many spirit beasts. When others were chosen by so few, still, he plays his part. Didn't you tell us that spirit beasts choose those with potential? Is it because we have potential? The teachers couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. This kid knew exactly how to get under their skin. Even after getting a full answer, he still seriously confirmed. Nothing special. Xuanyu looked straight into his eyes and replied, No. If anything, the spirit beasts ignored me. Could it be because my martial soul is too strong? Lan Xuanyu wondered aloud what her martial soul was. Upon hearing the answer, blue silver grass. She couldn't hide her shock and blurted out, blue silver grass, how could that be a strong martial soul? This attitude prompts Tang Mu and Thian Vu to immediately warn, watch your words. The martial souls of our Tang Sect ancestors were also blue silver grass. So what if it's blue silver grass? You're messing with the wrong family. For one simple statement, she was bombarded with attacks, leaving Lan Xuanyu speechless. Finally, Tianyu sighed and dismissed her, telling her it was all right and to leave. Moments later, Bicker returns, bringing with her a white tiger and something like a stele in her hands, announcing that the ritual can begin at any time. With no further ado, he speaks for everyone, thanking Bicker, and then asks who the tiger is. Bicker humbly introduces him as the Tiger King. That single sentence brought joy to everyone's faces, and they bowed in unison, paying their respects to the Tiger King. Butterfly paid them no mind, only looking at Xuanyu. Giga, can I go play over there? Bicker happily patted her head before slowly nodding in agreement. Go, but don't cause trouble. With permission granted, she took off like a shot. Arriving at his side, she excitedly exclaimed, hello, brother. We meet again. He gently strokes her head, asking if she's feeling well. While the Tiger King's arrival causes all the spirit beasts to prostrate themselves. Observing this strange sight, Xuanyu wonders if they're worshipping Butterfly. The cheerful atmosphere is suddenly cut short, and she becomes irritable, saying, don't bother me while I'm talking to my brother. Her tone makes him smile, trying to appease her. Little one, you must be polite. But Butterfly retorts childishly, what's polite? Kinju, witnessing this scene, could only lament this was the Tiger King, truly respecting her as their master. Meanwhile, Xuanyu tried to answer with the simplest words. Courtesy is respectful language and actions in communication. Humble and adhering to etiquette. He was met with a furrowed brow and stubbornness, too complicated. She didn't understand. He patiently persisted that teaching children meant treating friends well, and speaking politely, which lit up Ho Deep's face. She understood. The easy-to-please class quickly ends as she suddenly changes the subject. Brother, do you want to come to my house and play catching Tianyu off guard? He politely declined, saying, I can't. My teacher is here. But then she humbled herself and pleaded, Uncle, can I take him to play without my teacher? Not only was he shocked, blurting out, go play. But the Tiger King, along with Lan Xuanyu, also joined in. Tang Miao and Yang Hui, who were nearby, were so shocked they were seeing stars. Calling him Big Brother is too much. Everyone shared the same thought. Who doesn't know the Tiger King is destined to inherit the Beast God's power? Unsure how to handle this unprecedented situation, Tianyu could only seek help from Senior Baiji. His eagerness was met with a calm reply, it's fine. The Tiger King snuck into your camp to play around when you arrived. He must feel a connection with you. With those words from Baiji, Hudi was overjoyed. Let's go. But when Tianyu asked where they were going, she became mysteriously evasive. Just follow me. While he was still bewildered, Hu Dai used her magic to lift him up, then gently placed Tianyu on her back. Let's go. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu and Yang Hui were horrified. Ascension. Even a soul beast king can ascend. Meanwhile, Tianyu was sweating bullets, worried about what was to come. And with that, the tiger butterfly whisked him away into the forest in the blink of an eye, as BG calmly broke the tense atmosphere, saying, everyone, let's prepare to begin the ritual. Before the council could react, they reluctantly agreed. Very well. Let us begin. The soul fusion ritual isn't complex. Through a contract, the soul beast transforms into a soul spirit, carrying its emotions to merge with Hu Yu's body. It's like living on in another form. And with those words, the thorn quickly transforms into a ball of energy that flies into Lu Feng's hand. Continuing the story of visiting Tiger Butterfly's home, the two are now flying there while chatting. Brother, that fruit you gave me that day had a very high level of life energy. I gave it to my father, and he was very happy. Xuanyu replied, if you like it, that's all that matters. afraid she hadn't expressed her gratitude enough. She repeated, "I really like it. If my father likes it, then I like it too." Sensing that Ho-Deep was holding something back, he asked, "What's wrong with your father? Is he sick?" Receiving his concern, she hesitated before sharing. "Brother, little Yi has been very worried about father lately." As she spoke, Hu Dai looked off into the distance with a sad look in her eyes. "It's not an illness. Father said he might leave us forever. That he has no choice." Sensing her pain, Xuanyu wondered if it was a terminal illness, though Xiaolan's investigation suggested it was a ferocious beast. But his thoughts were interrupted by Hu Di's voice. "We're here." Arriving at her home, she immediately sped into the misty forest. As Xuanyu looked around with curiosity and wonder, asking, "What is this black fog? Is there really a place like this in the forest?" As Hu Dai speeds through the forest, he's captivated by the scenery, marveling at the flora and fauna. He's secretly amazed that the plants here completely store their life energy, without releasing it, still marveling at the energy-filled forest before him. A dazzling light erupted. Then, the pair flew to a vast lake, where Ho-Deep landed familiarly on the grass and headed toward the water. As Xuanyu marveled at the concentrated life energy within the lake, she bowed to the water, informing Detian that her father and son had brought him. Suddenly, a black aura emerged from the lake, and a figure slowly materialized, its eyes radiating immense pressure, causing the energy vortex within him to flicker in response. Feeling the resonating energy, Xuanyu calmly waits as Detian's figure gradually appears. His stern gaze and Xuanyu's youthful eyes finally meet. The figure before him was a true emperor, and with just a glance, Xuanyu was frozen, unable to move. Dishan scanned him, a look of utter satisfaction spreading across his face. "No mistake. It's true. I never imagined it." Ho-Deep, curious, asked, "What is it?" "Father," he simply smiled. "Nothing," and released Xuanyu's paralysis, allowing him to move again. Then, Detian inquired about his family, asking if his parents were well, to which he happily replied that they were. Hearing this news, he urgently confirmed, surprised that they were still alive and well. Xuanyu is confused, asking if he knows his parents, to which he replies, without hesitation, that of course he does, and that his father started things with his mother. But then, he suddenly pauses, fights silent, and throws his head back, laughing loudly, saying that perhaps this is fate. Just as he was about to make the most difficult choice, fate has brought you here. Such is fate, that my soul beasts will not be completely wiped out. Unable to grasp the deeper meaning of those words, he asks again, "What did he mean?" Detian doesn't explain, only smiles cryptically. "You'll know when the time comes." "Hudi, take him back." Hearing the order, she asks a single question and receives an affirmative reply. "Is that all?" Father, as he ends the conversation, fading into nothingness. Then, before vanishing, he instructed Butterfly, "You may take him to your place, but bring him back tomorrow." As the Emperor departed, she turned to Xuanyu, puzzled. "Do you understand my father?" Unable to answer, he countered, "No." "Why did your eyes turn purple?" Butterfly gently explains that her father transformed this place into a suitable training ground for them, then whisks him away at lightning speed, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to my home." Meanwhile, in his thoughts, Xuanyu pondered his parents' research on soul beasts. He reflected on his conversation with Detian, finding it hard to believe he had a soul beast friend truly unexpected. After they passed through the forest, she led him to a lake with a faint golden hue. And this time, Hudi dove straight in. Finally, as they entered the water, Xuanyu was surprised to discover a massive life energy within, and he sensed another energy accumulating there as well. Upon entering the lake, Xuanyu cried out a few times. The deeper he dove, the more surprised he became. This lake was incredibly deep. The intense water pressure, combined with their rapid descent, made him feel like his lungs were about to explode. Just when he thought he'd reached paradise, they arrived at their destination, and Xuanyu collapsed, gasping for breath. His companion, Butterfly, apologized. "Brother, I'm sorry. I forgot you can't breathe underwater." He wasn't really angry, so he teased between breaths. "Really?" Then, something sparkling caught his eye. "This is life crystal, and it's huge. Where is this place?" Butterfly proudly declared. "It's my home." He surveyed the cave and exclaimed, "Your home is truly a celestial abode." He couldn't help but think, this place has 3 dense attributes of energy: the concentration of life aura, light element, and dark element are all shocking. "A moment later," he pointed to the ground and explained, "This is a place my father made specifically for me. He told me to bring you here to cultivate for a while. Why don't you give it a try?" Xuanyu readily agreed, and began to meditate, pondering the light and dark elements in this place. Not only is the concentration extremely high, but with the coordination of life energy, it can help me absorb it immediately. Looking at the rate of change of the vortex inside his body, Xuanyu was even more certain that these were indeed supercore tonics for the bloodline cycle, helping to strengthen the rapidly increasing bloodline while absorbing the elements. He suddenly remembered this must be the best place to use the heavenly sun fruit. But then he noticed the butterfly in front of him seemed to be having a sweet dream, fast asleep. So, Xuanyu had no choice but to give up, then took out the heavenly silkworm hide, plucked a fruit, and put it in his mouth to see how effective it was. As soon as he swallowed, a vibration occurred inside, and energy suddenly exploded, causing Xuanyu to widen his eyes in surprise. Caught off guard, he cried out in pain as an intense aura erupted within him. Xuanyu gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while using his vortex to alleviate the pain. This herb was too potent. His body and spiritual sea were completely ablaze, leaving him no choice but to slowly dissolve it with the power of his bloodline. The heat was so intense that it startled the sleeping butterfly awake. Sensing something amiss, she turned to warn him. "It's too hot, brother," but before she could finish, Ditian's voice echoed in her mind, urging her to cultivate and sense the changing aura within him. Sensing his aura merging with her own, she eats the fruit he gave her. Hesitantly, she says, "Father, I wanted to save this for later. Didn't you say it was special?" But he quickly interrupts. "Hurry. Don't miss this chance. Just listen to me." Despite her worries, she asked again, "Do I really have to eat it?" A question that only made Ditian more anxious. "Hurry. Don't waste this chance. His aura will greatly help guide your true awakened bloodline." Only when he saw her put the item in her mouth was he relieved, instructing her, "What your father couldn't accomplish, I'll have to rely on you to do in the future." Butterfly chewed and obediently replied, "Okay." As for Xuanvu, the energy inside the vortex continued to spin, too fast clearly. The power of his bloodline was increasing several times faster, a speed never seen before. As he braced himself to receive the energy, he could feel his body, meridians, organs, and even his bones showing signs of melting. Then, after a flash of light, Xuanyu underwent another transformation, and Butterfly also benefited greatly from his breakthrough. His aura was so powerful that even the stones in the cave pulsed with life. Meanwhile, outside, Os night fell. UK's voice echoed in the reception area. "Teacher, Xuanyu still hasn't returned. She represents everyone. Seeking news of Xuanyu, will he be all right?" Fearing the students' excessive worry, Xiao Kai quickly reassured them. "He'll be fine. Soul beasts are very close to Xuanyu." Despite the teacher's reassurance, Chu Tong remained uneasy. He hadn't returned, and it was getting late. Soul beasts were still beasts. After all, with no other option, he announced, "You all go back. I'll ask the teachers about it." And so, Shaoqi went to check on Lan Xuanyu for the students, who were all a little worried. Before he could finish, Tianqi smiled and interrupted, saying it was all right. The Tiger King had taken him away, and it might even be a stroke of luck for him. With a hint of tears, he explained to the others that the Tiger King was the successor chosen by the beast god, Ditian, the next beast god. This revelation stunned Xiao Kai. Under the silent moonlight, his voice suddenly rang out, Surprised that this kid had such a good relationship with the beast god. It seems the student's acceptance by so many soul beasts today must be related to this. Not satisfied, Xiao Kai offers another theory: could the Tiger King and Tianyu. Tianyu immediately shuts down the bold idea, not even hearing him out. Don't even think about it. The Tiger King can't become anyone's soul spirit. It's a specially nurtured beast god, whose cultivation surpassed 50,000 years after only 1,000 years of life, an extremely rapid growth rate. But true maturity will still take time, and won't upset the current balance. Understanding the situation, Xiao Kai asked to leave, but before he could, Tianyu stopped him, saying he had something to discuss. Finally, he revealed his intentions. He wanted to conduct some new experiments with his class, and Xiao Kai, having no reason to refuse, immediately agreed, saying he would obey. With fiery eyes, Tianyu makes a decision to train monsters. You need a monster's way, and he'll turn their class into an experimental elite combat class. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Xuanyu continues to absorb elements and energy. Everything on his body vanished during the evolution. As he finished, Tianyu's eyes changed slightly, noticing that the number of his scales had increased. The dragon god scales on his chest had turned into 3 pieces. Before he could celebrate, Hudai covered her eyes and exclaimed, flustering him, "Brother, I'm so embarrassed." Tianyu quickly hid behind the life crystal, blurting out, "I'm getting dressed." As he dressed, he observed the vortex within him and noticed changes in the bloodline vortex. Specifically, the volume of the dragon god bloodline, which seemed to have increased several times over. As he dressed, Xuanyu wondered if the duration of his dragon god transformation had also increased several-fold. He felt the benefits this time were immense, and he tried to understand it all again, lest he missed something. It seems yesterday's training was excellent. The heavenly fruits effect is truly remarkable. Is it really limited to only 3 fruits per person? Moreover, the star fruit isn't as effective as the previous one. Xuanyu was concerned. After a moment, he asked how long they'd been in the cave. Butterfly replied it was almost the 2nd day, but her father wouldn't be undergoing tribulation until tomorrow. Hearing this news, Xuanyu was stunned. "Your father is undergoing tribulation, beast god Di Tian," she innocently repeated. "Yes. Didn't you meet him yesterday?" Hearing this, he was speechless at her thought process. "How would I know? Besides, he's a dragon, and you're a butterfly." Unaware of any deception, the butterfly innocently replies, "I don't know. Father says I'm a being of pure spirit." Recalling the majestic image and powerful aura, Xuanyu still feels a slight tremor. This kid's something else. So that uncle is the 900,000-year-old golden-eyed black dragon king. He then guesses why the butterfly led him here and receives an answer. "Did your father tell you to bring me to him?" "Yes. And he told me to cultivate with you." Afterward, the blue butterfly leads Lan Xuanyu back to the human settlement. After leading him there, she was reluctant to part ways. "Kaka, will you come back to visit me?" Xuanyu replied with certainty. "I'll wait until I graduate. Then I'll definitely come." Receiving the promise, the butterfly was full of life again, saying goodbye and showing him something. "Thank you, Kaka. Then you must come back soon. Kaka, watch this." A halo of light emanates from her body, transforming into the form of an adorable little girl, leaving Xuanyu in awe. Having transformed, the butterfly slowly opens her eyes, then excitedly calls out to him as if showing off. "Big brother." Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Xuanyu couldn't help but wonder. Can a soul beast transform into a human after cultivating for 10,000 years? She quickly explained, eager for praise. "No. After cultivating with you, I can transform, am I cute?" Xuanyu teases her, and she smiles, replying, "Adorable. Extremely adorable." Annoyed by the teasing, she pouts, "Mean Xuanyu, messing with my face," but Xuanyu just smiles like an indulgent older brother. "All right. No more teasing, little butterfly. Next time, I'll bring you something delicious." A few minutes later, he takes out a fancy-looking box and gives it to the butterfly, saying, "This is for you." Thinking he wanted to trade, she innocently refused, saying she was out of heavenly fruits. Hyunwoo clarified, saying it was a gift. No trade needed. With free goodies in hand, the butterfly happily chirped, "Thank you, I'll give this to my dad." She cheerfully waved goodbye and flew away. "See you tomorrow." As he watched the other leave, Xuanyu replayed everything in his mind, realizing the gains were immense. Not only had he purified his bloodline and increased the number of dragon god scales, but most importantly, he'd figured out how to use the heavenly fruit. Having figured out how to use it, he quickly returns to his teammates. But absorbing the heavenly fruit requires a great deal of life energy, so he returns to let everyone absorb it in Sea God Lake. The next day, in the reception area, Liao Feng, Xuanyu, and Jingji Long are heard saying, "I have to cultivate with you more." He humorously shared everything with Xuanyu, saying that his cultivation speed had noticeably increased when training with him. Xuanyu listened to Liao Feng and felt proud, knowing they could cultivate together any time since their dorm could handle it. The two talked until it was almost time to gather. Then Xuanyu spoke up, telling him that today was the tribulation ceremony, and they should head down to assemble. Everyone had gathered, led by Wang Tianyu. They followed each other from the forest to their destination. Once settled next to Qianchu, he glanced at everyone, confirming they were all present. All those in charge are present. And looking elsewhere, he sees Yinhui waving. It's Huihui on the other side. Of course, Bichko and Hodiep were also present. Before the ritual, Thienvu glanced at the serious students and warned them that the beast god would soon begin his tribulation. While the master's mind needs to be firm, they must also sense well. Xuanyu doesn't miss the opportunity to raise his hand with a question. "My teacher has a question." He voiced his speculation, then asked the other party something. The beast god wants to transcend into godhood, which requires a massive foundation of life force. Why not do it on the mother star, which has a higher level of life? After a moment of silence, he answers Xuanyu's question. Because the disappearance of the god realm means there will be no more chances to become a god. If not for the great calamity of 10,000 years ago, the mother star wouldn't be able to accommodate the existence of a god-level hierarchy. He received an unexpected answer, a bit doubtful, while Xuanyu's eyes revealed something else, a roundabout answer. Could it be? A few seconds later, Xuanyu's voice echoed in his mind. Di Tian's tribulation is the result of careful consideration. Transfer to the star spirit sea. Xuanyu understood upon receiving the true answer indeed. Divine beasts cannot undergo tribulation on the mother star. After relaying the message, he closed his eyes and waited, finding an answer, but still pondering. Does this mean the Federation doesn't want god-level powerhouses among the soul beasts? After a while, a whirlwind began, and the clear sky suddenly turned gloomy as the thorn dragon led the soul beasts in a unified roar. Their roars echoed through the mountains, and Xuanwu understood the fear of the shaken soul beasts. As roars began to erupt from every corner of the mountain, a chorus of unwilling cries, vaguely understood by the sky beasts. As the end finally began, the roars of the spirit beasts echoed, until the dark clouds above began to dissipate, and the wind only grew stronger. Then, before everyone, a pair of enormous dragon wings appeared. Even Xuanyu was stunned. Was that the true form of a divine beast? It's enormous. Those who witnessed the beast god's true form for the first time couldn't help but exclaim at its sheer size, blotting out the sky. But those with experience, like Xuanyu, could only warn everyone that the beast god had appeared, and the ritual had officially begun. Just as he spoke, terrifying lightning bolts struck from the sky. As the new divine heaven took flight, it was immediately struck by lightning. The thunder was so terrible that it roared in pain, and even Xuanyu, despite not seeing clearly, was secretly terrified by the sheer power. Observing the tribulation, he suddenly notices another dragon in the sky. It's another Di Tian, who has created an identical dark dragon doppelganger. Before Xuanyu could ask, Yin explained that this was an external avatar tribulation, accepting one's own tribulation. Only by defeating oneself could one be reborn. He watched the beast god struggle against his own acceptance and understood a millennium of acceptance is not so easily broken. As the fierce battle rages on, Yinhui suddenly asks, curiously, "Grandma, what are those golden lights falling from the sky?" The elf queen gazes upwards and answers his question. "That is the life energy accumulated by the divine beast in its final moments, nurturing our spirit." Yinhui immediately expressed admiration. Truly worthy of being called a divine beast. Hours passed. But the battle raged on. The true forms and the manifested wills tear at each other endlessly. And in the midst of battle, Ditian's thoughts creep into his mind. Why can't soul beasts become gods? Startled by his opponent's powerful will, Xuanyu wondered. Why? All his resentment was expressed through his mournful roar. Why? I won't accept this. At that moment, strange yet familiar images flashed before the celestial beast's eyes. The sky was invaded by dragons, and a strange man fought them fiercely as Xuanyu received memories buried deep within her subconscious. This time, it's under the ocean, where a school of fish follows the currents. And among them is a pair, a husband and wife. And the celestial beast seems to be their child. One day, her mother, Tiubach, told the little fish, "You're so stubborn, Bao Bao," while her father, Dai Lam, simply smiled at his child. "Our daughter doesn't like the name Bao Bao. It sounds awful." They discussed naming the mystical creature. Since she loved blowing bubbles so much, even at her age, why not call her Bai Shu Shu? The couple tossed around names until they found one. They liked Bai Zhu Shu, close to Zuzu, meaning beautiful and lovely. Perfect. Bai Shu Shu it is. My dear daughter. And no objections. She frolics in the water, vehemently protesting the name her parents chose, preferring not to be called Hu Hu or Tutu. I want a strong name, like Dong Tiantian, and my decision is final. Lost in play, she swam further and further, her parents' worried voices fading behind her. The seas are restless, don't go too far. I know, I'll be right back, she'd replied. Before venturing even deeper, Xuanyu's ragged breathing reveals his disbelief as he recalls the battle he witnessed. While Bai Tu remained silent, suddenly, her voice trembled as she remembered everything. Father, mother. Hyunwoo seemed to hear her stifled sobs and turned to look at her. Seeing the tears streaming down Bai Shu's face only made him more confused. Not knowing how to comfort her, he gently took her hand and softly asked, "Heavenly beast, what's wrong?" The girl regained her composure and said, "I'm Bai Shu Shu. Please call me that from now on," surprising Xuanyu, who then squeezed her hand, looking at her with affection, and replied, "Okay." The young couple leaned on each other, each with indescribable feelings in their hearts. Meanwhile, Ditian was fighting like a man possessed. Two colossal dark dragons clash fiercely in the sky, surrounded by massive spatial rifts. Four human god-level powerhouses immediately intervene, preventing the spatial fissures from reaching the planet's surface. At this moment, Ditian's voice echoed with resentment, recalling his birth alongside the dragon god, the dragon god's support, and his eventual rise as the Dragon King. Why did the heavens not care, allowing the dragon race to wither? Falling into the human realm, he found himself in the Stardew Forest, where he cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, protecting the soul beasts. Hearing this voice, Xuanyu recognized it instantly. It was the beast god, Ditian. As the two dark dragons fought evenly, he suddenly realized something. One of the dark dragons was beginning to weaken, but Ditian continued, lamenting that the heavens were merciless, determined to cut off his path. His wings spread wide, as if to embrace the sky one last time. All that I've done in my life, I have no regrets, only worries about what comes after. After I'm gone, let the Tiger King take the throne of Beast God, and may the divine beasts protect and assist him. The alliance with Shrek Academy, Tang Sect, Spirit Pagoda, and War God Hall must not change. I hope you can take care of them and ensure our tribe's survival. The butterfly couldn't help but grieve for her beloved father, her tears falling incessantly. Father, father, her desperate cries not wanting to leave Ditian. He looks at his little girl with a message, darling. Don't cry, you must be strong and inherit my will. Protect our soul beast lineage well. But the more he spoke, the more she cried, Baiji could only stare silently at Ditian, engraving his words in her heart. Suddenly, a goddess's voice echoes from afar. Beast god. Wait for me, and Biji. A woman in purple soars into the sky, both fearlessly following Ditian into the spatial rift. Seeing them follow Ditian, Tianyu cried out. But before he could finish, Tang Miao stopped him, letting them go. Her resolute gaze left him hesitant, and he fell silent. The rift slowly closes, but two beams of light press forward as they willingly follow Ditian out of this space. And the tear finally seals completely. The air hung heavy with grief and regret as the beast god vanished forever through the spatial rift. His tribulation, a failure. His ascension denied, leaving the beasts of the spirit province in mourning. The demons embraced the butterfly, comforting her, while Biji and the others bowed their heads in mourning for dragon god Ditian. Only Xuanyu clenched his fist, staring into the void as if making a silent vow. The death of Ditian plunges the world into grief, bidding farewell to a great god. His sudden passing sparks endless debate. The beast god is truly gone, leaving others to clench their fists and sigh. Lang Chang seems to have foreseen Ditian's actions. His pride was too strong. And even at the very end, he didn't want to transform into a spirit. Tang Miao and Tianyu also spoke of his character. It was impossible. His arrogance wouldn't allow it, especially since he was the spiritual pillar of all soul beasts. Tianwu could only shake his head in dismay, saying that after seeing the soul beasts today, he felt they were all unworthy. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home. We've witnessed history. Now the Federation can rest assured. The surrounding scenery became blurred and eerily quiet. As night falls on the human settlement, Liao Feng confides in Tianyu, lamenting that the beast god didn't succeed, and the thorn lizard is saddened by it. He nodded, lost in thought, and replied, "It's such a pity. I could feel the beast god's unwillingness, and little butterfly is heartbroken." Liao Feng, exhausted, turned to him, asking if he should meditate to digest everything after a day of torment. He agreed. Yes. Cultivate. Elsewhere, at Guwang Tianyu's residence, Tianyu opened the door to find two uninvited guests, leaving him somewhat flustered. Seniors, what brings you here? Bicker and Mahu seemed to have something urgent to discuss. Once inside, Bicker spoke up without delay. Chief Wang, you're likely aware of our situation. I'll soon face my tribulation. I wanted to follow the beast god, but he hopes I'll try becoming a soul beast again, seeking opportunity. Therefore, I've come to form a contract, and Maho is here for the same reason. Hearing them out, Tianyu was surprised and pondered. So they want to become soul spirits. These two are top powerhouses in the soul beast world. Could they be choosing us? He calmly rejects the offer, saying, I'm very happy and grateful for your choice, but my soul slots are full. Bicker, misunderstanding him, quickly explains, Chief Wang, don't worry. We won't bother you. We've been looking at other Shrek Academy students and came here specifically to tell you first. Hearing this, Tianyu outwardly said it was great and welcomed it. But inside, he felt a sense of loss and disappointment. Since there are many students at Shrek Academy, Tianyu didn't hesitate to ask who they had chosen. In another turn of events, Tianyu is meditating when something suddenly pulls him into his subconscious. He opens his eyes to a dazzling light, catching him off guard. What's going on? After calming down, he saw a strange scene, a place like the Sea of Spirit. Then, Ditian respectfully greeted him as his lord, leaving him stunned in disbelief. The beast god Ditian, wait, aren't you dead? Am I having a psychotic break? Ditian quickly reassured him. Don't doubt yourself. Master, I'm not dead, just near death. Having failed his tribulation, Ditian was meant to perish, but in his final moments, he found his lord, and decided his future then and there. My lord, will you contract with me? Ditian, so I may become a soul spirit at your service. Tianyu was taken aback, but politely declined, saying, I don't think I need a soul spirit, and I only have a bit of dragon god blood. He tried to persuade him, saying the master was a dragon god incarnate, and he wouldn't misjudge after serving the previous dragon god. The master naturally didn't need a soul spirit. So Tian could only stay by his side in a way similar to a soul spirit, and he would need his protection. Hearing this, Tianwu happily agreed. The beast god Tian wants to become my soul spirit, that's amazing, but he still had one thing to say. However, this double sacrifice has almost exhausted all of my life force. After I become your soul spirit, I will enter a long slumber. Tianwu wondered how long this long slumber would last, and Tian reassured him that even in his sleep, he could still be of use, awakening not only when Tianwu's life was in danger, but also at a time connected to Tianwu himself. However, when you become a god, I will surely awaken and protect your sea of spirit, preventing any danger of cultivation deviation. Hearing the story go too far, Tianwu quickly interjected. It's still too early, but he slowly replied, I agree, for little Dai's sake. I can't let you die like this. Tian added, I have one more request, please keep my existence a secret, even from your parents. Without a second thought, he agrees. Okay, no problem. After a few more instructions, he prepares for the ritual. Very well. My lord, I will begin merging with you. Soon, a wisp of black smoke slowly seeped into him. The fusion process was underway, and Tian officially became Xuanyu's soul spirit. The fusion continues, and a radiant light emanates from Xuanyu's core. Meanwhile, Tian senses an extraordinary aura within his lord, the very essence of the Dragon Clan's collective will. He asked, curious, what the will of the masses meant. He began to explain. It is the recognition of our Dragon Clan. On you, there's the will of no less than 1,000 true dragons acknowledging your rule, meaning you truly are the sacred master of our Dragon Clan. Have you found our Dragon Clan's burial ground? Hearing this, Xuanwu denied it. Or rather, not quite. Tian then speculated that it must have been bestowed by his parents, and that he, the Lord, needed to begin the fusion, and that he should just relax. The power of the Dark Dragon Emperor, Tian, is gradually connecting with Xuanyu's inner self, promising epic battles. Meanwhile, under a blanket of silent night, we find ourselves in Bai Shushu's room. Something appears, taking her by surprise. It's Bitch Ji and the Demon Empress, arriving after their visit with Tianyu. As the door opened, Bai Ji greeted them. Sorry to bother you. Bai Shu was a little confused by this sudden visit. Seniors, without further ado, Bai Ji cut to the chase. The beast god has ascended. After careful consideration, we've decided to leave with you. Are you willing? Meng Qin understood immediately. A soul spirit. Bitch Ko confirmed it becoming a soul spirit. She asked if they were willing to accept, and Mong Cam was stunned. Without hesitation, she agreed. Of course, she agreed, leaving Bak Tu speechless at her eagerness. Just then, the Demon Queen looked at the girl and said, You, come with me. They went outside for a private conversation, and she suddenly stopped and said, You, a great white shark of the demon soul. Perhaps Bai Tu was surprised, as she had never mentioned it. The Demon Queen continued, saying that recultivation is difficult, and like her, it is difficult to fully absorb the aura of a soul beast, unless she was once guided by a true powerhouse, or was influenced. Once you reach the 7th ring, you'll truly become yourself, and you can use your original abilities to form a soul ring. Unlike us, who only transform into your shape, you chose to be reborn into another life. Few spirit beasts have your courage, and even fewer succeed. You live in a fortunate era. Bai Tu, no longer hiding anything, admits she's right, then asks the queen her true purpose. Without a second thought, Bai Shu agreed to become a god and find a way to revive my parents. My benefactor helped me avenge them, but I've lost a part of my memory, and I can't remember my benefactor's face, but I still want to repay them. If you agree, I'm willing to make a pact with you. We'll join forces and become gods. Do you accept? Bai Tu was flustered and confused by the proposal, asking what he would have to give up. He calmly replies that it is herself, and that he will also become a god. Sensing they share the same ambition, Baitu happily agrees. Very well. The Demon Queen says without delay. Let us begin. The fusion of Baitu and the Demon Queen begins. As purple light weaves through the forest, their powers merging as one. Meanwhile, Bicker and the Dream Spirit are also merging, as she gently reminds him that all of this was the beast, God's instruction before he left. I will not die, we will follow our Lord together. And when we become gods, we will break through to rise again. Meanwhile, Tianyu senses that the Demon Queen and Bicker have begun to merge, and he must contain the resulting aura, with so many spirit souls, plus the Jade Swan and Abyss Demon Dragon. The harvest from this gift ceremony is immense. This journey was truly a great decision. That plan can finally be set in motion. A new dawn arrives, and as the warm sunlight bathes the land, Tianyu senses something is different as he steps outside. His wide eyes scan the surroundings, and he exclaimed, "Ah, so this is." Before Tianyu was a scene he had never witnessed, filling him with anticipation. He can clearly see the elements in the air now. It seems his mental strength has really increased. And his senses are different too. He needs to adapt better so his control doesn't fall behind. Seeing him emerge with a slight change, Liao Feng couldn't help but wonder, had he become even more handsome overnight and in such great shape, lost in thought? He was interrupted by Tianyu's voice. Let's go, we'll be gathering soon. He hastily replied, Okay. Seeing him approach from afar, his classmates stirred. Good morning. Boss, good morning. Class President 1, his face already beaming, rushed over to Tianyu to thank him. Boss, my 10,000-year-old star beast is absolutely amazing. I never thought I'd find a soul beast so compatible with me. I'm so lucky to have you, he asked. Curious. Huh, what secret? Yin then leaned in close to Xuanyu and happily announced, This time when I went home, I made a contract with a half-life profound wisdom spirit dragon. Only the most talented beast-type humans in my clan are recognized by the spirit dragon. He then asked for clarification, a half-life. Yin Hui excitedly confirmed. That's right. It will be reborn and grow with me. Super awesome. Hearing such good news, he couldn't help but be happy for her, congratulating Hui Hui. But then he remembered something and said, That's right, brother. Then, looking at Wuga nearby, he asked, Does she have a soul beast? Xuanyu happily replied, Yes. But before he could finish, she began to criticize. It must be very weak. Hearing that, he chuckled. No way. It's super strong despite Yin Hui's constant dismissive remarks. He then turned to ask, So, have you gotten a soul spirit yet? Brother Xuanyu, because he had promised Yitian, he had to lie. No. Hearing this, Yin Hui felt worried for his senior and tried to help. How about you go see the spirit dragon and see if you can get its approval? Xianyu felt a little uneasy at this, but found an excuse to refuse. Let's skip it this time. I'm about to go back. Lu Fengzi then called out. The teacher said we're leaving in 10 minutes. Zaying him, Yin Hui continued on the topic. Senior Fengzi, have you gained the recognition of a soul beast? He proudly replied. Yes. A 30,000-year-old thorny dragon. Wai was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. What a 30,000-year-old thorny dragon. Li Bai is overwhelmed, and a familiar purple figure appears, radiating excitement. All right, it's none other than Mengqin, who shouts with joy. I did it. Senior Biji has become my soul spirit, Yin Hui. In disbelief, asks, Senior Biji. Before Wai could recover, she announced, Thousand Autumns no. Tutu is fine too. Senior Demon Empress has signed a contract with him. This barrage of blows made Wai dizzy. What? But the Emerald Swan and the Dark Ice Dragon are both top-tier spirit beasts. How is this possible? Unable to listen anymore, Wuge quickly makes his exit, saying, I'll go gather the others. Each word from them was like 1,000 arrows piercing Anhui's unhealed wounds. I heard Senior Bichko say that your yin-yang chaos is also extremely powerful, and no matter what, you shouldn't have been led away. But unexpectedly, you were chosen. Meanwhile, Yuga added fuel to the fire. saying it's nothing much. Just that after the 5 elements can be divided into yin and yang, it's equivalent to doubling the power. I still have to get used to it. At this moment, Yin Hui was completely lost, wondering where he was, who he was, and why he was in this comic, feeling inferior to everyone above and superior to everyone below. Hey Sulks, you guys. Then, he leans into Xuanyu for comfort. Brother. Xuanyu puts his arm around Yin Hui's shoulder, gently saying, All right, let's go. Yin Hui, feeling wronged, replies, Okay. Meanwhile, Xuanyu thinks to himself, I won't tell you that the soul beast I made a contract with is a beast god. The first-year students' approach to the Star Spirit clan has come to a successful end, with most obtaining 10,000-year soul spirits. A tremendous gain. 15 days later, at Shrek Academy, Luo Hong stood on the podium to announce some things. Everyone, I'm here today to announce 2 things. First, your class will have an additional homeroom teacher, the head of the Interstellar Command Department beside me. He will be responsible for teaching in the new semester. Xuanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. So sudden, Zhenhua smirked to himself, thinking, looks like none of them will escape now. They're all going to be put through the ringer. He didn't continue the announcement. Secondly, regarding the outstanding performance of the first years and the gains at the Elven planet, the Academy has discussed and researched with the Sea God Pavilion, and finally decided to make your class an experimental class for teaching purposes, with lessons arranged by both the inner and outer courts, and overseen by Dean Deacon. Xuanyu, puzzled, asks why they're an experimental class, but no one answers. Zhenhua excitedly announces the start of class. Outlining their new curriculum, they will become a Star Battle Experiment class. From now on, you'll all be taking courses in the Star Command Department, specifically taught by Teacher Duong. Hearing this surprised him. More lessons. The whole class would be learning the Star Command Department's lessons. Xianhua, sensing the students' feelings, tries to reassure them. Do you feel that with the new lessons, you'll be busier and more stressed? The whole class is dumbfounded. Isn't that the truth? He begins to show his ruthless side, offering comfort in name only. That's right. Not only will you be busy, but you'll also experience the true meaning of tears. The class is utterly bewildered. Wondering what's gotten into him, Zhenhua began to explain the reasons in detail, briefly introducing the lesson. And the Academy chose your class as the experimental class, for one reason only, because you are united. The goal of the experimental class is not to cultivate individual heroes, but a team that can carry out difficult tasks in space. You will have your own ship to fly through the universe and carry out missions. The whole class was stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. Xuanyu could only think, a warship. They're giving us a space warship. And he went on to explain that the experimental class was all about creating a special team with its own starship, carrying out missions no individual could. You'll have the full support of the Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect, filling every student with pride. But Zhenhua grew stern, emphasizing that they had to prove they could protect themselves and face any danger. Keep striving. Young ones, your sweat will forge a glorious future. Hearing this, Xuanyu felt that the teacher was unusually cool today, unexpectedly having this side to him, truly inspiring passion in others. After his reminder, Zhenhua slowly left the classroom with a farewell. Let's begin. I'll go first. His eyes followed Zhenhua's figure, thinking, I saw the light in his eyes. These words weren't spoken lightly. All of this comes from his sincere expectations. The scene shifts to the afternoon at the Starship Command Center. The students arrived, buzzing with excitement, eager to learn, but Lan Xuanyu calmed them down. Let's head inside. As they entered, they were immediately dazzled by the sight of the warships, powerful mechs, and starfighters. Zhenhua looks down from above and sternly announces that to learn Starship Command, one must first feel the sky and discuss it within the sky. Today, you will learn basic starfighter piloting. Lan Xuanyu, you will teach them. Xuanyu pauses, pointing to himself. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, thinking, He's just dumping responsibility on me. I was so touched by him this morning. Lam Hianvu had no choice but to lead everyone to familiarize themselves with the basic operations of the starfighter. A moment later, Zhenhua returned to ask if they had grasped the basics, and Lam answered that they had all piloted mechs to some extent. Zhenhua grinned slyly, praising them. Aslam grew very, saying that his smile made him uneasy. Zhenhua quickly reassured him. Don't panic. Want to try something fun, he said with kind eyes. It's like what you experienced at the beginning. Then, he shouted, who wants to be the first to experience solo command of the Star Wars network? Quek eagerly volunteered. Me. Me. Me first, he turned to Xuanyu confidently. Boss. You'll give me a chance. Right, it must be exciting and fun. Seeing his naive friend, Xuanyu could only mutter. Yeah. Sure. After 2 hours in the simulation, Chehan asked, Boss, what level have you reached? Xuanyu casually replied. About the top 10,000. Chehan looked at the system board. Puzzled. I see the difficulty set for us is only the top 100,000. He then turned and asked, so, you want to choose the top 10? 000 difficulty level, Ding Zhehe confidently replied. Yes. That's more exciting. Xuanyu smiled wryly at his friend. Okay. Increase the difficulty to the top 10. Ling ling ling. The system activated the new mode. Of all the starfighter pilots in the entire Interstellar Federation, 5 million in total, the system has analyzed the data. Ace pilots rank in the top 10. Ling ling ling. Special class pilots in the top 100. Ling ling ling. Class A pilots in the top 1 million. And Class B pilots beyond the top 1 million. The top 1,000 to 101 are God-tier pilots. And the top 100 are Super God tier. Lam Hianvu's level has reached Ace pilot status. But of course, Din Trak Ham doesn't understand the implications. So he excitedly says he can't wait. Due to his increased spiritual power, Lan Xuanyu defeated an opponent, ranked higher than himself in combat. Feeling that his body could still handle it, a clear sign he'd entered a new realm. But then he remembered Trackham was with him, and he panicked, realizing he'd been too focused. He quickly asked, Old Ding, are you okay? Are you all right? He seemed fine on the surface, but his hands and feet were trembling, and his eyes were vacant. Back on the ship, Zhehe immediately rushes to the bathroom to vomit. The other students, not as boastful as Ding Zhehe, set the difficulty within the top 100. Ling ling ling. Things were much better, though he felt a slight dizziness, thinking he could adapt next time. Seeing Bai Shu in the distance, Xuanyu shouted, Tian Chu. Oh no. Shu Shu. Let's go in. Without a word, she followed him onto the warship, remaining silent even after they were seated. Sensing something was off, Xuanyu asked her what was wrong, noting that he hadn't had a chance to ask why he suddenly changed her name. Wondering if she sensed something during the ceremony, Bai Shu remained silent in response to Xuanyu's question, until finally, she regained her composure and replied, Actually, I lost my memory before. For the first time in a long while, Bai Shu bravely opens up, revealing that she had lost all her memories, even forgetting her parents, and lived as the second miss. She smiles, recalling some beautiful memories until she met Nana, which gradually restored her memories, allowing her to live the life of a normal person. The first time I saw you, I felt a strange familiarity, like a forgotten memory. Bai Zhu confesses that she cares for Xuanyu in a special way, which is why she treats him differently. The day of the Beast God Team's fear, my memories were triggered once more, recalling events from my childhood, remembering my real name. Bai Tutu, the name my parents gave me. As the memories flooded back, Bai Shu couldn't hold back her tears. Realizing Dong Qianchu was just a name she'd given herself, they were gone. And she couldn't be selfish anymore. She wanted to use the name Bai Zhu Zhu again. After hearing her story, Xuanyu felt guilty and apologized for bringing up her painful past. Her parents. The moment those words left his lips, Bai Shu broke down in tears of anguish. They're dead. The enemy killed them. Xuanyu, do you think if I cultivate to God level one day, Is there a chance I can bring them back to life? Seeing his friend so distraught for the first time, he paused, then quietly took her hand, as if to give her strength. Only now does he offer a firm promise to her earlier question: it can be done. We'll work together. I'll help you. My ultimate goal is to protect you well. The spacecraft carrying them both soared through the infinite universe. Back at Shrek Academy, after a brief feel of the starfighter, the students staggered back to rest. But Lan Xuanyu headed to the forging room to begin his work. To further strengthen the class's cohesion, he provided first-grade refined metal to his classmates for battle armor crafting, but purchased it at market badge, prices gaining both friendship and greater benefits. He immediately returns to the dorm, gathers his teammates, and tells them about the celestial fruit. The days of tireless crafting have finally paid off, and Xuanyu urges his friends onward. Let's go. We have a clear plan to make the most of such a powerful treasure by absorbing it in the sea god lake. The group arrives to a surprising discovery. Look, someone exclaimed in surprise that it was Fatty. As Dong Yue appeared by the lake with a few words of awe, he's been here recovering. And his body is incredible. It's like a bottomless pit. Yet he can still absorb so much life, energy. Hearing this, Xuanyu felt fortunate for his friend, thankful that Fatty had made a big score last time. Enough to pay for half a month, costing 30 purple badges. Suddenly, Dong Yue turns, her tone serious and wary. Are you all going to train like him? If so, I'm losing out big time. He feigned innocence, saying, Mr. Tang, do you really think I'm that opportunistic? He showed no respect for Xuanyu, scolding him outright. Are you insulting my intelligence? He smirks, denying everything. Of course not. So, what do you think about me joining the life school? Dong Yue was a little surprised and asked why he wanted to join. Xuanyu confidently gives a rather infuriating reason, of course. To save some money. If he joins, he won't need metals to cultivate here. Right, Dong Yue just wants to punch him. You see, I've noticed your affinity for life energy is exceptionally high. I believe joining the life school would be incredibly beneficial for both you and the school. After hearing his reasons, Dong Yue fell silent, lost in thought. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke, wanting to tell him everything. If that's the case, then I'll tell you everything about the life school. Decide after you've heard it all. Recalling the past, Dong Yu began to tell everyone the story of how, the year after the Eternal Sky City was built, the Academy established the Life Faction, a place where god-level powerhouses could live to 300 years old. The Life School exists to break these very limitations. After 200 years of research, they managed to extend the lifespan of god-level experts to around 1,000 years. But for the next 9,000 years, there were no further breakthroughs. Dong Yu glanced meaningfully at the old tree and sighed. The teacher is already 985 years old, the oldest god-level powerhouse in the academy. He once said that you have the highest life energy affinity he's ever seen. Perhaps you could lead the life school to create a miracle, breaking the 1,000 year limit. If you could, you would become a benefactor to all god-ranked powerhouses. These weighty words momentarily stunned Xuanyu, and seeing his bewildered expression, Tong Yue decided to speak further. So, if you truly join the life school, we hope you can dedicate more energy to understanding the essence of life. Now, do you still wish to join the life school? The unexpected question made Xuanyu pause for a long time. He hadn't known about the 1,000 year lifespan, and even Elder Shou was nearing his limit. After a few minutes, Xuanyu slowly gave a definite answer: he was willing to join. But he had many things to do. I can't guarantee time for life, energy, research, so I don't think I'm qualified to join. Yet a clarity that gave Tang Yue pause. But once his mind cleared, he simply closed his eyes in agreement. Is that so? I see. As expected, the master didn't misjudge you. Your answer is perfect. Welcome to the life school. This change in attitude left Xuanyu stunned. Under his confused gaze, Tong Yue gently lifted his hand, placing a golden ring upon it. Tong Yue's mind began to race with conflicting emotions. As the master's true command had been to get the boy to join at any cost, the answer didn't change the outcome. But it made me truly acknowledge him. He's a child with potential. Not receiving any explanation, Xuanyu hesitantly speaks up. Here. Before he could be interrupted, he changed the subject. All right. Let's go cultivate at Sea God Lake. From now on, Sea God Lake is free for you. This is a benefit of the life school. Hearing this, Mengqin excitedly asks if they can join the life school, only to be slapped in the face by Tang Yue, who says that apart from him, their life affinity is too ordinary to meet the requirements. A simple sentence ignited Mengqin's fury. What? How could she lose to that fatty? This forced Xuanyu to intervene, telling them to prepare for cultivation and handing out the heavenly fruits. Seeing what he was giving everyone, Tang Yue couldn't hide her curiosity. What fruit is that? It doesn't have any side effects, does it? To satisfy her curiosity, Xuanyu replied, Teacher Tang, this is a heavenly fruit. It's great for enhancing and purifying bloodline power. After they descended into the lake, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's begin. Before turning to personally feed Qianlei the fruit, giving him one as well. As soon as Xuanyu settled, he activated the energy within his mind, the powerful force causing Qianlei nearby unbearable pain. And Tang Yue, observing from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, this child's bloodline is really changing. From another perspective, Mengqin focuses on releasing her power, summoning Bicker to Tang Yue's astonishment. Is this normal for a fire-type spirit? After Mengqin's transformation, Bicker appears to protect her. A humanoid soul spirit. A beast. What level of cultivation is needed to achieve this? In his panic, he glanced at Baktu, only to see another person frozen in shock. Witnessing the scene had turned Duong Niet pale with fear. Another one, this is too much. And not only that, but these two beast-like soul spirits, Bicker and the Demon Queen's sudden appearance clearly shocked Duong Niet. Yet, they're reforming the host's bloodline. To find his place in society, he glanced away, only to see Lu Feng struggling to transform energy. He finds himself lost in his own subconscious. A horrifying scene causing Tang Yue to reel and nearly fall. Just what kind of people are these kids? After a moment, Tang Yue turned in alarm at the sound of someone's voice. What's going on? Why all the commotion? Seeing the tree elder and Tianyu appear, he couldn't hide his surprise. Master. Palace Master Wang. But they paid no attention to him, engrossed in the strange phenomenon before them, and the sudden outburst diminished the tree elder's dignity. Emerald Swan. Demonic Dragon Shenyan. They're actually that old fogey's seniors, no way. Seeing the man staring directly at him, Tianyu could only sheepishly confirm. It's just as you think, leaving him even more bewildered. What in the world are they doing? Looking at the scene, Duong Niet explained that they were consuming the heavenly fruit of cultivation, which calmed him, but also sparked a new wave of panic. The heavenly fruit. Did they raid the beast god's lair? Hearing of this item for the first time, Thienvu curiously asked what the heavenly fruit was. And Thu Lao, recalling what he had heard, emotionally responded like a machine. My teacher once saw that condensing one fruit could greatly improve one's level and deify one's bloodline. As for its use, simply put, it's a super treasure that can produce a second martial soul evolution. Tianyu was stunned by the explanation. But the old tree ignored him, anxiously watching the youngsters in the lake. Looking at the bewildered faces of the life school elders, Tang Yue could only chuckle, knowing Lan Xuanyu likely still had some. That's right. Teacher, Lan Xuanyu just agreed to join our life school. A revelation that stunned Tree Old. Huh, really? That's great. No way. Even Tianyu was stunned by those words. He can't join the life school. According to the rules, only inner court disciples are eligible. Hearing that, the master began to sulk, handing him a red badge. Who says he's not eligible? I'll make an exception with this. The sight of the small item in his hand drained Tianyu's face of color. He could barely choke out. Elder Tree. Was it worth it? But the Elder Tree calmly explained. The red badge is useless to me anyway. Little Wang. Look at Lan Xuanyu's finger. The reminder made Tianyu glance at the light on Xuanyu's hand. And as soon as he recognized it, He cried out in disbelief. You gave him those destinies. You're being too reckless. He represents the future of the life school and a piece of the sea god's inheritance. Little Wang, trust my judgment. He will surely lead our life school to its brightest glory. Seeing Xuanyu diligently training below, Tianyu couldn't help but wonder. You think so highly of him. In response, Elder Tree simply sighed before conveying his thoughts. Not only me, but the Eternal Tree values him as well. It was the Eternal Tree that guided me to do this. I can still hold on for at least another decade. I will watch him grow. Grow into a towering tree. Hearing this, Tianyu could only accept the truth. Beneath the lake's still surface, unspoken emotions stirred among those present. Time seemed to slip away, and the once cold lake was now shrouded in a mystical mist. Xuanyu, fresh from his cultivation, eagerly took in the surroundings, marveling at the sensation. Training in the sea god's lake is truly something else. My bloodline has been enhanced, and my dragon god scales have increased to 5. Despite the joy, Nia's eyes catch a strange figure in the distance, prompting a question, while Tianloi curls up in a corner, lamenting his muscular transformation that even Hianvu marvels at. That's great. But Qianlai grumbles. Not happy at all. My parents probably won't even recognize me. The awkward silence is broken as he tries to lighten the mood. Isn't it great? Look at me. The fat on your face is all gone, which clearly lifts your spirits. Of course, this is the body I longed for. As the two discussed what happened during their time apart, suddenly, from beneath the still water, someone cried out in alarm. After refining their energy, everyone surfaced to see Qianlei's new form, their mouths agape in shock. Qian Zhuangzhuang had arrived. Seeing everyone was awake, Hianvu waved to get their attention. Let's hurry. While Mr. Duong isn't here, let's scram. We absorbed a lot of life energy last night. Hearing that reminder, the group quickly swam to shore. Right. Let's run. Quick. Later, amidst the hustle and bustle of life in Shawa City, Xuanyu gathered his teammates to remind them that the final exam was approaching and they needed to prepare. Qianlei eagerly spoke up for everyone, asking what kind of preparation they should do, causing Mengqian to feel naturally frustrated by his unusually strong physique, which she still wasn't used to seeing. Recalling the scenarios he had devised, he calmly recited a torrent of words with an uncharacteristic seriousness. Everyone's been busy this semester, and after the last power-up, we all lack understanding of each other's abilities. To avoid hindering teamwork during the exams, we need to spar and prepare for the Academy's trials. As the sun beats down on the training ground, as team leader, Hianvu divided them up a 3-on-4 match, with Tu, Mongcam, and Tianloi on one team, and Lu Fong, Hu Hui, and Vu Catch on the other. Soon, everyone was in position, awaiting his command. Ready. As Xuanyu's opening call echoed, Wu Ge and his comrades charged forward. Beginning the battle, he wasn't about to be outdone, launching an attack on the opposing team time to take matters into his own hands. With a confident look, Qianlei declares he'll show everyone his growth. Summoning the golden tortoise, as soon as he steps onto the field, he roars, showing off his power. Then Qianlei unleashes a shocking move, summoning the behemoth. Instantly, 3 behemoths leap out of the summoning gate with great momentum. Xuanyu is shocked by this scene. Behemoths, and he summoned 3 in an instant. Has this kid Qian become this strong? Without hesitation, Qian Lai Ruas. Go get them. At the same time, he and his golden disc quickly merge. Let's combine. Golden disc. After his transformation, Qianlei, radiating arrogance, warns everyone to be careful as he and 2 Baimeng beasts charge forward. Witnessing Qianlei's unpredictable transformation, Liao Feng exclaimed, "This is the metamorphosis," Nana mentioned. Meanwhile, Wu Ge was gathering energy, preparing to attack. She and the Baimon lunged forward to fight. As all 3 Baimons targeted Wu Ge, Qianlei has turned his attention to Yin Hui. And as Liao Feng watches, a look of doubt crosses his face. Is Yin Hui the target? Qianlei leaps towards Yin Hui with his massive form. With his keen senses, He anticipates the attack. The target is obvious. Without hesitation, Yinhui fires an arrow, determined to see him cornered, but the fault larva shows no fear, curling into a defensive posture. Seeing its smug grin and unscathed body, Yinhui is shocked. What? It blocked it, and so skillfully, Qianlei seizes the initiative and throws a punch at Yinhui, who barely dodges it. Both Xuanyu and Liao Feng are surprised by his display. Can this be the same dead weight? Xuanyu can't believe what he's seeing, mechanically muttering that he's suppressing two people with just his own strength. Qianlei continues to taunt Yinhui, while Xuanyu makes a bold decision. He's going to rebel and help him. Qianlei, hearing this, grew worried and sent his earth element to stop him, but Xuanyu ignored them, determined to carry out his plan. His entire body was enveloped in a surge of immense power, dragon god, transformation. With weapon in hand, he became a different person, wielding the heaven-holy abyss halberd. Fearless, the behemoth throws a punch, and Xuanyu meets it head-on. With a serious look, he unleashed an attack, injuring Bai Meng's arm. Enraged, it enters a berserk state, and seeing this, Xuanyu suspects that the demon has become even stronger after being injured. Enraged, the behemoth immediately attacks Xuanyu, but he won't stand idly by, quickly charging up an attack of his own. Summoning a torrent of water beneath the beast's feet, he unleashed a massive force, striking the beast. As the smoke cleared, the Bimong's body was charred black, confirming his suspicions. It's indeed similar to a bloodlust or frenzy ability, making it difficult to deal with in actual combat. Xuanyu frowned slightly, focusing on countermeasures. If he used his full power in one strike, he could probably kill it. But he never expected this Bimong beast to be so formidable. Suddenly, the behemoth vanished before his eyes, leaving Xuanyu puzzled. Was its time up? Now, Yuga truly acknowledged Qianlei's talent. While he himself was suppressed by this three-headed behemoth, little Bonzi had really undergone a complete transformation. Meanwhile, Yinhui wasn't backing down, immediately retorting, "Hey, don't get cocky. I'm afraid using the Spirit King bow will hurt you." Qianlei remained confident. "Who's afraid of you? Bring it on." Annoyed by his nonchalant attitude, Yinhui declared, "I can stop you without using the Spirit King bow." Suddenly, a blue power emanates from Yinhui's body, and a sphere appears above his head. Xuanyu is shocked. Is that the spirit dragon Yinhui spoke of? But witnessing the transformation, he was doubtful. The spirit dragon was not what he imagined. Taking on a human form, the spirit dragon turned into a white orb, which fired beams of white light along with the arrows. Seeing the arrows, Qianlei was amused, thinking they had light element support. But he scoffed, saying it wouldn't work on him. Then, the arrows with elemental support struck his body, but as the arrows pierced his body, Qianlei realized something was wrong. This wasn't just light element. The white light was amplifying all elements, boosting Anhui's attacks. Though he could defend, he was now immobilized. Observing from afar, Hianvu deduces that Anhui's power source is the legendary dragon spirit. Its white light is truly miraculous. Vutsach elaborates, explaining that the white light has no attribute of its own, but amplifies any attribute it enhances. The fat man's dragon scales can separate elements in attacks, defending against elemental assault. Keat remarkable. Liao Feng, intrigued, proposed, "Hui, let me try." Qianlei, unafraid, immediately summoned him. "Come here, you madman." And then, a white aura appeared before him, as Liao Feng charged forward, relentlessly attacking Qianlei with his silver spear. Both Liao Feng and Qianlei reveled in their competition, engaging in a fierce and intense battle. Helpless, Xuanyu watches from the sidelines, remarking that they're playing aerial soccer as Liao Feng lands a blow that sends Qianlei flying. He doesn't seem annoyed, but rather playful, shouting, "Not bad. Fengzi, you've improved quite a bit, but not enough to surpass me. After all, you can't break my defense." But Liao Feng sensed Qianlei was just showing off, coldly retorting, "Not so sure. Don't get cocky. Every defense has its limit." Qianlei didn't care, and quickly turned to call out cheerfully. Meng Qin. What about you? Have you improved recently? Meng Qin was secretly pleased, but didn't reveal her new move in front of everyone. Jade Phoenix Zither. A surge of azure light filled the vast space, shocking everyone with its intense life energy. Seeing Dream Harps move firsthand, Hyunwoo was surprised that the Emerald Swan could add healing effects to the Jade Emperor Harp's basic abilities. Qianlei was delighted by her progress, saying that they now had a reliable support soulmaster. Seeing the significant changes in everyone, Xuanyu felt relieved. A viewing ceremony truly makes a difference. He then announced, "Let's continue training." With a change of pace, the sun was high in the sky as the scene shifted to towering buildings. The least strict of those in the room said, "These kids have improved so quickly lately, we need to push them harder. Add pressure before the final exam. Give them difficulties to stabilize their mentality. Any objections, speak up." Xiao Kai announces the list of qualified students besides Lan Xuanyu, Bai Shushu, Lan Mengqin, Qianlei, Dang Yuge, and Yuan Onwiwi. The others will be challenged in a PK elimination round against student #2. Based on their class, doubt fills the air as the challenge looms, fighting the second strongest Sir. Are they allowed to use battle armor? Of course. Xiao Kai wouldn't make things too difficult. They can wear it. Don't you all have soul spirits, a qualified group or a failed one? Think carefully about the consequences of failure. The air around them grew eerily silent. But then, Xuanyu calmly reassured his classmates, telling them not to lose focus. As this arrangement meant, the academy had recognized them. She was clearly surprised by his generosity, as that stuff isn't cheap. Someone else chimed in to encourage the students, saying that if they couldn't win after this, they'd be disgraced. Xiao Kai turned to leave, but not before telling Xuanyu and the others to come to his office later. Having a rich class president show off is actually a good thing. The sunlight shines on the tall buildings, illuminating the space. Appearing in the office, he and Vu was stunned. Our final exam is just assisting the Tang Sect with a mission. Xiao Kai decided to keep this a secret from the students. That's right. I don't know the specifics of the mission either. You're just helping the Tang Sect complete it. He was eager to know how the points were calculated. And Xiao Kai explained that the Tang Sect would evaluate their performance and give them a fair assessment. The schedule is so tight. He's stunned for 5 seconds. Departure is tomorrow. Xiao Kai is very concerned about the effectiveness of this test. Lan Xuanyu. As the leader of your group, the mission you're about to undertake has real significance and potential danger. All 7 of you must return to Shrek Academy unharmed. Xuanyu's face shows determination. Yes, I understand. Early the next morning, Xuanyu and his group of 7 are picked up by a Tang Sect vehicle. Through a special passage, they arrive at Shrek Academy's Space Travel Center, where a warship awaits, filling Qianlei with excitement. A warship! A warship! Someone emerges from the warship as Dangbo descends the stairs to greet the students. Sure enough, Han exuded an aura of knowledge as he greeted them. Hello. I'm Dangbo from the Dulo Tang Sect. You must be the newest junior disciples. Right, Xuanyu nodded slightly in response. Greetings. I'm Lan Xuanyu from the outer court. The others also introduce themselves, one by one. Han wastes no time and announces that they are welcome to this operation. From now on, he is the leader, and Xuanyu is the deputy. Let's board the warship. Xuanyu couldn't help but question reality. Was it really this simple? Dangbak urged the students to follow him onto the warship, telling them to get on board. He gazes around in wonder. Is this the inside of a warship, Senior Dang? Are you the only one from the Tang Sect? Dangbo hopes to become closer to Xuanyu, telling him to call him team leader instead of senior, as they're all brothers from now on, and to find a seat as they prepare for takeoff, adding that he's the only one here. Han is glad the students are with him, but Xuanyu thinks to himself, aren't you all here? This senior seems to have a very big heart. Everyone completes the simple preparations for takeoff. After equipping the necessary gear, Dangbak reminded everyone to buckle up. As they were about to take off, the warship soared into the sky, leaving a trail of white smoke below. It soared from Earth, gliding past the planets of the cosmos. As Han slowly spoke, all right, next is a 5-day journey. Even now, Xuanyu knows nothing of their destination. Team leader, what's the objective of this mission? Dangbo can only offer a brief explanation. As he doesn't have a clear picture of the situation himself, we're heading to another planet to rescue some Tang Sect members. Details to follow upon arrival. As we need to assess the situation, Han decided to instruct the students, starting with how to pilot the warship. Xuanyu seemed flustered, unsure of what to do. Direct practice already. The warship soars into space, gliding past planets in the solar system, and Meng Qin remembers Dangbo's instructions to change clothes first. Yu understands Han's worries. There's no other way. We need to conceal our identities. As our Shrek uniforms are too conspicuous, a voice echoes through the warship, reminding everyone to change into travel uniforms and head to the cockpit, so we can get used to piloting the warship. The students discussed in front of Meng Qin and Bai Shu. Directly piloting the warship, really, this captain is so arbitrary. But Dangbo remained calm in front of the complex system, with nothing to be nervous about. With the development of soul-guiding technology, piloting warships is now done through brainwaves connecting to the warship's mainframe, issuing simple commands to complete operations. Amidst the vast galaxy, the warship's path weaves like a wave. Xuanyu never imagined piloting a warship through the endless void would be so easy. The flight controls are far simpler than a starfighter. Dangbo's fairness is evident in his care for the students. Play enough, then switch, so everyone gets a turn. He watches their enthusiasm from behind. Piloting the warship is simple, but combat is relatively difficult and requires coordination. Dangbo took out a memory card, providing helpful knowledge for the students, containing detailed explanations of the warship. Study it thoroughly, and I'll go rest. Let's familiarize ourselves with the warship, taking turns controlling it. It seems Dang Bok just perfunctorily explained things before going to rest. As for Xuanyu, he doesn't care about things unrelated to studying. Nothing seems wrong. But he feels this team leader is a bit strange. We just need to be proactive. Don't forget, this is our assessment. After 3 days of flight, Dang Bok finally gathers everyone. Dang Bo calls a meeting to deliver important news. Listen closely. Everyone, we're about to enter a black hole and initiate a space jump. From the moment we jump, we're no longer safe. So be prepared. He finally reveals their destination after traversing the black hole. They'll arrive at the Sin planet. Painful memories flood Xuanyu's mind, the planet of Sin, the mastermind behind that incident. Now, Dangbo no longer wants to hide anything from the students. So I'll tell you. The planet of Sin is a special planet. The space it occupies is a unique, distorted dimension, accessible only through specific black holes. It not only boasts abundant resources, but also the potential to nurture god-level powerhouses containing elements absent, even on the Federation's administrative planets. He recounts the whole story with worry, explaining that various factions of the Federation have people lying in wait on the planet of Sin. Not long ago, some of our Tang Sect contacts were captured. Our mission is to rescue them, and you'll follow my plan to the letter. Tang Wulin emphasized the need for focus. But if the mission fails due to your negligence, Shrek Academy will take responsibility. Understood. Xuanyu was slightly startled, but readily agreed. Understanding that everything had been planned before the trip, their warship was registered with the Interstellar Pirate Alliance, so they would use that identity. We're 2 hours from the black hole. Prepare for entry. Outside, a dozen patrol ships, inspect and tax vessels passing through. The item Dangbo brought, a complex, cubic metal, was the toll for passing through the black hole, and the warship sped closer. Based on his experience, after paying the fee, the battleship would be allowed to enter the black hole, a flash of light across space, and it successfully passed through the black hole by paying the toll. The warship hovered outside their destination planet as Dangbo cryptically announced their arrival at the planet of Sin, warning it might not be what they expect. But Xuanyu was fixated on something else. He saw it for the first time. At this distance, this was the planet of Sin, though its inhabitants called it paradise. From the warship, Dangbo silently gazes at the planet, explaining to Xuanyu that Paradise Star is actually a god-tier layer, a true treasure in the universe that the Federation has always wanted to seize, so they must conceal their identities and infiltrate as members of the Comet Star pirate gang. Han wants his students to remember his instructions from now on. They can only refer to this planet as Paradise Star, a world of freedom, where strength is the only law. The power surging within him amazed Xuanyu. The air was so refreshing, filled with a rich, dense aura of life. The warship landed in a dense forest known as the Green Sea. As night fell, Deng Bo led them to find a place to rest. Following the rules of Heaven Planet, where all warships could only dock at Luhai, everyone had to walk towards the city, and no means of transportation were allowed. They had no choice but to walk towards the nearest city. Grabbing a bite to eat along the way, Bai Su, with his keen sense of nature, noticed the animals were normal, but wondered if there were any creatures similar to soul beasts. Of course, Deng Bo knew this place was safe, which is why he chose to rest in the forest. There aren't any here, but there are probably similar ones. Since Heaven has a spirit transmission tower branch, Xuanyu also wondered if the Federation allowed a spirit transmission tower branch here, his voice echoing through the mountains and forests. But that's just how things are. Suddenly, an agent pointed a gun at Deng Bo, asking who authorized them to light a fire. He tossed a cube towards the agent, saying they would put it out immediately and asking to be excused. He then explained to the group that it was fine. They just wanted to cause trouble for profit, and giving them some rare metals would suffice, as rare metals were the currency here. Before a vast area, Deng Bo confirmed their next location, saying, "Look, that's our destination, Blackhorn City." Under the cloak of night, Xuanyu gazed at the bright moon. Before entering Blackhorn City, they listened to his instructions. Stay alert. There are many surveillance devices here. We'll enter by touching the edges, though it's night. The streets are bustling with activity, and Xuanyu gazes around with curiosity, spotting many aliens. Knowing the student's curiosity, Deng Bo quickly advised, "Don't target any creatures. Most aliens don't understand our customs. Let's find a quiet hotel to rest, then proceed with our mission." The hotel they chose had a simple sign. Deng Bo quickly departed, saying he had to report something and would contact their people. "You guys rest at the hotel first. Xuanyu answers on your behalf, but remains silent in the room." Lan Xuanyu gathers his teammates, and a worried classmate asks Han what's wrong, but he stays quiet. Suspicion flickers in his eyes as he voices his unease. Something's felt off from the start. The team leader didn't discuss a rescue plan, only the marketplace. His analysis leaves Lu Feng utterly bewildered. Something does seem amiss. Suddenly, Xuanyu's wrist device chimes, announcing a voice message. "The final exam begins survival and escape. You have 10 days to return to the mother planet on your own. Exceeding the time limit results in failure, and the fairy room only lasts for 1 day. The city uses lights of all colors to illuminate the night." He didn't react at all. As the morning light streamed through the glass, after a moment, he slowly understood survival and escape. It's difficult, but there are clues to be found. Based on the leader's intel, precious metals are the currency here, and I have plenty. So let's exchange some first. But the main thing is escape. Perhaps Xuanyu has found a solution. The Spirit Ascension platform here is a great option. We can hitch a ride on their warship back to the Mother Star. This is what we need to do next. Diekwo was as excited as a child. "Okay, boss. You're reliable." Xuanyu heads down a deserted corridor, intending to ask the hotel receptionist where he can exchange his precious metals for local currency. He politely greets the receptionist. "I'd like to ask where I can exchange precious metals for Heavenly Paradise currency." Black Lament's loss contrasts sharply with his friendliness. "Kid, just trade with me. Hand over all your rare metals." He reached out with his prosthetic arm to grab him, but Hyunwoo seemed to understand everything. "Ah, I see." Xuanyu gripped Heilin's wrist as a light flashed before his eyes. Heilin smiled, praising Xuanyu's power, but was then sent spinning into the air. In the blink of an eye, he slams Blackwood to the ground, the force of his knee driving upward, causing him to cough up blood. The sharp shard of ice neared Heilin's eye. He screamed in terror, but when he opened his eyes, Xuanyu had already made it vanish. He glared at Blacklane with icy eyes, Still want to be my father. Why bother? Can you answer my question now? His attitude completely changed. Gone was the arrogant demeanor from before. You can exchange them here. 1 kilogram of rare metal is worth 20 heavenly merits. Xuanyu threw the rare metal on the table and made his request exchange it for 100 heavenly merits. The sight of the treasure lit up Helin's eyes, a spatial soul tool. Quite valuable indeed. He only wanted information, the location of the Blackhorn City Spirit Transfer Pagoda. The exact location. The man stammered. East of the city. Xuanyu nodded slightly. Exposing Helin was easy. But the mental damage cost 10 heaven coins. Did he really think he could take advantage of him so easily? He stammered, unsure how to respond. And another receptionist, thinking that Xuanyu was bullying Helin, snapped, "Hey, kid, do you know whose territory this is?" Faced with the threat, a wisp of red smoke escaped from his eyes. An immense energy was unleashed. A bloodline aura. A mental suppression. The receptionists all wore shocked expressions, unable to speak, leading Xuanyu to understand that only by displaying his power could he deter those who sought to target him. A group quickly leaves the hotel, heading towards the Spirit Transfer Tower, as colorful lights illuminate the city. Though he knew it already, Xuanyu is still surprised by the prominent Spirit Transfer Tower, and Qianlei carefully explains that they must split up to gather information once inside. Inside the Spirit Transfer Pagoda, amidst the chaos, Xuanyu finds an empty reception desk and seeks out Li Chao for more information. Asking how these soul spirits are collected, she patiently guides Xuanyu, explaining that he can find any soul master and extract a soul spirit upon their death. With the price depending on its quality, it seems he hasn't looked into this at all. Is that really okay? Can anything be collected? Li Chao doesn't know how to explain it to him. Xuanyu was immediately captivated by her beauty. Such a handsome young man. Despite her displeasure, Li Chao answered, "Yes, we take them all. But the price varies depending on the quality." "Why do you ask?" Xuanyu lowered his voice, clarifying to avoid misunderstanding. "I was just asking. I also wanted to know if there are any spaceships to Duluo continent." Li Chao hesitated. "Huh, you want to go to Duluo continent? What would a small pirate like you do there?" Xuanvu, struggling for an excuse, quickly concocts a story his parents were captured by the Duluo Federation, and he intends to rescue them. Li Chao froze, her face a mask of confusion as she glanced around. Li Chao seized upon his excuse, pulling him inside, then angrily scolded him. "Are you crazy?" Saying that here, Zing here strong reaction. Xuanyu was puzzled. Why couldn't he say it? Li Chao had witnessed similar things and advised him, saying there were many situations like his in paradise. But he shouldn't even think about rescuing his parents. He couldn't save them. "You're determined to complete your mission. And I don't care what it takes, I want to save them." No wonder she tried to stop him. It turns out Lai Q also sympathizes with his desire to rescue those on the warship. Xuanyu was secretly pleased that he'd inadvertently hit on a key point. He just made up a reason. But it fit perfectly. Amidst the colorful lights of the street, Xuanyu shared with his friends that she had tried to dissuade him for a long time, telling him not to go. "She finally told me as I was leaving that their Spirit Transfer Tower warship wouldn't return from the Mother Star for 15 days. Little did they know, Enhuai had such a bold idea to steal a pirate ship and sail it back." Wuge quickly tried to stop the reckless plan, saying it was too dangerous, and the pirate ship would be attacked by the Federation. Even Bai Shu was worried. This was indeed risky, alerting the pirates on Paradise Star. And we only know how to pilot the Tang Sect scout ship. After a moment of silence, Xuanyu suggested taking something from an acquaintance. If robbing pirates is out, what about robbing the Tang Sect? He was so stunned, his jaw dropped. And his eyes were full of confidence, as if to affirm, if we could get our hands on the Tang Sect's exploration ship, in Dangbo's hands. So, isn't that all the problems solved? Lu Feng doesn't know what to do. But how do we find him? It seems Xuanyu has already planned the ship heist. Here's what we'll do. Hearing this, the student's faces brightened. He truly was experienced in skill enhancement. All right, let's go. Discussion alone won't do. Let's buy new equipment and arm ourselves first. Xuanyu lets Qianlei release Jin Pengzi to accompany them, ensuring no one dares cause trouble along the way. They arrive at the largest equipment shop, one Xuanyu knows well, the Great Xia equipment shop. As soon as he arrived, Simon demanded an exorbitant entrance fee, claiming it was a heaven's decree. Xuanyu refused the unreasonable request, asking what if he didn't pay. The man gritted his teeth, annoyed, and said, "If you don't pay, then give it to me." He stepped aside, allowing Kim Ban to deliver a punch, sending Tu Mon flying. Hyun Woo stood his ground and won, thanks to Kim Pan's help. And with the guards failing to stop them, they all entered the equipment shop. The group entered unimpeded, and he marveled at the shop's neat display of formidable metal equipment. Cao Xiong warmly greets the customers, asking what they'd like to buy, but Xuanyu cuts to the chase, asking if he has anything good, and not to try and fob them off with ordinary goods. The old man raised an eyebrow, but his introduction was powerful. "Good sir, we never lack good items, but whether you can buy them is another matter." He smiled calmly. "Based on this, is it enough?" It turned out that Xuanyu had placed a huge piece of metal in front of Cao Xiong. Feeling more at ease, he asked them to wait a moment, then left with a staff member. He immediately recognized Xuanyu's abilities, and knowing he was a distinguished soul master, he brought out some of his finest soul tools for consideration, a soul tool comparable to battle armor. Its name awaits its future master, and it can purify, compress, and release soul power bullets. It can withstand soul power attacks from a 7-ringed soul sage, and its greatest strength is amplifying bloodline power. Xuanyu eyed the gun in his hand, a soul-guided weapon that could amplify bloodline power. He was allowed to test its might. 10 days outside would reveal its true potential. He closes one eye to focus on his target, raising the gun to the sky, ready to fire. The power soared and plunged right in front of him, leaving even Cao Xiong stunned by the display of strength. As the spiritual energy soared, the white-haired student looked on in awe, wondering what that incredibly potent force was. Xuanyu's aura terrified everyone. He realizes a method to maximize his power, merging the golden bloodline force in his right hand into the attack, compressing and releasing simultaneously. He can strike from such a distance. Could this fusion process be done within his body? Cao Xiong clarifies to avoid misunderstandings, praising Xuanyu's strength, but reveals that the gun will bind to the user's bloodline, making it uniquely his. He couldn't have guessed Cao Xiong would be so cunning. Was this forced buying? Xuanyu questioned Cao Xiong. Linked. This is clearly forced. Do you only have one of these guns? He remained confident, explaining that there were 2 guns, a pair, and that he could test them out now. And so, as Cao Xiong suggested, he raised the gun and fired a powerful shot. He was quite surprised. Just infusing it with fire element gave it such power, and it felt like infusing more elements wasn't impossible. The old man, a true professional, couldn't stop praising him, saying the young man's martial soul was too heaven-defying. These guns are like they were tailor-made for you, and will even throw in a free holster. Seeing this, Xuanyu nodded in agreement. Okay, let's see what else you have. Under the staff's guidance, Lan Xuanyu surveys several soul tools, but things come to a halt when he asks if they have any battle armor for sale. Cao Xiong shrugged slightly and replied, "Warships, we don't have those." He then explained that warships were strategic items, and only the Lord's mansion was authorized to sell them. Hearing this, he turned to leave. "Oh well, let's go to the Lord's manor then." But the old man suddenly stopped him. "Esteemed guest, please wait. You must pay first." This leaves Hyunwoo bewildered. They never said they were buying it. The old man's face hardens, saying they've already tried it on, so they have to buy it. His attitude tenses as he accuses them of forced sales. As Cao Xiong commands, countless guards emerge to block their path, demanding payment before they can leave. Liao Feng cautioned him, saying it was too soon to act. Then, someone brazenly brandished a gun, an act of utter dominance. Xianyu remained unfazed, even smiling with amusement. "Is that so?" He then unleashed his power, declaring, "Then let's see if you can even touch us." Cao Xiong is shocked. "What? You guys don't want to live anymore. Just then, Yunhui quickly uses the Eye of Reincarnation. Cao Xiong's face grew even more panicked at the unexpected blow. And a split second later, lightning bolts fired with incredible speed. This move swiftly eliminates the bodyguards. And with a blink, all the enhanced individuals in the shop are dealt with. Yet, the old man clicks his tongue and sighs. In that instant, Cao Xiong unleashed his power, declaring they'd made a grave mistake. Hyunwoo drew his gun in response, suggesting they take their squabble outside. But then, a shot pierced right through his body. Cao Xiong, still alive, snarled, "Don't break anything in my shop." Qianlei raises his gun with glee. "Try this on for size. See if you can dodge it." The unpredictable situation barely gives the old man time to flinch. Then, he fires a massive energy blast with devastating power. Cao Xiong is furious, revealing his true demonic form, and curses him. He's forced to block the giant spirit bullet head-on. Does he want to destroy his shop? He curls his body around the cotton ball, compressing it. He then immediately hurled it into the sky. And upon release, the cotton ball detonated in a milky explosion. Xuanyu recognized the technique immediately, the devilish martial soul. As the dust settled, his figure reappeared. It was Xie Huyu. Cao Xiong's eyes turned bloodshot like a wild beast, and he roared, "You want to die," daring to fire cannons. Then, blood vessels began to bulge in his eyes, and his face contorted hideously as Cao Xiong's true form, overflowing with rage, advanced to kill them. They were completely caught off guard. Battle armor. A two-word battle armor master. Xuanyu quickly directed everyone. "Hurry. Take advantage of the time. Everyone prepare yourselves." Sensing their intentions, the air around him grew even more bloodthirsty as he vowed they wouldn't escape. A glint flashed in Baizu's eyes as she unleashed dark blue gaze, temporarily dispelling the evil fox teacher's power. Seizing the moment, he rallied. "Everyone, let's go." Unbeknownst to them, the fight attracted passers-by. "What's going on at the Great Gold Bank? It feels so lively." The crowd murmurs in disbelief. Someone actually dared to provoke that shop in Haoju City. Dangbo, hiding in an alley, grumbles and clicks his tongue in annoyance. Soon, Qianlei joins the battle himself, summoning the Golden Fatty, while others add their skills. Unleashing the divine light of the five elements, Liao Feng carefully summons the White Dragon. Xuanwu then creates a dragon's roar, lunging toward their opponent. Each blow finds its mark, and with a united front, they unleash their ultimate techniques, completely subduing the manager. Qianlei's divine beast takes the initiative, catching their opponent off guard. The synergy between these children is unexpectedly sharp, but he reacted quickly, noticing him and leaping high into the air to evade. Xuanyu's gun is charged with even more energy as he focuses on his target and unleashes a barrage of shots. The struggling evil tyrant couldn't help but notice, as a barrage of bullets exploded around him, suppressing his 7th level cultivation and rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, more and more civilians gathered outside the great blacksmith shop, whispering amongst themselves, some unable to hide their admiration. Xuanyu cautiously turned to check. The impact was spreading, but it wasn't enough. His gunshots continued to ring out with small explosions. More was needed. He hastily told Qianlei, "Fatty, don't wreck all the equipment in the shop. Just toss it over to me." He heard and rushed off nimbly. "Got it." And so, a multitude of items were unearthed, as Qianlei hurled piece after piece of expensive equipment out of the shop, which Xuanyu swiftly collected into his soul blade storage space. His ears precisely catching each item, the ring on his hand flashed his ring of destiny. With 10,000 square meters of storage space, while collecting loot, Xuanyu's keen senses detected something. He glanced up to see a towering figure. And that was enough. When Yanhe landed, his weight created a violent tremor. His body rippled with muscle, one arm adorned with vicious-looking spikes. As Qianlei immediately commanded his soul beast to attack, his fingers clenched into a fist, and he threw it forward, but unexpectedly, the giant responded with a punch of his own. What's more, he's strong enough to throw off the spirit beast's arm, which catches his attention. Golden Tablet is at a disadvantage. This seven-ringed spirit master is stronger than the last one. Qianlei, realizing the situation, quickly shouted, Jin Bantu, get back. Then, a blinding light flashed across the space. He merges with his soul beast and confidently provokes him. Come on. The man coldly scoffs in disdain. You little brat. A sinister smile creeps across his face as two massive mechs rise from the ground. Baishu stammers in confusion. Mechs from all sides. Even behind us, 4 in total. Despite the sudden turn of events, Xuanyu's eyes remain calm. He urgently calls out to attract their attention. Shu. Meng Qin. Bao Feng Tuet. Liao Feng quickly rushes over there. Hui and Liao Feng assist Bantu. Vu Kesh. You deal with the mechs with me. As he spoke, he unleashed his power, taking on 2 mechs at once, and together, they created a massive whirlwind in the city. The sight stunned the civilians. This blizzard is too strong. Fall back. Fall back. Don't get caught in it. The mechs suffered damage from the wind. These kids are crazy. They still want to fight. Not only did they start a war with the Big Black Crow boss, but they also want to take on the 4 mechs. Contrary to their expectations, Hyun Woo is ready for battle, while Wugak raises his hand. Summoning flames, they cannot win. The combined power obliterates the giant mechs, leaving the crowd in stunned disbelief. Before them lay only scraps of metal. What magic did they use to destroy the mecha so quickly? But it wasn't over yet. Qianlei's avatar was sent flying. Xuanyu immediately noticed the commotion and turned around, struggling against his overwhelming opponent. Boss. This guy is too much to handle. His rage ignites the flames around him. He vows to make the mech squad pay. His fingers clench into a fist as he gathers energy. That sight caused Qianlei to cry out in fear. Everyone, be careful. His flames are not simple. Just as he said, he burst forth with a powerful stream of energy. The dire situation forces Xuanyu to step in, casting spells under his breath. Dragon God Transformation. Heavenly Saint Splitting Abyss Strike. Full power unleashed. He focuses his strength, then grits his teeth and hurls the spear at his opponent. 2 different dimensions collided in the middle of the path. As soon as the words left his lips, the blade pierced through him. It continued to fly at breakneck speed, until peace returned perfectly to Xuanyu's embrace, while Hai Xiong's actions left Renhe in shock. Still not noticing his ruined arm, the onlookers were stunned, barely able to breathe, and only after a moment did they slowly voice their disbelief that mere teenagers could possess such power. Despite the crowd's cheers, his eyes remained fixed on his opponent, acknowledging their strength. Enraged by the outcome, he threw a tantrum, demanding to know who they were and why they were trying to ruin his shop. His harsh words provoked an immediate retort. Your great hammer equipment shop forces people to buy. Are we not allowed to resist? The tense atmosphere was broken by a panicked voice. This is bad. Look, the city lord's mansion has sent mechs. Looking at the scene before him, Xuanyu chuckled to himself. It seems his goal had been achieved. Meanwhile, Renhe, still unaware of how outmatched he was, stubbornly refused to let it go, demanding they call out their elders, or none of them would be leaving. The commotion prompted the shop owner to pull out a hidden weapon, saying, "We'll see who's not going anywhere." The large gun quickly forced him to raise his hands in fear. Are you crazy? But before he could say another word, Hianvu teleports his teammates away with a single command, leaving he furious and screaming, "Where do you think you're going?" But as he turns, a look of terror washes over his face. Remembering the blinding attack from before, Renhe frantically fled from its surprise attack, fueling his rage as he spat out, "You gotta scare me, you little bastard." His angry roar carried on the wind to Xuanyu's group. Don't even think about escaping. After a while, Qianlei anxiously asked for instructions. What do we do next? Yet, showing no fear, he began analyzing the situation. 3 black mechs were approaching, and capture would be disastrous. His mind racing with possibilities, he quickly ordered an escape. Turn left. A stray thought crosses his mind. They finally arrived, prompting him to order everyone to change course. Heading left. All swiftly comply, like seasoned soldiers. At the end of the alley, Akara wait, prompting Xuanyu to quicken his pace and urge everyone to get in. Inside the vehicle, team leader Dang Bok slowly surveyed his comrades, observing their opponents. An agent reported in, and Dang Bak frowned, waiting for Hyunwoo to settle in, the tense atmosphere causing him no small amount of anxiety. Once everyone was inside, Dang Bak activated the hidden shield and merged into traffic, eventually driving the car safely across the large bridge. Are we any different from them? I can't believe you're giving him that pitiful look. I understand. Captain, I won't act rashly like this again. Xuanyu remorsefully admits their lack of foresight, blaming their impulsive actions on the exam's difficulty. Dang Bei emphasizes that this is to temper your minds. In reality, if you can just spend 5 peaceful days, I'll take you back. Xuanyu asks in surprise. Then what about our exam results? He clarified that he would report their performance to the academy for evaluation. The sunlight grew brighter, piercing through the trees. They stopped in front of a rather large house, and Dang Bak led them inside, introducing it as the Tang Sect's safe house, where they would rest for a day to avoid the heat. Xuanyu was curious. Captain, are you the only one here? We're not being followed, are we? He slowly walked into the room. I'm the only one here for now. And like our vehicle, this place has a security system. He then sat down, saying that once they drove out of the city and into the jungle, no one would be able to follow them. Then, Xuanyu approached him casually. Right. Captain, we made a special discovery at the equipment shop today. Dang Bak was curious. What discovery? He leaned closer to the other man's hand. It's like this. We saw, before he could react, he summoned the golden dragon roar to attack, leaving Dang Bak wide-eyed and speechless in shock. Then, 2 hands reached out while he was distracted, and Wu touched Dang Bak's head, unleashing the bloodline suppression. Hui immediately throws a hexagonal object, which emits a radiant light and unleashes its power. The light surrounding Dang Bak's body further restrained him, and he struggled helplessly, his soul force completely suppressed. You little bastards. Dang Bei questions them. What are you doing? One of them speaks up. Captain, we apologize for the misunderstanding. We'll formally apologize when we return. Still reeling, Dang Bak hears Xuanyu reveal his suspicions. I saw you signal the bald guy. I suspect you're a spy for Planet of the Wicked. His reaction is even more surprising. You argue. If not, you would have appeared as soon as we had a conflict. Most importantly, we have to pass the test, or we'll face elimination. Those words stunned him. He must know how fierce the competition is at Shrek Academy. So we absolutely won't give up. We need to borrow the reconnaissance ship to return. Dang Bei finally understood. So that's how it was. Still, he tried to defend himself, saying it was all a big misunderstanding, and that he had been secretly protecting them all along. Xuanyu replied, grateful for his assistance. But he hesitated, adding that he still doubted the truth of his words, and for the safety of his team, he had to restrain him. In the end, Dang Bak could only sigh. Admitting defeat, he touched the green lump on his head, wondering how much it cost. He nodded. Not cheap, but I heard it can strengthen soul masters below the Duluo rank, so I gritted my teeth and bought it. With that, Xuanyu personally stood guard over him, and everyone rested for the day as planned. Their next move was set for the second night, driving away from the city, escaping the forest, and reaching the great city wall without encountering any checkpoints. Soon, a large mech appeared before them, and they smoothly returned to the Tang Sect's main battleship. Along the way, Deng Bo spoke up. Xuanyu, is there a problem you've considered? He probed. What if I don't grant you access to the warship? After the way you've treated me, I could report you. Aren't you afraid we'll attack you? His lips curled up. Unafraid. I'm a Tang Sect member. You won't be able to explain yourselves when you return. That left him speechless, while Xuanyu interjected. Senior. He winked, signaling for the captain to rest, chuckling softly. Then, the blue silver grass appeared in his hand. Captain, rest assured, we wouldn't dare strike a Tang Sect senior. In the still of the night, only Deng Bo's laughter echoed. Stop. Please. I'll tell you. The blue-silver grass relentlessly tickled the soles of his feet. You brats. Stop it. Stop. He was tickled to tears. Finally relenting. I'll give it. I'll give it to you, Xuan. Yu happily withdrew his hand. See? Wasn't that better? Why make things difficult? Deng Bo grumbled. Feeling wronged? So? According to you, it's my fault. He was met with Xuanyu's carefree laughter. Isn't it? His anger ignited. You bastard. A moment later, the Tang Sect's ship soared into the sky. It quickly pierced the clouds and reached the outer reaches of space. Inside the ship, silence reigned as Deng Bo stood still. Lost in thought, he thought to himself, tit for tat. These little devils are quite capable. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was focused in the pilot's seat, operating everything perfectly. He suddenly asked, Captain, is there anything to watch out for when crossing the wormhole? He immediately replied, mainly mental strength. But yours has reached 4. Ling ling ling. He casually bragged. Over 4. Ling ling ling. So there shouldn't be any problems. Right. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wondered what kind of monster he was dealing with. The wormhole, many times larger than the ship, now looms before them, crackling with energy as they enter. He focuses on manipulating energy around himself, allowing Xuanyu to use his powerful mental strength, and the ship successfully passes through, perfectly traversing the wormhole route. He happily exclaimed with the others, relieved that they had made it through. But then, a red alert blared. Attention. Ship. Immediately halt and prepare for boarding and inspection. The crew is stunned, and an irritated Xuanyu turns to the captain, demanding to know what's happening. He feigns ignorance, suggesting their wanted status is the cause, and offers to negotiate. Seeing an opportunity to regain control, Hyunwoo paused to consider this, as the man secretly gloated, thinking they only wanted a bribe to scare him. But Hyunwoo put on his device and ordered, open all the protective shields. Maximum power. Full speed ahead. We're breaking through. That scared him pale, and he prepared to cloak. While the ship accelerated to maximum speed and burst out of there, he seriously takes control of the battle, locking on and launching antimatter missiles. Several enemy ships are struck by his missiles and explode. The sound was deafening as their ship weaved and dodged, and Bukdong, in shock, couldn't help but exclaim, Are you crazy? He exclaimed in a panic, saying they could have just run away. But now they've made enemies. He replied in surprise, You didn't say that. How can we escape without attacking? The red ships swarm like ants. We're surrounded. But Hyunwoo calmly grips the controls, deciding to face them head-on. The ship turns to face forward. Everyone, hold on tight. In a frenzy of combat, he easily tears through the enemy, as Hyunwoo demonstrates piloting skills that rank in the top 1%, pushing the limits of combat. The Northern Alliance members inside are dragged along, consumed by despair, while outside, only the ship's rapid flight and evasive maneuvers are visible. They pierce through the gap once more, arriving in another space. 10 minutes later, the chase finally ended. Boss, can I go throw up in the back now? I want that too. They shook off the enemy and escaped. Xuanyu, on the other hand, was more proud than scared of being hurt. Dangbei trembled with rage. You little brat. He immediately activated his skill. A silencing spell is cast, and he casually adds that it also prevents speech. Menchin waved goodbye, telling the captain to rest, as they'd be home soon. Meanwhile, Dangbak cursed them 1,000 times over in his mind. After that, he and Vu personally took him away, saying, Rest well. Captain, we'll release you when we get back. The ship continues its smooth flight, and we'll be back at the Mother Star in 6 hours. He also smirked confidently, finally about to deal with the aftermath. And a sunny afternoon at the Shrek Academy was different, so peaceful. Even Hong, enjoying her tea, can't help but marvel at the tranquility. A rare treat with that troublemaker gone. But just as he savored his tea, the communicator blared, piquing Luo Hong's curiosity. Whose message could it be? The sender's name made him jolt in disbelief. What? The teacup falls from his hand and shatters, revealing his utter shock. He greets the dean. I'm Lan Xuanyu. We've escaped and returned from the simulation, completing the test. But for the sake of the dean's test, we had to do some wrong things. Dang Bo will tell you the specifics. He's waiting for you in front of the academy's lecture hall. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, rushing off even faster. They're back. The final words, along with the removal of the silencing spell, only fueled her anxiety. Something was terribly wrong. The timing was off, and she couldn't reach them. The familiar figure was unmistakable. It was indeed Dang Bak. Could something have happened? Lok Hong rushed over, anxiously questioning him about the children's safety. Where are they? What happened to Hien Vu and the others? Dang Bak struggled to speak, but no words came out. Then, realizing the problem, Hong unlocked Bak's binding spell. As soon as he regained control of his body, he gasped for breath, only for Dang Bak to utter the devastating news: the damned brats are all dead in outer space. Those words struck deep into Luo Hong's heart, filling his brown eyes with horror. What did you say? What did you agree to with me? Those kids were the pride of our academy. He feared being taken advantage of, but still tried to defend himself. Hey, put me down, headmaster. Are you even listening to me? Threatened with his life, Dang Bak had no choice but to bitterly admit, they turned me into this. I was just speaking in anger. Then, he fainted, leaving everyone speechless. Afterward, she took Dang Bak back to the office, where he recounted everything to Luo Hong. And soon after, Dong Zhenhua was summoned. He doubted the truth of what he'd heard, wondering if Dang Bak had been demoted. Dang Bak, filled with indignation, retorted, would I make up something so shameful, Dean? Don't bother looking for me again. It was only then that La Hong dared to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, that scared me to death, but they didn't make any big mistakes. So why don't they dare to come back? Dang Bak exclaimed in shock. What, no big mistakes? They made such a mess. Are you not going to punish them? Zhenghua smirks, glossing over the mistakes of the Xuanwu group, saying it's all because of the final exam, a test they failed miserably. Much to his dismay. Do as you please. I'm going back. Don't come looking for me for help anymore. After Dang Bo completely disappeared, Zhenhua turned to Luo Hong for her opinion, asking, what do you think? She wanted to use force to restrain them, but I think we should wait until we can spank them. Suddenly, Dang Bo returned, angrily demanding, that's right. The warship. Our Tang Sect's warship. As expected, the warship's docking bay is completely empty, prompting even Luo Hong to exclaim, how could this be? The ground's been vaporized. How could they take the warship? Zhenhua bluntly reminds her, have you forgotten you wouldn't listen to their explanation and immediately lost your temper? Elder Shu has already entrusted those destinies to that kid. Her helpless cry echoed through the clouds. No, they actually did it. But the sound couldn't reach the subway, where Xuanyu and his friends were traveling. Golden sunlight streamed through the train as it sped onward. And inside, Xuanyu gazed at Bai Shu's sleeping face. He glanced out the train window, sensing something, then back at her radiant face in the evening sun, and couldn't help but smile gently. Rarely able to relax beside his loved one, he gently leaned his head against Bai Shu and drifted off into a long dream. This beautiful scene etched in the golden sunlight, and the destination of their journey is the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. They've come to see someone. After some travel, Mingdu comes into view, and Xuanyu and Bai Shu arrive together at the Sun Moon Royal Academy. We're here, looking at the vast campus. Bai Shu wondered how they would find Nana without being able to use soul tools to send a message. Xuanyu confidently gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. I have a way. The boy pointed to his Shrek Academy uniform and said, Guard, we're first-year students from the outer court of Shrek Academy. We want to challenge your students. Please inform your school leaders. Do you recognize this uniform? The school guard immediately complied. Shrek Academy. I'll contact the faculty office right away. The director of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's faculty office arrived promptly. They were led to the teaching office, and a 2-on-10 practice match was arranged. I'll take care of the procedures. and I'll make the arrangements. Please, rest for now. Bai Shu was still worried. But how would they find? Lan Xuanyu smiled brightly and replied, Isn't it easy? When we fight, we'll launch a big attack, and Nana will immediately sense us. Soon after, the door slowly opened, revealing a familiar figure they had been searching for. Like an angel, Yue Na appears, and Xuanyu can't hide the joy on his face. While Bai Shu's anxiety fades into excitement, the girl rushed to hug Yue Na, who greeted them warmly. You've both grown so much. What brings you here? Xuanyu excitedly explained. We're on break and wanted to visit you. We couldn't use communication devices, so we made up a challenge, and the head instructor brought us in. Gietna gently replies that she sensed their presence and came at once. Noticing that they seemed a little tired, as Le Shen entered, he asked, Nana, what are you doing here? Yue Na calmly explained. They came looking for me, saying the challenge was just to get into the academy. Now that they've found me, they don't need to challenge anyone. This sudden decision shocks Lei then, who protests that she already has appointments with the students and can't just cancel them. Hearing this, she decided to postpone the challenge. 10 days should give them time to rest. Lei then strongly objected. Nana, this concerns the academy's reputation, with a menacing glint in her eyes. Nguyen declares that the challenge is off. They are her students, and she will take responsibility. The vice principal is instantly silenced. Nana calmly turned and left, calling to Xuanyu and Bai Shu to follow, leaving the instructor frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. She was a god-ranked powerhouse. The Legad panicked, needing to report to the dean immediately. The arrival of Hian Vu and Bak Tu caused a stir throughout the academy. The three of them were so beautiful and seemed to be students from another academy. This sparked countless questions. Why were students from the Star Destroyer Academy at their school? Suddenly, someone approached Yue Na. Nana. Hello. Tiandai politely expresses. Nana, don't you remember me? We met the day you arrived at our academy. Yue Na bluntly refuses. No. But instead of anger, he persisted. Let's get acquainted again. My name is Lin Tiandai, and I'm the head of class 254. He smiled and reached out his hand, wanting to make friends, but Nana coldly brushed him off, saying she had things to do. Tiandai was stunned. In his eyes, this was probably love. As Nuyet Na's figure recedes, she remains dazzling. Hian Vu, curious, asks if that man is a suitor, only to be scolded for being too young to understand such things. Without hesitation, Xuanyu declares, of course he knows. Nana is so beautiful. She must have many admirers. Seeing this, Bai Shu follows up, asking if Nana has ever had a boyfriend. Nana replied frankly, I think I did, but I don't remember anything anymore. This is Nana's staff dormitory. Just as Nana predicted, the two were exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they relaxed. She secretly assessed them, noting that while they weren't lacking in spiritual power or physical strength, their inner consciousness was extremely fatigued. Suddenly, a noticeable change flickered in Nugiet Na's eyes. It was the Demon Queen's arrival. She bowed before her lord, and the soul spirit of Ditian from Huyan Vu spoke urgently. Ditian greets his lord, begging forgiveness for being unable to take human form. Nana asks in surprise, Who are you, spirits? Ditian is shocked but respectfully asks, Master, don't you recognize me? Yue Na calmly replies, You seem familiar, but I can't remember. Who do you think I am? The Demon Queen, visibly shocked and confused, asked, My lord, have you lost your memories? The flames, hearing this, fell silent and hovered in place, unable to get an answer. The Demon Queen was at a loss for words. But suddenly, the flames spoke up. Master, you were once the lord of our soul beast lineage. As its voice echoed, the Demon Queen and Yuana turned to face it. The voice continuing, The Demon Queen and I are both 10,000-year-old soul beasts, and we chose these two children as hosts because our lifespans were nearing their end. It recounted everything in detail, saying he disappeared 1,000 years ago, and they never expected to see him again. Yuan frowned, staring at it, and asked. Yuan said, I'm also a soul beast. To which it quickly replied, No, you've long since transcended that. Luna's eyes widened with surprise and confusion as it continued. You are a god, the great silver dragon, who once led us in resisting human oppression, avenging the humans who seized our homeland. Luna sank into thought. I am an enemy of humanity, but now spirit beasts have their own space to live. The flame responded, saying, Indeed, it is the result of your efforts we and humanity reached an accord. Its words resonated with Yuena, her eyes growing distant. But you were severely wounded and disappeared. I never imagined we'd meet again. Then her brows furrowed as Nguyen Na pondered. Something's not right. There's more. Her mind raced. Afin image à pire. Something important was missing. Then, a blinding light appeared as she was about to remember something I ignored. It ended with the clanging of metal, shrouded in darkness. Her eyes narrowed as a dizzying sensation overwhelmed her. Seeing this, the demon queen rushed over, asking with concern, My lord, what's wrong? Luna hesitated, glancing at the demon queen, her tone calm but firm. Don't call me master anymore. I'm no longer your master. Trying to remember is just too painful. Her eyes drifted as memories surfaced, and Nguyen Na softly spoke. I just want to be normal, to be with the children. You should all just be their guardian spirits. Before her are Bai, Shu, and Xuanyu, still fast asleep in their rocking chairs, as the demons and the demon queen obey her words. Understood. Master, we follow your will. After a moment, Nguyen Na stood there, pondering those words. The Silver Dragon King. She closed her eyes, searching her thoughts. I harbor no more hatred, no more memories. I am just Nana. The house stood peacefully, but thoughts still swirled in her head. What was this Silver Dragon King business? And what did it have to do with her? Cut to the next day, with gentle sunlight filling the space. The next day, Xuanyu and Bai Shu happily went out together. She sipped her drink while he enjoyed a pastry. And their vacation with Nana began. Nana took them to a clothing store, where Bai Shu casually picked out a pretty dress. Hianvu seems to really like the style, as it suits Bok Tu perfectly. They enjoy delicious food and go shopping together. Then, in a beautiful scene, as the waterfall cascades down, the three figures frolic, travel everywhere, and enjoy the beautiful scenery. In a more familiar place, Xuanyu lies in bed under Yuena's care, drifting to sleep as Nana gently pats him, like a normal child. Suddenly, Xuanyu looks up at Yuena, curiously asking, Nana, why do we have to cultivate? Isn't living like normal people fun? Gently, Yuena replies that he had said he wanted to protect someone, which he confirms. Asking about her, she strokes his head as he happily closes his eyes, and softly says she doesn't remember why before, but now it's to protect them. With an unreadable look, Yuena gazed at his sleeping form, whispering to herself, It doesn't matter if you train or become strong. I will protect you both. Outside, the night was falling, dark and obscure. As the sky brightened, Bai Shu sternly pointed at him and ordered, No, you've slacked off for a week. You absolutely must cultivate tonight. While Yuena quietly watched, the two of them bickered, and Xuanyu loudly accused, You're just jealous of me. Without hesitation, Bai Shu replied, Yes, and who told you to monopolize Nana every day? Plus, school is about to start. Finally, Xuanyu turned away, sighing with displeasure. Fine, I'll listen to you. Let's start meditating. And so, they began to meditate, one on the bed, one on the floor, legs crossed, spine straight, diligently cultivating. After a week of rest, they meditated once more. A soft blue light emanated from him, eyes closed, quickly entering a state of tranquility. Despite the energy swirling around him, ruffling his hair, Xuanyu calmly cultivates, entering a deep meditative state. Then, a figure ablaze with power hovers in the vast sky. Back in his room, Yuan Na walks in to find the power surrounding Xuanyu. and she stares at him in disbelief. Behind Xuanyu, a vision of two dragons entwined unfolds as he cultivates. Oblivious. Upon being summoned, the energy from the twin spirits erupts violently. The sight made Yuan Na frown as she cast a spell, immediately expanding a defensive barrier to isolate the immense energy fluctuations emanating from Xuanyu. Thanks to that protection, the twin spirits eagerly unleashed their power above their master. While Bai Shu entered such a deep meditative state that he was unaware of the energy erupting around him, a surge of purple energy clung to her face, drawing Nana's attention. She couldn't help but sigh, noting that they had both grown quite a bit. The spirit ball floating above Xuanyu's head, after absorbing pure energy from the twin spirits, began to activate, its powerful force awakening him from within his own subconscious. The twin martial souls roared through the space, causing Xuanyu excruciating pain as two dragons, one gold and one silver, invaded his sea of consciousness. But as they began to tear at each other, Xuanyu bit down hard in agony as the space around him began to violently shake. They were fighting, each wanting to dominate his sea of consciousness. It hurts too much. I can't control my own body. Cracks are forming, and my sea of consciousness is about to shatter. In reality, Yuan Na senses something is wrong. Xuanyu's sea of consciousness is under immense pressure. But this is a process of fusion and comprehension, and I can't interfere. Even though it pains him to his core, Xuanyu must tell himself to calm down and solve this on his own. In that moment of desperation, an idea sparked in his mind, a whirlpool. He couldn't control the dragons, but perhaps he could control the sea. Xuanyu focused his mind, summoning the waves to churn and swirl, his command causing the powerful currents to spiral. He uses all his strength to control the sea, wrapping the massive dragons in powerful waves before they're submerged in a cage of water. Seeing the monsters swept away, Xuanyu breathes a sigh of relief. Glad he could drown the dragons with the sea. Their influence on me has lessened. I can control my body again. Finally, the problem is solved. Thanks to the iridescent aura, I'll guide it into the sea of consciousness. The spirit sphere is drawn to Xuanyu's original power, allowing it to circulate its inner strength. It shone like a star in the vast universe, a magnificent sight that made the two spirit lakes gaze at the spirit sphere for a long time. And under the influence of the jewel's aura, the emotions of the two dragons, one silver and one gold, gradually stabilized. Finally, the two dragons circled the Dharma Pearl, creating a stable vortex with all the seawater in the spiritual sea, restoring peace under the colorful aura, an aura so powerful, it even escaped into the real world. Astonishing Yuena, a thought flashed through her mind. He broke through. Xuanyu broke through to the spirit origin realm. Yuena's heart grew anxious as she saw the spirit abyss realm begin to appear above Xuanyu's head. Luna looks at Xuanyu with gentle eyes and a smile. Overjoyed, seeing Xuanyu absorbing power with his eyes closed, she feels delighted that he overcame his difficulties on his own. He's finally reached the spirit abyss realm. Nguyen Na nodded slightly, relieved that he was truly growing up. The next morning, sunlight streamed down from the eaves. In his room, Xuanyu remained in meditation. When a fragrant aroma wafted in, his eyes lit up, his mouth watered, and he exclaimed, "Smells so good. I want some." Nguyen Na and Bai Shu were cooking together in the kitchen when she saw Xuanyu approach and asked if he was awake, adding that he was good at meditating, having done so for 2 days and nights. He was a little surprised and asked if he had slept that long, to which Nguyen Na calmly replied that he had just broken through and needed time to solidify his realm. Hearing this, Chuanvu approached Bach Tu, eyeing the pot and exclaiming, "It smells amazing." "Tutu, what are you cooking?" As she stirred the pot, she replied, "Stewed beef tendons." He crept closer, pleading, "Tutu, the most beautiful maiden in the universe. Can I have a little taste?" Bai Shu picked up a piece of food, glanced at Xuanyu, and teased, "You were so sweet when you begged me." The boy firmly replied, "I was just stating a fact." Yue Na couldn't help but smile as she watched the two children playfully bickering. A bowl of stewed beef tendon was quickly placed in front of Xuanyu, who admired its attractive presentation. The boy happily held the cake in his hand, munching away and exclaiming, "So delicious. So wonderful," standing nearby. She glanced over and said softly, "You still have to complete the sparring competition you talked about when you first arrived." Na Yue earnestly reminds them that tomorrow is the day, urging them to be spirited before the battle, even while eating. Xuanyu enthusiastically gives a thumbs up in response. "Yes, ma'am." The next morning, at the small school, all the students gather in a room to hear the announcement. "You are the pride of the academy. 10 against 2. The stern instructor warned them not to underestimate their first-year opponents, for they were facing the most elite geniuses in the entire federation. Her eyes turned fierce as she threatened the students, promising severe consequences for anyone who lost due to carelessness. The students all responded in unison. Yes. An ancient castle appeared in the heart of the city, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy's performance arena. A gentle breeze blows as the figures of 3 people approach from afar. Xuanyu, Bai Xiushu, and Xing'ang walk forward, each with a confident smile and relaxed demeanor. A group had gathered early, and a small figure approached the 3. "Ms. Nana, thank you for your hard work." Li Lin waved kindly and introduced himself. "Hello. I am Li Lin, the Dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Welcome to our academy." The boy politely nodded in return. "Greetings, Headmaster. I am Lan Xuanyu, a first-year student from Shrek Academy, and this is my classmate, Bai Xiushu." After a brief greeting, both sides took their battle stances, ready to challenge each other. Li Lin peeked over, curious, and asked, "Are these 2 children your students?" Yue Na calmly replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Li Lin was overjoyed. Truly, a great teacher produces outstanding students. He happily grinned, his eyes squinting, and enthusiastically said, "Feel free to choose any of our academy's students, and just tell me if you have any requests." But Yue Na indifferently replies, "We'll see later." Li Lin quickly chimes in, "Okay, I'll be waiting for your news." Xuanyu steps forward to his battle position, facing off against an upperclassman from the academy. Wang Chenhang of the Sun Moon Academy confidently introduced himself. "I'll show you just how wrong you were to challenge someone 5 years your senior." Xuanyu didn't react, simply replying, "All right." Li Shen, standing nearby, loudly reminded both sides, "Remember, this is a sparring match. Be careful not to overdo it. Referees have the right to stop the match at any time." Immediately afterward, a massive incense burner appeared behind him. The space began to change, and a voice shouted, "Begin." He unleashed his power. Shouting, "Bring it on," the incense burner roared to life, activating his 10,000-year soul skill, stabilizing the continent. Black energy surged, enveloping Xuanyu, who narrowed his eyes, sensing an invisible force pulling from below a control-type soul skill. The incense burner unleashed a torrent of power. Shouting, "Go," Xuanyu stared intently, thinking, so crude and simple. The censor frowned in annoyance. "I don't believe it," he said, but before he could finish, his eyes widened as he saw something coming towards him. A powerful purple light enveloped him, attacking the censor head-on. Unable to withstand the force, he collapses, covered in injuries. Blood trickles from Bird Emperor's nose as he clutches his head in agony. Muttering, "Such a headache," he attacked with mental power. Xuanyu smirked, his eyes gleaming with the power of the Spirit Eye realm from his extreme demon pupils. As Wang Jinhang opened one eye, an ice ray shot towards him, followed by an incoming ice blast. But wait, why is there fire too? Just as it neared him, the icy spark exploded, detonating the ice blast before the Kingbird's body. A vortex of blue and red intertwined, unleashing a powerful force, with 3 elements interacting within, triggering a violent reaction. This is bad. Then, it glowed gold and exploded in a massive blast. The Bird King gritted his teeth in fear as Huo Ke cried out in alarm. It was bad. The massive explosion detonated right in front of the Bird King, blasting him away. Everyone there witnessed the spectacle and cried out, "What?" That ice tray had such power. Just as Chim Hang spoke, a vine wrapped around his leg and pulled him back. Hyunwoo gripped Hawk's leg tightly, a triumphant smile on his face, then slammed him to the ground. Hwoke quickly stepped in to stop him, saying, "All right, that's enough." With Chimong severely injured and motionless on the ground, he announced, "Wang Chimong has lost." Xianyu smiles gently, thanking his teacher, while Hwoke, drenched in sweat, watches him leave. Thinking the boy's cute demeanor hides a savage touch, Li Lin was pleased with the outcome, smiling and saying, "Decisive hands. Ruthless enough. You seized the opportunity and the opponent's weakness in an instant. Our students truly lack real combat experience." Xuanyu approached Bai Shu, and they exchanged a high five. She turned slightly and said calmly, "Shrek Academy. Bai Shu Shu. At your service." Meng Shui closed her eyes slightly and replied, "Sun Moan Royal Soul Engineer Academy." She narrowed her eyes and said sternly, "Bing Meng Shu. At your service." As soon as she finished speaking, a great power erupted from Meng Su's body, and a loud voice shouted, "Begin." The air chills as an ice phoenix emerges behind her. Bing Meng Shu possesses the unique mutated spirit, the ice crystal phoenix. The phoenix spreads its wings and swoops down towards Bai Shu, not to be outdone. She summons her staff and flies forward as the icy bird soars above, unleashing a snow blast towards Bai Tu. She raises her head, unleashing a chilling blast of icy air. The approaching ice orb is suddenly stopped in its tracks. At that moment, Bai Tu soared into the air, staff in hand, leaping over the bird and plunging her hand into its head without hesitation. Bai Chu's eyes gleam as she aims to destroy the phoenix with an ice blast. Without a moment's pause, she leaps into the air, carrying a chilling aura. Bai Tu is shrouded in white, her snow-covered face now visible, unleashing an icy aura. She realizes it's too fast, and she'll have to use her hidden skills. Before her, a massive beast with glowing eyes stared intently, a dragon and phoenix in harmony. And as Meng Tuyet gathered her power, an icy arrow shot forth. Hwoke quickly raises a hand and shouts, "Stop!" Startled, Li Lin composes himself. She retreats slightly as Bai Tu stands motionless. "Spia Imel at Mingshu." After a moment, she lowered her spear and sighed in frustration. Having already yielded, a classmate next to Lao exclaimed in surprise, "How could this be? She clearly had the strength. Why did she lose before even showing it?" Li Lin lowered her head, her eyes shifting as she muttered that it was because she was suppressed and couldn't perform the essence of power. Baeksu slowly approaches Hyunwoo, and the boy happily gives her a thumbs up. The old man closes his eyes. Lost in thought, Li Lin turned to Nana, asking if they could talk while walking. As they moved away, he asked what she thought the students at their academy were struggling with, to which she replied that they didn't grasp their abilities and lacked development. Li Lin stopped in front of her and said, "You're right. Nana, I admire your two students, and I want to give them a small gift. Is that all right?" Yue Na looked at him. Puzzled, Li Lin's eyes became calculating as he took out a fiery red gem and said, "Yes. A small gift, a special alloy with god-tier metal properties." The gem glowed with power as Li Lin explained to Yue Na that it was the newest alloy researched by the Federation, virtually indestructible, and even self-repairing. Adding this alloy would greatly enhance the quality of their mechs, he calmly offered. It can better ensure their safety in the future. The Federation gave me some, and I want to give each of them 10 pounds. Nana remained silent, her eyes still suspiciously fixed on the gem. Before her resolute refusal echoed through the space, "They cannot join the Sun Moon Academy." Li Lam quickly smiled, reassuring her that it was just a gift, not an attempt to recruit them. Understanding his veiled words, she swiftly made arrangements. The 10 students from today could study with her 1 day each week. Inwardly, he admired her perceptiveness. She immediately understood his intentions, but he still had to feign politeness. "Thank you. Thank you so much. This is wonderful. From now on, you'll be the honorary headmaster of our academy. Is that all right with you?" Yuena coldly refuses, saying she doesn't need any titles. So Li Lin tactfully changes the subject. asking if there's anything else she needs. For the first time, she makes a serious request, but without any pretense, asking for a mech that can fly into space and travel long distances. Leland hadn't expected Nana to actually make a request, let alone one so difficult to fulfill, and his forced smile couldn't hide his embarrassment. "Miss Nana, that can be arranged, but I'll need some time." Nana nodded, satisfied. "No rush, 2 years is fine. I can help you design a battlesuit as payment." Li Lin wouldn't dare accept such a huge favor, waving his hands in refusal, saying, "No, no, you just need to coax the students." Having achieved her goal, she quickly turned and left, saying, "Then that's settled. Thank you." He stared at the figure before him, calculating furiously. This was too good. What was this price compared to recruiting a god-level powerhouse? If our academy could have a god-level powerhouse like this to guard it, then we'd have the capital to compare with the Shrek Academy. Back to the match. After a 30-minute break, the third match begins. Xuanyu's eyes flicker with surprise as the twins take turns announcing themselves Nangong Lualuo of the Sun Moon Royal Soulmaster Academy, and Nangong Yilang, at your service. Dao Hu directly asked if these two students, specializing in joint combat, could spar in a 2-on-2 match. Xuanyu immediately gave a thumbs up, indicating his agreement. "We're ready." The referee's command rings out. "Begin," and in an instant, one of the twins vanishes. Xuanyu's eyes widen as he struggles to spot his opponent. When Yilang appears from midair, launching an attack, he can't help but be shocked. Lightning. It's too fast. Like moving in the blink of an eye. Xuanyu quickly activates his first soul skill, Golden Dragon Body, then withstands the lightning strike and unleashes his second soul skill, Golden Dragon Overlord Body, while Luo Luo focuses on confronting Bai Shu's ice attacks head-on, the ice and lightning elements colliding fiercely. With a resolute wave, she shifts to the next phase, unleashing a barrage of sharp icicles. But Lele absorbs them, creating a sturdy shield that leaves her unharmed. He then summons a lightning orb to retaliate against Bai Shu, shattering her ice projectiles. Rockrak uses the flexibility of the lightning element to assist his younger brother, unleashing a massive surge of electricity. As the distance closes, one attacks Bai Shu while the other rushes towards Xuanyu. He's caught off guard by their agility. The lightning splits in two, drawn here by this spark. Xuanyu swiftly conjures a spirit soul sphere. Then, with grim resolve, unleashes his innate deep abyss nether dragon power, combining it with Bai Shu's frost and activating the devouring domain. The icy domain quickly absorbed the Nam Kung siblings' lightning, leaving Yilang stunned as both her lightning and her brother's were pulled in. "This will limit my speed, making it difficult to deal with." Xuanyu seizes the precise moment to unleash the Golden Dragon. He unleashes an ascending strike on the nearest person, causing Luo Luo to reach out in a panic. "Brother, come back." Yilang's body transforms into a state of earth and lightning, swiftly evading Xuanvu's attack. The Namkung brothers decide to use their fusion secret technique, unleashing power far greater than their individual abilities. Bai Chu urgently warns them to be careful of the soul fusion skill, and quickly turns to place her hand on Xuanwu's back. This time, Bai Tu also decides to play her trump card. As soon as she finishes speaking, a dark and magnificent power envelops her. The two siblings, Luo Luo and Yilang, gripped each other's hands tightly, urging, "Hurry. They have a soul fusion skill. Attack now." Together, they unleash a torrent of lightning, a massive force directed at Xuanyu and Bai Shu. He was stunned by the power, when suddenly, a vine wrapped around his waist from behind. As he's pulled back, Bai Tu warns, "Be careful." Before her, a terrifying power surged, crackling with lightning and radiation. Yet he remained eerily calm. Thorns erupting from his hand, they wrapped tightly around each other, making it easier for the electricity to invade his body. Li Lin frowned, wondering what he was doing. Even the ice god beside him worriedly asked if he intended to use her ice domain to withstand the attack. As Xuanyu was now completely exposed to that terrifying electric current, Bai Shu furrows her brow with worry, calling out Hianvu's name, leaving Wen Na momentarily stunned. But he grits his teeth and endures. His eyes fixed forward. The threads begin to move. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt strikes from the sky, blocking the brothers' current. The god of lightning realizes what's happening and cries out he's conducting the electricity. Hearing this, Li Lin stares at him in disbelief, wondering if that's even allowed. Xuanyu is now utterly exhausted, barely able to stand, surrounded by a cloud of dark smoke. Meanwhile, the brothers from Lak Lak Weiling collapse to their knees. Defeated. How could this be? Back with Xuanyu. He gasped for air. That was shocking. The referee immediately called out, "Match over." Li Shen was still in disbelief, marveling. To withstand the fusion skill of two 4-ring soulmasters with only 3-ring strength, what kind of magic was that? Xuanyu collapsed, and Baishu and Yuena rush to his side. Zing Yuena. He looks at her expectantly, like a little owl hoping for praise. Nana. Did I get 80%? With a gentle smile, Yuena reached out and patted his head, saying he was almost at 80%. Hearing this, Xuanyu was overjoyed, thinking, that's great. What they were talking about was the degree of elemental mastery. Lan Xuanyu uses the 2 elements of wind and water, mimicking the friction of rain and clouds to generate electricity. Guiding lightning, a feat requiring complex elemental control in an instant. Lan Xuanyu wants to use the catalytic medium to increase his elemental control, but she suddenly scolds him, saying he doesn't need to push himself so hard and should proceed step by step. With a mischievous grin, Xuanvu flattered, "Isn't it reassuring to have you here, Bai Shu?" Standing nearby, couldn't help but scoff. "Show off." With a bright smile, Xuanyu innocently said, "Isn't it all to protect you, to further endear themselves to Nana?" Li Lin took the initiative to suggest canceling the match afterward. After canceling the match, the 3 Muna instructors helped each other leave, when suddenly, he spoke up. "How did that child do it?" the confused Lishan stammered. "I don't know." It continued. "See, this is the true power between us and the Reichs." Afterward, Nana instructed them on key points for their future training, gave them Li Lin's alloy, and explained how to use it before saying goodbye. On the way back, Xuanyu spoke first, saying he needed to carefully consider how to lead their class to become stronger. Without a second thought, Baishu retorted that he should be more concerned with facing the Academy's wrath. Hearing this, Xuanyu suddenly remembered and said helplessly, "Right. There's that too. I almost forgot." Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, in a luxurious room, a mysterious figure behind a desk addressed 2 people. Lu Feng and Qian Lei have arrived. "Good. You two, Yin Hui and Yuga, listen carefully and bring those children back to me immediately." And the arrogant figure lounging in that chair is La Kong, who, after speaking to the 2 before her, connects a call. "Master." "Yes. That kid Xuanyu still hasn't returned. Inform me the moment they do. The Tang Sect people are still waiting for me," Lan Ruo said listlessly, resigned to her fate. Yin Hui and Wuge whispered to each other in the distance. Sect Master Wang doesn't seem happy. This incident caused quite a stir. Amidst the warmth of the morning, a sigh heavy with worry escapes. Xuanyu speaks with a weary tone. "Finally back. I'll turn on the device and call Teacher Duong first." Baishu, standing beside him, is filled with 3 parts worry and 7 parts anticipation, but nods with firm belief. No one expected that as soon as the call connected, Zhenhua would scream into the phone, "You bastard! Are you crazy? You caused such a huge mess during your final exam." Xuanyu, not knowing what he did wrong, stammered, "Teacher, I didn't do anything." Hearing that, he became even more furious. "Didn't do anything? What else do you want to do? Where are you? Are you back at the academy? I'm in front of the teaching area." Hearing that, Zhenhua shouted again. "What?" He hastily told Xuanyu to wait for him. "I'm going with you to see An La Hong. And call Shulao too." Xuanyu, confused, just mumbled in agreement. Of course, even without Zhenhua's reminder, Xuanyu would have called Shulao. Soon after, a figure rushed towards him at full speed. It was Zhenhua, who immediately struck him upon arrival. Xuanyu waved his hands, trying to calm him down. Sir, gentlemen use words, not fists. Zhenhua was so angry he was fuming. He pointed and scolded. Not use fists. Do you know how many times that old hag from the Red Chamber scolded me? A moment later. He turned serious, advising, be careful. Sincerely apologize later. Then, I'll take you to apologize to the Tang Sect. Try to earn some merit points for you, and resolve the issue. Tianwu, sensing his concern, bowed in apology. I'm sorry for the trouble. Teacher. Zhenhua was so surprised he stumbled back, then chuckled. His eyes filled with affection. Zhenhua continued to advise. Remember, your troublemaking must be within my ability to protect you. Let's go. If she wants to hit you later, let her hit you twice. Got it. Cut to the dean's office, where Xuanyu enters and respectfully greets. Hello. Dean. Hearing his voice, Luo Hong slowly turns around, her tone indifferent. You're back. Seeing her attitude, Zhenhua grew anxious, realizing this was the same cold demeanor she had when they initially fell out. Ignoring his expression, Luo Hong picked up her communicator and said, Teacher, Xuanyu is back. She glanced in his direction, her voice laced with hidden meaning. Internal affairs first. Zhenhua felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Wait. Shouldn't they hear Xuanyu out? If there's a problem, a misunderstanding, they can scold him, but they can't just abandon them. Seeing the meddling Tran Hoa, Luo Hong was too annoyed to speak, scolding him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Who's abandoning them? Get out of the way. For some reason, hearing her harsh words made him feel relieved. She's scolding me, so she must not be in too bad of a mood. Just then, a knock echoed from the doorway, and Xuanyu and Tang Miaoqionghu strode in, their faces dark with fury. Greetings and respect filled the air. Teacher. Senior Duang. Hinfu didn't respond, searching intently. Where is Qian Heng? Hearing his name, Hianvu felt a pang of guilt. Here. He wants each of you to write a deeply self-critical essay. Go to Tang Sect to admit your mistakes. All 7 of you. The Academy will keep you for punishment and review. If there's a next time, you're all expelled. Hearing this, Luo Hong and Zhenhua understood that while it sounded scary, it was actually a light sentence, thank goodness. Still treating them like kids, turning a big problem into a small one. And once it's dealt with, it's over. Just when they thought everything was settled, he changed his tune. Wait. I can't leave the battle ranking. Zhenhua was stunned, turning to look at him like he was a troublemaker. But Xuanyu's eyes were completely clear. He didn't think he was wrong. Everyone present was stunned for a few seconds, their shared sentiment being shock and disbelief at Xuanyu's words. Zhenhua angrily grabs him by the collar, asking if he knows what he's saying. But he remains calm. Even criminals get a chance to explain themselves, he says, infuriating Zhenhua even more. As the two were locked in a tense standoff, a stern voice rang out from behind. Speak. I want to hear what excuses you have. It was none other than Tianyu. Zhenhua didn't dare act rashly, immediately releasing him and anxiously reminding him, you better choose your words carefully. Even his space is distorted. Is he really okay? Meanwhile, Xuanyu steadily approaches Tianyu, step by step. Though the pressure mounts with each step, his resolve remains unshaken. This child, Dang Miao, is extraordinary. To withstand my divine-level pressure at such close range, his mental strength. He paused, then thought, Spirit Flame Realm. His brow furrows. How old is he? To reach the Spirit Sea Realm at 13. No wonder Wang Tianyu was so protective. Suddenly, Xuanyu bows deeply. Team leader. I apologize on behalf of our team for what happened. He straightened his back and raised his head high. Sect Master Wang. Senior Tang. You probably know the situation. But not from us. 7. I want to explain the situation again. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu was eager to hear. Okay. Tell me. Xuanyu's voice was steady, a mix of explanation and accusation, as he said, cooperating with the team leader to rescue our fellow disciples. We were. Of course, willing. But when we were penniless, the team leader suddenly left, telling us that the real mission was to return to the home star within 10 days, an impossible task. Traveling by airship takes 5 days, and walking to the warship takes 3, leaving us only 2 days to find our way back. Taking the opportunity, Tianyu continued to explain, putting on an innocent and pitiful face, saying they were anxious and helpless. The girls were even on the verge of tears, he claimed, as he lied through his teeth, causing Baishu and Ruan Na to exchange glances, wondering when they were ever that desperate. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his head again, Resoluet, saying that they were willing to risk it all rather than be expelled for failing the final exam. We immediately began searching for legitimate warships that could return to the mother star. So we went to the Spirit Transfer Tower. But the earliest they had a warship returning was in 15 days. In the end, we came up with only one solution to pilot the warship that the Tang Sect had used to bring us here. But we didn't know if the warship was still there. So we bought protective gear first. Then, Tianyu clenched his fist as if to prove something. But unexpectedly, the equipment shop turned out to be a scam. We had to act in self-defense. And then the team leader appeared. At this point, his eyes lit up. And then, well, you all know the rest. We held firm to our beliefs, surviving countless dangers. Heaven rewards the diligent. And we were finally successful. Though what happened next turned Dangbo's world upside down. And things weren't exactly as he described. After a moment of thought, he pointed accusingly, saying, "Don't try to weasel out of this. Why did you steal our Tang Sect's warship?" Confused, Xuanyu retorted, "Steal a warship? When did we ever do that?" Liao Feng is furious, insisting that he mixed the warships, and he doesn't even dare admit it. Despite the evidence, Xuanyu is a little confused, as he doesn't really understand what's going on. After a long silence, he rested his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, Zhenhua and Tianyu watched him helplessly, wondering what he was up to. Was he really going to lie again? After a moment of silent contemplation, he seemed to reach a conclusion. "I knew it. I think I understand now. No wonder everyone's so angry. I've been framed. I saw the team leader signaling to the other side, so I suspected he was a spy and restrained him. Sect Leader Wang. Senior Tang. Why would I steal from the Tang Sect if I didn't have to? I'm not stupid. Why would I ruin my own future like that? Besides, I've accumulated quite a bit of wealth and I'm not short on merit points in outer territories." Tianyu had to nod in agreement. It was indeed the case. He seized the opportunity to retort. "Team leader, what did you report? You didn't actually think I wanted to steal the warship, did you?" Lu Feng immediately retorted. "Then there's no way I could be a spy either." Tang Miao didn't want this pointless argument to continue. "Deng Bu, be quiet. Then why did you want to take the warship, as if having achieved a brilliant feat?" Tianyu confidently put his hands forward, expressing, "Of course, it's for the Tang clan. I've never thought of taking it for myself. We need to find evidence on the warship. If you're not a spy, we'll return it to Tang Sect." Then, to add credibility, he pulls Zhenhua into it, saying that the teacher always taught them that Tang Sect and Shrek are one, and even encouraged him to join Tang Sect. "Moreover, I have another reason for doing this, Chief. Our warship is registered as the second pirate warship, meaning Sin Planet doesn't know it belongs to the Tang Sect." "Right," Liao Feng readily agreed, and Tianyu pressed his advantage, saying that if they had an informant on the Star of Sin, then surely the enemy had spies among them. At this point, Tianyu couldn't help but agree. As the people of Paradise Star had their hands everywhere, it seems his words just gave him 1,000 points of charisma. If enemy spies discover this ship belongs to the Tang clan, they'll know the previous events were caused by the Tang clan and the Shrek. So, I hid the ship for the Tang clan. First, was I wrong to do that? This statement, half accusation, half explanation, silences the entire room, until Tang Miao finally speaks, seeing no fault, but rather a contribution. Tianyu thought things through, but he still had a question. Why did he turn off the device? Tianyu scratched his head, saying it was because he kidnapped a Tang Sect elder. fearing a scolding, and wanted to wait for everyone to cool down before explaining. But he didn't expect such a misunderstanding. Tang Mi remained silent, secretly marveling at the child's brilliance. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the doorway. Tang Mu, this isn't a good look for you, is it? He taunted. Seeing the newcomer, Tianyu was overjoyed. Elder Shu. Your timing is perfect, Elder Shu. Sounding weary, questioned sternly. What's going on here? Are you bullying someone from the life school? Tang Miao was immediately surprised Lan Xuanyu was actually from the life school. Hearing this, Elder Shu grabbed his hand, revealing a glittering ring. Look at what he's wearing. It's no ordinary fate. What are you going to use to carry your warships? Tianyu and Tang Miao are in shock. He's the heir. What the life school not only represents the will of the eternal tree, but also provides powerful support for god-level powerhouses to extend their lives. On this entire mother star, it's considered a top-tier organization. Who would have thought that the heir to the life school would be Lan Xuanyu? Snapping out of his thoughts, he wonders how he became the heir to the life school. Glancing around, realizing now is not the time to ask questions, Tang Miao profusely apologized. Elder Tree, I'm so sorry. I really didn't understand the situation. Lan Xuanyu, I apologize on behalf of the Tang Sect. But the Elder Tree cut him off without hesitation. Spare me. If apologies worked, what need would we have for laws? The Elder sternly warns him to be more realistic, while Tianyu looks bewildered. So that won't work, Elder. We can't just ask for the Tang Sect's worship without a good reason. As if realizing something was off, Xuanyu forces a smile, thinking, that doesn't sound right. Without wasting any time, Elder Tree turned and left, saying, Xuanyu, let's go. Before leaving, he issued a warning. What about the worship? Is the honor of the life school inferior to a worship? He unleashes a furious tirade, declaring that the life school would lose all face, and warns Tianyu that this isn't over, before storming off with a final threat to meet at Sea God Lake. After being scolded, Tang Miao froze for a moment, and Tianyu sighed heavily. Tang Xuan, I'm sorry. The old man is getting more and more arrogant. He's dedicated his life to the academy, but he does have a habit of covering up flaws. I'll discuss it with the others. He smiled faintly, stopping him. Let it go. Let it go. Lao Wang, just tell Elder Shu. Consider this worship compensation for the injustice done to Xuanyu. It's just a worship. It shouldn't affect Elder Shu's mood. Hearing this, he was taken aback, feeling embarrassed. Don't worry. He forced a smile. Consider it a gift to congratulate the life school on having a successor. As if waiting for those words, Tianyu quickly turned back as planned. Then I'll go find Elder Shu and calm his anger. Duong Huyen. I won't bother you any longer. The students hurriedly followed to help. Hall Master. Wait for me. I'll go with you. In the opulent room, only a few figures remained, lost and adrift in the enveloping silence. Lekong massaged his temples. A headache building. I feel like my brain can't keep up anymore. Let me recalibrate my thinking. Liao Feng turned to ask suspiciously, while Qian Lei excitedly responded that the worship was theirs. Or so it seemed. Meanwhile, Yin Hui prazed Xuanyu, saying his brain wasn't up to par and that they just needed to follow him. To which Yuga uncomfortably replied, Who are we with? The rest of the group chimed in, teasing him. Someone's brain isn't working so well. Are they itching for a fight? Seemingly reaching his boiling point, Lan roared, All of you, get back to your posts. Everyone scrambled away as quickly as possible, replying, Yes, sire. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere, Hianvu's side was eerily peaceful as he carefully observed the other's expression. So, is what you said about the successor true? Elder Shu sternly warned. Is this something to joke about? You're really asking for trouble. Dragging the Tang Sect into this. He then drank to wash it down, adding, However, the Tang Sect won't see this as a bad thing. Consider it a gift from them. They still want to maintain a good relationship with you. His voice grew excited as he asked if their life school was that powerful. To which the elder chuckled and confirmed, saying he would soon find out. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Wang had been cooperating with him all along. It was then that the old man casually revealed the truth. Han had known he was the heir all along. And despite Wang Tianyu's thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was actually quite cunning. Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing it was all an act, the elder really knew how to joke around. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Elder Tree. Commenting behind people's backs like that isn't very appropriate. He reminds him. Would I lie to you? He confidently replies. How could I fail? Don't be too clever. He turns to the others. Listen. The warship doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to the entire experimental class. Understand? Realizing the situation, he softly replies. Understood. Sensing the tension, Master Shu interjects. All right. Stop posturing and go work harder. This mind trick is nothing. Strength is the foundation. Xuanyu obediently complied, saying, yes. His small figure faded into the dense fog. As he walked away, Tianyu smiled contentedly. Rai still has an eye for talent. This kid's mental strength has reached the spiritual illumination realm. The old tree closed its eyes. Probing. I thought your successor had to be a life form. His aged face grew contemplative. Was this his choice? He touched his face. Paling. What? An ominous premonition drives him to look towards the eternal tree. Or could it be? Meanwhile, two shadowy figures in the bustling city discuss what just happened, Lord. Did you really give that kid a warship? After a moment of contemplation, Duong cryptically states that sometimes, taking a loss is actually a gain. Now that the Tree of Life has a successor, this information is worth more than the warship itself. His eyes gleaming with a sharp glint. He warns, keep your mouth shut, or you'll be punished further. Dumbo swallowed hard, silently praying. Yes. Meanwhile, before Hianvu could return to his dorm to rest, he was immediately summoned by Duong Tranhua. He carefully instructed, what happened today stays here. You can't tell anyone, especially about the heir. Now, let me see the warship. Witnessing the magnificent sight before him, Zhenhua couldn't help but feel astonished. Hey, marvel it. Saying it was indeed a new type of warship from the Tang Sect. Let's go inside. Zhenhua analyzed the data suspiciously. Noticing a mountain of equipment inside the warship, he glanced around furtively, then asked, did you clean out their entire stock? To which Xuanyu replied with a hesitant smile. I figured these supplies would be useful and valuable, so I took some. Hearing this, he couldn't help but praise. Noting that they were all quality goods, and indeed worthy of research, he carefully instructed, give some to Tang Sect. After all, they lost a warship. If there's any left, I'll handle it for you. Xuanyu obediently accepts, and Zhenhua happily suggests they head to the design room to see something good. As the morning light slowly streams through the towering walls, the sky is painted in warm, sweet hues. In the modern room, a warm voice echoes. Take a look at this. Xuanyu's eyes widen with excitement at the new mecha design. Zhenhua smiles softly. Keep watching. His eyes lit up as he saw the blurred design. He was as excited as a child. What? This? This is a transforming mech. Zhenhua nodded gently, confirming. Yes. You can use the humanoid form to perform dual armor flow. And you can fly at high speed in fighter form. This is the perfect mech in my mind. He winked excitedly, signaling. Besides the 7 of you, the entire experimental class will use this mech. Xuanyu raises his hands in joy, exclaiming how amazing it is, and eagerly asks when they can get their hands on these mechs. Zhenhua saw no reason to hide anything, and shared, when you have enough money, those materials are enough to make 2. I think. He paused, considering his assets, then finally threw out his long-accumulated achievements. What about adding these medals of mine? He was utterly dumbfounded, secretly horrified that this young man had more money than he did. Zhenhua then kept the purple badges to make mecha for everyone, which would take over a year and a half to complete. Time flies, and it's already the start of their 2nd year, a time for Xuanyu and his teammates to settle down and experience the busy, stressful campus life like other students. As time passed, nearly 2 years later, On planet Elatine, the sky flickered with new auras, heralding the arrival of a new version. At this moment, Hienvu was happily taking care of his personal hygiene, welcoming a new day. His youthful face had matured, his spirit refreshed. He opened his door and called out, "Mom, what's for breakfast?" only to be immediately struck in the face. "You're so big. Yet you're running around half naked. Put some clothes on," she scolded. Xuanyu chuckled. "I'm wearing shorts. I'm at home." His mother asked curiously, "Why didn't you bring Shushu back?" He honestly replied, "She went with Ms. Nana and didn't come back with me." Despite holding a hot bowl of cakes, his mother teased, "You're still at the third ring. You must be close to breaking through." "Will my son be last in soul power forever?" "Of course not. There's a reason why I haven't broken through yet." He winked playfully. "Nana said I shouldn't rush, and that I need to accumulate more. So she's been helping me suppress my soul power." Namcheng frankly shares his thoughts. Okay. There's no need to rush cultivation. What I really care about is when you'll bring Shushu home." Hearing her constantly mention others, he immediately starts to whine. "Mom, I feel like you're getting more and more biased," Namcheng helplessly retorts. "Isn't everything I do for you?" The morning light seeped through the cracks, painting the sky with a golden hue. As Qianlei savored his meal, his heart at peace with the cool breeze, his eyes lit up at the exquisite flavor. "Delicious," a gentle voice called out. "Qianlei," Jiantao softly added, "you have a visitor." Hearing this, he immediately became curious. "Mom, who is it?" She calmly replied, "It's Lu Feng." "Who else could it be? You don't have any other friends here." Before the words could even fade, her son rushed over and showered her with kisses. Qin Daosicht, noting that he was still the same lovable little fatty, while Qianlei was as cheerful as ever, saying, "I'm off then." He eagerly opened the door for his friend. "Fengzi, what brings you here? Did you miss your big brother after just a few days?" Lu Feng tersely replied, "I'm bored. I just got back and have nothing to do." He looked tired and pulled him away, saying, "Me too. The boss told us to rest. But there's nothing to do. Let's go cause some trouble." Witnessing this, Jian Dao couldn't help but feel dejected. No one wants to befriend her. In the bright morning sun, the Shrek Academy's Star Crystal Center exuded a youthful, modern look, radiating both majesty and vitality. Meanwhile, Zhenhua is engrossed in his research project. Thinking it might be needed here, a sudden announcement breaks his concentration, and he wonders who it is and what they want. Lan couldn't help but blurt out that the Academy had officially approved his Skywing mecha, and it would be produced in cooperation with Tang Sect. The mecha wouldn't be given to them directly. They'd have to exchange metals for it. He was still in disbelief. "Huh?" He quickly regained his composure and got to the point. "Why rush things?" He shook his head helplessly, then questioned sternly. "They can exchange for it when they have enough metals." "Right, are you giving them a big mission?" Zhenhua was a little uneasy hearing that, wondering if it was too risky. But his aunt firmly affirmed it, saying that the Academy was also investing huge resources, and their growth and strength had to pass the test. As he drifted into thought, a familiar voice snapped him back to reality. "And one more thing," she said softly. "The Tang Sect is paying for your intellectual property with God-tier metal, so you can create a God-tier mech. They also want to collaborate with you on research and invite you to study the Tang Sect for a while. Do you want to go?" As if reborn after a fierce battle, Zhenhua excitedly stood up and agreed. "Yes, of course I'll go." "That's great." Noticing his unbridled joy, she smiled encouragingly. "Congratulations." He happily shared his elation. "Let's celebrate together," until she gently reminded him that he should thank someone. He realized the issue. "Thank who?" "Ah, right. Thank you." The smile on her face suddenly vanished, as if something had shattered into 100 pieces. Not directly denying his statement, she says, "Not me, but your precious disciple. Did you notice? Ever since he arrived, you finally stopped being so downcast." Finally expressing her feelings, she says that Zhenhua's current efforts are what she's always wanted to see. Before he can process what's happening, she hangs up, leaving Zhenhua stunned. His eyes widened in shock. She called him Zhenhua, a name he hadn't heard in years. A warm energy surged through him, like a balm trying to heal his shattered heart. A faint, bitter smile crosses Zhenhua's lips as the past resurfaces. Just then, a clear voice rings out in the hall, "Xuanyu. Is that you?" The moment she saw the figure appear, Ruo Na instantly recognized him. The person whose name was called entered the hall, his sparkling jade eyes widening in undisguised astonishment. Overjoyed, Xuanyu couldn't contain his excitement and called out, "Nana." Before she could respond, he peppered her with questions. "Why are you here?" Nguyen Na happily accepts his enthusiastic hug, patting him affectionately. "Here to pick you up. I missed you so much during the break." Hin Vu, like a puppy wagging its tail, replies, "I missed you too." Suddenly remembering the person beside him, he turned to express his sincerity. "Don't be so cold." Before he could share a long-awaited hug, he was brushed off by Bai Zuzu. "No need." Though her words were harsh, her eyes revealed extreme tenderness. For someone as insatiable as him, she had to be indifferent. With a pained whine, Xuanyu complained, "Nana, look at him, Win Na. Used to this." Sighs, "I can't control him." He quickly changes the subject. "Nana, how long are you staying this time?" She had no reason to hide it, so she readily shared. 3 days. Mainly to see you break through." His eyes suddenly lit up as if he'd struck gold. "We can break through." Nana nods in confirmation. Their accumulation is nearly complete, which will benefit them on future missions. As if waiting for those words, Xuanyu jumps up excitedly, overjoyed that they can finally break through. Suddenly remembering something important, Bai Shu asked, "What about Lu Feng and Qian Lei?" He sighed softly and shook his head. "Them don't even mention it." He gently explained that Feng Zi was injured during the sparring match, and Banzi stayed behind to help him recover before they returned together. After a moment's thought, Xuanyu decided to share that Banzi seemed to be losing control of his powers. Yuan Na carefully chimes in, explaining that the Golden Paiyao is being suppressed too much, and it will be better after the breakthrough. She slowly turns her head, signaling that only her bloodline's aura can suppress the Paiyao's ferocity if it's triggered. Xuanyu immediately picks up on the signal. He'll be more careful." A fresh breeze drifts in from the sky, heralding a vibrant new day. With each gentle breath, a delicate fragrance filled the air, creating an unusually serene atmosphere. After their long journey, Yuan Na rested in Bai Shu's dorm, while Xuanyu returned to his own. He wearily sprawls onto the bed. The room's been cleaned, surely by Bai Shu. Suddenly, a notification tone rings out. Surprising him, who could it be? In a few short seconds, the expression on Xuanyu's face changes dramatically. Uncle Li is in Star Luo. From the other end of the line, Wu Lin gently invited, "I've just arrived in Mingdu, and I have a concert here tomorrow." "Are you here?" Xuanyu hesitated, asking, "Tomorrow, Uncle Li?" "I'm sorry. I can't tomorrow. My teacher wants to help me break through, so I can't go." Wu Lin chuckled softly from the other end. "It's all right. I'll have another performance in Laiki City in a few days. Can you make it then?" His eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. Yes. That's great." He proudly shows off his achievements. "I'm now a level 6 soul forging master, and the success rate of my soul forging is over 40%. He encourages him with satisfaction. "Not bad. Keep up the good work. You can continuously strike 64 times at noon." In mere seconds, Xuanyu's mood plummets, still not there, just shy of 50 times. Sensing his disappointment, he gently soothes, "No rush. I'll be here for a few days. We can practice together." The call ends quickly, but Wu Lin remains lost in thought, unaware that Kaling has appeared to pry. "Visiting that little friend again, you really have a way with kids." A smile returns to his face as he realizes she can meet him this time. He suddenly remembers something important, and asks, "By the way, do you know who VIP customer number 1 is?" After a moment's thought, Qingling replied that the company seemed to know, but VIP customer number 1 had specifically requested that their identity not be revealed. Probably a big shot in the Federation. She added with amusement that she was certain of only one thing. It was a woman. For the past 4 years, VIP number 1 has attended every performance, offering 10 times the price for the best seats. Furthermore, since this VIP appeared, all attempts to sabotage Duong Lok have vanished. And this time, they've been fortunate enough to perform in the city of Sualai Kak. The warning from the police that day still echoed in Conlin's mind. It seemed to be related to VIP customer number 1, making the company even more cautious. The harsh sunlight outside gradually subsided, giving way to a cooler, more serene atmosphere. As Xuanyu continued to pester Yue Na, "Nana, young master is coming to perform near us in a few days. Won't you come with us?" She gently declines the invitation, saying she has to go teach class, so they should go without her. Bai Shu, standing nearby, can't help but sigh, saying Nana is like an idol herself, so how could she chase after a star? Meanwhile, Xuanyu cheerfully boasted that his idol was different. Meng Qin was excited to see the young master's performance, and Xuanyu pleaded with Nana to come along. But her decision remained unchanged. Not this time. She then gets straight to business, suggesting they focus, calm themselves, and prepare to break through a suggestion to which Xuanyu quickly complies, carefully sitting down, ready to begin. In the blink of an eye, the three of them simultaneously unleashed a powerful aura, carrying a suffocating pressure, and Yue Na, sensing the time was right, declared, "Begin." As soon as the command was given, the three suppressed their inner power, causing their hazy soul spirits to gradually appear, and Xuanyu couldn't help but admire them. Having suppressed it for so long, yet still not being able to break through easily, finally deciding to calm down, Senza could only take it slow. The three of them dove deep into the breakthrough process, focusing all their energy. After Bakhtu and Mongkam both suppressed their power, they instantly completed the breakthrough, both striving to maintain their energy. But the real challenge for them both is the soul fusion process. Bai Xiu takes a deep breath, still using all her power to complete the breakthrough. The entire space is enveloped in an intoxicating aura, surging to the point of explosion, as she and the Demon Queen merge. Daring not to relax for a second, a dark premonition washes over the Demon Queen, her eyes widening in alarm. What's happening? Panic sets in as she realizes something is resisting. Bai Chu also senses the anomaly. Why is she resisting? Her voice trembles. Finally, unable to hold back her tears, she wonders, if she fully merges with the Queen, will she still possess the bloodline of the great white spirit Fox? Her mind drifts to memories of the past, the bloodline her parents left her, unable to hold back any longer. The Demon Queen angrily scolds her. "Ridiculous, you regret it now." 2 streams of tears flow down Baisu's beautiful face. But, ignoring her distress, the Demon Queen pressed on. "Without merging with my bloodline, how can you withstand the soul spirit I'm giving you?" As Baisu's mind reeled, a clear voice rang out. "Shushu, relax your mind." Yuan Na gently advised that her bloodline wouldn't disappear to evolve, but rather, a fusion of bloodlines would occur within her. She softly approached, soothing her, saying it was, in fact, just her own evolution. Having seemingly regained her composure, Baishu cautiously asks if no matter how her bloodline changes, it will still be an evolution of her original bloodline. She carefully explained each detail, noting that success was unlikely. But Lan Xuanyu's bloodline aura acted as a regulator, allowing her bloodline to evolve perfectly. Baishu's eyes lit up as she understood. "Thank you. I understand." And a surge of energy immediately welled up within her. Strands of aura intertwined, touched, and merged into a formidable power. And after suppressing her inner strength for a long time, she successfully merged, evolving her bloodline into the abyss. Undying demonic dragon. Menchin also evolved, her bloodline transforming into the Emerald Phoenix. Witnessing this perfect scene, Yuana couldn't help but praise. The fusion effect is excellent. Both of them have evolved into high-level martial souls. Zheyan watches her sister turn toward the silent figure, who has been still since the beginning now. Only Xuanyu remains. His breakthrough incomplete. She tries to reassure herself. There's no need to rush. Take it slow. Before she breaks through to the god level, the golden and silver dragon bloodlines in her body cannot be fully merged. As if hearing Yuan Na's thoughts, Xuanyu's whole body erupts with fierce energy. Then a blinding light flashes, freezing space for a few heartbeats. Amidst the raging storm, that formidable figure stood firm at the heart of the battle, his body radiating a mystical power. Witnessing the scene, Wen Na instantly understood a breakthrough. Followed by the use of the purple immortal spirit herb, she gently summoned the high-grade item from the endless void. Strands of spiritual energy materialize, spreading intensely and filling the air with mystical vitality. After some time, under Nguyen Na's careful control, the purple immortal spirit herb, now dust, is successfully absorbed by Hianvu. The outside sky was painted a sweet, wine-purple hue, like candy melting in the sunset. As the stains on his body cracked and peeled away like a shattered cocoon, seemingly sensing his body's transformation, he awakens with a bewildered expression. His eyes suddenly lit up with gratitude, thanking Nana. But then Xuanyu realized something was off. Embarrassed, he quickly scurried away like a silkworm, saying he'd go wash up first. Warm water cascaded down like a gentle stream, washing away the last vestiges of fatigue, and Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they had left. Or else, sometime later, they received word that the Royal Soul Guidance Academy in the Sun Moon Empire had an emergency, forcing Yuena to leave ahead of schedule. And so, a new semester begins. As soon as Xuanyu entered the classroom, he heard a constant stream of chatter. Class monitor. "How's that favor I asked for? Take me with you on the mission." Chak excitedly brought up their previous deal, saying he'd pay him. Suddenly, Tianluang jumped in, cutting in. "Move. I'm the one loyal to him. If you're taking anyone, take me." Seeing the familiar scene, Xuanyu couldn't help but smile wryly. They didn't even know what the mission was yet. Just then, Xiao Kai appeared in the classroom, and the students quickly settled down, greeting him. Without hesitation, he announces that starting this semester, they will begin mandatory missions, the most dangerous, yet crucial. Time for outer cadets. Xiao Kai's voice grew sterner as he explained that the Mother Star, after consuming the Abyss Plane, had attacked them. And to find a new path, the Federation had invested a fortune to explore the universe. For thousands of years, we have expanded outward, and the Federation has grown to its current size. But it has hidden things from the common people. Throughout the vast universe, countless life forms exist, and in its history of expansion, the Federation has faced many terrible dangers it has never revealed to the outside world. Countless heroes emerged with passion, ultimately resolving these crises. He focuses on recounting the past history of our Shrek Academy's predecessors in order to cultivate true elites, so that when humanity needs it most, our elites can appear where they are needed. For the Federation, are you willing to undertake a potentially dangerous mission in the coming year? As soon as he finished speaking, all three loudly declared their willingness. Seeing the determination in his students' eyes, Xiao Kai's own eyes shone with passion, and he said, "Very good. You are all good children." Then, he called out a name. Lan Xuanyu. Hearing his name, he immediately stood up. Xiao Kai reached out to his student, entrusting him with this crucial mission. As class monitor, he was ordered to bring everyone back safely. Even if the mission fails, you must return to me safely. Understand? Without hesitation, Xuanyu resolutely replied. Understood. He then looked at his students and spoke from the bottom of his heart. You are all my students, like my own children. Of course, I hope each and every one of you can become heroes of the Federation in the future. But you must be living heroes. Do you understand? The class responded in unison. Yes, sir. The two outside overheard everything, and they were both good kids. Lok Hong felt a surge of happiness. The Academy had a comprehensive plan for their growth, striving to shield them from unforeseen incidents. You'll be busy, so let's work hard together. It's rare to see you so motivated. Keep it up. Thinking she still has a chance. Zhenhua tries to hint at something, but is cut off. But Shi Yi abruptly cut him off, saying it was impossible. Hearing this, he could only watch her leave in silence. After explaining the mission details, Xiao Kai led everyone to the mission center to register, and Xuanyu was amazed by the size of the central area, wondering if this was the mission hall. It was so vast. Xiao Kai then began to instruct his students. From now on, you will receive missions here. Missions are similar to those in other forces, and the points earned are a common currency for exchange in all forces. These missions are collectively known as the Heaven Battling Martial Arts, and each person who undertakes a mission becomes a Heaven Battler. Aren't you acquainted with Long Jiang? He's the most outstanding Heaven Battler of his age. Hearing this, he immediately hatched a plan to meet him, seeking his advice before making any decisions. After completing registration at the mission center, Lan Xuanyu left, using 2 gold badges to exchange for an hour of Long Jiang's consultation. Upon seeing him, he chuckled and asked, "What's with your soul power? It's increasing so slowly. It's been over half a year." Still, Xuanyu could only laugh it off. "I'm not like everyone else." Hearing that, Long Jiang agreed. "That's right. You really are special." Xuanyu quickly got to the point, explaining that they were about to start their Dutian mission and needed to accumulate 24 points this year. Hearing this, Zheng Longjiang couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, saying that the Academy's requirements were unusually high, as he only needed 18 points back then. Seeing this, Xuanyu was a little worried. "Is it that difficult?" Longjiang explained in detail without hesitation. "It will only be more difficult than you imagine. The entire Federation uses Battle Heaven mission points, the most valuable currency, which also grants military merits. The elimination rate is probably 20% now. So good luck." Junior, seeing the intimidation in his words, made him look troubled. "Senior, I'm not here to be discouraged." Detecting his intent, he chuckled and continued. "All right, let's get to the real deal. First, familiarize yourself with level 3 missions. Second, when choosing a mission, first consider the distance. Third, try to take on combat missions. I'll explain why next." At this moment, Xuanyu listened intently, without hesitation, his face full of determination. As dusk began to settle, Xuanyu stood on the balcony, lost in thought, until finally, he made his decision. "Everyone knows I have a fixed team, but I've thought this through carefully. I'm not just the captain of our team, but also the class president. So, if you trust me and are willing to listen, then for the next year, I'm willing to lead everyone in a unified plan, and we'll complete the mission together." Xuanyu's proposal caught everyone off guard, offering no personal gain, and taking on the burden of the entire elite class's achievements. Cheeks flushed, they gaze admiringly at their class monitor. A moment later, they both stand and shout in unison, "Long live the class monitor!" Moved by Xuanyu's sacrifice, the class cheers him on. "Long live the class monitor, hey! Hey! Put me down," he cries, afraid of being tossed around so much. The ceiling's right there, witnessing his students' unity. Xiao Kai, who had overheard everything, smiled with relief, knowing that regardless of the mission's success, the elite class's cohesion had reached unprecedented heights. Furthermore, this made Xuanyu the true leader of the class. At the same time, he stood up to say a few words, and everyone keyed down. "I have something to say first. First, with unified action comes the need for unified command. If anyone disobeys orders, I won't hesitate to kick them off the team. Next, everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, and the effort put in will naturally vary. I hope to see everyone trying their best, even if your strength isn't great. As long as you put in the effort, everyone will value you. Our experimental battle class has 37 members." Xuanyu expressed his determination, saying, "We won't abandon or give up on each other. As long as our hearts are together, I believe our success rate will be 100%. This guy below can't help but be moved and says, "Well said. No one left behind. No one gives up." Soon, he presented his plan. "Okay, next I'll talk about the plan. We're starting with a level 3 difficulty mission. and the destination is Lan Xuanyu planet, which we visited during our entrance exam. The mission retrieved 10 Lan Xuanyu crystals, each from Lan Xuanyu star within 10 days, with no limit to participants. We must collect at least 370 crystals. Melons can be brought back. And if you agree, I'll accept the mission. Hinvu smiles. Planning something. Everyone might be in for a surprise. Oh, right. Before we leave, tonight is the young master's first live performance in Sea God City. I have some concert tickets. Anyone interested in joining me? Everyone froze. Speechless for a few seconds. Then they all cheered in unison. Tickets to see the young master perform? Oh my God. Class president for the win. By the Sea God Lake. At Dragon King Square, he stood watching from afar, eagerly anticipating seeing Uncle Luo. Seeing this, Bai Shuo curiously asks if he really likes his music. Juanyu nods, saying that he does, that Uncle Luo sings very well, and that he even knows him and got the tickets from him. Seeing his eagerness, she understood a little more about him. It was rare to see him so excited. So he must really like this person. Then, something on stage made Xuanyu pause. He spotted a familiar figure in front of him, and couldn't help but be surprised it was Pavilion Master Wang. He was here too. Wait. He's not even in the center. Is there an audience member with even higher status than Pavilion Master Wang? Suddenly, a godlike figure materialized in a seat, leaving Xuanyu both astonished and curious. Wang Geju doesn't react. So he must know. But who is it? Suddenly, the stage lights flared, revealing a figure suspended high above the astonished audience. A familiar figura descends, and he recognizes the idol he admires. Yue Lao. Yulin's voice begins to fill the stage, her image already fading, as if after countless lifetimes. Her voice, seemingly so clear, has cradled me countless times. Her third song remains, etched in the deepest part of my heart, as long as I exist. So will she. He caught sight of a familiar figure waving to him in the distance, none other than a beaming Xuanyu, overjoyed to see Wu Lin. At that moment, he smiled and signaled to him, and Xuanyu happily smiled back, thinking, he saw me, this is great. Wu Lan's voice echo, carrying his song to all. My memories may be fading, but my heart still searches. Wherever she is, I will lead her third life to find the other two. I only wish for lifetimes upon lifetimes, hoping our second lives and sixth lives will finally merge into one life and 3 lifetimes. Take me away. Take me away. Take me away. Take me away. The song's powerful mental fluctuations ignite everyone's soul power, deeply moving them all. Sitting above, Tang Miao suddenly realizes something. Brother Wang. Something seems off about this guy. Hearing this, Tianyu sighs and explains. Of course something's off. I'm probably no match for him. He stopped the man to ask more. You've fought him before, the god-level singer. The man calmly replied. Didn't you see he's already here? Seeing the god of death ignited Tang Miao's fighting spirit. How interesting. Truly interesting. He wanted to test himself against him. Soon after, the two exchanged words. Remember to call me to watch the fight. Forget it. Don't you want to challenge him? No. Why? You'll find out if you try. While Wu Lin was performing on stage, he suddenly leaned back. When Tang Li looked up, he saw the giant statue erected at the end of the square to commemorate the Battle of the Farming Kings. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his head, and she below was visibly shaken. Just then, a figure suddenly flew onto the stage. Uncle Luo. Xuanyu rushes to his side, asking what's wrong, while Qingling signals the guards to stand down, trusting Tang Lei to handle it. He stood beside him, asking repeatedly, Are you okay, really? Are you okay, really? Seeing this, Yulin smiled softly and replied, Hin Vu, you've grown so much taller. Sorry. The lyrics just brought back some old memories and made me lose myself for a moment. Worrying everyone. This is my friend. He came on stage because he was concerned about me. In this moment, he begins to express his feelings, saying, Remember when I performed with a child? That child was him. Now, I present to you, protecting time. Protecting you. The two sing together before the crowd, as Meng watches with envy, admiring their close relationship with Uncle. Suddenly, she realizes something is amiss. Meng quickly alerts her friend. Tutu. Did you notice? They look so alike. She can hardly believe her eyes. They really do look alike. Even Bai Shu is speechless with shock. After singing a song to protect her, Lan Xuanyu returns to his seat. Having performed all 6 of his songs, Menqin is blissfully happy, though she doesn't want it to end. The last song is almost over, and beautiful moments always pass so quickly. Is it almost over? Standing on stage, Yulin began his closing remarks. Today, it is truly an honor to be here. I once had the privilege of attending Shrek Academy, and I don't know why, but I feel a sense of familiarity with this place. After returning, I researched much of Shrek Academy's history, gaining a deep understanding. So, I wrote a new song, and since I'm performing here today, I want to dedicate it to Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered with delight. A new song. How wonderful, and it's dedicated to Shrek and the Tang Sect. Unprecedented. The 3 on the side were also surprised, but remained silent. He began to walk towards the audience, his voice echoing with each step, as snow-capped mountains and oceans became tears, vanishing in a warm embrace, missing a fragrance. In the desolate left atrium, she gently sings, and the light in her eyes ignites the waves, pink light, whose thoughts are soaring, suddenly touching the chest, suddenly painful and sorrowful. Warm hands intertwine, hoping to hold on to a lifelong wish. On the blood-soaked battlefield, our shoulders overcome. Together with the lightning, we are completely devastated. In the boundless white forest, who has given up everything, a heart-wrenching pain, burying hatred. Her voice floats, a dreamlike panic, adorning you night after night with endless love. The cold wind pierces. Worldly affairs are hard to stop. Offering all my strength, I fear we cannot be together. As he sings, images of the past flicker in Yulin's mind. Memories of the sea god's love. Upon hearing this song, the god of death abruptly stood up, muttering, "What's the name of this song?" At that moment, he sang the final verse, an answer to the death god, the sea god's tears. Upon hearing it, she replied, "This gift, Shrek Academy accepts, and Tang Sect accepts as well." On stage, Wu Lin bows politely, giving thanks. While death broods silently below, the audience was ecstatic, singing at the top of their lungs, overjoyed that Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect had recognized him. What a fantastic new song, we love you. Young Master, Xuanyu was swept up in the emotion as well, shouting, "Uncle Lac, you're amazing," amidst the cheers. Tang Lac departed, and the crowd dispersed from the square. Taking his chance, Tang Miao tries to provoke her again. "Boss, is that Lord Li really a god-level powerhouse?" Hearing this, the Grim Reaper pauses and asks, "What do you want to do?" He's taking a gamble, he has to try. "I want to challenge him." Seeing her opponent was not up to par, she vanished, leaving a warning, "Don't follow if you don't want to die." Tianyu chuckled, then warned him, "Didn't you notice how close she is to young Master Luo? Trust her advice. Don't go looking for trouble." Despite this, Tang Miao looked incredibly annoyed. "The more you say that, the more curious I become." The others leave as well, and noticing his friend's strange behavior, Tianyu asks, "What's wrong? Did the music move you?" Menqin seems troubled, and asks, "Can you introduce me to Gongzi Luo? Aren't you acquainted with him?" Hearing that, Tianyu readily agreed. "No problem. He'll probably look for me today. Then come back to the dorm with me." Who bullies who? Knowing the other party intended to isolate her, she immediately interrupted, "You're not allowed to bully our Shushu." Back at Lan Tianyu's dorm, he excitedly rushes to Wu Lin. Uncle seeing Tianyu's concern, he reassures him, "Sorry for worrying you. I'm fine now." Still, he keeps asking about his condition. "What's wrong today? Are you feeling unwell?" Wu Lin explains that the sculptures in the square seem to beckon his memories, but recalling them gives him a headache, which is why he's like this. Tianyu is relieved, and Wu Lin introduces Bai Shu Shu, who hesitantly asks if he remembers her. Hearing this, Bai Shu recounted the past. Do you remember? In the Great Sea, the white-crowned fish, but he still couldn't recall anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know me? At that moment, she was momentarily speechless, thinking she had mistaken him for someone else. Bai Shu murmured to herself, wondering if he really wasn't the one. Seeing his love's unease, Tianyu immediately stepped forward to ask, Xiu Shu, does he resemble someone you know? What's their relationship to you? She replies, benefactor. Hearing this, he feels relieved, thinking, then it's all right. It's good she's not an enemy. I can't remember the past, it'll give me a headache. But her intuition makes Meng Qin hesitate. After much consideration, she gave up on her suspicions, thinking she must have mistaken him for someone else, and said goodbye to Tianyu. Vu Lan, having observed everything, waited for him to enter before asking if she was more than just a classmate. Sensing the implication, Tianyu, though tempted, remained shy, suggesting she might be a future girlfriend, and he'd try harder when he came of age. Hearing this, Wu Lin gently stroked his head knowingly. You've already prepared yourself. Huh. Our Tianyu is so handsome. I'm sure many girls like you. He also curiously asked, what about you? Uncle Luo, do you have a girlfriend? After a moment's thought, he simply replied, I don't. Sensing something amiss, Tianwu pressed him again. Why not? You're so popular. But Wu Lin quickly changed the subject. I've never thought about it. Let's go see your current forging level. Without much thought, he agrees. And a moment later, Tianyu shows off his power. As he watched, he commented, not bad. Very stable. Giving himself time to think. Each hammer blow is carefully considered. The speed isn't fast. But you found your own rhythm. At the same time, he raised his hammer, pouring all his energy into it, and struck a mighty blow, causing sparks to fly. In an instant, a dragon appeared around the stone, and he sighed in relief as he watched. Wu Lin, witnessing the scene, praised the other's efforts. Very good. Your spirit forging has succeeded. Hearing this, Tianyu was overjoyed. Uncle, does this mean I can try creating a soul alloy? Thinking he could still do better, he decided to step forward and guide him. Not yet. You still have a long way to go with your spirit soul. Today, I'll teach you how to use spirit forging. Your spirit forging hammer has evolved. But today, I'll reforge it for you. Prepare 2 types of metal for me. Any kind will do. In an instant, Yulin strikes, and light erupts from the 2 blue silver grasses. Tianwu watches his every move with intense focus. As the 2 father metals flared intensely before their eyes, he gasped, realizing something. A father? No way. A heavenly father metal. Wu Lin remained calm, focusing all of his power, and then, he breathed out a flame. Suddenly, a dragon emerges from Wu Lin's breath, circling the 2 stones, and dragon scales begin to appear on his hands. Tian Wu observes the phenomenon, noticing dragon scales forming on the master's hand. As a loud sound suddenly erupts from the 2 stones, the fiery energy begins to reshape the 2 stones, transforming them into something new. He intently observes Wu Lin's every move, realizing this is a soul core, and a completed one at that. Yet, he remains calm, focusing on his own power. The stone pulsed with light, firing sparks in all directions, and Tian Wu realized what was coming next. Fusion he had to watch closely. At that moment, Wu Lin opened his eyes and continued to channel his power, his gaze suddenly shining brightly, and his entire body erupted in a magnificent display. He could just feel the power surging within him, a psychic force so strong. An illusion of him suddenly appeared before Tianyu, a soul cluster. Time passes as the 2 work tirelessly in Tianwu's home, and Wu Lin nears the final step, awaken. As the metal is about to fly into the forging hammer, he raises both hammers and focuses his power. A moment later, Wu Lin signals for 2 drops of his blood, and he immediately complies. As drops of Wu Xuan's blood fell, a flash of red light appeared on the hammer. He watched, thinking to himself, "They seem to be merging into my body, and I can even change their weight at will." Having finished his part, he begins the final step, saying the reforged hammer can now withstand his soul power, its absolute limit. Using it to reforge will allow him to feel the magic of fusion and soul power. Xuanyu was excited, thanking Uncle Luo, who stayed in his dorm until dawn before leaving. Xuanyu spends the whole night experimenting with fusion, and at the Lai Qi spaceport, Riting announces to the assembled students that the ship to Dragon Origin Star is preparing to depart, and those with missions should board. They settled into their seats, and a system voice announced, "Please fasten your seatbelts. Dutian Masters, the ship is preparing for launch." Chun Lei, seated beside him, gazed excitedly at the passing scenery. The first Battle Heaven mission on the experimental planet begins. Soon after, a cold voice announces, "Greetings. I'm in charge of this Battle Heaven operation. I'm Yan Riting, and I'll briefly explain this mission and the precautions you need to take. Please listen carefully to the mission objectives." Riting begins to outline the plan for the trip. "The reason I've invited you all here is so you can obtain more Dragon Essence cores for the Federation." Xuanyu listens intently, his heart filled with determination. Believing this mission sounds very interesting, she points to the screen and explains that these are dragon beasts, and their bodies contain dragon crystals. The quality and strength of a dragon beast are proportional, so the stronger they are, the more dangerous they are. Each person must collect at least 10 dragon crystals, and the Battle Sky Division sets out every 10 days. Finally, may all of you heavenly fighters be safe, and may you succeed and return unharmed. He immediately understood his mission. So our goal this time is to complete the task within 10 days, and try to get as many Dragon Origin crystals as possible. After a 13-day flight, everyone meditated, worried about a sudden system alert. They were about to land on Dragon Origin Star, and Xuanyu had just finished refining his power. The system then announced, "Everyone, cease meditation and prepare for landing." At the Federation base on Dragon Origin Star, Feng Qi stepped forward and solemnly introduced, "Welcome, Battle Angels, to the military base on Dragon Origin Star." The unfamiliar scenery surprised him. The base here was like an important city, unlike the No. 4Z Yuan Star base. At the same time, the Federation base personnel began announcing the regulations. "Please strictly abide by the rules. Detailed records are required when entering and exiting. Once you leave the base, your safety is your own responsibility." After that, Yan Ranting led everyone to their resting place, where Lan Xuanyu gathered them for their first-class meeting. He addressed them sternly. "I'll emphasize one last time. This is not a drill, nor is it a test. This is real combat. We came together, and will leave together. I hope none of us give up or quit." Inspired, everyone resolutely shouts, "No giving up. No quitting." Seeing his teammates united, Xuanyu felt relieved and began to lay out his specific plan. "All right. Next I'll start arranging the smaller groups, which will be led by the team leaders. All power attack soul masters. Step forward. Agility, defense, control, and support soul masters. Divide into 5 smaller groups." Meng Qin wonders where she fits in, but Xuanyu already has a plan. She'll be with him for now. Team 2. Long-range power attack battle soul masters will be led by Lin Donghui, Li Han, Li Bin, and Yu Wu. You 3 are also in this team. Hearing this, he expresses his attitude of disbelief. The other students are confused by the class leader's decision. Yuan and Hui Hui is clearly the strongest, but the captain has his reasons. Undaunted, Xuanyu continues his planned assignments. Team 3. Agility-type battle soul masters will be led by Lu Feng, emphasizing precision. Team 4. Control-type soul masters will be led by Ding Kui. Meng Qin and I will be Team 5. Support-type soul masters, led by me. In battle, all team leaders will follow my command, with Team 1 in front, Teams 2 and 4 in the rear, and Team 5 in the middle, ready to go. He decisively initiates the mission, preparing to depart. The two take the lead. And after a moment, Xuanyu speaks first. Feng Zi, scout ahead and find Yuan Long. Lu Feng acknowledges the order, and Xuanyu turns to signal the first group to move forward, with the others following behind. Without hesitation, he gave the order to move out. As someone watched them from a vehicle, the young students of Shrek Academy were on the move. So, we'll take the lead. Undeterred, Xuanyu was determined to catch up, accelerating to follow them. Everyone be careful. The plants here are poisonous. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist beeped. One primal dragon detected. I'm luring the others in the armored vehicle over there. Hearing this, Xuanyu bides his time, waiting for the opportune moment. Understood. Continue observing. Soon after, over a dozen mechs engaged the primal heart, with Lu Feng constantly transmitting images. Moments later, his watch system issued a notification. Captain, the Abyssal's attack methods are unique. They're testing the Abyssal's strength. It seems these people are new to the Abyss. Xuanyu silently observes and signals his teammates. Is luring the primal dragon dangerous? Lu Feng, seeing the target isn't impressive enough, remains calm. Still, these primal dragons aren't particularly fast. Though their attacks are strong, they lack finesse. Hearing this, he understands the situation. Got it. Send us the coordinates, and we'll be there. 10 minutes later, the sight of 3 massive primal core corpses greeted Xuanyu and his classmates. He scanned the area before speaking. Wu Jie, can you check these corpses? She immediately approached, replying, Okay. Vuj felt something strange as she touched them, and Xuanyu approached to investigate what was so odd. With a grim expression, she explained that these weren't dead creatures, but rather lumps of raw soul metal. Hearing this, he immediately realized something. These fallen origin hearts become origin heart metal. Wu Ge agreed, confirming that, yes. But this origin heart metal contains 40% impurities. Lost in thought, a sudden idea sparked in Xuanyu's mind. He realized these 3 yuan long could yield hundreds of pounds of rare metal. He resolved to take them all. In 2 hours, they collected over a dozen yuan long corpses. Meanwhile, Liao Feng spots their next target, a massive creature, likely a level 6 origin heart. A level 6 origin heart is like a Tyrannosaurus rex among soul beasts, with a giant metal sphere at the end of its tail. At the same time, he hastily ordered them to speed up and head over there. They needed their help. But Meng Qin objected, saying that stealing from others wasn't right, especially since they were all Duluo continent fighters. Hearing this, he smiled wryly and asked, So that's who it is, she replied frankly. That's him, sharp claws that can shoot out rays of light. The two watched, secretly astonished by the strength of his origin, soul. Immediately, Xuanyu issued orders. Team 1. Advance. Team 2. Prepare a ranged attack. Team 3. Be ready to rescue. Madman. It's dangerous. Save them. Suddenly, the star beast becomes even more violent. Seeing the dire situation, Shen Wu signals a retreat, ordering everyone to scatter and return to base. Activating the 7-ring Soul Sage second word battle armor. Lu Shen Wu. Hearing this, his teammates were confused. Captain, what's wrong? Without hesitation, Shen Wu stood firm in his decision. Don't worry about me. Return to base immediately. Go now, or no one will be able to leave. It cast a cold gaze upon him. Shen Wu sensed something was wrong. This is bad. The star matter, everyone's being pulled toward it. Though terrified, he recklessly decides to attack. Gambling it all, Shen Wu unleashes his power. A devastating crescent strike. But it was no match for the Stellar River, and it angrily glared in his direction. Seeing himself in a desperate situation with no way out, he had no choice but to let the Stellar River counterattack. Both sides are overwhelmed and attacked. A deadly situation they can't escape. They're sent flying, wondering who will come to their rescue. Just then, reinforcements arrive from afar, a blue flag, marking them as the Shrek Academy. At that moment, Xuanyu seized the opportunity to advance, telling Qianlei to hold it back while they moved forward. He immediately acted, replying, All right, watch this, I'm coming for you. You big brute. Without hesitation, Qianlei rushes toward Xingye, a mischievous grin on his face as he attacks. Observing from the side, Xinwu was puzzled by his opponent's actions. Was he trying to meet force with force? No way. In an instant, it struck Qianlei head-on, sending rocks flying. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the view until the wind cleared it, revealing him clutching the Star River's precious tail. Seeing this, he sprayed adhesive in astonishment. Embracing it. Is this a human body? At that moment, a familiar figure appeared, flying towards Xinwu's teammates. Tianliang rushes in to protect his friend. Battle God, palace members. Retreat, we'll take it from here. He immediately unleashes his power. Annihilation lightning. The two Star Rivers were paralyzed by Tianliang's power, and another student seized the opportunity to charge forward. Without hesitation, Lu Feng uses his weapon to sever a piece of the galaxy. As blue, red, green, and yellow lights swirl together in his palm. Elemental amplification. A swirling vortex of 4 colors suddenly blooms in the young man's hand behind him. Struck by the double attack, it furiously tries to break free. He focuses all his energy into a final blow. A deafening crash echoes, and everyone stares in stunned disbelief. What? Even the war god over here is frozen stiff. No. This can't be happening. That massive Star River core just died like that. At that moment, the Star River was electrocuted to the point of lying motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life. With the Star River monster defeated, the two strike a pose, signaling mission accomplished. Class President Lan Xuanyu smiles knowingly, while the other man watches in stunned silence, wondering how these youths managed such a feat. The space returned to its tranquil state. Shenwu stepped forward, introducing himself formally. I am Lu Shenwu, of the War God Hall. Thank you for your help. Hearing that, he happily replied, We're all soul masters. It's what we should do. Don't be so polite. I'm Lan Xuanyu. At the same time, he noticed something unusual about the other party. This young man only has 4 soul rings. As a token of gratitude, Shenwu offered the primal crystal, saying their lives were saved, and this trophy from their battle with the primal dragon was theirs. But Xuanyu politely refused, saying they couldn't possibly accept. Even so, he insisted on giving him the primal crystal, saying, No, you must accept this. He then asked which class they were from at Shrek Academy, and they replied that they were from the Outer Courts Class 54. On their first mission, after expressing their gratitude, the Shengyuan team departed, leaving Lan Xuanyu and his group with the dragon origin crystal they'd extracted from the Star River origin dragon's head. As she walked, Yuga mused to herself. This is indeed the standard of rare metal. I should be able to refine quite a bit of dragon essence metal. A familiar voice shouted excitedly. The teacher was right. Completing missions is the best way to make money. Qianlei spun the star's sturdy part in his hand, expressing his delight. This meteor pool is really useful. Looking at his friend, Xuanyu felt helpless. He was going further and further down a strange path. Should we pull him back? Understanding. Menqin reluctantly agreed. At the same time, he quickly formulated the next battle plan. Wu Jie, come assist me, and see if you can detect the fluctuations of metal elements in the distance. She immediately accepted the order. Got it. Wu Ge stepped forward, silently sensing the surrounding atmosphere. After a moment, she suddenly realized something strange. This isn't good. The metal elements on this planet are too concentrated. I can't sense much. Hearing this, Xuanyu grasped the situation and quickly changed the plan. Everyone, stay where you are and regroup. Liao Feng, Wu Jie, Shu Shu, Meng Qin, and Hui Hui. Follow me. We'll use Heavenly Falcon to scout from afar and find the primal dragon from the chrysalis. Bang. You're in charge of guiding Hui while I'm gone. Qianlei feigned grievance. Boss, why didn't you bring me? But despite his antics, Xuanyu remained firm in his plan. You play with your metal ball. You stay here and defend against any frontal dragon attacks. They immediately pilot their ship into battle. Setting off, Yuja, sitting beside him, directs. 2 o'clock ahead. extremely strong metal elemental fluctuations. Likely a large number of primal dragons. Without hesitation, Xuanyu complied, shifting power to the right, towards 3 o'clock, switching to Wu Ge leading the team. High-speed reconnaissance. Seeing an obstruction ahead, he immediately reported. Something's up. She looked out in astonishment, exclaiming that there was a massive amount of primal dragons, as a swarm of star beasts rushed toward them from afar. Witnessing this, Xuanyu thought he'd stepped in something terrible. A horde of star beasts was upon them, spewing lava. Sparks flew in chaotic patterns, and in that instant, Xuanyu signaled to turn back and retreat. They had discovered a massive amount of primal dragons and needed to lead everyone back to the base immediately. We've discovered countless primal dragons converging on the base. Prepare for immediate response. The base replies, confirming detection and initiating emergency protocols. All Heaven Doublers are urged to return to base immediately. They've been gathering for months without action. Hearing this, Xuanyu understood the hidden meaning in the words. A subtle blame. The voice on the other end continued, urging all Heaven Doublers to return to base immediately. Hearing this, he quickly ordered his teammates, front row, aerial support. Everyone prepare to move out. We're heading back to base. They immediately acknowledged. Roger. Now. They all board the ship and head back to base, gathering in the central area where Xuanyu and the others emerge from their mechs. Tian Liang asked. Who's led? Xuanyu. What's going on, knowing they were in deep trouble? He looked bewildered, unsure how to respond. We stirred up a hornet's nest. We ran into a massive nest of primal dragons. Without a second thought, he happily replied. So many. Seeing his companion's recklessness, Xuanyu quietly retorted. That means lots of elemental dragon crystals, if we live to collect them. Meanwhile, tense figures stepped forward, shouting. You led them here, feeling guilty. Xuanyu couldn't find a response. I didn't mean for this to happen. What do we do now? She solemnly announces the situation and instructs the students they've been drafted and will now coordinate with the military. Following her lead. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the base, swarms of star tyrants descend upon their stronghold. Immediately, they enact their plan. The shield will keep the primal dragons out, but a few will be released into the defensive perimeter, where they can be attacked in coordination with the military. The shield gate begins to open, allowing them to enter. Once a few of them were inside, the shield gate closed again. Seeing the spirit beasts, Xuanyu quickly signaled his teammates to activate their battle armor and fight. Watching from afar, a familiar voice suddenly spoke. These people are really brave. She admired them in her heart, thinking, so strong. Meanwhile, inside the base's system, a group was monitoring the students' every move on screen. Which division is that? Who told them to use fire element attacks? They seem to be Heaven's chosen. Something felt off to Van Trock, and he ordered them to zoom in on the screen, which showed Tian Loi holding a compass. Seeing the familiar figures, he exclaimed, Check where those Duluo continent fighters are from. An employee nearby replied. They're from Shrek Academy. Should we warn them? Hearing this, Ranjai was surprised and remembered something. So they're Shrek Academy students. No need. If they're in danger, assist them immediately. The soldiers acknowledged the order. Outside, the fairies relentlessly bombarded the star tyrants with their mental power, while Xuanyu rushed forward to defend. Watching this unfold, Ruo Ting is confused. Are they crazy? Tang Woog charges toward a primal dragon. Dodging, she slipped into another primal dragon, emerging with a dragon essence in hand. Tang Wulin seems to phase through the primal dragons to seize their essence, his celestial body crackling with electricity, unleashing widespread destruction. Bai Shu now unleashes her power, leaving Ruo Ting in awe. In an instant, Bai Shu's power surged, a brilliant light emanating from her as she floated in the air. Death spirit guidance. Instantly, the surrounding star spirits began to vanish. Witnessing this, Ruo Ting focused intently, realizing just how terrifying this soul skill was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xuanyu asks Meng Qin to replenish his energy. She agrees. Meng Qin quickly unleashes her power, the Emerald Phoenix dance, focusing all her energy within. In short order, their strength restored, the surrounding area cleared of beasts, and Xuanyu ordered a rest, along with a cleanup of the battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched from afar. As the students finished off the primal dragons, Nu Dean looked around, inwardly surprised. Their mission was to kill 370 primal dragons, and they were already more than halfway there on the first day. Meanwhile, Xuanyu approached his friend, gently reminding him to refrain from acting in the future, fearing exposure and his potential loss. Take this exquisite buckshoe pill. Senior BG said it can help you recover quickly. Here. Don't rush to use it. Meng Qin understood his meaning and agreed. Moments later, Ru Ting signaled them to continue fighting and quickly enter the city. Standing behind the cannon, the spatial vortex and absorption activated. The cannon's pulse fired. The origin core corpses are sucked into the cannon, then blasted out, flying into the distant origin core swarm. Seeing the star tyrants tossed so carelessly, and realizing they'd been hit with a double whammy, he thought, so that's how they dispose of the bodies. How brutal. Quickly, the second round of combat begins, and after it concludes, Lan Xuanyu asks Lan Ruoting for a break, but the team leader, wanting to increase the difficulty, asked why they were stopping, as they could still continue, to which Xuanyu calmly explained that they had completed their mission on Dragon Source Planet, and the metal transformed from the high-level essence core was worth more. Instead of helping, he could only mock. Boss, you're really taking it to the grave. You want money, even in death. When we attack in the fourth round, we'll split into two groups. Cha Ham. Our side will be under your command. The 7 of us, plus Lao Bong, Dong Hui, and Yutian 10 in all, will form a team to fight the 6th level Yuanlong. At the same time, Yuga steps forward to inform his teammates. Xuanyu, I'm about to break through. Surprised by this, he hears her giggle and reply, I've accumulated enough. The other two chime in. Me too. I'm breaking through as well. Brother Xuanyu. So are Fengzi and I. Without hesitation, Xuanyu decides to meditate, saying, all right, break through then. Meng Qin and I will protect you. I'll help you break through. So sit next to me. He then focused on meditating on his power, transferring energy to his teammate in front. Xuanyu focused all his energy while trying to concentrate. Soon after, both of them focused on maintaining their energy. Golden fur sprouts in an instant, and his body explodes in size once more. While Lu Feng remains deep in meditation, suddenly, feathers sprouted on his face, and the phantom of a white dragon materialized behind Lu Feng. Above Yuan and Hui Hui's head, a cluster of light flickers. His initial soul ring multiplies into 6 in an instant, and the 6th soul ring is red. At the same time, Wuga also began her breakthrough journey, the yin-yang mark suddenly appearing on her forehead, a soul sage of the 7th ring. While patrolling, Ru Ting noticed something strange about the students. What were they doing? Above Lan Xuanyu's head, 2 beams of light, one gold and one silver, swirled around each other, forming a vortex. Witnessing this, she realized what they were doing, breaking through on the battlefield. Among these 4th-year students, a 7-ringed soul sage had emerged. It seems there's bound to be someone with great achievements among them in the future. Now, those at the Central Command have seen everything through the surveillance screens, and the Academy is calling it the Elite Mecha Experiment Class. As Yunze watched, pride swelled within him. This elite experimental class was unprecedented in Shrek Academy, and to be called experimental, it must be special. A few seconds later, he immediately issued a command. Prioritize the protection of Shrek Academy students, ensuring none are harmed. Hearing this, Qi Xia objected. Chief Huai, this isn't in accordance with the rules. But Yunze stood firm, insisting on his decision, and replied that if there were any problems with Du Tianbu in the future, they could come directly to him. The star dragon doesn't have dragon scales, but feathers, like a beautiful, giant bird, releasing circles above Yuan and Huai Huai, who now has 6 soul rings. At this moment, Yi also unleashes her power, completing her breakthrough. Suddenly, Anhui glances at his sister, a 7-ringed soul sage. Tang Wulin has officially become a high-ranking soul master. Seeing this, Yi feels a twinge of envy, knowing that soon, she too will become a soul sage. The thorn dragon spirit soul merges, and Qianlei's body begins to grow. Instantly reaching 6 meters in height, he suddenly loses control, staring at his teammates. Seeing his friend lose control and glare at him, Xuanyu immediately spoke up. "What are you looking at?" Qianlei instantly returned to normal, stared blankly, and slowly returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Knowing the situation, Xuanyu reminded him to control himself. Hearing this, he could only smile awkwardly. "If it weren't for my strong spiritual power, it would have been dangerous to lose control." Sensing the hidden meaning in his words, Mengqin, standing beside him, expressed her displeasure, while Qianlei casually replied, "Not as strong as you. Definitely not as strong as you." Hearing that, she shyly turned her head away, feigning disinterest. Without delay, Hianvu stepped forward to inform everyone. "Prepare for battle. The 4th round will be even more intense than before. Our 10 will primarily target the 6th-level primal dragons." Qianlei instructs them to focus on stability and safety, not intense combat. Then, they immediately return to attack mode, and he says, "Let's go." After their breakthroughs, the power of all 3 had become even greater than before. When another student shouted, discovering a 6th-level primal dragon, Qianlei, reckless as ever, cranks up the difficulty. And in a flash, he unleashes a devastating meteor hammer attack on the surrounding beasts. The meteor hammer smashes the primal dragon, and fur erupts across Qianlei's body as he frenziedly attacks his target. Then, Qianlei's massive hands seized his shoulders, and in an instant, Qianlei lost all control. He immediately tears the star spirit in half with his bare hands, and Xuanyu realizes the dire situation, knowing his teammate has entered a bloodthirsty state. Meanwhile, Qianlei's power continued to surge, and Mengqin began to worry about him. "Xuanyu, this can't go on. I fear Qianlei will lose control. He can't control his power." And his eyes are turning red. Seeing the situation escalate, she cried out, "At this rate, Qianlei's life force will be drained, unable to bear it any longer." Mengqin finally flew in to help. Seeing this, he tried to intervene. "Don't go over there. He's lost control." But she didn't hesitate, immediately flying toward Qianlei. At that moment, he became even more deranged, and upon seeing his opponent, Qianlei instinctively raised his hand to attack. Witnessing this, Hianvu cries out to awaken his friend. "No, Tianloi." His large hand is about to strike Mongcam, but she remains steadfast, glaring with fury. "How dare you?" Just as Qianlei finally recognizes who stands before him, he swiftly retracts his hand. "No." Realizing he's gone too far, Qianlei stammers, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Acknowledging his mistake, he bows and tearfully apologizes. "It was my fault." At that moment, Mongcam smiled faintly, pleased with herself, while the 2 on the other side could only watch helplessly. Is Qianlei so afraid of Mengqin? I wouldn't know. Qianlei couldn't stand any longer and collapsed to the ground. Just as Qianlei fell, Lu Feng rushed to his side to catch him. Seeing his unstable condition, Xuanyu spoke up. "Fengzi, take him to rest." Lu Feng agreed. "Okay." At that moment, Hyunwoo decided to change their attack strategy, retreating while fighting. Right now, everyone is relatively close to the center of the base. Wuga steps forward, taking the lead decisively. "Xuanyu, I want to try too. Let me be the main attacker in the next round." He turns back, asking again, "Try what?" But she remains steadfast in her decision. "Like you did before. I want to try and push the soul core. I condensed long ago. I want to help the team fight with all my strength." Hyunwoo understood his teammate's intention, and agreed, saying, "Okay, we'll protect you." As the 5th round begins, a level 7 primal dragon, towering over 10 meters tall, appears on the battlefield for the first time. At that moment, Wu Ge resolutely steps forward, signaling to the others, "Don't interfere until I'm defeated." Xuanyu offered a few words of caution, emphasizing safety, as she unleashed her seventh soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, leaving a trail of shimmering light in her wake. Two beams of golden light, one bright and one dim, suddenly burst from her back, striking the primal dragons below, instantly melting them with Wu Ge's power. Seeing this, Tianliang was visibly impressed. These primal dragons were actually being melted. Dang Wulin, alone, had managed to defeat over 100 primal dragons in such a short time. Realizing his friend's true power, he felt a pang of envy, understanding the gap between them and the need for his own effort. Meanwhile, she flew towards the Star Tyrant's head, ready for a direct attack. Leaving Tianliang puzzled, the level 6 primal dragon's head is shattered, and the massive dragon core is extracted. Instantly, Wu Ge holds the Star Dragon Core from the Star Subduer, but another Star Overlord appears from behind, gathering power for a sneak attack. A metallic storm. In an instant, a fireball is launched straight at her. From afar, Hianvu urgently warns, "Be careful, Vukash." As Duong Vukash turns, a chaotic flame erupts from her mouth. Even so, she hoped the flames would stop the target, while Hui prepared to fire a surprise arrow for her, but Wu Ge stopped him, saying she didn't need his help. She could handle it. Hearing this, he reluctantly obeyed. She really was one to rely on her own strength. Without hesitation, she flew to attack the target with chaotic divine light, while Wu Ge swiftly aimed for the Star Tyrant's head, delivering the final blow. In an instant, the sound of impact echoed throughout the area, and light burst forth from its head. The light ripped through the head of the level 7 primal dragon, and its massive body began to convulse violently. Van Trock observes everything on screen. To suppress a level 7 primal dragon with such ease, these kids are truly something. Witnessing his power, she was stunned. Could his attack really be that strong? Xuanyu, having foreseen this, immediately warned, "Wu Ge, fall back." The colossal body of the 7th level primal dragon explodes, its fragments transforming into a terrifying metallic storm. As the system's voice suddenly warns of an evolving primal dragon and urges all warriors to be cautious. The sight bewildered Tianliang had it evolved into an 8th level primal dragon. Xuanyu immediately adjusted their strategy to focus on defense. Wu Ge, Xiu, Feng Zi, Meng Chen, and Huai hold the rear. Everyone else, retreat. Hearing this, everyone immediately obeyed the order, and I stayed behind as well. He wasted no time enacting his plan, launching the heavenly wings into the sky as their ships swiftly moved in to attack. From afar, the Star Tyrants unleashed a furious barrage of fire upon the ship. But sensing the impending danger, Xuanvu reacted with lightning speed. A massive burst of air suppresses the incoming flames, and the resulting explosion sends 6 heavenly wings mechs flying. The ship suddenly rocks violently, throwing him off balance. At this rate, everyone's in danger. Xuanyu quickly regained his focus and ordered his teammates to retreat, believing they were now safe, and told them to continue holding it back. They immediately follow orders, and with a clear mind, he quickly executes the plan. Missiles are launched from the ship, striking the star beasts below in an instant, but the star beasts retaliate in pain, and after a while, Xuanyu seizes the chance to unleash a barrage of missiles. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned by his true abilities. A miracle fighter. The dream-spinning mandala circle dance. Someone actually pulled it off. Yet, Xuanvu effortlessly dodged the attack without a scratch. A feat witnessed by 2 figures in the distance. Observing, Wanzai couldn't help but marvel at the student's extraordinary power, a true genius who must be protected at all costs. Seeing the opponent's beak slightly open, Jutsi spoke up. Annoyed. "I know. You're so annoying." Hearing this, Van Trock could only chuckle, his heart always stirred by his wife's voice recordings in the system. Suddenly, Hianvu's mech lost control and plummeted downwards. The mech was out of control, shaking violently. Sensing the danger, She quickly cast a spell, realizing the operation was too risky. Suddenly, Xuanyu's aircraft was struck by Xuanyu's powerful blow, piercing through the opponent before it could react. The Count's body gradually lit up, and he realized something was wrong. It was about to explode. Xuanyu tries to escape the impending explosion, but he knows that even with his dragon god transformation, impact at this speed would obliterate him. Suddenly, the old man grabbed Xuanyu's hand and pulled him away from the flames. As the others below cheered, Level 8. Yuan Long is dead. We won. Seeing his reckless actions, Zizhu couldn't help but warn him. Kid, you're still too young. Hearing this, Xuanyu understood the hidden meaning and replied, Thank you. Suddenly, she turned and headed back to base. As Bai Xiu rushed over from afar and embraced him, before he could react, Xuanyu was caught off guard, but soon realized her concern and chuckled softly. Xuanyu tries to return her embrace, but Bai Xiu is taken aback by his touch. Bai Xiu immediately pushes him away without mercy, telling him to back off. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, he's frustrated, tears streaming down his face. In an instant, Bai Yueguang threw Xuanyu straight into the dusty ground. In the girls' dorms, Meng Qin approached Qunao, looking extremely displeased. I'm telling you, since Tutu came back, she hasn't said a word. She just cried. I've never seen her like that before. If you can't comfort her, you'll have to answer to me. Seeing his white moonlight so distraught, Xuanyu decides to make amends. Fine. Everyone had returned to their rooms to rest and recharge. But Baitu sat blankly on her bed. She remained silent, as if burdened by unspoken secrets. After a moment, he approached and softly spoke her name. Tutu. Tutu. I was wrong to worry you. Hianvu gently approached and sat beside her, seeing she still wouldn't forgive him. He continued, I shouldn't have risked it on my own. Hearing this, Bai Xiu was slightly moved. Xuanyu continues to plead for forgiveness, promising that such a situation will never happen again, and that he'll accept any punishment she deems fit. But silence hangs in the air as Bai Tu remains hesitant to respond. Not giving up, Xuanvu spoke from the bottom of his heart, promising to never repeat the same mistake, for her sake and the sake of everyone he held dear. Suddenly, she unexpectedly hugs Xuanyu, catching him off guard. Xuanyu. Bai Xiu's tears flow, revealing all her suffering. At first, Xuanyu was stunned, but he quickly understood her feelings. Bai Tu hugged him, shyly saying she was truly, utterly afraid. She confessed that seeing him about to explode reminded her of her parents. When she was helpless, they died like that too. In that instant, I lost everything and became an orphan, living every day in a cold world. Like a walking corpse, she gently placed her hand on his, telling him to remember his promise. If he couldn't keep it, he should stay away and never enter her heart, because she truly feared that pain. Hearing these words, Xuanyu gently embraced her. Bai Xiu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Their feelings filled the room. After some thought, he decided to take the plunge and confess. Tu Xiu, how about we become lovers? Hearing this, Bai Xiu blushed crimson. Though smitten, she's too shy to let her family know, and reminds him they're underage. After being beaten, Xuanyu immediately apologizes, and the two remain friends. Yet something more. Still hesitant to express their true feelings. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Your scolding is too harsh. Just go. Go away. After a day of reflection, Xuanyu gathered his teammates to deeply examine his behavior from the previous day. Finally, Xuanyu bowed before the entire class, apologizing and promising that yesterday's events would never happen again. They would analyze the mission, exchanging essence crystals for merit points and selling the liquid metal to fund the class. Buying necessary resources, points will primarily be used to exchange for heavenly wings. Speak now if you have any objections. Next, I'll divide everyone into 4 squads, and those with heavenly wings will be our mobile support team. Having heard their plans, Not Din felt a surge of pride, impressed by these promising young talents. Soon after, she announced, I've arranged a meeting for you with Major General Lei Yunze. Hearing this, Xuanyu politely replied. Thank you. Riting began to praise. Your performance has made me see Shrek Academy in a new light. It truly is the Federation's top academy. Xianyu smiled faintly and thanked him, then headed to the base's assembly point, zaying him. Yunze happily greeted. Our little hero has arrived. Xuanyu excitedly replied. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. I was too impulsive that day. Thank you for saving my life. Hearing this, he sympathized, saying that young people are always passionate, and that he performed perfectly that day. Yunze then said softly, Sit down. Did that kiss feel disgusting? Hearing this, Xuanyu nodded in agreement, feeling both fear and regret. Just as he suspected, the man replied cheerfully, Self-reflection is an excellent quality, and failure is a man's most precious asset. I think you're the one with the most potential. Are you confident about getting into the inner court? Hyunwoo hesitated. I'll do my best. Hearing this, Yunzi's lips curled into a smile as he said, If you don't get into the inner court, you have to tell me, so I can be happy. Hearing this, Xuanyu's face froze as he asked in confusion. Oh, happy. He patiently explained that if Lan Xuanyu didn't pass the inner court exam, he'd have a chance. And if he wanted to join the military, he should choose his unit. Lan Xuanyu was speechless, realizing this guy wasn't hiding anything. But then, Yunze turned serious, offering his personal view, of course. I hope you can enter the inner court and become a true powerhouse. I remind you, prioritize using your Combat Heaven division points to increase your Combat Heaven level. Seeing the other's tense face, Xuanyu paused. It continued, explaining that if he were a level 5 Battle Soul Master, he'd have a chance to enter the inner court directly. Hearing this, Xuanyu suddenly felt enlightened. A level 5 Battle Soul Master could enter the inner court without taking the exam. After discussing the academy's situation with Lei Yunze, Xuanyu heads to the Redemption Center at the rescue station. Seeing the system display 300 points, he's a little disappointed so little. But Ru Ting, standing next to him, feels quite the opposite. Xuanyu wanted to explain, but he was cut off. He was already about to advance to a level 2 fighter after this mission. How much faster did he want to be? Xuanyu sadly asked how many points it would take to go from level 2 to level 13. And Ru Ting immediately answered, Sure. 000. Hearing that, he felt the immense distance between his score and his goal. It was just too difficult. The next few days went smoothly. So much so that Lan Xuanyu didn't even need to go out for support. However, he has his own mission to stay behind to test the Longyuan metal. Soon, 8 days have passed. They bid farewell to Lei Yunze and return as New Din's team. Heading back to Mother Star and then to Shrek City, everyone felt as though it had been an eternity, compared to Dragon Origin Star. Mother Star was truly a paradise. Meanwhile, Xuanyu wondered. Teacher Xiao, I have a question. If I convert Dao Tian points into Dao Tian ranks, can I no longer exchange them for anything? Xiao Kai explained frankly. When you convert points into Dao Tian ranks, you can also convert them into microcredits. This is the result of your efforts over the past few years. Hearing this, he happily replied, That's great. Thank you. Academy, when we're still in the outer court, we'll definitely take on more missions and complete them well. Xuanyu returned to the dormitory and went straight to his favorite place, Poseidon Lake. Observing him from afar, Tang Yue was a bit surprised. Not everyone could soak in the water as long as he could. The recognition of life energy towards him is truly enviable. Just then, the twin trees appeared behind him. The boy's back. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately turned around. Teacher. That's right. He's fine. And he's about to break through to the 4th ring. Can you believe it? The elder tree had foreseen it all. Slowly, with more solid roots. The future might be easier. My time is short. I hope to see him truly grow before I depart. To guide him further. Hearing this, Dong Yue tried to stop him. Teacher. Teacher. He patiently confided his feelings, wishing he had met him 10 years earlier. That way, there will be plenty of time to arrange everything. And for now, So much depends on it. Don't worry. Even if I leave, I will become a branch of the eternal tree. Not truly dead, but a part of the eternal tree. Dong Yue. The school's general assembly is next month, and I need to start making arrangements. Even though he doesn't agree with their methods, he has no choice but to comply. Lan Xuanyu slept soundly, waking up on the morning of the second day, leaving God Lake, and saying goodbye to Tang Yu. Xuanyu began to get busy. He discussed with everyone, "We've become official Duluo warriors. So we can form a Duluo warrior team now. What should the team be called?" Meng Qin quickly suggested calling it the Heavenly Wings team, but it was already taken. Bai Shu then chimed in, suggesting they add a prefix. "How about calling it 37 Skywings? It's good. And the name isn't taken." And so, Team 37 Skywings of the Du Tian Tomb was formed, and they quickly found a level 3 mission, exploring a protoplanet for rewards. Person gets 50 points. With more points awarded for discovering additional minerals, the participation isn't difficult, but infiltrating and safely retreating from the pirates is, this time, it's related to the space pirates of the planet of Sin. And this mission has no support, not even a spaceship, which is really difficult for Lan Xuanyu. They have a warship. They still have the Tang Sect warship from before. But the problem is their identity. The Academy certainly won't help them. It was at this moment that Lan Xuanyu remembered an old acquaintance. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke. "Lan Xuanyu." And he quickly replied, "It's me, Captain Dengbo. Long time no see. How have you been?" he continued. "I'll cut to the chase." Xuanyu didn't hesitate and jumped straight to the point. "Our team plans to take on some missions, and we were wondering if you could introduce us to Tang Sect and help us out this time." Hearing this, Dengbo immediately responded without saying anything else, telling him to wait for his reply while he went to ask. After a long silence, they feared they'd been ghosted. He must still hold a grudge. How could he not? After the way you treated him. Soon after, Dengbo called back, asking Xuanyu to come to Tang Sect. Interesting. Tang Sect will likely set some conditions. On the way, the two overheard an argument between two students. "I'm the 8th wing, no. I am, get out of the way." Seeing his dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to go alone. It seemed he couldn't rely on them. Hearing this, Bai Shu decided to follow. "Let me go with you." Xuanyu was relieved. "I'm counting on you." Leaving the mission center, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shu departed for the Tang Sect, whose grand headquarters stood as the largest structure outside the Shrek Academy along the Sea God Lake. Its magnificent gates visible from afar. The car was stopped at the main gate, prompting Xuanyu to contact Dengbo, who quickly emerged from within. After the staff confirmed their identities, they were finally allowed to enter the Tang Sect, where a colossal statue immediately greeted them. His handsome statue stands tall, the buildings of Tang Sect serving as a backdrop. This is the founder of Tang Sect from 30,000 years ago, the legendary sea god, Tang Sen. In the history of Tang Sect, no figure is more important than this one. At that moment, Xuanyu wondered if the captain could reveal a bit about Tang Sect's attitude. Dengbo explained readily. Seeing the leader's interest, the Duluo Heavenfall team also invested quite a bit, as Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect were originally one entity. Stepping forward, both couldn't help but be amazed by the surroundings of Shrek Academy, which, along with the Tang Sect, was destroyed by the Holy Spirit Church years ago. It was the story of the Academy's 7 devils who rebuilt it. Manhwa is the Tang Sect, a history well known even in this era. At that time, the Tang Sect leader and the Sea God Pavilion Master of the Academy were one and the same. And the statue in the main square commemorates Tong Wulin, the Dragon King Duluo. There are no elevators here, just traditional staircases. After climbing 2 floors, Dengbo led them to a reception room, where a voice suddenly spoke from within. "So, you've arrived, Vice Landlord Duluo is Tang Sect." Dang Miao. Seeing a familiar face, Xuanyu was surprised. "Senior, why did you come in person?" he calmly replied. "The first experimental class of Shrek Academy. Of course I had to come see." "Sit. Don't be shy." The team you registered is called 37 Celestial Spears. Right, a fine name. Hearing this, Xuanyu was a little surprised. They had just registered the team name. Yet this senior already knew. After looking at him for a while, he began to recount the situation. Uncle Deng has already told me. In principle, Tang Sect is willing to help you. But all members must join Tang Sect and become disciples. Hearing this, Xuanyu asked for clarification. And seeing the other's confusion, Tang Miao immediately explained. Is there a problem, actually? Shrek Academy students joining the Tang Sect receive different treatment than ordinary members. Even as members, you'll be free, with no obligations, only acknowledging your status as disciples, and refraining from joining other organizations. If war breaks out, the Tang Sect will offer its full support, and you'll only be required to assist if the sect is destroyed, or a fellow disciple calls for help. Do the terms seem too good to be true? That's what Xuanyu thought. And the two elders understood his hesitation, because he didn't realize just how intertwined the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy really were. The Tang Sect and Shrek Academy are one entity, two inseparable parts. Both have known decline, and only by supporting each other have they reached this day. Historically, this isn't the first time these two great powers have been led by a single leader. Do you understand what I'm saying? Enlightened, Lan Xuanyu happily replied. I understand now. Senior, it's just that the conditions you're offering us are too good. During the conversation, Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that this god-level powerhouse seemed to be thinking of them in every way. Finally, at Tang Miao's suggestion, Lan Xuanyu decides to consult his teachers before making a decision. Turning to Bai Xiu, asking, what do you think? Bai Shuo offers his perspective, feeling that the Tang Sect highly values them, as if investing in their potential. Hearing this, Xuanyu smiles in agreement, adding that it seems they also believe they will definitely enter the inner court, and he truly wants to see it sooner. She happily replied that they would definitely get into the inner court. Back at the academy, Lan Xuanyu went straight to Tang Zhenhua, and after hearing his story, Tang Zhenhua gave him a definitive answer. Understanding dawns, and he explains, do you know why the Tang Sect is offering you so much? It's because of that ring. He raises his hand, staring intently at it. The Ring of Destiny. Is that what you mean? Seeing that he was beginning to understand, Zhenhua nodded slightly and continued. Don't underestimate the influence of the life school. If the outside world knew you were the heir to the life school, you would receive the highest level of treatment. Xuanyu was stunned. Then a revelation dawned. Did Tang Sect hope to befriend the life school by helping them? He further explained that they also saw your potential. You are extremely monstrous talents, even candidates for the next generation of Shrek 7 Devils. Hearing this, he was surprised by their scheming, the Shrek 7 Devils. Xuanyu then asked, Teacher, does Shrek Academy have the 7 monsters? Now Zhenhua answered, frankly, of course there are. You've already met 2 of them. Hearing this, he blurted out, I've met them. At that moment, he continued, one is the vice leader of our 2 gods pavilion, Pavilion Master Wang, and the other is the person you just met at the Tang Sect's Duluo Hall. The Kite Hall's vice leader, after the Eternal Tree evolved, Shrek Academy has an unwritten rule. Only Soul Sage powerhouses are worthy of becoming one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Zhenhua decided to stop there, saying, don't think too far ahead, you're only a purple spirit now. Relieved, Xuanyu happily replied. So, there's no problem with me joining the Tang Sect. Right, I'll go back and tell my teammates. He chuckled and reminded him, don't forget the last lesson, the first mission is real combat, so be sure to pay attention to safety. He nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, teacher. And so, the 7 followed Dangbo back to the Tang Sect. He began to explain that this was the Hall of Heroes of the Tang Sect, and then Dangbo led them inside. 2 rows of colossal stone pillars led inward, with 5-meter-high statues appearing on either side. The sight of the towering, imposing figures widened their eyes in surprise. The 3 stone statues, tall and proud, seemed to be imbued with life. As he observed them, He thought to himself. These are the Tang Sect's ancestors, and the most important figures in its history. And he felt a strange spiritual resonance. Suddenly, a beam of light shines from one of the statues. Meng Fai appears before them, introducing himself as the vice master of the Tang Sect, the master of the Du Hall, Meng Fi, welcoming them to the Tang Sect. Upon seeing the vice sect leader, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greeting the hallmaster, he calmly replied, "We're all family now. No need for formalities. Now, I shall announce the sect rules of the Tang Sect. Please listen carefully and remember them well." The Tang Sect's rules were extremely fair, causing Xuanyu and the others to seriously memorize them. Meng Fei continued, announcing that the rules had been read. And next, everyone should bow to the 3 founders of the Tang Sect. Hearing this, everyone solemnly bowed in silence. Upon seeing him, he seemed to know something, ending the ceremony. "From this moment on, you are all members of the Tang Sect, and I welcome you on behalf of the sect. Now, please take your seats. The ancestors will reward you." He was puzzled by this talk of rewards. Despite his confusion, Hianvu follows the instructions, suddenly finding himself in another world, where he recognizes a familiar figure in the distance. It's Senior Dithian. Knowing who it was, he calmly replied, "The master must have arrived at the Tang Sect's domain." He approached in confusion. "So you're finally awake. I almost forgot you existed." Hearing this, Dithian chuckled reassuringly. "Although I'm mostly asleep. If you're ever truly in mortal danger, I will appear to help you. I sensed it when you broke through to the 4th ring. The biggest problem you face when breaking through is the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King." Xuanyu was confused. Wasn't his martial soul blue-silver grass? How could it mutate into the Gold and Silver Dragon King bloodlines? Dithian sighed, resigned to fate, saying some things are destiny, and only Xuanyu could discover why he possessed such bloodlines. "The only thing you can be happy about is that they are only your consciousness. This is the basis of unity. This is why I chose you. You are the future of soul beasts, even the future of other beasts on other planes. You are the master who holds true meaning in my heart, and I will strive to help you complete your final breakthrough. Furthermore, the Tang Sect will lend them a larger warship for their mission." And Lan Xuanyu gathers his teammates for a meeting. Their 3rd-level Heaven Suppressor Team's mission is to explore a planet, departing in 2 days. At the Shrek Travel Center, a dark blue warship sat among the parked vessels. Dangbo compared it to their last ship, noting that this meteor-class assault warship was a cut above. "With special approval from the Duluo Temple, you've been given 4 gray-level antimatter bombs. Hopefully, you won't need to use them. They'll cause devastation wherever they land." Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but be amazed by their destructive power. How formidable. Understanding his intentions, Han immediately warned, "You brat. This warship is equipped with the newest Tang Sect technology. If things get too dangerous, destroy the ship rather than let it fall into pirate hands." "Got it." Unable to do anything, Xuanyu reluctantly agreed, and they boarded the warship to begin their 2nd mission. He stepped forward, announcing that from now on, this warship belonged to them. They were pirates, the 33 Skywings pirate gang, and he was their captain. Did anyone object? "Now that we're pirates, we'll have to do what pirates do." Hearing those words, the warship must be in disarray. "The things that pirates do," Xuanyu nodded, explaining that he'd calculated the possibility that their mission's gains wouldn't even cover the ship's expenses. Leaving them in a bind, Xuanyu then resolves to become a pirate, gathering resources to craft 2-word battle armor. Soon after embarking on their mission, the 33 Skywings successfully raid a pirate group, acquiring a large amount of supplies. These supplies can ensure the creation of 2-word battle armor for everyone. However, the mission seems impossible, as no useful resources were found on the planet. The 33 Skywings quickly returned to the Mother Star to hand over their mission. Their early return surprising Dangbo. "You're back already. I thought you'd completed the mission." But to everyone's surprise, Xuanyu revealed the opposite. The mission failed, and they found nothing there. "Captain, we have a favor to ask. We acquired some equipment and supplies and would like to sell them to our Tang Sect." Upon hearing this, Dang Bo was truly shocked. So, you fought? Xuanyu calmly confirmed. Yes. We encountered a small pirate group. Don't worry. Our warship sustained absolutely no damage. He regained his composure, but still couldn't provide a definite answer. I'll check the warship later and give you an update. A moment later, everyone gathered in Tang Zhenhua's office, and Xiao Kai was the first to ask about the team's situation. Did you complete this mission successfully, Xuanyu? Feeling uneasy. Honestly reported. Not really. And recounted the entire mission. After recounting the details of the mission, he directly raised a question that had been on his mind. Dean, did you call us here because there's something you need us to do? With a rare lack of smile, she announces that they've chosen his class to participate in the upcoming inter-branch combat trial. A great honor. But Xuanyu is wary of the leap, wondering if there'll be any objections next year. She shrugged, assuring them that it was their idea, and they had already sought her approval, hoping for a rematch to avenge their initial humiliation. Whoever wins will represent our academy in the competition, and it's an honor to represent the academy in battle. Xuanyu hesitated, scratching his head, saying, We are extremely willing to compete for the academy's honor, but we have to complete the heavenly battle mission with a difficulty score of 24. She waved dismissively, telling him not to worry, and suggested that if they beat 5 to 6, the class's Heaven Due mission difficulty would decrease by 1 point, and beating the elimination round would reduce it by 3. Hearing the incredibly attractive rewards, completing this mission is equivalent to a level 4 difficulty task, and Xuanyu immediately seals the deal without hesitation. It's a promise. She confirms one more time. This time it's a 7-on-7 match. Are you sure you can handle it? He clenches his fist, showing his burning determination. We are confident. The agreement was made, and she waved goodbye, saying she had to leave. After a respectful farewell, Xuanyu turned to his senior, worried, asking if competing against the arbitration team was harder than challenging the top 6. Xiao Kai affirmed that the graduating students from the inner courtyard are naturally difficult opponents, asking if he wasn't just overjoyed. Xuanyu shrugged, acknowledging the difficult truth, saying that was for the 5 to 6 competition. But the problem shouldn't be too big. Xiao Kai's sudden seriousness startled him. It has to work. He solemnly emphasized the importance of the matter. This isn't just about honor, but also about competing for resources. Xiao Kai states that the condition for the assessment students to enter the inner courtyard is to win this sparring match, and winning once will grant them 3 places. Upon hearing this, Xuanyu is determined to give it his all. He then proudly reports that they've gathered enough resources to exchange for a Heavenly Wing fighter jet. Zhenhua, seemingly unconvinced, asks how much they have, and he confidently affirms their capabilities. All of it, he says, leaving Zhenhua stunned. All of it. Where did you get so many resources? Unable to hide the truth, Xuanyu confesses to raiding a pirate ship, but before Zhenhua can react, Xiao Kai slams the table in fury, exclaiming that they have a lot of nerve-attacking pirates. Seeing his colleague's furious tirade, he asked if he could bear the responsibility if anything happened to the class, and questioned his fitness as class monitor, since he should be ensuring the safety of his classmates, not becoming a pirate. Zhenhua lamented inwardly. This is bad. He's angry. Xiao Kai was truly furious. His inner fire was burning fiercely. What could he possibly say now? Zhenhua gestured for Xuanyu to be quiet, but instead of backing down, he argues that they all want to grow and improve faster, and that the pirate identity has its uses, providing cover for them to do much more. Zhenhua, foreseeing the inevitable, could only cover his face in despair, adding fuel to the fire. As expected, these words sent Xiao Kai's anger to its peak. So you want to do other things. You want to straddle the entire star heaven. As Xuanyu, let me tell you, if you try anything funny again, you'll see. This unprecedented annoyance turned Xuanyu pale with fright. Zhenhua hurriedly stepped in to mediate. All right. Calm down. Think about it. With the technical advantages of the Tang Sect warship, even if they can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem, and Xuanyu can pay more attention later, he said, signaling with his eyes. Xuanyu quickly picked up on the message and obediently replied, "Don't worry, teacher. I'll pay special attention to this." This approach proved effective, as Xiao Kai immediately sighed in acceptance. He sternly inquired about his students' future plans. "What are your plans next?" Xuanyu respectfully responded. "I will lead our small team to complete the competition, while the others continue to carry out the team's mission in Dutian." He offered no further comment. "Only a warning, remember, not a single student can be missing. Is that clear?" Xuanyu assured him. "Rest assured, I will make safety my top priority." Xiao Kai looked at him with a complicated gaze, but in the end, he just nodded in response. Leaving the Star Center, Xuanyu didn't pay much attention to the challenge from Dorm 6. But back at the 6th grade boys' dorm, Dayu urgently told Ma Xian the news. They agreed. Dayu and Feng, he were eager to restore honor to their grade. This was their last chance, and they hadn't forgotten the humiliation of that year. Ma Tian said nothing, but his eyes blazed with fighting spirit, while Xuanyu slowly told Yue Na about his current situation and asked about her work. "Nana, we're not leaving just yet. How are you at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy?" she replied gently. "I'm coming to you. I miss you all too." Hearing this, joy immediately lit up his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Nana." Yue Na hugs him, her voice gentle with a hint of reproach, saying he's almost an adult, yet still acts like a child. Xuanyu smiles, his words laced with affection, saying he'll always be a child in her eyes. She asked him in a gentle and familiar voice if the mission went smoothly, and he replied confidently that it did. Yue Na nodded approvingly, satisfaction evident in her eyes, noting that Xuanyu had made some progress and should continue to build a solid foundation for advancement. Xianyu obediently replied, "Yes," and she further instructed, "If you want to improve faster, you need to eat more." He politely responded, "Recently, I've been using the everlasting fruit to cultivate, and the effect is very good," Yue Na said with slight seriousness, her words filled with genuine concern. "I've already calculated it. It's best to have 2,100,000 immortal herbs to allow you to break through smoothly." Her voice softened. "Herr Geis Gentler, if you can't find them, I will." Grateful, Hien Vu thanked her. Nguyen glanced around. "Curious. Where's Tutu?" Slightly sulky Hien Vu replied. "I didn't tell her you were coming, or she'd steal you away." She chuckled, playfully scolding him. "Aren't you afraid she'll be upset?" Xuanyu stammered. "I'll go talk to her now." Yue Na glanced at him, a teasing smile on her lips. "Seems you still care about what Tushu thinks." Xuanyu quickly defended himself. "Embarrassed, because I can't afford to provoke her." Just then, Bai Zhuzhu suddenly ran in and hugged Yue Na, unable to contain her excitement, ignoring Xianyu's displeased expression, telling Yue Na that she had broken through and completely merged with Senior Ma Hu. Yue Na smiled, praising her progress, and asked her to show off her soul skill later. Tu Xiao happily took Ngiet Na's arm, saying excitedly, "Okay, let's go now." Left behind, Xuanyu said, knowing he was no longer needed. The next morning, Xuanyu gathered everyone to announce the upcoming 5v6 match, and after some discussion, it was decided that Sima Xian and Ding Zuohan would lead the team to continue the mission. At the Tang Sect headquarters, Dang Bo angrily questions the state of the warship, demanding to know what happened. Why there are so many weapons and equipment on board, why so many interceptor and decoy rounds were used, and why a round of antimatter ammunition is missing. Xuanyu calmly replies that they were used. Enraging Dengbo, who demands to know what they did. He pulled him aside to whisper, "Let's get our team leader in on this first." Xuanyu began to explain. "It all started when we ran into a group of space pirates during our mission, and things escalated. That's how we ended up using the Tang Sect's warship weapons to defeat them. I released the captured pirates, and the other supplies should cover the warship's damages. That's the gist of it." Xianyu remained calm, replying softly, "Didn't I bring back all the spoils? Otherwise, how would we support our warship?" He turned to Dangbo, who waved his hand, looking helpless and hesitant. "Stop. Just follow the arrangements from above. I can't control you guys. Over half an hour later, Dang Bak led Tang Mu over, and upon seeing Xuanyu, he laughed, praising, "You guys are something else. No wonder Wang Tianyu likes you so much. You're practically his younger self." Dang Bak, still worried, quickly reported, "Hall master, these kids are too bold. They need a scolding." Tang Mu nodded. With a hint of curiosity, he said, "All right. I want to hear every detail of your operation. Nothing left out." After hearing Xuanyu recount the events, Tang Miao nodded with satisfaction and instructed, "Good. Carry on. Dang Bo, take him to replenish his weapons. We'll take everything they brought back and pay him the standard price." Xuanyu was overjoyed and stood at attention. "Thank you, Master." Tang Miao nodded slightly and said softly, "You can go out first. I have something to discuss with Dang Bo." Hearing this, Xuanyu complied and left the room, and as his figure disappeared, Dang Bo anxiously protested, "Master, you can't agree with him. If he continues like this, he'll be in danger sooner or later." Tang Miu remained calm, seeing the risky move as proof of ability, destroying a 19-ship space pirate fleet on his first solo mission. That was power. He smiled faintly, his voice laced with admiration, saying that with ability, strategy, limits, and talent, this group of youngsters would surely become extraordinary if they matured. Then, Duong Mu turned to Dang Bak, earnestly instructing him not to hold any grudges over past events, to which Dang Bak hesitated slightly, replying, "Understood." When Xuanyu met Dang Bo again, his attitude was clearly better. After adding another antimatter round, he exchanged the remaining money for a new type of power system. In fact, Xuanyu still wanted to buy more equipment, but his wallet was running dry. He pondered for a moment, then, struck by an idea, turned and asked, "Captain, does Duong Wang sell battleships?" Dang Bak frowned, clearly annoyed. "What, you want to buy a battleship?" Xuanyu laughed it off. "Just thinking out loud. Just thinking, what if we have enough money later? I don't think our new meteor-class assault warship is bad." Dang Bo sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Talk to me when you have enough money." Xuanyu nodded immediately, full of determination. "We Tang Sect will definitely work hard to make money." Watching him disappear, Dang Bo shook his head, sensing they were going to cause more trouble. Meanwhile, back at Shrek Academy, in Xiao Kai's office, Xiao Kai kindly asked his students how their preparations were going. Hearing this, Wu Kei honestly reported that according to his information, the other team has one soul saint with 7 soul rings, no soul dulo, and the rest are soul emperors with 6 soul rings. This news relieved Xuanyu, as long as there wasn't a perverted senior like Zheng Longjiang. Just then, Xiao Kai's eyes fell upon him. "Xuanyu, what are your thoughts?" Faced with his teacher's question, he revealed a cautious expression, calculating, "UK and Hui Hui definitely need to fight one-on-one. We can basically guarantee a win in the first match. As for the final one-on-one match, Qianlei eagerly volunteers while worried, but Xuanyu insists he's needed for the final 7-on-7, leaving Qianlei more frustrated than ever. So, I'm considered a secret weapon then." At this point, he had no choice but to go along with it. "I suppose so. The last one-on-one match doesn't need to be a success, but it must be without risk. No serious injuries. No excessive consumption of power, just give it your all." Xuanyu's attention immediately turned to Lu Fengzi. "You're up." The other side quickly agreed to cooperate. "Okay." Seeing his teammates so in sync, Xuanyu was even more enthusiastic. "Let's go. Me and Shushu. For the 2v2. We need to win at least 2 of the first 4 matches. Then we'll definitely win the final 7v7. Seeing his students' calculated moves, Xiao Kai couldn't hide his satisfaction very good. In the Star Luo Academy's performance field, only a few 6th-year students and teachers were present. The excited crowd in the stands cheers them on, determined to win, while Elder Tree and Wang Tianyu watched the situation intently from the sidelines. On the arena floor, the participants gathered, and Labuo announced sternly that both sides should enter the arena. Among the mages, everyone is incredibly tense. Xuanyu is surprised to see the faces. Realizing the 6th years have changed their lineup, Labu then announced the first match, Vu Catch from Year 4 versus Bang Trin from Year 6. Seeing a familiar face, Bang Trin called out, "Team leader." But Wu Ge coldly replied, "I'm no longer your 6th grade class monitor. You don't need to call me that." A pang of bitterness arose within him. "No. In my heart, you'll always be our class monitor." Unmoved, Wu Jie coldly states that the past is gone, and as a 4th-year student, he has nothing to do with the 6th-year class anymore, urging him to do his best. Hearing this, Bang Trin resignedly says he will give it his all. Without hesitation, the match begins, and Bang Trin immediately activates his martial soul, the Spirit Demon Sect. Mati can't hide his shock, a level 7 soul saint. He's broken through, not to be outdone. Yuga manipulates the element of metal, while Bang Trin, seeing the needles flying towards him, shouts and attempts to counter. In an instant, a bizarre scene unfolded. A series of sharp arrows, identical to the first, appeared before Tang Woog, but she remained unfazed. Employing the 5 elements evasion technique, metal evasion, the sharp arrows entered her body and vanished without a trace. It was an impressive display of dissolution, and Bang Trin secretly admired her. As expected of the class president, it was truly ineffective, yet unease flickers across Tianyu's face. The backlash caused damage. But how can such a strange martial soul exist? Even the silent Liao Feng speaks up in awe. This is the mutated Thorn Dragon, granting him the power of retaliation.